A fat old man with white hair and beard slammed the mouse, then slapped the back of the head of the chubby little boy beside him, saying with a look of disappointment, "How could I have such a stupid grandson? I'm drawing fire at B-bomb site, and you can't even sneak up on them with a shotgun." After losing the most crucial round, the old man's rank dropped from Gun King Legend 1 to Master 5. He grumbled, biting a cigar, and glared at his grandson before leaving. "Sukwadwa, you're not good at studying, and you're not good at gaming either. Do you want to drive your grandfather to death?" The chubby boy sat on the chair, head down, cupping his chubby hands, murmuring softly, "You always shift the blame to me. With your old man's sniper, 3 enemies lined up and you couldn't hit a single one." "What did you say?" The old man glared at his grandson. "Oh, you're not very capable, but you have a big temper. You dared to talk back to your grandfather. I'll let your father deal with you later." The little boy pouted and went back to his room. He picked up a tablet to watch the anime Dragon Ball Super. Seeing the cool characters, his eyes were full of envy. "If only I could be as powerful as those Super Saiyans, then I wouldn't be afraid of Grandpa." He thought for a moment, his eyes twinkling, then picked up his children's watch. "Hello, Dad." Sully was smoking a cigarette in the kitchen, busy preparing dinner for the family. As a world-famous gourmet chef, his greatest joy was cooking. His wife had passed away early, and he didn't want to find a stepmother who would be unkind to his son. Whenever he felt restless, he would go to some high-end vendors to socialize, which was much more carefree than remarrying. He hummed a little tune, wielding an exaggerated kitchen knife, busy at the cutting board. He glanced at the phone screen on a stand where 2 twin sisters in black tank tops were dancing. In less than an hour and a half he prepared a table of dishes. He wiped his hands, sent a rocket to the twins, then called out, "Gwagwa, time for dinner." "Oh, got it." With a click the door opened and 2 spherical beings entered, calling out, "Dad." Looking at his son and daughter-in-law, he smiled. "Wash your hands and eat." Noticing the big box in his son's hand, he raised an eyebrow. "For Gwagwa?" Sutai nodded. "Just bought it on the way back. The store is having a sale on figurines today. This set was only 8,000. At the dinner table, the family of 4 ate happily. Jing Tian put vegetables into her son's bowl while complaining about trivial matters at the hotel. Suli took a sip of soup. "Sweet, you're the boss. Some of our employees are old-timers who started with me. I've treated them well over the years. Since I've handed management to you, don't consider my feelings. Deal with them as you see fit." After eating 2 bowls of rice, Jing Tian looked at the food and then at her chubby arm, reluctantly put down her chopsticks, patted the little boy's head. "Gwigwa, eat more, you're growing." After taking a bath in the evening, Gwigwa returned to his bedroom. He rubbed his chubby hands and opened the gift box. Inside was a set of Dragon Ball figurines. He placed them one by one on the table, soon filling most of it. At the bottom of the box was a small box. The little boy struggled, half of his body diving into the box, and pulled it out, panting. "Phew, so heavy." He opened the box, turned off the light, and in the moonlight looked at the 7 Dragon Balls. He clasped his hands together. "Shalom, Shalom, come out and grant my wish." Not sure if it was an illusion, the little boy saw a faint glow on the Dragon Balls and quickly said his wish. "I want my grandpa to stop shifting the blame to me when playing games. He's obviously bad but still addicted." He thought for a moment, and continued. "If my grandpa still blames me, turn him into Broly and send him to Bumpa Star to eat monsters. No matter how bad the food, my grandpa can make it delicious." After exclaiming, "Great idea!" he felt a bit guilty. "Well, grandpa is good to me except for blaming. Maybe I should find him a wife." The little boy's chubby fingers picked through the figurines on the table, finally picking up 2 blue-skinned figures in ancient costumes holding long staffs. "These 2 look nice. They are beautiful and very powerful. With such 2 grandmothers, no one would dare bully grandpa there. I'm so filial," the little boy thought, and went to bed, hugging the Broly and 2 angel figurines to his chest. Meanwhile, the fat old man was in the bathroom, trimming his nose hair and checking his teeth. Satisfied with his reflection, he nodded, took out his phone and dialed. "Hello, Nana," he said before leaving. "Fugui Hotel Room 888, Uncle is waiting for you there." Sutai, who was washing dishes, heard this clearly. He just smiled and went back to his bedroom, thinking it was more important to have a second child. The next afternoon, Suli picked up his grandson from kindergarten, bought him an ice cream, and they returned to the study to play together. While banning weapons, he shouted, "Pixiupi! We're terrorists, we need to rush with EVO." A sweet female voice came through the headphones. "Uncle, you're so naughty." The fat old man giggled. "Call me Grandpa. Sukwawa in our team is my grandson." The little boy cooperated with a cute voice. "Sister, follow me and Grandpa to Rush B corridor, we'll take you to Gun King." The 3 teammates made shocked expressions. After the match started, the 5 of them rushed down B corridor with EVOs, but the enemy threw 2 flashbangs and all 5 lay dead. Sully looked at the fallen teammates, silently took a sip of goji berry tea. Gwigwa, I'm not blaming you, but how could you block my position? I couldn't retreat and got headshot. The little boy looked at his grandfather's shameless fat face, silently sighed. Here we go again. Just as he was about to rush again after putting down the teacup, Sully suddenly felt chest tightness. He quickly clutched his chest. Gwigwa, call. Call. Thud. He fell to the ground unconscious. The little boy was terrified. Wah. My grandpa. In the dark, boundless depths of the universe, a small cosmic flight pod darted swiftly through space. Inside the tech-filled cabin, a human infant wearing a compact battle suit curled up in the seat. A blurry babyish voice mixed with a cry escaped the infant's mouth. The next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, still shaken, and covered his heart with a chubby hand not dead. He looked at the highly sci-fi cabin around him, then down at his own chubby baby arms, smacking his lips. What's going on with me? He felt some discomfort in his tailbone, as if something was pressed inside his body. He lifted his bottom, reached back to touch it, and when he pulled his hand back, he saw holy crap. Feeling the furry touch in his palm, he was convinced he had transmigrated. Fortunately, he had read some web novels at home which gave him a bit more acceptance. Gurgling. Feeling the hunger in his stomach, he smacked his lips and began searching the cabin. Seeing the unfamiliar text on the control panel, he rolled his eyes, propped himself on the panel with one hand, and knelt down to see if there was a storage compartment underneath. The spherical little spaceship passing through an asteroid belt was hit by an unknown energy. The ship tumbled twice, and Sully, who had unfastened his seatbelt, slammed his head against the ceiling. When he fell down, he landed on the control panel. Beep beep. A series of incomprehensible sounds rang in his ears, and then he was pushed back into his seat by a strong G-force. Watching the countless planets and stars rapidly passing by outside, he obediently fastened his seatbelt. Hunger was temporary, but losing his life would be bad. Transmigrating into a little kid, he could live decades longer for free. Any fool would choose that. In the outer space of a beautiful planet, countless huge circular spaceships were pouring energy beams down onto the planet below. Inside a building on the planet, more than a dozen octopus-like aliens exchanged glances and nodded in unison. The leader resentfully thrust his tentacle into the instrument in front of him. The other octopuses did the same. As each tentacle was inserted, a progress bar appeared on the instrument. As the bar quickly filled, a blindingly white light like a sword shot through the instrument and into the sky. Inside a giant spaceship, a short demon-like alien suddenly felt a pang of fear. His originally smug smile quickly turned to anger. All retreat. Belibulazin ordered the retreat. A purple-haired, blue-skinned, short, fat alien floated in midair, slightly bowing. Lord Frieza, the retreat order has been issued. Frieza sat on his exclusive small pod looking at the planet that had turned into fireworks, gnashing his teeth. Damn those octopus people. Losing a valuable planet like this is one thing, but my men suffered considerable losses. Humph. Belibula floated behind Frieza, his deadfish eyes calmly watching the fireworks outside the window. They are all small fry. We can take this opportunity to conscript a batch of good scions. This will increase our low-level combat power, and greatly weaken King Vegeta, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Oh ho ho ho. Frieza laughed, covering his mouth with the back of his right hand. His scarlet eyes glanced at the wise advisor beside him, and he nodded with satisfaction. It seems the old man's eyesight is still good. Do as you say. As he spoke, a meteor flew rapidly toward the center of the fireworks. Frieza sensed it, curled his lip, and oh no, this is really going to be big BQ. Sully sat in his chair watching the explosion ahead in despair, and closed his eyes painfully. The explosion of a planet alone was not enough to create a space rift, but combined with the octopus people's instrument, the effect was more than 11. As the energy explosion formed a shockwave and tearing force, a huge black hole quickly formed, greedily swallowing everything in front of it, including the rapidly approaching meteor. Ah. Pilina stretched his waist, rubbed his sleepy eyes. What a nice day today, gurgling. The hunger in his stomach made him smack his lips. I'll get some vegetables to eat. Drinking water all day is not good. Whoosh. Muttering, he rose into the air, using the air dance technique to fly toward his own vegetable garden. During the flight, he occasionally greeted his fellow tribesmen. After a while, he landed in a lush garden. This was the public vegetable garden of their Kuta village. Every villager had their own plot, and grew what they liked to eat. Humming an unknown tune, he passed the ridge and smelled a strange odor. Following the scent, he saw a flying pod that did not belong to his tribe. This made his eyes widen. Cautiously, he crept closer. Through the slightly cracked glass, he saw a small cub lying inside. The shape was similar to his own, but without antennae, and its skin was milky white, looking ugly. He fumbled around the ship, opened the hatch, confirmed the little one was still breathing, then picked up the cub. Holding it up in the air, he looked left and right. A furry tail dangled before his eyes. Holy crap! Suli, who had just opened his eyes, saw himself being held up high. He looked down and shuddered with fear. With a crying voice, he looked at the alien in front of him. Sir, I don't taste good. I have high blood pressure, diabetes, and last year I was diagnosed with liver cancer. If you eat me, you'll get liver cancer too. Please spare me. Listening to the cub's gibberish cries and sobs, Pilina decided to take him to the Great Elder. Outsiders were never allowed on Namek, and now a cub had infiltrated without the guard's knowledge. This was serious. Perhaps annoyed by the constant gibberish, Pilina with a grim face turned the little thing over, slapped his white little bottom, and flicked his little bird. Stop crying. You ugly thing. Suli, frightened by this, cried even harder, thinking that this alien had taken a fancy to his tender flesh. His little bird uncontrollably spitted water, pissing all over Pilina's face. Elder, this is what happened. In a somewhat dim hall, Namekians of all shapes and sizes stood in a dense crowd. On a stone chair in the center sat an aged Namekian, his withered fingertips tapping rhythmically on the armrest. Our Suli, completely naked, sat on the stone floor. His chubby little hands twisted together, betraying his inner turmoil. His big watery eyes occasionally glanced at the aliens on both sides. When his gaze met that of the old alien in the center, and he saw the wisdom in those eyes, he shuddered involuntarily. Hee little one, no need to be afraid. With a wave of the elder's hand, Suli's round chubby body floated up involuntarily, and flew before the elder. A withered bony claw supporting his bottom, another claw pressed against his forehead. The elder softly comforted him. Good child, don't move. Let Grandpa see where you come from. Suli's eyes widened in shock. He could actually understand this alien. As waves of warm energy surged into him, the fatigue from recent anxiety melted away, and he slowly drifted into sleep. Young Suli, I want to be the best chef on earth. Adolescent Suli, I want to open my own restaurant. I want to be a boss. Middle-aged Suli, my dear, how could you bear to leave me alone? Elderly Suli, Gwigwa, Grandpa isn't blaming you, but getting countered while trying to steal a chrysanthemum. You're really something. Broly, first opening his eyes 2 days ago, a bewildered Suli, where am I? Transmigrated. The Suli just now, I can actually understand him. How amazing. Under the elder's mental scrutiny, the 58 years of Suli's past life unfolded before him like a panorama. The elder withdrew his withered claw and flicked the little one's baby bird. A traveler of time and space, little one. Glancing at the small battlesuit held by the guard Sayano, the elder took it and saw the universal words on the chest: Saiyan, Broly. The elder personally dressed Suli in the battlesuit, then tapped his little nose with a sharp fingertip. From now on you will be called Broly. Since you have inherited this body, you must leave a mark of its past existence. Feeling the undeniable potential within the little one, the elder's withered face broke into a smile. Everyone disperse. Purina and Sayano stay. The rest of you go about your duties. From now on, this little one is a member of our Namek. When he grows up, he will surely become a warrior of Namek. We obey your command, elder. The crowd bowed with a hand on their chests and filed out of the hall. Purina, somewhat bewildered, looked at the elder. Our Namekian aesthetic standards are very high. This little brat is so ugly that he will seriously lower our race's attractiveness. I think. The elder glared at the fool. You don't understand a thing. This little one possesses potential beyond your imagination. Once he matures, even if all Namekians were to fuse, they might not be his match. With such a guardian warrior by our side, who in the universe would dare plunder our planet? Purina and Sayano were stunned. The more composed Sayano looked at the little meatball in the elder's arms and asked hesitantly. But we only drink water and occasionally eat some vegetables. How do we feed this little one? The elder sighed helplessly as the two lowered their heads. Namek is not home to only one species. Go catch some female cattle mules and other meat-eating beasts that have just given birth. Their milk will be enough to fill the little one's belly. Watching the two leave, the elder stroked Suli's head. What a lovable little one. When Suli opened his eyes again, he saw 7 or 8 large jars of white milky liquid on the table before him. He looked at the elder in confusion, who smiled kindly. Drink, little one. Suli stuck out his tongue and licked it. His eyes lit up, and he buried his face in the jar. Glug glug glug. Burp. Suli stood steadily on the ground, holding a half-empty jar with both hands, tilting his head back to gulp it down. The elder behind him nodded in satisfaction. Truly a warrior race of Universe 7, standing so steadily and holding a milk jar at just a few months old. Excellent, excellent. Ah, how delicious. The elder stood up, crouched beside Suli, and looked at the little one with a round belly. He smiled. From now on you shall be called Broly. Forget your past life. Live this life anew brilliantly in this body. You. How do you? The elder waved a hand to cut him off. This is a unique ability of us Namekians. I will now impart the universal language and our Namekian tongue to you and also develop your ability to use ki. This year is age 733 of this universe. The first year Suli inherited this body. The former Suli will no longer exist. The new gourmand, Broly, will begin a new chapter in life aiming to refine his culinary skills. Brat, stop right there. In a private vegetable garden, a round little meatball holding a red fruit larger than himself ran with short, fast legs. A Namekian flew low behind him. Broly, panting heavily, ran toward the palace, shouting back occasionally, "Uncle Banana, this is the last time. My new dish is almost ready. I'll let you taste my cooking then." "Bah! You little ugly monster. You don't steal Purina's flowers, you don't take Sayanel's long green gourds, but you always target my red sour fruits. Wait till I spank your bottom today." Banana cursed and accelerated his flight. Seeing the furry tail behind Broly, he smirked, stretched his right hand out long, and grabbed. Just as the hand was about to catch the tail, the little one jumped with both feet, lifting the red sour fruit, and flying toward his own small home. "Uncle Banana, it really is the last time. I'm the honest little gentleman of Namek. After I finish the dish, I'll bring you a bowl to taste." Watching the little brat disappear into the distance, Banana hovered in midair, turned his head and spat. "Hetue. You call yourself an honest little gentleman? This is the 27th last time, little rascal." Phew, that was close. After returning to his small hut, he carried the enormous red sour fruit to the kitchen. Setting down his harvest, he began pondering the tomato-like produce before him. This giant tomato was far too sour and lacked sweetness. He would need to add sufficient sugar beets and boil them into syrup to neutralize the sharp acidity. But neutralizing it would ruin its original flavor. It seemed he would need other ingredients to assist. With that in mind, he began pacing back and forth inside the hut. He could no longer visit the nearby villages. They were all Namekian residents. Why should they look at him as though he were a thief? A bunch of stingy fools. "Broly, come out and train quickly." Just as he was deep in thought, Pulin's booming voice echoed from outside. Broly sighed, "I'm coming." Outside the door, Pulin was stretching his body. Gazing at the little brat before him, he grinned. "You went to Bunin's vegetable garden again, didn't you?" Broly awkwardly scratched his nose, attempting to charm his way out of it. "Uncle Lin, you'll stand firmly on my side, right?" Seeing the little brat's utterly innocent expression, Pulin's face quickly hardened. "Don't even think I'll speak on your behalf. Over these past few years you've troubled over 100 clan members. Now when Saul and I visit their villages, we're watched like thieves. You'd better go find the elder. He dotes on you the most. TCH. Broly looked at Pulin as if he'd swallowed something foul and shook his head disdainfully. "Oh my, I wonder who it was that devoured 5 enormous bowls of my pearl rice and 2 bowls of stir-fried dishes those nights ago. I'll just eat on my own from now on, and perhaps pay my respects to the elder instead." Pulin pretended to clear his throat. "It's getting late. Taking advantage of the morning sun, your physical conditioning will only strengthen to a certain extent." Broly shot him a scornful glance, then down the wrist and ankle rings Pulin handed him. Starting with the basic horse stance, he only began throwing punches and kicks with proper form after the sun had climbed high. When exhaustion finally overtook him, he drank the nutritious fruit and vegetable juice Pulin brought, rested for half an hour, then resumed his earlier training. Only after completing the day's training did he finally lie on the grass basking in the sun. "Uncle Lin, do you know if any animal's meat or eggs are sweet?" Hearing this, Pulin sat beside Broly, scratching his chin with his sharp fingertips. "I once heard Luofei from Kugong village mention it. The Gugun birds near their village lay extraordinarily sweet eggs. Perhaps because they are too sweet, few people or beasts care for them, causing the Gugun bird population to multiply rapidly. That is why they must cull a portion every so often. Take me there quickly." Broly instantly shed his earlier listless demeanor, excitedly seizing one of Pulin's tentacles. "If those bird eggs are truly as sweet as you describe, I shall treat you to something delicious tonight." Pulin, who had been somewhat displeased about his tentacle being tugged, immediately hoisted Broly into the sky at the mention of good food. After confirming the bearings, he soared toward Kagong village from memory. "Uncle Lin, are you certain those are birds?" Broly and Pulin were now concealed within a thicket, watching a flock of roosters across from them that stood well over 3 meters tall. Broly could still distinguish between chickens and birds, which is why he shot Pulin an annoyed glance. Pulin nodded. "Everyone in Kagong village calls them that. Besides, these birds can fly and their temperament is quite docile." The flying Pulin described struck Broly as no different from ostriches, relying on their 2 legs to constantly hop, then spreading their wings and flapping a few times with each leap to achieve only brief gliding. Watching those massive roosters serving as guards with their sharp beaks and keen talons, Broly poked Pulin's thick waist. Uncle Lin, whether I get to eat chicken for dinner rests entirely upon you. Pulin waved his hand nonchalantly. Rest assured. These Gugun birds are exceedingly docile. I shall go catch the fattest one. Watching Pulin fly off, Broly nodded with satisfaction. Uncle Lin was a man to rely on. When called upon, he truly delivered. While Pulin went to catch the rooster, Broly could not remain idle. He stealthily crawled into a large nest where 5 deep brown eggs lay. The eggs were astonishingly massive, one as large as a watermelon weighing 4 or 5 kilograms. Broly clamped one egg under each arm and another between his legs, slowly flying back toward the earlier thicket using the floating technique. Barely out of the nest when a blood-curdling wail echoed from behind. Damn my ass. Run, Broly. Broly glanced back and every hair on his body stood on end. Gathering all his strength, he flew forward frantically. As for Pulin, he was entirely forgotten at this point. Pulin gazed at the small black dot in the sky, then at the Gugun birds behind him continuously pecking his buttocks and back. He suddenly lunged forward several meters, then spun around and opened his mouth wide. A purple-black energy beam erupted, piercing straight through the chests of 2 Gugun birds ahead. The remaining birds froze in terror, gazed upon their companions' lifeless bodies, and cautiously retreated several steps. Do you truly believe I cannot fight back? Pulin's lips curved upward, then he rubbed his newly regrown buttocks. Stepping forward, he grasped the 2 dead Gugun birds and swaggered into the sky. Whoosh! Broly, soaring overhead, heard the commotion behind him and turned to see Pulin carrying 2 massive roosters, one in each hand. He hastily began flattering. Uncle Lin, you're amazing. With a mere casual stroke you dispatched 2 such formidable Gugun birds. Truly impressive. Pulin basked in the praise with a grin. Not bad. Mainly because we were hiding near a small Gugun bird group just now. If it had been a large flock, some of the stronger Gugun birds would have given me considerable trouble. By the time the 2 returned to their hut, evening had already fallen. Broly sat upon the ground, his index finger wreathed in a layer of pale white energy, and poked it into the egg before him. He lifted a thread of crystalline egg white, and placed it upon his tongue to taste. Broly's eyes lit up. The sweetness of this egg white is remarkably high. The aftertaste carries a faint hint of saltiness. It would be absolutely delicious stir-fried or pan-fried. Pulin also dabbed a small amount onto his tongue, chewed thoughtfully, then shook his head. I find it far too sweet. Broly smiled. Uncle Lin, please go invite Uncle Bunan and Uncle Saul. I shall prepare something delicious for you all tonight. Very well. Pulin laughed heartily and ruffled Broly's hair, then strolled leisurely towards Saul's residence. He could invite Bunan on his way back. Meanwhile, Broly carried the giant eggs into the kitchen. Today he would prepare an alien version of tomato and egg rice bowl. The ingredients were today's harvest along with the pearl rice he, Pulin, and Saul had cultivated. Oh, unexpectedly delicious. Banana took a bite of the stir-fried Gugu bird eggs with red sour fruit, then scooped a spoonful of freshly steamed pearl rice. He closed his eyes in satisfaction, while chewing, and beside him Pai Li Na and Sao Naya were doing the same. Meanwhile, Bulali was processing the 2 huge Gugu birds. After cleaning the messy feathers and innards, he pointed to the empty space by the door, and said, Uncle Na, Uncle Sao Naya, conjure some large ice blocks for me, the more the better. The 2 were still burying their heads in the rice until their mouths were stuffed full. After chewing the food, they pushed their palms towards the direction Bulali had pointed. Instantly 2 neat piles of ice bricks appeared on the grass. Bulali arranged the ice bricks, and the Gugu birds then clapped his hands and joined them. Burp Banana patted his belly contentedly, and said, Buloli, if you ever want to eat red sour fruit, feel free to come to my house and pick them. After washing the pots and pans, Buloli wiped his hands and sat opposite the 3. Is there a plant on our Namek that bears fruits which taste both numbing and spicy? Pai Li Na shook his head and looked at Sao Nair, who also shook his head and looked at Banana. You're several decades older than us. Have you heard of it? Banana looked up and thought for a moment, then suddenly clapped his hands. Oh, I remember once eating it accidentally on the outer ridge of the public vegetable garden. Don't be fooled by its small size. When I ate it, I drank gallons of water wildly. For the next few days I couldn't taste any flavor when eating red sour fruit. Buloli looked at Banana. Could you pick some and bring it tomorrow? I'll treat you all to a barbecue. Seeing the puzzled looks, Buloli pointed to the Gugu birds and the ice bricks. The ingredients are those 2 Gugu birds. Sao Nair and the others quickly shook their heads. We don't eat meat. Buloli gave them a glare. You didn't eat stir-fried dishes before either, so why are you all eating so deliciously now? Isn't it that you can just photosynthesize by drinking water? This question left them speechless. Pai Li Na elbowed Banana and Sao Nair beside him. How about we give it a try? Bululi ignored them, went inside, picked up a portion he had prepared earlier, and flew straight to the Grand Elder's house. "Grand Elder, I brought some delicious food for you." "Hee, you little rascal. A few clansmen from the neighboring village came to complain to me the day before yesterday, saying you stole their food." Bululi grinned, carrying a large bowl to the Grand Elder. "Please try it first." "All right, I will," the Grand Elder said as he scooped a spoonful of rice soaked in sauce and put it into his mouth. After chewing a couple of times, his eyes lit up. He swallowed the food and nodded in satisfaction. "Those clansmen are really something. If they can't cook, they should let those who can do it. They all come running to me complaining endlessly." Bululi nodded in agreement, giving a mental thumbs up to the Grand Elder who had lived for centuries. A Grand Elder who is so double-standard towards his own clan is the kind of good elder I admire. After the Grand Elder finished eating, Bululi began to massage his shoulders and legs. The Grand Elder looked at the little one beside him with affection, chuckling as he patted his little head. He started to explain some major events in the universe until Bululi fell asleep on his knees. The next evening, 9 Namekians gathered in front of Bululi's small house. They sat around a bonfire waiting for the food to roast, chatting with each other, and talking about what delicious fruits and vegetables they had planted recently. Bululi, on the other hand, dug out a large jar buried in the corner of the house. After cleaning the loose soil and removing the seal, a sweet fragrance of wine entered his nostrils. He took a careful sip and nodded in great satisfaction. "This is the taste." Bululi carried the large jar to the bonfire. Looking at the Namekians before him, he scratched his head apologetically. "Uncles and elders, in the past I was ignorant and caused you trouble. Today I want to make amends with this fruit wine I brewed myself." Bunana leaned in and sniffed. "Oh, this smell is wine." Pilina looked at Sao Nair. "The one you brought back from your travels before, was it like this?" Sao Nair shook his head. "The wine I brought back had a strong pungent taste. This one smells pleasant, light and sweet, with a hint of sour fragrance." An impatient Namekian conjured a large spoon and without ceremony scooped a spoonful. He took a small sip first. "Smack, it's sour and sweet, much better than the mountain spring water we drink." The rest also conjured spoons and started drinking. Bululi asked Pilina to conjure a large water bottle, filled it, and set it aside. Then he went to turn the gugu birds. Watching them drink and talk about life, his heart felt full. Soon Bululi removed 2 large wing segments from the roasted gugu bird. Then at a palm's width above the tail tip he cut off 2 oval-shaped tail pieces. These were the most delicious parts of the rooster. When the Grand Elder saw the roasted wings, Bululi brought his withered face twitched. "You little rascal, we Namekians don't eat meat." Bululi picked up a wing segment and waved it back and forth under the Grand Elder's nose. "Smells good. Want a bite?" The Grand Elder gave him a gentle slap on the head. "Just leave it there." Looking at the moonlight streaming in through the window, the Grand Elder seemed to think of something. He quickly waved to Bululi, who was walking to the door. "Little rascal, don't go back tonight. Stay here with me." Bululi grinned and shook his head. "No can do. I haven't had barbecue in a long time. Today I'm going to eat my fill. You rest, Grandpa." "I'm off." Seeing Bululi fly away, the Grand Elder didn't have time to think and flew after him. Tonight was a full moon, and if things went wrong, the little rascal would transform again. The ferocious appearance of his last transformation had frightened the clansmen of their village. If not for the concerted efforts of the village's clansmen, even the neighboring villages would have been destroyed by him. The Grand Elder followed leisurely not far behind Bululi. Even after the little one joined the reverie, the Grand Elder remained hovering in the air, staring intently at Bululi, who was eating meat with gusto below. Burp so full. Bululi lay down on the grass, contentedly rubbing his round belly. His eyes glanced upward slightly and happened to meet the full moon in the starry sky. Thump, thump, thump. At this moment, Broly, looking up at the sky, felt his blood rushing to his heart. His consciousness rapidly faded, and even after he fell into slumber, a voice madly whispered in his ear. "Descendants of the Saiyans, break free from the shackles of your bloodline, destroy everything here." Roared Broly sat up abruptly, his whole body trembling. Veins crawled beneath his skin, slowly creeping onto his face. His originally pitch black and bright eyes rapidly shrank until the pupils were only the size of mung beans, the rest replaced by bloodshot whites. One by one, brown hairs emerged from his skin pores. The sound of bones grinding awakened the nearby Namekians, who looked dazedly at the transforming Broly. Pilina and Saunire exclaimed in dismay. "The little one is about to transform. Go inform the clansmen, we'll hold him off first." The others had experienced a similar incident before and knew the gravity of the situation. They quickly staggered into the air, shouting as they flew. "Everyone come out and help! The little monkey is transforming again!" The Great Elder, hovering in midair, watched Broly's rapidly growing body. He sighed and slowly descended onto the head of the giant ape Broly had become. His withered right claw pressed against the great ape's forehead, and streams of soothing energy seeped through its scalp into its brain. Broly! Roar bang bang! At this moment the fully transformed Broly wildly beat his chest, then opened his huge mouth, and immediately spat out a massive energy sphere. A distant mountain peak had its upper third blown apart. Seeing the immense power of the energy sphere from this transformation, the great elder was so frightened that cold sweat poured down. He quickly closed his eyes and intensified his energy output. Broly, Broly, my good child! The giant ape ignored the great elder's inner call, stomped its huge feet, and walked toward the distant village, spewing clusters of energy blasts as it went, destroying everything in sight. Deep within the giant ape's consciousness, Broly's original sleeping consciousness heard the great elder's call. Great elder, good child, can you wake up now? The great elder standing on the giant ape's skull heard Broly's voice, and his face lit up with joy. Just as he was about to speak, the giant ape under him swung its hand, swatting away several clansmen who had come to stop it like flies. Seeing the blood-spitting clansmen flying backward, the great elder quickly said, Good child, you cannot sleep now. Wake up. Take back control of your body. Don't let the instinct of killing dominate your body. Killing. Hearing Broly's murmur, the great elder quickly echoed, Yes, your body is now driven by the killing instinct, slaughtering the uncles who used to take care of you. Just now Pilina and Banana have been killed. Good child, you. Before he could finish, the giant ape under his feet suddenly clutched its head with both hands and let out agonized howls. Pilina, who was on alert in the distance, asked nervously, Great elder, is the little monkey all right? The great elder glared at him. You still have the nerve to ask? How did I instruct you and Ionire on a daily basis? After tonight I'll make you pay. Banana and Ionire took advantage of the giant ape's howling to quickly organize the clansmen and help the unfortunate ones who had been swatted away. Meanwhile, deep within the giant ape's consciousness, Broly was raging madly. Come out! You dared to kill Uncle Na and the others! Come out! Broly, transformed into a transparent little figure, flew around his own sea of consciousness. When he saw a giant ape covered in green flames at the center of the sea of consciousness, he who had been docile all his life instinctively retreated far away. But remembering that Uncle Na and the others who had taken care of him were already dead, he still charged forward. I've been a pushover all my life, but do you really think I'm easy to bully? As the transparent little figure, Broly charged at the giant ape, still cursing. As soon as he finished, the giant ape slapped him far away, nearly dispersing his consciousness. Damn it! Broly's consciousness felt pain all over. But thinking of the Namekian clansmen who had been killed, he charged again. This time, instead of a head-on confrontation, he circled behind the giant ape and pounded on its unreachable back twice, but to no effect. So he steeled himself and bit the furry back, tearing off a piece of the giant ape's consciousness. The pain made the giant ape reach back with its huge hands, but Broly had chosen a clever spot that its hands couldn't reach. Seeing this tactic work, Broly immediately tore off a large chunk of the giant ape's consciousness, chewed slightly and swallowed. As the consciousness energy was absorbed, he clearly felt the original pain in his body lessen significantly. This made his eyes light up and he quickened his biting. Outside the physical consciousness, the Namekians had surrounded the rolling giant ape. Pilina and Saunire guarded the great elder on either side. The great elder watched the giant ape rolling on the ground, his heart in turmoil, not knowing how the child's consciousness was faring. As time passed, Broly in the sea of consciousness had gnawed the giant ape in two. The upper half of the giant ape's consciousness waved its arms and lurked deeper into the sea, while Broly, now more than 10 times larger, gripped the legs of the giant ape's consciousness and kept biting. Until he held the tail of the giant ape's consciousness in his right hand, stuffed it into his mouth like eating spicy sticks, chewed and swallowed. Then he wiped his mouth and darted around the sea of consciousness, shouting wildly, You dare to forcefully take over my body, but don't dare to face me one-on-one. You trash. You garbage. Oh ho, found you. Seeing the upper half of the giant ape hiding in a corner of the sea of consciousness, Broly curled his lips and charged, kicking the giant ape's back of the head. That's for slapping me. At this point, Broly's figure was only a few sizes smaller than the giant ape. He went up, wrapped his legs around the giant ape's left arm, pinned its right arm with his hands, and bit off half of its palm. As more and more Namekians gathered, the great elder grew more confident. The giant ape was now lying on the ground, no longer moving except for the rise and fall of its chest, indicating it was still alive. Looking at the giant ape head in his hands, Bulioli bit down without hesitation. As he swallowed the last piece, he completely absorbed the consciousness and energy of the violent giant ape, increasing his own mental strength by dozens or even hundreds of times. Meanwhile, under the watchful eyes of the Namekians, the giant ape's body rapidly shrank, its bristles retracting back into the body, and it once again returned to Bulioli's original form. The great elder, seeing Bulioli had returned to normal, let out a long breath and said, "All right, send the little monkey to my house. It's better if I look after him from now on. You all are hopeless." As the great elder spoke, his wise eyes swept over Pilina and Ionir's faces until the two dullards felt thoroughly uncomfortable. Then he waved his sleeve and took Bulioli back to his own house. Life returned to normal. Since his second transformation after merging with the violent giant ape's consciousness, Broly's temperament had undergone a subtle change. Whenever he brought this up with the great elder would always chuckle and pat his head, comforting him. "There's nothing wrong with that. You can't stay on Namekians forever, that's unrealistic. You will grow up and eventually venture into the universe. Perhaps one day you will bring your wife and children back here to retire, who knows? There are not only us Namekians in the universe but also countless intelligent races. Some love peace while others are full of aggression. Your previous personality was too honest, that wouldn't allow you to survive the dangerous universe. Now you are different, gentle and steady in normal times, yet aggressive when angered. That's good, isn't it?" After the great elder's comfort, Bulioli understood the key point. In his previous life as a descendant of the Zhonghua family, he had lived in a peaceful environment for 58 years. But in the 5 years since coming to Namekians through the great elder's narration, he had gained a vague understanding of this universe. Here the law of the jungle prevailed, and weakness was the original sin. Bayubia shio shio shio. On a vast grassland, 5 Namekians hovered in the air, forming a pentagram array. Their outstretched palms continuously fired energy blasts towards a young boy on the grass. The boy easily dodged within the rain of energy. "Uncle Na, can this training suit be made heavier?" Bulioli slowly floated into the air, tugging at the clothes of the same style as Pilina and the others. The latter shook his head. "I can make it heavier, but if I want to keep the appearance unchanged, my ability is insufficient. After all, we are all combat personnel. Perhaps you should go to the great elder." "All right." Bulioli shrugged nonchalantly, then grinned mischievously and raised an eyebrow. "How about we have a fight? I promise I won't transform this time." Pilina looked at the little rascal, his mouth twitching. "Scram! Got it!" Bulioli flew cheekily toward the great elder's house. Behind him, Banana sighed in relief. "This little ancestor is too monstrous. He's only 9 years old and can already suppress the 5 of us in a fight. When he grows up and his body matures, even a fusion of 100 clansmen might not be his match." Pilina nodded in agreement, grinning at his clansmen, 2 sharp fangs glinting. "But he regards us as his own clan now. The great elder's decision back then was correct, wasn't it?" "Ha ha ha," the group laughed together. "Grand elder, try my improved mapo tofu." Bulioli carried a large tray to the great elder. The great elder waved his hand, and a dining table and a chair appeared before them. Bulioli dutifully served him a bowl of pro rice. "Please try it." The great elder looked affectionately at the little rascal, nodding with a smile. "Good, good. My grandson is filial, unlike Pilina and the others who only think of themselves." Saying so, he scooped a spoonful of tofu into his mouth. After chewing for a moment, his eyes lit up. Numbing, spicy and fresh, soft and sticky with a chewy texture. Not bad. Hee, if you like it, eat more. I'll make it for you again." Bulioli happily ate the pro rice. The tofu was not made from soybeans but from the seeds of a local green fruit similar to soybeans, which he had discovered by accident. After the meal, the great elder contentedly drank the pro rice tea handed to him by Bulioli. Watching Bulioli clean up the dishes, he sensed the chi on him and frowned. "Your progress has slowed significantly in the past 2 months." Bulioli nodded. "I've felt it myself. But even if I drain every last bit of energy, the chi increase is still minimal." Hearing this, the great elder smiled. "It's probably because your body hasn't fully developed yet, and your potential has been nearly exhausted. Come to Grandpa." Bulioli obediently crouched in front of the great elder. The latter placed his right hand, which had just wiped his mouth, on top of Bulioli's head. Bulioli felt the warm chi flowing from his crown, traveling through his body, nourishing every inch of his bones and meridians. After a long while, the great elder withdrew his withered hand. "I have stimulated the potential in your current body. I believe you will make new breakthroughs after training. Work hard during this time." The latter nodded repeatedly. "After I train a bit more, I'll be able to easily defeat Uncle Na and the others without relying on transformation." The great elder playfully slapped him. "Go and rest." Time slipped through the fingers like quicksand. By now Bulioli was 10 years old, having been on Namekians for nearly 9 years. He could now wear a 30 times gravity suit and defeat Pilina and Banana together without transforming. However, to defeat all 5 Namekians at once, he still had to remove the gravity suit. One evening he was roasting a beggar's gugu bird. To ensure every inch of the huge bird was evenly heated, he used his own chi combined with the charcoal fire on the ground to achieve the precise temperature he desired. Shwa, while he was concentrating on roasting, two figures suddenly appeared in the air not far away. A cocky, annoying voice spread out. Kaluna, where are the fragrant fruits I told you to plant for me? Siang Siang Pezama. At this moment the great elder had lost all his usual composure, his voice even distorted. His already ugly face twisted into a piece of old bark due to fear. At this moment the great elder knelt on the ground, his aged head pressed against the earth, both arms holding a basin of a verdant plant that resembled a small tree yet entwined with vines covered densely with tiny red fruits. As the figure slowly landed, Broly finally saw the full appearance of the newcomer. Standing in the dominant position was a purple-skinned, hairless cat-like alien with long and wide ears, a round chubby head, and equally round body but disproportionately slender arms compared to his obese frame. His attire was reminiscent of ancient Egyptian pharaohs on earth, with a smug and self-satisfied expression as he looked down at the great elder, speaking as if through his nose. Is this the only one? Faced with the god of destruction's question, the great elder instinctively tightened his anus. And no, there are 19 more. I thought I'd let you taste this one first. If you're satisfied, I'll have my clansmen bring the rest. Vados. The woman behind the fat cat stepped forward and shook the strange staff in her hand. Two bright red fruits flew off the small tree held by the great elder, washed by clear water that appeared out of thin air, and floated to the fat cat's mouth. He instinctively opened his mouth and ate one. Munch, munch. Then his eyes lit up. Oh, unexpectedly delicious. Sweeter than last time, with less sourness and juicier. Hearing the approval, the great elder let out a long breath. Thank you for your praise. Over the past decades I have cultivated and improved them, grafting with other plants of the same genus, and tending them daily without any negligence. Rise. Thank you, Lord Kampa. The great elder slowly stood up, holding the large basin, and turned his head to see Broly not far away. He quickly waved. Grandson, come quickly and meet the great and merciful Lord Kampa. This seemingly casual flattery pleased the fat cat greatly. He turned to look at the approaching child and raised an eyebrow in surprise. Is this little thing also a Namekian? The tall woman beside him, seeing the tail swinging behind Broly, leaned in and whispered to the fat cat. Lord Kampa, this child is not a native of our sixth universe. He bears the spiritual imprint of the universe where your brother resides. Then destroy him. This fat cat was like a menopausal middle-aged woman, his temper changing instantly. He opened his right paw and gathered a purple-black energy sphere. This sphere, no larger than an apple, filled the great elder and the approaching Broly with a deep sense of despair. Please spare him, my lord. He is just a child who knows nothing. Seeing the fat cat enraged, the great elder immediately knelt down again and cowed out frantically. Please, my lord, for the sake of my diligent care of the sweet fruit, spare his life. Grandfather. Broly watched the great elder pleading for him, feeling not only grievance but more anger. Why should this cat want to kill him upon first meeting? Why should an elder who has lived for hundreds of years cow out to this fat cat? The angrier he became, the more he shattered his training clothes. The black of his eyes quickly disappeared and tiny blood vessels crawled over his whites. His body expanded several sizes out of thin air. You want to kill me? I'll take your life first. Saying that, he stomped his right foot, curled his right arm, and punched toward the fat cat's face. But a strange staff struck his chest, sending him flying backward uncontrollably, landing right on the charcoal fire where he was roasting his beggar's goo-goo bird. The fat cat turned his head dissatisfied to look at Vados beside him. She smiled. If you killed that child, Kaluna will likely no longer grow the fragrant fruit for you. Then your weight loss meal will be missing a fruit dessert. TCH. The fat cat curled his lips, dispersed the destructive energy in his right palm, stepped forward and kicked the still kowtowing great elder. Get up. I'll spare his life this time. Thank you, Lord Kampa. Kaluna looked gratefully at Vados, who smiled gently. Have your clansmen bring the rest. We need to hurry back for dinner. Yes, Lady Vados. The great elder put down the large basin and shouted to several clansmen watching from afar. Go and bring all the fragrant fruit trees from our forbidden land. After instructing his clansmen, he immediately conjured 2 chairs. Lord Kampa, please rest for a while. I'll have the impulsive Broly apologize to you. Kampa sat down carelessly on the chair, crossed his legs, and waved his hand. No need. I'm not that petty. The great elder was overjoyed and kept bowing. Thank you, Lord Kampa. After appeasing the fat cat, the great elder quickly ran to Broly, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead. Grandson, are you all right? Broly, using the great elder's body as cover, said through gritted teeth. Grandfather, don't worry, I'm fine. From now on I'll train twice as hard. One day I'll kill that fat cat and roast him for you to go with your wine. Little ancestor. The great elder quickly covered his mouth. Do you want to die? How dare you say such treasonous words? Broly saw that the great elder's nervousness was not feigned, so he shrugged and kept silent. Feeling the heat from the soil nearby, he remembered his goo-goo bird was still roasting. He broke free from the great elder's hand, stepped forward, and used a low-power ki blast to blow away the charcoal fire on the soil. Then he picked up the shovel stuck nearby and dug out the large mud ball buried deep underground. Seeing Broly was fine, the great elder returned to the fat cat's side to await orders. Broly, however, ignored them. He cracked open the mud shell encasing the goo-goo bird and with a sizzling sound peeled off the scorched yellow big leaves. A rich aroma wafted out. Broly sniffed and nodded approvingly. The improved recipe is indeed fragrant. With a sizzling sound he tore off the tail tip of the goo-goo bird, blew on it, and took a bite. Ouch! He never expected the food in his hand to disappear, biting his own finger instead. He jumped in pain and two figures appeared beside him, one fat, one thin, one tall, one short. The annoying fat cat was holding the bird's tail he had torn off. Hey, did you cook this? Broly looked at the questioning fat cat and nodded honestly. This is my newly improved beggar's goo-goo bird. I don't know if it suits your taste. It was only then that Broly took a careful look at the woman beside the fat cat. She was tall, at least 1.85 meters, with light blue skin, a high ponytail of snow-white hair, bright and spirited purple eyes, an oval face, a small upturned nose, and a small pink-purple cherry mouth. Although her figure was concealed by a long robe. But for someone who had saved countless young wives and maidens in his past life, this girl's figure was absolutely stunning. Beerus noticed the little kid staring at her, and gave him a gentle smile. What's wrong, little one? Gulu, that warm smile struck his heart like an arrow shaped like a heart. Feeling the thunderous beat reverberating within his chest, he grinned broadly, revealing a row of tiny white teeth. You're so pretty, sister. Haha, really? This little one has such a sweet tongue. Nearby, the fat cat, who was just about to devour the bird's rump, listened to this exchange, glanced at Beerus, who was covering her mouth while giggling, and muttered, Pretty. I don't see it. After muttering, he took a bite of the bird's rump. Beneath the crispy exterior lay tender meat with a rich layered texture. The intense meaty aroma, accentuated by seasoning, made his eyes widen. He chewed while his entire body trembled with ecstasy, causing the elder and Broly nearby to watch with deep concern, fearing this gluttonous fat cat might annihilate them all if displeased. Oh, this is incredibly delicious. After letting out that howl, he devoured the entire bird rump in just a few bites. Without any hesitation, he shoved Broly aside, plopped down beside the enormous cooing bird, and tore off a massive leg to gnaw on, completely disregarding the dignity befitting a god of destruction. This scene left Broly and the others dumbfounded. Perhaps out of feminine reserve, Beerus did not join in, but instead stood to the side, continually sniffing her little nose, which made Broly's mouth water. Glancing at the gluttonous fat cat, then at the pitiful Beerus, courage stirred within Broly. He asked the elder to conjure a basin of clear water, and a towel, carefully washed his small hands, dried them thoroughly, and approached Sipa. With his right palm forming a blade and channeling energy, a semi-transparent aura wrapped around his hand. Shaping the energy into a blade, he sliced off a massive bird wing, divided it in two, and approached Beerus, cradling the sizable midsection with both hands. Pretty sister, the mid-wing is the most delicious part, please try it. Beerus gazed at the enormous roasted wing, accepted it with a smile, and took a careful bite. Her eyes sparkled. Surprisingly delicious. Broly handed the wingtip to the elder, then ran back to fetch a chair and sat beside Beerus. Pretty sister, please sit and eat. Once Beerus was seated, he began to explain. Although this kind of cooing bird does need to flap its wings to fly, their habits mean they spend more than half their time moving on their legs. This makes their wings neither as dry as other fowl nor as fatty as ground-dwelling birds. They are absolutely a top-tier delicacy. Beerus elegantly produced a handkerchief and dabbed the grease from the corners of her mouth. Little one, you seem to have a real passion for studying food, don't you? Broly nodded earnestly. My greatest dream is to create the most exquisite cuisine in the entire universe, then find a beautiful and gentle woman like you to be my wife, return to Namek, and cook delicious meals for her every day. Beerus gave him a peculiar look and shook her head impatiently. You little rascal, your mouth is truly sweet, but your calculations are all wrong. Broly looked bewildered. Why is that? Hee smack because of me. The fat cat had appeared behind him without warning, holding two enormous bird legs in each hand and chewing with puffed out cheeks. From this day forward you are my servant. Pack your belongings and come with me. Broly watched him warily. What do you want? The fat cat said nothing, merely shooting a displeased glance at the elder. The elder understood immediately, set down the wingtip, and pulled Broly aside. Good grandson, the god of destruction has taken a fancy to you. Being at his side is something countless beings would pray for. Perhaps if you serve him well, he'll consider taking you as his disciple and making you the successor god of destruction. Noticing Broly's somewhat tempted expression, he continued. The god of destruction is the sovereign of our entire universe. When he's in a good mood, he can casually destroy a few planets for entertainment. When he's upset, he can annihilate planets to vent his anger. As long as you serve him well, you'll be able to walk tall throughout the universe, and you can also help our Namek planet avoid invasion from other creatures. Can I really protect our planet if I follow him? Watching Broly's bright, earnest eyes, the elder lovingly rubbed his small face. When has Grandpa ever lied to you? Receiving the elder's affirmation, he nodded resolutely. As long as I can help my people, I'll go. These words deeply moved the elder, whose heart swelled with joy. He hadn't spoiled this kid in vain. Broly approached Zipa, who was still devouring food, and looking at the fat cat he despised, spoke up. I can prepare over 1,000 dishes in various flavors, hundreds of different pastries and desserts. As long as you guarantee the safety of Namek from now on, I'll prepare a different gourmet meal for you every day along with various delicious diet-friendly options. The fat cat gazed into Broly's sincere eyes and calmly called out, Bardas. Bardas, seated nearby and gnawing on a bird wing, wiped her hands, picked up her staff and waved it. A sphere brimming with 7-colored energy floated before the elder. This is a spatial transmission anchor. In the future, if you have an emergency, simply crush this anchor, and we'll appear immediately. Do not misuse it, understand? The elder accepted the anchor with immense joy, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. Thank you, O God of destruction. Thank you, Lord Bardas. Broly also quickly settled into his role, beginning to serve the fat cat the cooing bird before them. This is the cooing bird's heart, marinated with a blend of spices and moderately braised at high temperature. It's incredibly tender yet remarkably chewy. He received the plate conjured by the elder, used his chi blade to slice the beef heart-sized bird heart into thin pieces, drizzled some of the cooing bird's sauce over it, and handed it to the fat cat beside him. Zipa was already salivating profusely just from listening, watching, and smelling. He pinched up a piece, stuffed it into his mouth, chewed a few times, and shook his massive head ecstatically. Delicious, so delicious. Seeing the fat cat devouring it heartily, he served another plate to Bardas, who also ate with a beaming smile. Oh my, of all the food I've ever tasted throughout my life, today's is by far the most delicious. This little one is truly remarkable. Witnessing Bardas's appreciative smile, Broly actually scratched his head shyly. As long as you enjoy it, sister. That shameless pup has abandoned all dignity just to curry favor. Seeing Broly had the two deities smiling from ear to ear, the elder immediately breathed a sigh of relief, went to instruct the villagers to prepare the spices Broly had previously needed along with vegetables and fruits for long-term storage, and waited alongside the villagers. Burp, Bardas, let's go. Zipa rubbed his enormous belly with a grin. Bardas, standing nearby, was also somewhat surprised to behold the mountain of ingredients piled opposite them. With a wave of her staff, an earring appeared on Broly's left ear. This is a spatial earring for you. Go pack your belongings and say your goodbyes to your people. Why is this truly the divine realm? Broly clung to Beerus's long legs, gazing at the planet beneath them with astonished exclamations. As he looked at the palace complex ahead, his jaw dropped in disbelief. Such a vast architectural complex. Only the two of you reside here. Whoosh! The trio descended onto a balcony within the palace complex. Kampa nodded with quiet pride. You are the first mortal ever to set foot here. I am going back to sleep. Let Beerus arrange everything for you. Watching the portly cat depart, Broly opened his palm to reveal a box of dark brown candies. Sister, these are pearl sprout candies. Please do try them and see if they suit your taste. Beerus pinched up a perfectly square candy and popped it into her mouth, savoring it slowly. After a long moment, she nodded. It carries both the fragrance of plants and the sweetness of sugar, quite delightful. With the candy still on her tongue, she reached out and ruffled Broly's head. I don't know why, but I felt an inexplicable fondness for you the moment I laid eyes on you. Perhaps it was your culinary skills that won me over. As she spoke, she led him deeper into the palace complex. After a lengthy walk, she pointed to a luxurious grand room. From now on, this will be your chamber. She then pointed to a heavy door opposite. I shall reside directly across from you. Feel free to ask me anything at any time. And where is the kitchen? I must prepare breakfast for you both tomorrow morning. Beerus tapped her finger against her lower lip, then dragged Broly to a room nearby. Inside, everything was completely empty. With a wave of her staff, the vast room was instantly filled with an array of stoves and cooking utensils, leaving Broly utterly dumbfounded. I must go to work now. Familiarize yourself. Watching Beerus glide gracefully away, Broly swallowed hard and began running his hands over the various pots and stove surfaces. A question nagged at him all along such a massive palace complex, yet there were no servants or kitchen in sight. How did they manage to feed themselves? After a moment's thought he shook his head and flipped out several common woks, washed them, lit the fire, and seasoned them. He then arranged the ingredients prepared by the Namek people one by one in the kitchen, chuckling to himself as he envisioned the days ahead. First and foremost, the safety of himself and his people would be fully guaranteed. Setting that aside, his immediate priority was to showcase his culinary skills. Only by completely conquering their taste buds could he gain even a sliver of influence. Once he had that influence, he could slowly weave himself into their daily lives, gradually becoming one of them. The thought of living a life of privilege made him giggle foolishly. "Sister, do give it a taste." Beerus surveyed the table laden with breakfast, and was slightly taken aback. An abundance of unfamiliar food steamed before her, their rich aromas filling the air. Beerus picked up her chopsticks and lifted a soft, fluffy morsel. "What is this?" Broly glanced over. "These are tricolor flour red bean buns. The tricolor flour itself has heat-clearing and beautifying properties and carries a subtle, elegant fragrance. I ground the petals and simmered them into the red bean paste, then wrapped them in pearl rice flour and steamed them. Having one or two for breakfast is truly appetizing and nourishing." Beerus, only half understanding, took a small bite. Seeing the crimson red bean paste within her, appetite immediately surged. As she chewed, the bean paste seemed to melt upon her tongue, and an instant wave of gentle fragrance and delicate sweetness overwhelmed her taste buds. "Oh my, this is truly delicious." Broly smiled warmly and handed her a cup of hot drink. "If your mouth feels dry, follow it with a sip of soy milk." Beerus took the cup and sipped, nodding in satisfaction. Her gaze toward Broly shifted once again. She felt that saving this boy yesterday had been the right decision. Had Kampa killed him, she would have missed out on such culinary delights. "Where is Lord Kampa, by the way?" In response to Broly's question, Beerus took small bites of the red bean bun. "That depends entirely on his mood. When he's in a good mood, he'll sleep for 100 years or more. When he's not, he might sleep for 3 to 5 years before heading out to relax." 100 years? Broly's eyes bulged in utter disbelief. This had to be some kind of fantasy. Beerus covered her mouth and laughed softly. "Do not worry. I shall train you properly. As your level of existence gradually breaks through, your lifespan will naturally increase. Someone like you, agreeable to look at and skilled with food, is quite rare." Then how old can I live?" The latter mischievously blinked. "That depends on my mood. If I'm in a particularly good mood, who knows, you might even achieve immortality." Gah! Broly couldn't bear such temptation. His eyes rolled back and he collapsed straight to the ground. Beerus looked at him with a playful smile, continued her delicious breakfast, and quietly plotted something in her mind. The destruction god she served and the destruction god of the adjacent universe 7 were brothers. Brothers occasionally visited one another. If the one across the way happened to stumble upon this boy, it might not end well. This boy before her was merely 10 years old, yet within the 6th universe his combat prowess already ranked among the elite. If properly nurtured, within a few short years he would become a perfect successor to the destruction god. Such combat strength, wherever placed across the multiverse, could never be ignored. No destruction god ever complained about having too many elite warriors at their disposal. Especially this one of hers. Day in and day out, nothing but eating and sleeping, with zero enthusiasm for work. His temperament was that of a spoiled child, utterly detested by both gods and mortals alike. Having heartily devoured 8 red bean buns from one steamer, and downed 2 cups of soy milk, she finally produced a handkerchief and dabbed her lips. "Oh my, it has been far too long since I enjoyed such a feast. How utterly unladylike." With that she picked up a long, thick, rod-shaped food with her chopsticks, teleported in an instant to Kampa's sleeping quarters, and spotting the hourglass alarm clock floating midair, chuckled mischievously. She dangled the food back and forth right in front of Kampa's snoring nose. Munch, munch. Asleep, Kampa kept opening his mouth, attempting to bite down on the source of the aroma, but failing every time. Finally veins began pulsing on his forehead. He suddenly threw his eyes open. "Beerus." "Hee." Beerus covered her mouth and giggled. "Lord Kampa, would you like some breakfast?" The portly Kampa snatched the food from the chopsticks, glanced at it briefly, and then took a single bite. Smack, smack. "How long was I asleep?" "Only one night, my lord." Kampa looked at Beerus's mischievous little face, then down at the food in his hand, and let out a sigh. "Sigh. Tell me, which planet do I need to visit to assess combat power this time?" However, several Super Dragon Balls lie within Beerus's territory. "That fellow is quite troublesome. Will we blow our cover if we say this?" At that moment Kampa wore sleepwear and sat slouchingly at the dining table, enjoying his delicious breakfast while glancing at Vados beside him, who smiled brightly. As for Broly, he was clad in a gravity suit conjured by Vados, jogging around the destroyer planet. Vados rested her chin on her right hand, watching Kampa devour his food in large bites, and softly asked, "What do you think of the energy that little one unleashed yesterday?" Kampa paused mid-bite. "That kid's ki is peculiar, violent, savage, and brimming with an insatiable desire for destruction. He is indeed a promising prospect." At this he could not remain composed. Glaring at Vados, he demanded, "Wait, don't tell me you intend to make him a god of destruction. I only recently secured the position myself." Vados shook her head. "And what if that child grows up to become a suitable successor as god of destruction? He would prepare our meals each day and assist you in fulfilling the Omni King's tasks. You need only eat, drink, and enjoy yourself, sending him to deal with anyone who displeases you." Kampa felt his food lose its savor at these words. Casting a deeply wronged glance at Vados, he pouted his chubby lips. "Vados, do you truly consider me useless? You wish to cultivate another god of destruction in my place?" Vados gazed at Kampa's forlorn expression, her eyes brimming with deep affection. "How could I harbor such thoughts? You are my charge, nurtured under my care. Under no circumstances would I entertain such an idea. It is merely that last night I received a new prophecy from the prophetic fish. It foretold that in the near future we shall need him to fight for Universe 6. Moreover, he excels at cooking. For such a child who can both battle and prepare delicious meals, do you not believe it would be our loss to let him age and perish? Only by helping him transcend the bounds of mortality can we keep him forever. Phew, you nearly gave me a fright." Kampa exhaled deeply, his spirits instantly lifted. "Then let us set out shortly to find the Super Dragon Balls. We must first transfer that child's life mark to Universe 6. As for the rest, we shall address it later." Vados nodded cheerfully, leaving Kampa to his meal. She raised her staff and teleported above Broly, gazing down at the young warrior. A smile curved her lips. Over the following half-year, Kampa and Vados were always out from dawn till dusk, and Kampa's attitude toward him had clearly shifted to that of a friend. This sudden transformation left Broly somewhat bewildered. Watching Kampa's oily grin, he could not help but feel uneasy. In the silent depths of the cosmos, a 7-colored rainbow beam pierced through the spatial barrier and came to rest within a desolate star system. As the spectrum of colors dissipated, Kampa and Vados, after over 5 months of relentless travel, finally arrived at the location of their last Super Dragon Ball. "Is this the planet?" Facing the massive star, Kampa pointed to. Vados nodded. "According to the coordinates provided by Zeno of our universe, this is indeed the place." With a wave of her staff, a sphere of energy struck the planet. The world, dormant for endless ages, shed its surface gravel and dust, revealing 3 Super Dragon Balls hidden within. Kampa surveyed the Super Dragon Ball before him, then glanced at the 6 lined up behind, placed his hands on his hips, and threw back his head in loud laughter. "Wahaha! Make your wish quickly." Vados gathered the 7 planet-sized Super Dragon Balls together, cleared her throat lightly, and spoke in a certain language. "I wish." As her words fell, the 7 Dragon Balls erupted in dazzling radiance. Golden light illuminated several neighboring star systems, and an immensely long golden divine dragon swam freely through the cosmos. Roar. Kampa stared at the divine dragon Shamara before him, swallowed hard, and stealthily stepped behind Vados, drawing an exasperated eye roll from her. "Angel, speak your wish." Vados regarded the divine dragon before her, her eyes flickering with calculation as she spoke in a particular tongue. "I wish that the great dragon god Shamara may transform Broly, the scion of Universe 7, into an eternal, undying native of Universe 6. The dragon's blood-red eyes fixed upon the grinning Vados. After a long moment it nodded. "This wish is rather simple." With a flash of crimson light from its eyes, its exaggerated form once again dispersed into 7 dull spheres, hurtling back into the depths of the universe. 4 of them crossed the universal barrier, returning to their original positions in Universe 7 and neutral space. Only until the cosmos returned to its original state did Kampa ask Vados, "What language did you use for your wish? I have never heard it before." Vados blinked playfully. "I used the native tongue of Dragon God Shamara." Kampa nodded. "Since that lad Broly has now been transformed into a native of our Universe 6, I can return home and sleep in peacefully. In the future I can even bring him gourmet dishes just to vex him. Just thinking about it brings me joy." Wahaka. On the way back, Vados wore a thoroughly thoughtful expression. She had only intended to transfer the little one's mark, yet for some reason when she opened her mouth she had uttered a wish vastly different from her original intention. Could there be some unknown connection between herself and the young one she had spent little time with? In the God of Destruction's realm of Universe 7, a man dressed nearly identically to Vados gazed at 4 dead stars suddenly appearing on his staff. Curious, he scrolled through the records forward. When he saw his elder sister accompanying Kampa and making off with 4 of their Super Dragon Balls, he grew quite annoyed. He tapped the ground with his staff and the black orb atop began to pulse. After a long moment a beautiful face materialized within. Oh sister, I am fully aware that you and Lord Compa visited our universe 7. Vados watched her somewhat irked younger brother, and giggled behind her hand. Haha, my dear Visno's sister merely wished for some delicious sweets. If you are displeased, shall I bring you some in a few days to share? Visno's eyes twinkled at the mention of sweets, but Lord Beerus is also quite angry. He is sitting right behind me even now. Vados paused opposite him. Very well, very well. In a few days I shall bring plenty of candies and delicious pastries to make amends to you and Lord Beerus. Would that suffice? Visno surveyed the empty hall and smiled contentedly. Oh ho ho ho, sister remains as generous as ever. Then I shall stay here in the divine realm these days awaiting your gracious visit. Having just returned to the god's realm, Bardas recounted her conversation with Whis to Xianpa in broad strokes. Xianpa waved his hand magnanimously and said, Then let Beerus toil for a few days, make extra pastries and candies and deliver them to them. With that he cupped his hands behind his head and strolled toward the dining hall. Beerus, I'm hungry. What's on the menu today? Beerus, busy at work, poked his head out of the kitchen and waved the hook in his hand. Today I've prepared a grand feast. Upon hearing feast, Xianpa immediately darted into the kitchen with delight. Let me see, show me first. In one corner of the kitchen a large oven had been set up. The scorching heat made Xianpa, who already detested warm temperatures, quite uncomfortable. Staring at the oven billowing with steam, he smacked his lips and muttered, Prepare extra tonight. I haven't slept properly in days. Now that everything is done I intend to eat my fill and sleep soundly for decades. Listen to that, listen, does that even sound like human words? The ingredients Beerus had prepared for tonight were none other than the tributes Xianpa and Bardas had casually collected during their travels over the past few months. Each one was the most precious ingredient from its respective planet. Since they now had a dedicated chef, Beerus, they naturally looked down upon the savage cooking methods of those planets, and packed all the tributes to bring back home. For this purpose Bardas had even carved out a dimensional portal on one wall of the kitchen, preserving the freshest ingredients inside to ensure that every meal was prepared with the utmost freshness. Meanwhile, in a large square behind the palace, Beerus had strung up countless ropes upon which hung an endless array of rare animals and fowl, curing and air-drying in the open. While Beerus was busily making pancakes, Bardas sauntered in leisurely. Watching him work, she asked with a grin, Did you notice any changes in your body just now? Beerus paused for a moment, flipping the pancake as he replied, Indeed, I feel a warm glow throughout my body. It's as if I have inexhaustible energy. Even the fatigue from my morning and afternoon training has completely vanished. Bardas extended her slender index finger and tapped his forehead. You should thank me properly. Your Lord Xianpa and I ran around for months on your behalf. Today we finally gathered the super dragon balls and made a wish for you. You'll be able to live forever just like us. Really? Noticing Beerus' wide-eyed astonishment, Bardas gave him an exasperated glance. As an angel of the universe, do you think I would deceive a mere child of 69 years? Beerus was utterly stunned. How did you know that? The latter chuckled mysteriously. Guess. Watching Bardas gracefully walk away, Beerus swallowed hard. Gulp, does that mean to them whether in mind or body I'm as blank as a fresh sheet? After a long while he sighed and returned to his tasks. The fact that they spoke to him so kindly already exceeded his expectations. And combined with Bardas's words about eternal life, could it mean he could feast upon the entire universe? Having bathed and changed into his pajamas, Xianpa sat at the dining table absently nibbling on appetizers while his mind continuously replayed the grand meal his little companion had described. Glancing at Bardas seated to his right, he said, Bardas, after you take Beerus to visit Beerus, begin his training. Bardas nodded. Understood, Lord Xianpa. Here it comes. No sooner had the two finished speaking than Suli entered carrying a massive platter with both hands. After carefully setting it down, he lifted the stainless steel lid and a rich, intoxicating aroma immediately filled the air. Xianpa gazed at the amber-colored fowl before him, his mouth watering uncontrollably. What is this? Beerus replaced the lid, produced a small fork and gestured toward the dish. This is my secret recipe, roasted guagua bird. Please wait a moment, I'll serve you both right away. With that, his right hand transformed into a palm shape and a semi-transparent blade of ki erupted forth. In the blink of an eye he carved several precise cuts across the bird, then speared a piece of crispy skinned breast meat. Approaching Xianpa, he continuously wielded the ki blade in his palm, and thinly sliced pieces of uniformly thick meat rapidly accumulated. Using chopsticks, he picked up a slice of roasted meat, dipped it into his secret sweet bean sauce alongside crisp strips of green melon, then wrapped it all in a freshly made thin crepe before offering it to Xianpa's lips. Please try it. Having watched the entire demonstration, Xianpa was already impatient. He immediately stuffed the whole thing into his mouth. Overcome with delight, he rubbed his chubby cheeks with both claws. Oh ho ho, this is absolutely divine. The richness of the meat, the perfectly crispy yet non-greasy skin paired with the fragrant sweetness of the melon. I don't even want to sleep anymore. Having demonstrated the eating method once and letting Xiampa take over, Beerus hurriedly sliced the remaining breast meat for Bardas, rolled one up for her as well. Watching the two enjoy their meal with such gusto, the chef himself felt a profound sense of fulfillment. Taking advantage of their ravenous feeding, he removed both bird legs, divided the tenderest sections among them, and then flew back to the kitchen. The real star of the evening was still waiting in the oven. After timing it carefully with an hourglass for approximately 10 minutes, he finally opened the oven and withdrew the 7-colored bird, even larger than the guagua bird. The guagua bird was actually quite similar to Earth's flying ducks, only far more delicious with balanced fat and lean meat, making it the premier ingredient for roast duck. The 7-colored bird resembled a large goose in size, but its feathers shimmered in brilliant hues, making its appearance exceptionally gorgeous. Its flesh was also far more delicate than that of Earth's geese. No doubt the roasted goose produced from it would be absolutely extraordinary. Once fully roasted, the 7-colored bird was more than twice the size of an old goose. Using a hook in his left hand to secure the bird's neck, Beerus drove his key blade into its abdomen and pulled downward. Rich juices immediately flowed from the incision into the large porcelain bowl below. After draining the juices, he placed the enormous bird on the cutting board, poured in the pre-prepared sauce into the collected juices, and stirred them together. He tasted a spoonful himself, nodding in satisfaction. This is absolutely more exquisite than any traditional sauce from Chaoshan's oldest establishments. Beerus soon discovered that the key blade was nothing short of a godsend for any chef. Within moments, the 7-colored bird was neatly portioned into half-centimeter wide slices, arranged meticulously on a giant white porcelain platter, and finally drizzled with his irresistible secret sauce. Perfect. Back in the dining hall, Xiampa, who had finished his roast duck, pouted discontentedly. Honestly, we got such a meager portion. Is that brute planning to devour the rest of the roasted guagua bird all by himself? Bardas, equally unsatisfied, stared longingly at the duck on the table, her rosy lips licking repeatedly. Just as she was about to rise and grab a drumstick, Beerus entered again, carrying another large dish. Ding 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 ding, presenting the secret recipe: roasted 7-colored bird. Beerus pulled the plate of roasted quack quack bird closer, then placed the large dish before the two. Uncovering the lid, he revealed the multicolored bird steeped in a savory sauce, its aroma even richer than the roasted bird wafting into the nostrils of the trio. Xiampa could no longer contain himself at the scent. He picked up a piece of succulent skin-on breast meat and stuffed it into his mouth. Satisfied, he rose and embraced Beerus. You are truly remarkable, Beerus. I shall have Beerus take you as an apprentice and make you a substitute god of destruction so that you may enjoy immortality like us. Beerus' small frame was tightly squeezed in Xiampa's embrace, his little face pressed against the god's protruding belly. His two sturdy little arms flailed helplessly in the air. Beerus chewed on the bird meat and scolded with exasperation, Lord Xiampa, if you squeeze any harder you'll suffocate our little one. Ha ha ha, I'm just so delighted. Xiampa released Beerus without a care, then planted a greasy kiss on his little cheek. A reward for you. Damn it. Beerus wiped his kissed left cheek with the back of his hand in disgust, then floated over to Beerus using the Bukujutsu technique. He took out his own bowl and chopsticks and began to eat, occasionally picking the most succulent parts of the colorful bird and placing them in Beerus's bowl. This made Beerus chuckle happily, and her gaze toward Beerus grew increasingly approving. After the three had eaten their fill, Beerus brewed a pot of light tea for them. He mentioned it was a tribute from the vine clan, harvested only once every 10 years, yielding at most 2 jin each time. It was also Beerus' favorite tea. Xiampa, now satiated, yawned. I'm going to take a good nap. I look forward to your growth, Beerus. Listen to Beerus from now on, understand? Feeling the warmth on his head, Beerus nodded, rest assured. I will obey Sister Beerus the most. That's best. Xiampa nodded in satisfaction, then waddled back to his sleeping palace with his large belly. Beerus turned to the relaxed Beerus. Sister, what training tasks do I have next? Beerus took a sip of tea. Of course. In the coming days you should prepare some candies and pastries. We will pay a visit to the master of the 7th universe. After all, we used items from their universe, so we must go and express our gratitude. Beerus nodded, indicating understanding. Beerus stretched her ample bosom, catching the eyes of a certain lecher. Oh dear, after all this busyness I actually feel tired. Someone instantly revealed his true nature. Sister, shall I give you a foot massage? You've worked so hard for me, I must properly repay you or my conscience will be uneasy. Beerus, without thinking much, tousled Beerus' long hair, then thank you very much. I'll go take a bath and change clothes first. You tidy up the dining room. Watching Badgerosi walk away gracefully, Bulioli's tail stood straight and whipped against his back. He quickly gathered the dishes and took them to the kitchen, then began to boil water. From his space earring he retrieved some fresh warm sunflowers. He tore the petals into the water basin, tested the temperature, and then carried the basin to Badgerosi's room. By then Badgerosi had changed into a white nightgown which, though loose, could not conceal her exquisite figure. She lay sideways on the bed watching Bulioli fly in with the basin, a slight smile curving her lips. Bulioli glanced around the room, then placed the basin beside a soft recliner. Sister, it would be better for you to lie here. Once Badgerosi was settled, Bulioli took her light blue-skinned feet and placed them in the basin. The moderate water temperature pleased Badgerosi. The lecher massaged and played with her feet, swallowing his saliva repeatedly. Badgerosi leaned back against the chair, turning her head to look at the opposite Bulioli, a smile in her eyes. Well, sister, what is this? At that moment, on a lawn in the God of Destruction's realm of the 7th universe, Wacy stood with one hand holding a long staff and the other behind his back, observing the little creature hugging his sister's leg. When he noticed the tail wrapped around the youngster's waist, his expression turned peculiar. Today Bulioli was bare-chested. His long hair was bound from forehead to nape with a golden hairband, and similar golden bands adorned his neck and arms. A large golden pendant hung on his chest, set with a sapphire blue gem in the center. He wore a large red cloth around his waist, loose pure white silk pants, and boots similar to Chiampa's style. Badgerosi glanced at Wacy, then pinched Bulioli's cheek. This little one is my apprentice. Bulioli appraised the 7th universe's angel, his future brother-in-law, and bowed slightly. Lord Wacy, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Bulioli, a scion from the 6th universe. Wacy furrowed his brows. Impossible. That tail is a characteristic of the 7th universe's scions. The scions of the 6th universe have no tails, and your physique is not as slender as theirs. Bulioli smiled calmly. Apologies, I didn't explain clearly. I am an atavistic scion abandoned by my clan at birth until I encountered the gentle and kind Lady Badgerosi. Oh my, is that so? Wacy furrowed his brow and sensed the life imprint of the young scion, confirming it belonged to the 6th universe. He then smiled again. A guest from afar is always welcome. Sister and Bulioli, please rest for a while. With a wave of his staff, a round table and 3 chairs appeared on the lawn. After the two sat down, Wacy waved his staff again, and the table was adorned with oddly shaped pastries and 3 cups of strangely colored beverages. Badgerosi looked at the pastries her brother had brought, and frowned. Aren't these the pastries tribute by the Tulu clan 1472 years ago? Back then you and Lord Bailusi even came to our 6th universe to show off. Wacy smiled faintly. What can I do? Since my sister rarely visits, I as your brother must offer the finest pastries. Badgerosi gave the pastries a disdainful glance, then eyed the nearby bystander Bulioli. The latter understood and opened his palm, revealing a large multi-tiered food box. After Badgerosi signaled Wacy to remove his pastries and snacks, Bulioli opened the box and placed exquisite pastries one by one on the table. Finally he produced a flask of pre-squeezed fragrant juice and introduced the pastries. Lord Wacy, these are the afternoon tea treats for Lord Chiampa and Lady Badgerosi. Please try some. Honey date sponge cake, brown sugar taro cake, traditional radish cake, yam cake with crispy water, chestnut cake, red bean sponge cake, plain steamed cake, osmanthus sugar lotus root cake, coconut layered cake, and freshly squeezed xianxiang juice to prevent dry mouth. Broly introduced all of them to Whis and finally added, these are today's afternoon tea dessert selections for Lady Badgerosi. Today's. Whis's eyes twitched slightly. He picked up a piece of coconut layered cake, took a small bite, and his eyes widened with delight. Is it really this delicious? A faint milky fragrance mixed with the fresh scent of plants, soft and glutinous in the mouth. Truly it was absolutely delicious. Watching Whis's naive reaction, Badgerosi felt a slight sense of superiority for some reason. She had been eating these desserts for months. Although there were hundreds of varieties in rotation, the ingredients were limited, and she eventually grew tired of them. So she leaned back in her chair, holding a cup and sipping the juice slowly. This sweet and sour juice was her favorite. Thanks to the cultivation and improvement by the Grand Elder of Namek, the sugar content of the fruit was much lower, while maintaining nearly the same sweetness, which pleased her greatly. Whis tasted one piece of each pastry and looked at Badgerosi with some envy. Sister, where did you find these delicacies? Can you tell your little brother? I'll go search in our 7th universe too. Badgerosi pointed at Broly beside her. All made by this little one. Seeing Whis's surprised expression, Broly slightly bowed. Just a humble offering. Didn't you say Lord Bailusi had awakened? Why isn't he here? Badgerosi looked at Whis with some confusion. The latter cleared his throat. Well, after Lord Bailusi learned about this, he got angry and went back to sleep. Ba Duosi looked at her younger brother, who spoke without thinking, and shook her head. Broly, bring out the prepared gifts. It's getting late, we still need to go back for dinner. Tonight I want to eat salted 7-colored bird. Okay. Broly smiled and waved his hand, and a large long table appeared on the lawn beside them. 10 meters long and nearly 2 meters wide, it was densely covered with various juices, desserts, candies, and cookies. The entire table was filled with the fruits of Broly's labor over the past few days. To prepare these desserts, Ba Duosi had even spared him from training, thus gathering a full table. Giving them away also made her appear generous as an older sister, didn't it? Oh ho ho, how can I accept this? Whis looked at the table of delicious food, happily covered his mouth, and chuckled. Seeing Ba Duosi stand up, he quickly put away the long table and came to her sister. I haven't visited your home for a long time. Since Lord Bai Lucy is sleeping during this time, I have nothing to do. How about I come to your place and stay for a few days? Ba Duosi looked at the giggling Whis and did not refuse. All right, and I'll ask you for something by the way. A colorful rainbow light shot up into the sky. Whis, traveling through the universe, looked at Broly being held by Ba Duosi and felt something was off, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. After arriving at the Destruction God realm of the 6th universe, Broly went into the kitchen, while Ba Duosi led Whis into a spacious hall. Back in her own territory with no one else around, Ba Duosi lazily lay down on a large chair, crossing her little feet in low-heeled leather boots on the table, and wiggling them. Whoa sister, you're not being very ladylike. If father finds out, he'll lecture you again. Whis picked up a xiangxiang fruit from the table and popped it into his mouth, praising its deliciousness while also chiding Ba Duosi. The latter rolled her eyes prettily. Living under a mask every day, don't you find this life boring? She crooked her finger and a xiangxiang fruit went into her mouth. Munch munch. Do you think all our siblings at home are as consistent on the inside and outside as you are? Look at Cassie, inheriting father's height, always acting cute and adorable in front of others, but her mind is all muscles. And look at Ma Kali Ta, always with a stern face. When she finally smiles, it's eerie. But in private, isn't she still a fujoshi? A few days ago she contacted me saying something like, "An angel as beautiful and gorgeous as me should do this and that." Whis watched Ba Duosi chattering on and on, blinked his eyes and muttered to himself, "As if you're normal. With outsiders you're gentle and virtuous, without outsiders you look down on everyone. And now your taste has changed, you actually like robbing the cradle. That kid is only 59 years old, not even 60. You want to take a bite?" Ba Duosi, who was shaking her head idly, caught the disdain in Whis' eyes and immediately thought of something. She quickly explained, "Don't misunderstand. I just need a cook." Whis smiled, "I understand. If you hadn't explained it would be fine, but now that you explain, By the way, give me a traversal anchor point for the 7th universe so my Broly can find materials more easily." Whis frowned slightly. "Is that appropriate?" Ba Duosi rolled her eyes at him. "When he comes back I'll invite you to stay at home for a few days. Here you go." Whis waved his staff without hesitation and a light ball the size of a longan floated to Ba Duosi. She took it and stored it away. Then the two began chatting about some troubles in their respective universes. Lord Bai Lucy is getting lazier and lazier. He took a fancy to a frost demon and actually let him complete the task of destroying planets. Really something. In response to Whis' complaint, Ba Duosi sighed. The 6th universe is the same. There's a frost demon named Fu Luosi Te who plays the good guy on the surface but secretly destroys planets. Lord Xiangpa figured it out and simply stopped caring, since the planets this guy destroyed were enough for him to report to Lord Quan Wang. The siblings exchanged a glance and sighed together. Sigh. Maishi. Whis chewed the bird meat and let out a strange cry to the sky. It gave Broly goosebumps all over, and even Ba Duosi couldn't help shivering, looking at her younger brother with contempt. What meat is this made from? Broly watched Whis' exaggerated eating style and chuckled a few times. This is a 7-colored bird, a tribute brought back by Lady Ba Duosi. I noticed the meat of this bird has a perfect balance of fat and lean. Besides, roasting, boiling should also be good. And with your visit I specially prepared this dish, salted 7-colored bird. Slacking off won't help you become a powerhouse in the universe, little one. Broly, wearing the 60-fold gravity suit, lay on the ground with his tongue out, his pitch-black bright eyes rolling upward as he couldn't help but complain inwardly. Good heavens, dressed so conservatively. Sister, I haven't slacked off at all. I've already worn the gravity suit and ran around the planet of destruction once carrying an iron weight. Watching the breathless Broly, Bhatia smiled. The fact that you still have strength to speak proves you've improved a little more than yesterday. Broly struggled to sit up, gazing at Bhatia, whose smile bloomed like a flower, a flash of warmth passing through his eyes. Sister, do you think I'll remain a child forever? He was nearly 12 years old, yet his body still remained at the appearance of a 5 or 6-year-old. Bhatia laid her long staff across her lower abdomen and squatted down, her graceful hands pinching Broly's cheeks and rubbing them continuously. Haha, your scion race is rather unique. After newborn scions pass through their infancy, they stop growing until they enter adolescence, at which point their bodies will develop at an incredible speed. Their physical capabilities then remain locked at their peak, only deteriorating rapidly once they reach old age. She lightly scraped his nose and continued, so there's no need for you to rush now. There are still 3 or 4 years until you enter the rapid growth period. By then sister will find some treasures beneficial for your physical development. Broly listened to Bhatia's explanation and nodded in relief. As long as I can still grow taller, that's fine. If I stay this height forever, I'd have nowhere to cry even if I wanted to. Hee. Bhatia playfully tapped his forehead. Go take a bath and prepare dinner. Alright. In the spacious dining hall, the two enjoyed delicious food while gentle evening breezes caressed their skin, so comforting. Bhatia set down her chopsticks and gently touched her lips. There's something I need to tell you. Our 6th universe did indeed have a planet called Earth, but it became a dead planet years ago due to civil war. Huh? Is that so? Broly sounded somewhat disappointed upon hearing this. I was actually thinking of visiting there to see if I could find some new seasonings, since ingredients are easy to come by but spices aren't. Bhatia took small sips of her clear tea. Make some delicious dishes over the next few days. Once you complete this training stage, we'll visit Earth in the 7th universe. Your cooking will come in handy to shut up, Whis. Alright. Broly nodded, pondering what delicious food to prepare, when a tall, rotund figure suddenly appeared. A green-skinned man with a broad round face that looked quite comical, topped with white crest-like long hair. Lady Bhatia? Four bowed first. Bhatia set down her teacup. Oh my, it's Lord Fuqua, the Supreme Kai. Fuqua glanced unexpectedly at Broly seated beside Bhatia, then looked back at her. Spreading his large palms, a red tray materialized in his hands. The items you entrusted to me are complete. Equipment forged by our 6th universe's top-ranked blacksmith. Bhatia rose and examined them closely, nodding with satisfaction. You've truly worked hard. Fuqua quickly set down the tray and shook his head. It's all my duty. Noticing Fuqua's small eyes repeatedly darting toward Broly, Bhatia smiled and beckoned him over. Broly, come here. Pay respects to Lord Fuqua, the Supreme Kai of our 6th universe. Broly hurried forward and gave a slight bow. Hello, Lord Fuqua. My name is Broly. Bhatia smiled warmly while rubbing Broly's cheeks, then turned to Fuqua. He is the replacement destroyer god personally appointed by Lord Kampa. He's currently training under my guidance, and you two might work together in the future. Oh? Fuqua observed the young boy before him, his expression showing slight surprise as he sized up Broly from head to toe. Though the body appeared to be only in his early teens, the energy within couldn't be faked. Based on his experience, this youngster was already quite formidable even among the 6th universe's fighters. He smiled. You can simply call me Uncle Fuqua. Since it's our first meeting and I didn't bring a gift, make one request. I won't refuse anything I'm able to fulfill. Upon hearing there might be a favor to ask, Broly immediately inquired, Uncle Fuqua, do you know the Kaioken technique? Broly had only encountered the Kaioken in his past life when his own child had watched an anime and excitedly shouted the name while Broly was cooking. He had glanced at it briefly but lost interest quickly. When Broly saw Pilina, he confirmed he had arrived in the Dragon Clan world, as Pilina's appearance closely resembled action figures in his grandson's room. However, since he had only watched clips from Dragon Ball Z, he was completely unfamiliar with characters like Kampa and Bhatia, who appeared later in the series. Kaioken. Observing Fuqua's confused expression, Broly grew puzzled himself. You're a Supreme Kai, don't you know the Kaioken? Fuqua scratched his head awkwardly. I've truly never heard of it. Could you make a different request? Broly rubbed his head thoughtfully. Then I'll have to visit your planet for a few days with Sister Bhatia in the future. For subtly exhaled in relief, chuckling as he patted Broly's head. Hee, you're always welcome to visit. After bidding farewell to Bhatia and Broly, Four vanished back to his Kai planet. Meanwhile, Bhatia stroked the items on the tray. Oh my, I seem to have overeaten again. Come accompany sister to soak in the hot springs and give me a foot massage while you're at it. Broly nodded eagerly. Okay. Watching the youngster's eager and silly demeanor, Bhatia covered her mouth and giggled sweetly. The next morning after breakfast, Bhatia waved her staff and all of Broly's jewelry disappeared except for the spatial earrings. She picked up the tray Fuqua had delivered the previous evening, took out a headband similar to the previous style, placed it on his head, and then adorned him with jewelry for the other body parts. After he was fully dressed, Bhatia stood up and nodded with satisfaction. Release's reputation is well deserved. It really looks splendid. Broly examined the jewelry on his body. It had more intricate engravings than before and appeared more antiquated. However, Bhatia explained these are custom-made gravity accessories. The gravity suit I created for you was too bulky, and more importantly, it couldn't train your tail. Now that you have this set, you won't need to replace it until you adapt to 500 times gravity. After listening to Badgerosi's introduction on how to use it, Bulioli had a thought, and with a crack he tragically discovered that his tail had snapped off and his entire body, as if all bones had been removed, collapsed limply onto the lawn. Ah, what a pitiful little one. Badgerosi let out a charming laugh, waved her long staff, and his tail was restored as before. Bulioli climbed to his feet, scratched the back of his head, grabbed his tail, and looked at it with some complaint. Having such a weak point is really unlucky. Badgerosi shook her head. For science, as long as the tail is properly trained, it is not only not a weakness but also greatly beneficial to your future strength improvement. No matter the race, any useless parts of the body have long been gradually evolved and degenerated in the long river of history. What remains is definitely beneficial to oneself. Saying this, she extended her index finger and poked Bulioli's forehead. Your tail has never undergone training. Suddenly bearing 60 times the gravity, not to mention the fragile tail, even your hardest skull would not be able to withstand it. Looking at the 6 rings on his tail, she smiled. Try adapting from 1 or 2 times the gravity, and then at the limit of your adaptation attempt to use your tail to coil around heavy training equipment. Thus, with Badgerosi's help, Bulioli spent about 20 days, and not only could his body withstand 61 times gravity, but even his tail could endure 5 times gravity. This was undoubtedly a huge improvement for him. Oh, my sister Bulioli, long time no see. Wacy approached with a cheerful smile and greeted them. He carefully examined Bulioli, and a flash of surprise passed through his eyes. Oh my, it's only been a little over a year and little Bulioli's strength has clearly increased. Bulioli grinned and bowed slightly. Thank you for the praise, Lord Wacy. Badgerosi stepped forward and waved her long staff, and a long table of the same size as before appeared, filled with steaming hot food. This time beside the long table there was another much smaller square table covered with cookies of various flavors and shapes. Even the juice was stacked in bottles in the corner, a tall pile. Oh ho, thank you so much, sister. Seeing Wacy overjoyed, Badgerosi nodded and smiled. Bulioli and I plan to take a tour around your 7th universe to see if we can find some cooking spices. Wacy shrugged indifferently. Do you need my company? Badgerosi shook her head. No need. We will be staying for a long time this time, maybe 2 years, maybe 3 years, it's uncertain. You should stay in the realm of the god of destruction and wait for Lord Bylisi to wake up. All right then. Wacy's words were merely out of politeness. With the delicious food before him, he had no interest in accompanying the two on a tour of the universe. Watching the two transform into a rainbow and depart, Wacy shook his head and was about to pick a plate of food for lunch when a strange fish tank floated over and a small creature that looked like a mix of a loach and a salamander poked its head out. Lord Wacy, it smells so good. The latter helplessly picked a plate of crystal sweet and sour pork. Then let's have this for our lunch. The little creature's eyes narrowed with delight. Good. Whoosh, Bulioli grabbed Badgerosi's left hand. Sister, let's go directly to Earth. You know my background. I believe that on Earth of the 7th universe there must be the spices I have been searching for, as well as some other raw ingredients for food. Badgerosi pinched Bulioli's little hand. All right. The rainbow that had been flying towards the western part of the universe turned and headed towards the 3rd galaxy where Earth was located. Why is it so lively here? Suspended in midair, Badgerosi and Bulioli looked down at the dense crowds below. They landed in a secluded spot. Just a few steps later they saw a blue-haired girl on the opposite side recklessly stepping into the road, trying to pick up a rolling orange ahead, completely unaware of the danger approaching from the side. Bulioli, well educated in his past life, instinctively darted forward and pulled the girl away from the road, dodging a heavy truck that was about to appear. Meanwhile, Badgerosi on the other side of the road crooked her finger, and the rolling orange floated into her hand. She examined the orange carefully, then brought it to her nose and sniffed. A faintly acidic fragrance lingered at the tip of her nose. Be careful when crossing the road next time. After steadying the girl, Bulioli said gently. But the girl showed no sign of gratitude. Instead, she fixed her gaze on the tail swaying behind him. Tita. Tail. Seeing her dazed and foolish, Bulioli didn't mind, and as there were no cars passing on the road, returned to the opposite side and waved at her. I saved your life. This rolling orange will be my reward. Watching the departing Bulioli and Badgerosi, Burma finally came to her senses. Looking at his small body slightly taller than Wukong, she seemed to think of something. Meanwhile, the humanoid pig Wilong and the floating Puer came to the girl's side. Are you alright, Burma? The latter pointed at the two departing figures. Look at the back of that kid's bottom. Doesn't he have a tail like Wukong's? As Bulioli and Badgerosi turned into the corner, they also saw the wagging tail. They all swallowed hard. Gulp and no way. Huh. What do you mean no way? Just then a familiar voice came from behind the three. They all turned around and saw a bearded young man smiling and waving. "Long time no see." Burma asked uncertainly. "You are?" The young man raised his hand and brushed away the hair covering his forehead. The three shouted in unison. "Yamush!" On the other side, Bulyoli and the other were strolling around looking at the various strange buildings along the street with some peculiar interest. Bulyoli took the orange from Bajoosi's hands, slowly peeled off the skin and took a bite himself. "Not bad, not too sour." Bajoosi took the remaining orange, tore off a segment, and popped it into her mouth. "Oh my, sweet and sour, the taste is quite good." Bulyoli shook his head. "No, this kind of orange needs to be grafted and cultivated anew. Its skin is too thick, there are many seeds, and the acidity is too high. It doesn't meet my requirements. When we go back, we'll bring some fruiting orange trees back to Namek planet and let Uncle Na and the others cultivate them anew." Bajoosi ate the orange indifferently. After all, as long as she got to eat the finished product, she didn't care about the process. "Sis, can you conjure up the currency of this world?" Broly pointed at the large department store across the way and took Vados's hand, walking toward it together. Surveying the dazzling array of merchandise in the store, Broly recognized some items, but not others. He could only marvel at the similarities between the two worlds. There were indeed connections. Glancing at the women's clothing counter across from him, and then at Vados beside him, Broly's eyes narrowed mischievously. "Sis, why don't you go pick out a few outfits? We're not with Lord Kampa right now, so there's no need to dress so formally, is there?" Whether human or any other form of intelligent life, none could resist the allure of beauty. Seeing the garments displayed in the showcases, Vados admitted her heart fluttered. As someone once known as the confidant of married women, she knew that look well. Pulling Vados into the boutique, he wasted no time. Amidst the array of sexy, cute, elegant, and playful styles assisted by the salesgirls, Vados put away her staff carrying several hangers laden with clothes and disappeared into the fitting room. The salesgirls eyed the gold gravity accessories adorning Broly's body and instantly recognized him as a young master from a wealthy family. In their experienced eyes, the authenticity of gold and gems was something they could judge at a glance. Broly. Soon Vados emerged wearing a chic black uniform ensemble, a cropped white shirt beneath a tailored blazer paired with a short black skirt and sleek black high-heeled fishnet shoes. All that was missing were black stockings to complete the look. Oh my, Broly was utterly captivated by Vados's attire. This was a true mature beauty. Vados examined herself in the full-length mirror, turned gracefully to face Broly, and froze. The little one stood with his mouth agape, drool escaping his wide eyes fixed on her, an exaggerated nosebleed streaming down. Seeing such a comical sight, Vados burst into laughter. She could swear she had never encountered anyone who dared to look at her with pure admiration before. Others only ever regarded her with reverence or fear. She chuckled again and retreated into the fitting room. Only when the door closed did Broly snap back to his senses, tasting the metallic tang in his mouth as he wiped his nose. Holy crap! Next, Vados tried on several more outfits. Aside from the elegant black evening gown, none felt quite right. Finally, Broly selected a slightly loose white short-sleeved t-shirt, a pair of black denim shorts barely reaching mid-thigh, and a pair of expensive white sneakers. "Try this ensemble." Vados inspected the items without objection. Once she entered the fitting room, Broly called over a salesgirl. "For the outfit I picked earlier, grab 2 more sets in the same size." The salesgirl nodded eagerly, her face alight with excitement. "Certainly, sir." After a short wait, the fitting room door opened. Greeting the youthful vibrancy of Vados's new attire, Broly teased loudly. "Hey, whose lovely sister is this? My eyeballs are stuck, I can't even blink." Vados stood before the mirror assessing her appearance. Gone was the rigidity of before, now she radiated youthful energy. From behind her shoulder a small head popped out. Broly hovered midair with a grin. "Let me fix your long hair for you, sis." Moments later her high ponytail was released and Broly casually wove it into a slightly tousled braid. Satisfied, he perched on Vados's back, wrapping his arms around her slender neck. "My dear, Vados is the most beautiful sister ever." Gazing at the little face on her shoulder, Vados flicked her index finger gently against his nose. "Such a sweet talker. Young master, your chosen clothes and shoes are all packed. Including the outfit our miss is wearing, the total comes to 276828 yuan. Will you be paying by card or cash?" Vados turned, looking down at the salesgirl, and parted her violet lips. "Card." Carrying several shopping bags, Broly followed Vados to the counter. A black magnetic card now rested on her otherwise empty right hand. With a swipe, the machine chimed. "Payment successful." Emerging from the boutique, they continued browsing other shops. Passing a perfume store, Broly dragged Vados inside. Upon exiting, he carried 2 additional small bags, while a faint jasmine fragrance lingered around Vados, the very scent Broly adored most. Stealing a glance around to ensure no one noticed, he tucked everything into his spatial earrings before leading Vados into a dessert shop. Desserts weren't exactly his forte, so this was an opportunity to sample local offerings. After returning to Lord Beerus's realm, he could experiment further based on their preferences. Oh my, these desserts are truly exquisite. Taking a bite of the milk pudding, Vados closed her eyes in delight. Broly savored his portion, carefully nodding or shaking his head periodically. Once they had finished eating, he wiped his mouth. Some of these desserts I can prepare myself and even improve upon them using different ingredients. But others require special auxiliary materials I don't currently have access to. During their brief rest, a familiar female voice rang out from behind them. That idiot really is useless. If it weren't for your foolish wish, I'd have found a suitable prince by now. And Yamcha is infuriating. Another voice retorted defensively. How is this my fault? That Shinran looked terrifying. For me to make a wish before Pilaf, isn't that already something to be proud of? Spoken carelessly yet heard intentionally. Broly and Vados exchanged glances, both catching mention of Shinran and wishes. Could this unremarkable planet harbor a wish-granting artifact akin to the Super Dragon Balls? Rising from his seat, Broly approached the booth where the pair sat. Upon closer inspection, it was the ditzy girl they had encountered earlier. Clearing his throat, he asked, "Excuse me, is what you said about Shinran and wishes true?" Still fuming, Bulma whipped her head around, only to lock eyes with Broly's grinning face. Overcome with gratitude, she set down her drink and bowed deeply. "Thank you so much for saving me this morning. I never expected to run into you here. My name is Bulma. What's yours?" Noticing Broly's bare torso and golden accessories, then comparing his attire to Goku's, she curiously pointed at the tail protruding from behind him. "I once met a boy with a similar tail. Did you also come from MT? Paozu?" Broly shook her head, having no interest in socializing with these strangers. Meanwhile, Oolong and Pooh, observing the tail behind Broly and his relatively clear gaze, speculated that the young boy before them must be a compatriot of Goku. "Have you truly made a wish to the Divine Dragon?" Faced with Broly's repeated question, the three exchanged glances and nodded simultaneously. Bulma gestured disdainfully at the little fat pig, complaining, "It's all his fault. Of all the wishes he could make, what did he choose? He had to ask for a pair of women's underwear. How perverted can you get?" Hearing Bulma's words, Broly shot Oolong a look of profound bewilderment. This was even more degenerate than the second senior brother, utterly absurd. "Do you still have the artifacts for summoning the dragon?" "I want to make a wish to the Divine Dragon." Noticing the slightly melancholic expression on Broly's handsome young face, Bulma's maternal instincts stirred. She patted his shoulder and explained, "The Dragon Balls can only be used once a year. They need to accumulate energy. And after a wish, the 7 balls scatter across the world. Collecting them again is quite troublesome." Broly raised his face, feigning innocence, and asked, "Miss, how did you manage to find them then?" "Miss? He called me Miss." Bulma quickly turned around, hiding a giggle, then composed herself and turned back. "Because I invented the Dragon Radar." "Dragon Radar?" Bulma pinched Broly's cheek playfully. "Since it's not time to gather the Dragon Balls yet, I left the radar at home." Just then, after finishing her meal and resting, Whis approached. Her calm phoenix-like eyes swept over the group before she took Broly's hand and led him out of the dessert shop. Oolong, watching their retreating figures, turned to his companions, only to spurt 2 streams of blood from his nose. Slurp. That woman beside Broly has an incredible figure. Bulma, however, fell silent, stirring her coffee absently with a spoon. Her mind wandered, for she had caught a hint of warning in that woman's eyes, a purely instinctive female intuition. When night fell, was guided by the residual aura of Bulma, located her luxurious villa in West City. They easily slipped into her workshop, where on a corner of her workbench, they spotted a flat round object mounted on a stand with a small button. Broly stepped forward, picked it up, and pressed the button. The previously dark screen lit up instantly, and a green line began to rotate clockwise. He nodded with satisfaction. "This must be the Dragon Radar that girl mentioned." Whis nodded, then teleported them both back to the suite they had rented at a hotel. She flopped onto the comfortable bed with a sigh of contentment. "Oi, I ate so well today. It seems sweet treats are still my greatest temptation." Broly grinned and approached the bed, removing Whis' sneakers and gently massaging her feet. "Thank you for your hard work, sister. I'm sorry you had to accompany me to such a remote planet." Whis propped herself up on one elbow, watching Broly as he kneaded her feet, a deep sense of satisfaction welling within her. In the endless years before meeting Broly, she had never experienced such a pampered life. She had been raised since childhood by her father, the Grand Minister, and upon reaching adulthood was assigned to the 6th universe to serve as the attendant and caretaker for successive gods of destruction. Every day she wore a mask of maturity and composure. After encountering Kampa, her life devolved into a miserable motherly existence. Now, finally, she had emerged from that hardship. Watching Broly diligently massage her feet and legs, she felt that the half year she had spent collecting the Super Dragon Balls and making her wish had been a wise decision. Once this little one grew up, Kampa could simply be a mascot. The next morning, Broly dragged Whis to the World Martial Arts Tournament venue. He wanted to see if Earth's top fighters could impress him and perhaps pick up some dazzling techniques to incorporate into his own repertoire. They bought some popcorn and juice and entered the arena. There they spotted the young lady from yesterday who was being harassed by a lecherous old man in a suit and top hat with a peculiar turtle shell strapped to his back. The old man was making grabbing motions with his hands, pulling the air in front of her. Bang! Without hesitation, she delivered an uppercut, sending the little old man flying into the air. Die! Broly took Whis' hand and walked over. Hello, Bulma. We meet again. Broly. Bulma, Oolong, and Pooh waved at the approaching Broly. Oolong, catching sight of Whis beside him, couldn't help but stick 2 fingers up his nostrils to restrain himself. Ah, Bulma! A clear child's voice sounded beside them. Bulma looked at the young boy in martial arts attire and smiled brightly. Goku. Long time no see. Broly studied the little boy with the crab-like hairstyle. This must be the protagonist of this world, but he seemed utterly harmless. Sensing the boy's energy, Broly began to doubt, could there be another Saiyan named Sun Wukong in this universe? Goku, I found one of your kin. Bulma pulled Goku over to face Broly, and was pointing at Broly. This kid is called Broly. He has a tail just like yours. A tail. Sun Wukong tilted his head, examining Broly, then glanced at the tail behind him. Turning to Bulma, he said, the color of his tail is different from mine. Mine is dark brown, his is lighter with a hint of green. Broly was now certain this little simpleton was definitely not the Dragon Ball protagonist his grandson had spoken of. What kind of idiot author would portray the main character as a fool? And so weak. At his current level, Broly could kill hundreds or thousands of him with a single flick of his tail. Strength determines one's perspective. This was the best interpretation of the Dragon Ball world where power reigns supreme. He took Whis' hand and walked into the depths of the arena. His conversation with Bulma yesterday had only been to extract the location of the Dragon Balls. Since the goal was achieved, he had no desire to mingle with these people any further. Krillin, who had been silent all along, watched the departing Broly and Whis and muttered disdainfully. What's there to be so cocky about? I could kick that little brat into the sky with one blow. Master Roshi, however, saw things differently. His expression turned serious as he addressed Krillin. Little Krillin, you'd better be respectful when you see that child in the future. The energy inside him is terrifying, definitely not someone we can afford to provoke. No way, Master Wu Tian. That cocky kid just looks like he has some money. If he were really that strong, how could we martial artists not see it? Facing Kuririn's doubt, Wu Tian looked solemn and patted his little bald head. You've only been practicing martial arts for a few days. That little one and the woman beside him, their every move is flawless. Believe me, if you tried to strike, you'd be knocked down first. Even the earth-renowned martial arts master appraised them so highly. Their hearts were filled not only with shock but also curiosity about Wukong's identity. He was clearly of the same race as that kid, yet how could the gap between them be so vast? The martial arts tournament is about to begin. Please come in top 8 contestants to draw lots for the order. A staff member dressed like a monk waved a form at the door. Wu Tian waved to his disciples. Hurry up, hurry up. Don't let them count you as forfeit. All right, Master Wu Tian. Seeing his 2 disciples walk away, Wu Tian turned to Bulma, about to say something, when she shook her little fist in a warning gesture. He wisely slipped into the crowd and disappeared. Humph. What a disgusting old pervert. Bulma muttered softly, then led Oolong and Pooh through the crowd into the venue. Soon she spotted Broly and the woman beside him in the front seats. The latter seemed to sense her gaze and turned back, making Bulma wisely change her spot. Those eyes made her too uneasy. Watching the little bald man in a savage fight on the stage, Broly found it both eye-watering and suffocating. First, the fighter's moves seemed like 2 puppets battling. Second, the savage had apparently never bathed, and his stench assaulted the nostrils of every spectator. It wasn't just the bald Kuririn on stage who wanted to end the match quickly, even Broly off stage couldn't stand it anymore. As the savage charged at Kuririn, Broly discreetly picked up a piece of popcorn and flicked it. Swoosh! The popcorn hit the savage's ankle, making him stumble involuntarily. Kuririn seized the opportunity, kicked the savage under the chin, then spun and delivered a kick to the temple, ending the fight. After the staff dragged the savage off, the audience collectively sighed in relief. Bados touched Broly's head. Don't do that again. That tiny piece of popcorn could undo all the hard work of this diligent cultivator. Even if you dislike him, you must not act this way. Broly wrapped his right arm around Batos's smooth blue thigh, pressing his cheek against it while rubbing and acting cute. I know, sister, he. Batos smiled and poked his forehead with her finger. You little rascal. The second match was between a short-haired young man and an old man in a traditional Chinese tunic. The MC looked at the match sheet and announced, "Next up, contestant Yamucha versus the older contestant Jackie Chan." Jackie Chan. Broly scratched his forehead, recalling in his mind. I don't like adding messy special effects, Duong. On the stage, the old man dodged the young man's so-called finishing move, raised his hand, and pushed out a palm. Using chi mixed with the natural wind, he blew the opponent straight off the ring, and the referee declared him defeated. Broly's eyes lit up at the old man's use of chi. If I used this technique for grilling or smoking, as long as I controlled the force, it would be a great help in making delicious food. The next match made Broly's mouth water. Gazing at the beautiful woman on the stage who had taken off her outer garment, his tail involuntarily stiffened and wagged left and right, smacking right against Batos's calf. Batos glared at the little pervert, grabbed his ear angrily. You dare to keep watching? Believe me, I'll poke your eyes out. Seeing her 2 fingers, Broly quickly turned to Batos with a flattering expression. Sister, I'm just appreciating the little clothes on that auntie from an aesthetic perspective. I was thinking I should criticize her later. How could she corrupt an innocent child like me in public? Humph. Batos rolled her eyes, released his ear, and continued watching the naive young man on stage. Broly let out a long breath, put away the popcorn, and grabbed Batos's left hand with his little paws, massaging it ingratiatingly. The young man on stage was forced to the edge of the ring. Suddenly inspired, he closed his eyes, leaped up, dodged the woman charging at him, and chopped her unconscious with a knife-hand strike. Nanjing wins. Just as Nanjing feared he might have killed the woman, the old man from the previous match somehow dashed onto the stage, hoisted the scantily clad woman onto his shoulder, and ran backstage. Let me save this young lady. You all continue the match with peace of mind. Ha ha ha. Listening to the old man's exaggerated laughter, Broly truly admired his immediate action. The next contestant turned out to be a humanoid dinosaur. Looking at its fat, sturdy frame, a bold idea surged into Broly's mind. Should I fry, grill, or stir-fry it? Or steam it slowly? Just as he was thinking, that naive kid also appeared on stage. To his surprise, the kid bowed politely to the audience. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sun Wukong. Please take care of me. Bato slurped her juice, then pinched Broly's little paw with her left hand. You're getting more and more mischievous. Look at this little one. Broly pouted. Humph. I only act like this toward you, sister. It's because I like you that I'm so unrestrained. Being polite to others means I don't really care about them. Ha! Bato smiled in satisfaction, ready to watch the next match, but then rain began to pour. The audience rushed to take shelter. Batos teleported herself and Broly back to the hotel. It's not that interesting anyway. Better to rest in the room. Broly lay lazily beside Batos. If only there were online games here. Then we wouldn't be bored no matter where we stayed. When Lord Xiongpa wakes up, we could even queue up together. Let me tell you, sister, I'm great with shotguns. If we could find a game similar to what I remember, I'd carry you to the title of Gun King. Batos thought for a moment. Our 6th universe has plenty of civilizations that follow high-tech paths. After we return, we can go check them out. If there really isn't any, we can have them develop one. Ye, using the celebration as cover, LSP climbed onto Bardak's body, burying his face against her flat abdomen, and rubbing back and forth. Bardak grabbed his tail and flung him against the wall. Broly, you're getting more and more disrespectful. The other one didn't mind and ran over again, grabbing Bardak's long leg and resting it on his own lap, then began tapping gently. Hee, I'm just happy I couldn't control myself. Bardak looked at Broly's grinning face. Though she was clearly angry inside, seeing his cheerful expression made it impossible to stay mad, which surprised even herself. She could only feign annoyance and kick him with her left foot, but this LSP caught it quickly and planted a rapid kiss before beginning to knead. Sister is the best to me. Hee, how dirty you are. Bardak supported her head with her right hand, enjoying Broly's massage while her thoughts drifted to matters of the 6th universe. After all, serving as an angel of an entire universe was no easy task. Taking advantage of the rain, the two enjoyed a pleasant nap. Mostly it was Broly who slept soundly. Bardak, as an angel, hardly needed rest. Watching Broly sleep peacefully with his arm wrapped around her, a warmth filled her heart, something she had never experienced before. After afternoon tea, when the pair returned to the venue, the ring showed that silly little guy named Son Goku was being thoroughly pummeled by the old man named Master Rashi. Watching the old man's exaggerated movements, he found them quite indecent. After finally trading a single punch with the old man, the little one's eyes darted about. He struck a starting stance, watched me play paper. With a powerful push of his right foot he shot straight toward the old man. His small palms splayed wide, and just as the old man prepared to counter, his hand suddenly curled into a fist, dodging the defense, and landing a solid punch right on the old man's nose. "What the? You kid has no martial virtue." "I'm an old man. I was careless and didn't dodge," the old man complained, then collapsed straight onto the ground with 2 streams of nosebleed. After catching his breath, he staggered up just as the referee counted to 7. Wiping his nose, he glared at the grinning kid. It seems this old master must reveal his true skills. With that he formed a strange hand sign. "Ha! Watch me." Heavenly palm orange-yellow electricity crackled between his hands, wrapping around his body in swirling currents. The little one opposite him not only failed to interrupt but instead stood ready, a true fool indeed. "Ha!" With a mighty cry from the old man, the lightning struck the little guy, who screamed in agony. Trapped by the electric barrier, he could only look up and grit his teeth, enduring the pain. That upward glance happened to catch the full moon rising in the sky. Thump, thump, thump. Standing ringside, Broly and Bardock clearly heard those powerful heartbeats. Bardock raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Oh, is this little one also a Saiyan? This morning he didn't have a tail. How did it appear in just this short while?" Broly looked at Son Goku's crimson eyes and sneered, still unable to restrain his transformation desire at this age. "Truly useless. Far inferior to me as a child." Amid the panic screams of the crowd, Goku's clothes burst apart as he transformed into a giant ape. The old man, who had been so smug moments before, stared in terror with his eyes bulging. Bulma and Yamcha, watching from the sidelines, clung to each other in fear. It's appearing today. Actually happens to be a full moon. We're done for." The transformed giant ape pounded its chest and roared at the sky. Suddenly it twitched its nose, turned around, and locked its blood-red eyes onto the position where Broly and Bardock stood. Driven by instinct, it wanted nothing more than to kill Broly, to let the other tribes know this was its territory. Opening its massive jaws, it formed an enormous energy blast, and hurled it toward the calm and collected Broly and Bardock. Nearby, Bulma and the others, along with the old man in the corner of the ring, watched the terrifying energy sphere with dread. If that blast had hit them, not a single hair would have remained. Broly sneered, casually waving his right hand. The energy blast changed course and soared into the sky. Whoosh! Broly slowly floated into the air, flying toward the raging giant ape. The spectators around them, seeing the child take off from the ground, opened their mouths in shock. "Look, that kid actually flew. Humph, you little fool, very brave indeed, daring to provoke me. Who gave you the audacity?" Broly snorted coldly and flashed beside the giant ape, delivering a kick straight to its forehead. With a wail, the giant ape slowly collapsed, shrinking back into a child's form. He lay there snoring loudly, except for a huge red bump forming right in the center of his forehead. "Sister, let's go." "There's no fun here at all." Broly looked down at Bardock, who smiled and flashed beside him in an instant. Grabbing his small hand, she vanished. The old man in the corner of the ring watched the disappearing pair and muttered, "My judgment was correct after all. Those two are certainly not powerhouses from Earth." One kick. Bulma stared at the vanished pair with her mouth agape, engulfed in deep astonishment. "Sister, how many cola trees have we collected?" At night in a plantation, Broly and Bardock were diligently uprooting fruit-bearing cola trees. With each tree Broly pulled, Bardock waved her staff behind him to collect it. In her left hand she held a piece of dark chocolate, taking occasional bites. "Crunch, crunch, we've got 581 now." "Alright then. Once we reach 600 we'll go find the other ingredients." Hearing this, Broly continued selecting in the orchard, uprooting the cola trees with the most abundant fruit. Once they gathered 600 trees, he and Bardock headed for their next destination. They had already stayed on Earth for 10 months. During that time, Bardock had returned twice to handle accumulated affairs, while Broly collected nearly all the seeds and saplings of Earth's various food ingredients. He also used the black card Bardock gave him to visit recycling centers in major cities across Earth, having local natives help collect various known seasonings, finished products, and seeds. He purchased quite a number of small machines for making snacks, along with various other artificially synthesized edible additives. After another few days of hectic work, Bulyoly and Bajosi appeared at a seaside. Lying on sun loungers, they basked in the sunlight, and the refreshing, slightly salty sea breeze occasionally sipping chilled watermelon juice, causing Bulyoly's tail to wag contentedly. "Sister, I recall that when I once helped a little bald man you scolded me. Why is it that we have taken so many plants and various birds and beasts from Earth without any trouble at all?" Bajosi, clad in a deep purple bikini, glanced at Bulyoly beside her and smiled. "Every planet has its own unique trajectory. Your intervention would cause events that should have occurred to deviate in an unknown direction, leading to a chain reaction. You would also incur a share of karma, something we must not touch. Let me give you another analogy. It's like a sapling. The amount of rain today is sufficient for its absorption and growth. But if you fear it's not enough to meet your expectations and water it again excessively, you'll cause unknown problems for the sapling, and it's very likely that your expectations will be shattered. Saying this, she bit the straw and sipped her watermelon juice. The seventh universe is after all Wasey's territory. It's fine for us to wander around here, but to avoid unnecessary awkwardness it's best we remain mere observers. As for what we did later, when you picked things from orchards or farms you paid. If you can solve a problem with money, karma won't come looking for you. As for the wild birds and beasts, even if you don't catch them, other predators or humans will eventually hunt them. Bulioli listened to this speech, his mind momentarily unable to digest it. He decided not to dwell on it, and pulled out the dragon radar, pressing a button. A yellow dot appeared in the northwest part of the radar, blinking. Ha! The dragon balls have already recharged. With the mindset of using them as soon as they refreshed, the two changed clothes and flew toward the nearest dragon ball. As for the sun loungers and large parasols left on the beach, they could still lie on them after returning from making a wish. With Badgerosi repeatedly using instant transmission, it took them only half a day to gather all 7 freshly energized dragon balls. When they returned to the beach, it was dusk. The blood-red sunset looked somewhat picturesque. Bulioli gazed at the 7 dragon balls before him, scratched his nose, and asked, "How should I make a wish? Is there any ritual required?" Badgerosi had now changed into her angel attire. She placed her right fist before her mouth, cleared her throat lightly, and said, "Ahem, Shinlong, come forth and grant our wish." As Badgerosi's words fell, the dragon balls blazed with golden radiance. The originally blood-red sunset was shrouded by dark clouds that spread across the sky. Lightning bolts slithered through the clouds, finally coalescing into a colossal eastern dragon. The dragon's eyes were half-lidded, clearly looking as if it had just woken up. "Mortals, speak!" But as Shillong beheld the 2 figures on the beach, it could ignore Bulioli, but the one standing beside him, Badgerosi, could not be addressed with such disdain. Her angel attire, her appearance, and the halo around her neck could not be faked. Shillong swallowed the words it had intended to say. Its previously stern expression was replaced by a fawning demeanor. It rubbed its enormous dragon claws together and asked, "May I ask what command the Angel Lord has for me?" Badgerosi looked at Bulioli, who nodded in understanding. "Can you give me the cultivation manual for the Kaioken?" Shillong was silent for a long moment, then shook its head somewhat awkwardly. "I apologize, my current abilities are insufficient to grant this wish." Badgerosi shook her head upon hearing this. "As expected." Seeing her disappointed expression, Shillong quickly added, "It's not that I can't do it, the Shillong on Namekians can. It is after all my senior, and its power should be enough to fulfill this wish." Bulioli thought for a moment, then spoke. "Then could you turn the recipes for all the known delicacies, pastries, and snacks on Earth into books and give them to me? Surely this wish is within your power." Shillong breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. "This wish is simple." With that, its eyes flashed crimson, and a massive pile of thick books materialized before him. Bulioli estimated there were over 60 volumes. Shillong bowed and scraped, looking at Badgerosi. "Angel Lord, your wish has been granted. I shall take my leave." With a bai and a whoosh, Shillong dissipated into 7 shooting stars, flying off to all corners of the world. Bulioli picked up one of the culinary manuals and flipped through it, nodding with satisfaction at the images of various dishes and the step-by-step instructions and ingredient ratios below. Taking Badgerosi's hand, he said, "Sister, let's go straight to Namekians. After making our wish with the dragon balls, there we'll return to Universe 7. I can't wait to try out some new recipes." Badgerosi smiled. She lightly tapped the sand with her staff, and the 2 transformed into a rainbow light, flying toward Namekians in Universe 7. "Ah, today's work is over. Drink some water to replenish my strength, and then it's time to sleep." A Namekian with dark green skin looked at his day's harvest stretched contentedly, and suddenly felt 2 terrifying auras above him. He looked up nervously and met the eyes of 2 figures descending slowly. Naira tensed up in caution, looking at the man and woman before him. "May I ask what business you 2 have on our Namekians?" Bulioli smiled. "Don't be nervous. We merely wish to meet your great elder and have a few words with him." "Is that so?" Naira glanced at the 2 smiling faces, then nodded. "Then please follow me." The 2 said nothing more. Following behind Naira, they flew and admired the Namekians of Universe 7. As it happened, Bulioli noted that both the plants and the villages below were essentially identical to those in Universe 6. "Great Elder, why have you come out?" As soon as they landed, Naira saw the obese Great Elder supported by 2 tribesmen exiting the house to wait for them. The Great Elder caught sight of Badgerosi, and his already tense expression grew even more strained. He hurriedly bowed, asking, "May I ask what command the Angel Lord has for me?" Bajosi glanced at the obese Namekian before her and said coolly, "Go fetch the dragon balls of your Namekians. My disciple has a wish to fulfill." The great elder looked at Bulioli with some surprise, then nodded and turned to his fellow tribesmen. "Inform the villagers who hold the dragon balls to bring them here to assemble." Comparing the dragon god of Namek with Earth's dragon god was like a direct comparison of the dragon balls themselves. The greater power was indeed more formidable. Not only did he master the Kaioken that he had longed for, but he also happened to learn instant transmission from planet Yardrat. This wish was chosen for him by Vados, allowing him to represent her in collecting tributes on other planets in the future. The third wish was then ceded to these Namekians. Since the purpose of the two's journey had been achieved under the respectful farewell of the Grand Elder and his people, the two transformed into streams of rainbow light and vanished. Few there finally gone. The Grand Elder let out a long breath, and Neil beside him looked at him with some confusion. "Grand Elder, do you know them?" The Grand Elder shook his head, casting a meaningful gaze upon his people. "Do not ask, do not speak. Pretend you have never seen them, and do not bring trouble to our Namek." After arriving in the God of Destruction's realm, they greeted Whis, and invited him to visit the 6th universe a week later, then return to the 7th universe. Their first stop was planet Sprout, home of the Tuffle clan. This planet was nearly 5 times larger than Earth. Its inhabitants, handsome men and beautiful women with low combat power, were the universe's renowned Vase race. Yet no civilization dared to lay claim to them, not even those infamous wandering bandits. The entire planet was protected by Vados's divine power. Normally outsiders flying past the planet would find their radar displaying nothing, as it was entirely cloaked. Any spaceship flying directly over the planet would merely pass through those ubiquitous spatial channels. Therefore, even if those civilizations knew planet Sprout existed in this universe, no one had ever found it. As the two landed on the platform of an ancient towering tree, dozens of young women in their prime immediately surged forward. They had pale green long hair and snow-white skin with beautiful faces not inferior to Vados's. Their heights averaged around 1.8 meters, with none shorter than 1.7 or taller than 1.9, remarkably uniform. "Great Vados-sama, welcome." A group of Sprout clan young women knelt on both sides of the tree trunk, their long hair covering their ears, slipping down to reveal pointed elfin ears, looking quite lovely. Especially when they knelt and bowed, their posture made one's heart surge with excitement. Vados glanced at him sidelong, then impatiently reached out and grabbed one of his ears, dragging him toward a tree house. "Everyone rise." Yes, after the two took their seats in the tree house, rows of Sprout clan young women entered carrying various fresh fruits. 2 young women approached Broly, about to kneel and sit down, but Vados waved her hand. "He has his own hands. You may all withdraw." Yes, after they all left, Broly finally asked, "Sister, are we staying the night here?" Vados nodded yes. "Tomorrow I will have them plant and cultivate some fruit trees brought from Earth." Compared to the Namekians, the Sprout clan's natural affinity for plants is something other races do not possess. Sister, why don't you bring some Sprout clan sisters back to the Destruction planet? They could help you and Lord Kampa organize the temple and serve Lord Kampa in his daily life." Vados, eating the strange fruit, gave him a resentful sideways glance. "Put away your petty schemes. Before you brew bad ideas, first control your eyes. Your eyeballs spin wildly when you lie." After scolding, feeling still somewhat angry, she picked up a ruddy fruit and tossed it against his forehead. "Do you think these young women are very pretty? Do you want to take a few back to serve you?" Although Broly remained silent, that shamelessly grinning face betrayed him. Vados ignored his attempt to play it cute. "Wait until you can defeat Kampa. After all, Kampa does not like too many people in his family." Broly sighed and shrugged. "All right." During the morning, Broly followed Vados and distributed all the fruit trees and plants they had brought to the various tribes scattered across the planet. He also left a spiritual imprint in each tribe for convenient future collection of ripe fruits. Over the next 2 days they visited over 10 other planets, settling all the flying birds and beasts suitable for these planets to raise before finally reaching the last stop, Namek, the homeland Broly had designated. "Grand Elder, I've come to see you." As soon as he entered the room, Broly exclaimed. Seeing the Grand Elder unchanged, Broly was very happy. After all, this was an elder who truly treated him well, deserving his respect and care. The Grand Elder had just finished watering the new batch of fragrant fruits. He chuckled and stepped forward, patting Broly's forehead. "Hee, good grandson is here. Are you alone?" Broly shook his head. With Vados' sister, the Grand Elder instantly changed expression and rushed out of the room. Seeing Vados standing on the lawn, he hurriedly approached and knelt to bow. "Vados-sama has come from afar. This humble one failed to welcome you in time. Please forgive me, great one." Vados shook her head. "Rise. Broly and I brought some plant seeds and vegetable seedlings from Earth. Notify your people to cultivate them diligently. Also prepare some ripe fruits and vegetables. Having been away for so long, Broly's cultivation has been delayed. We must return soon to practice. After giving instructions to the Grand Elder, Broly also came out of the room. On an open space he placed down a capsule the size of an oral liquid bottle. As the smoke dispersed, a semicircular roofed house appeared before everyone. Vados put away her staff and entered the house to rest while Broly went to find Biliana and Bunna. They had not seen each other in years and he had much to say to his clansmen. That evening when he returned to the house, Vados sat on the sofa with a bucket of chocolate-flavored popcorn in her arms, watching the soap opera brought from Earth. Seeing Broly return, she lifted her right foot. Massage my legs. Watching dramas, eating snacks without leg massage feels like something is missing. Broly subtly rolled his eyes. Look at you, spoiled. Putting on slippers, he sat on the floor beside the sofa, picked up her right foot, and began to knead. Sister, did anyone massage your feet and legs before? Vados shook her head. You are the first. You were the one who shamelessly asked to massage my feet. Not agreeing would feel like dampening your enthusiasm, so I could only reluctantly agree. Watching Broly's constantly rolling little eyes, her idle left foot directly slapped onto his face. Want to die. Swish, 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 aura, aura, aura. On the lawn of the god of destruction's realm, Broly was launching relentless attacks at the floating and darting Vados. Each time he thought he had her cornered, but she always dodged just barely out of reach. Vados leisurely evaded Broly's assault, occasionally offering pointers on his technique. After a while they separated, Broly placing his hands at his hips. Ha boom! A semi-transparent aura erupted around him like a torch. Vados glanced at him with unexpected surprise. You can power up now. Broly grinned slyly. Let me show you my newly mastered martial art. Ha! Broly clenched his fists furiously, channeling the chaotic energy within his body. Following the instructions in the King of World Manual, he guided it along his meridians. When the energy surged through his entire physique, he bellowed 5 times King of World Fist. Squelch crack as the energy exploded and his muscles and bones expanded. Broly's once lean frame swelled dramatically. He satisfiedly stretched his neck and arms, then turned to Vados with battle lust in his eyes. Hee hee, sister, here I come. Swish! Broly left only an afterimage behind, instantly reappearing at Vados' rear. He flicked her buttocks, but Vados caught her staff and bonked him on the head. Learning bad habits at such a young age, Broly didn't respond, instead continuing their spar for a while longer. Breathing slightly heavier. Haha, if 5 times doesn't work, let's try 10 times. Ha! Drawing on the previous experience, this transformation completed in the blink of an eye. He charged toward Vados with incomprehensible speed, his small hands still reaching for her backside. Watching Broly's lewd movements and smug expression, Vados finally snapped. She swung her staff in annoyance. Who taught you that? You went to Earth once and now you're this indecent. Today I'll show you why the flowers are so red. She ranted as she lashed out with her staff, and Broly's formerly triumphant face instantly twisted in pain. Dodging while wailing, sister, sister, I won't do it anymore, I was wrong. Stop it. Oof! Oh my, Vados had truly lost her temper today. When no one was around, Broly's clumsy attempts to grope her were tolerable since she found him agreeable anyway, but this vulgar fighting style, if others discovered he was her protege, she'd be completely humiliated. Determined to teach Broly a proper lesson, Vados showed no mercy despite his pleas and cries. Instead she struck with even greater vigor. If you can't handle this much pain, how do you expect to survive a life-and-death duel with anyone? Watch this! Broly was genuinely frightened now, darting around the entire temple with Vados in pursuit. No matter how he dodged, that staff always found its mark. Looking at the wall ahead, damn, no way out. The moment he turned, the staff's tip slammed into his right eye socket, sending a storm of sensations rushing to his nose. Covering his aching eye, he looked at the displeased Vados. Sister, I won't do it anymore. Still furious, Vados sneered at the miserable Broly. Oh, you can still beg for mercy. Seems I haven't taught you enough yet. With a cold smirk she flashed forward, grabbed one of his ears and bent him over her knee. Yanking down her white silk pants, she delivered a sharp slap to his little buttocks. You little pervert, let me teach you a lesson, I'll beat you senseless. Oh my god, stop! I was wrong. In an empty palace nearby, a fat purple hairless cat covered his ears, irritably rolling on his bed before finally sitting up in exasperation. So noisy he flew angrily toward the source of the wailing, and as he drew nearer he rarely heard Vados scolding. You little pervert, I tolerated you kissing my feet today, and touching my legs tomorrow, but today you actually dared to make such vulgar moves on me. Watching Broly clutch his protected rear, she made up her mind. Using her left hand to pin him down, she delivered 2 more slaps to his purple-black buttocks. Dare to do it again in the future. Broly's voice was already hoarse from shouting, I won't, I really won't. Kampa, hovering nearby, was completely shaken. The scene before him shattered his perception of Vados. He had never seen her this angry throughout their endless years together. When he was young and mischievous, Vados would merely scold him and at most frighten him slightly. Today she was actually spanking the boy's butt. What terrible thing could he have possibly done? At this moment his gossip spirit burned fiercely. Could some unexpected tragedy have occurred while I was sleeping? It seems Lord Kampa must thoroughly investigate the secrets behind this. He's Vados was pinning Broly when she caught Kampa peeking from around the corner with a smirk. She released him, considerately pulled up his pants, and then vanished in an instant. Kampa was so absorbed in chuckling and imagining what he thought had happened that he jumped at the sudden voice behind him. Lord Kampa, what's making you so happy? Care to share with me? Kampa spun around in fright to see Vados smiling at him, and quickly shook his head, while waving his fat paws and nothing. I just woke up. Vados looked at Kampa with a smile like a blooming flower. Her face appeared cheerful, but her pale purple eyes were icy cold. Are you hungry? I'll have Broly prepare lunch for you. Kampa, seeing Vados' sinister smile, felt fear well up from deep within. Like a misbehaving child, he stood straight with his hands at his sides, belly out, nervously shaking his fat head. Yes, Vados stepped aside and gestured with her left hand. Then go wash up and enjoy a hot spring. I'll notify you once Broly has lunch ready. Kampa returned to his palace like a mechanical puppet, tension radiating from him. Only then did Vados turn and glare at Broly. Go prepare lunch now. Oh. Kampa, seated obediently in the main seat, looked at Broly, whose face was bruised and swollen, walking with a limp, and then glanced at Vados, who sat with a tight expression on her little face. He actually felt a rare pang of sympathy for his servant. How utterly miserable he looked. But why did his own heart feel so gleeful? Seeing the plates of cut food that Broly had placed on the table, Kampa looked at him with confusion. Hey, are you really making us eat this raw? Broly ignored him, merely casting a fearful glance at Vados. Seeing her silent, just looking at him calmly, he quickly explained. This is a new way I've researched to eat vegetables. Since you're awake, I specially prepared it for you. With that, he went back to the kitchen, coming and going 2 or 3 times until he finally brought in a bubbling hollow pot. After setting it down, he divided the prepared dipping sauce into 3 portions, and handed them over. This is the dipping sauce, some spicy, some not. Choose according to your taste. Picking up chopsticks, he grabbed 2 thin slices of meat, swished them in the pot until they seemed ready, then placed them on Kampa's plate. Try it. Kampa picked up the meat with his chopsticks, dipped it in the non-spicy sauce, popped it into his mouth, and chewed a couple of times. Wow! Delicious! After exclaiming, he ignored them and started swishing a handful of meat slices in the pot himself. Broly brought a stool over to sit beside Vados, beginning to attend to this angel who was both beloved and fearsome. Sister, please try some. Vados glanced at him, picked up her chopsticks, and ate. After tasting it, she nodded in satisfaction. Compared to the non-spicy sauce, the spicy and numbing one is more fragrant. Seeing that Vados was willing to talk to him, he cracked a smile. Sister, don't be angry anymore. I won't dare make such gestures toward you in public again. Kampa, who was busily swishing meat, twitched his large floppy ears. He felt he had stumbled upon some earth-shattering secret. As he stuffed fish balls into his mouth, his small eyes darted between the 2 faces. Vados had beaten him up, and her anger had mostly dissipated. Looking at Broly's sincere attitude and his pitiful bruised face, she felt a twinge of sympathy. After all, she had raised him for several years. She reached out to rub his slightly swollen face and blew gently on the black eye around his right socket. When you fight others, you can strike at their vital points to kill, but you must never use those vulgar moves. It's not only about your own combat style, but also about the face of me and Lord Kampa. Broly felt her tenderness and nodded. I understand, sister. I won't do it again. Hearing this, Kampa rolled his eyes, his mouth full of food. Munch, munch, gulp. Wait, Broly, you said you won't make that gesture toward Vados in public anymore. Can you show me what kind of gesture made her so angry? Vados, what kind of look is that? And you, Broly, how dare you look at me like that? Kampa felt a bit guilty under Vados' chilling glare and Broly's angry eyes. He muttered. Fine, don't tell me then. Is it necessary to stare at me like that? Vados stared sternly at Kampa's round face. Lord Kampa, please watch your words and actions. You are a god of destruction. Or do you think I, as your angel, am a disgrace to your dignity? You can go report to the Grand Minister and the Omni King, asking them to assign you a new angel. I have several siblings still at home, idle and bored. Kampa dared not even look at Vados anymore, like a child who had done wrong, lowering his head and fiddling with his fingers. I didn't mean that. I was just curious, that's all. Broly quickly smoothed things over. Eat. Lord Kampa just woke up. I'll go prepare some ice beer to go with the hot pot. It'll definitely make you feel comfortable. With Broly providing an exit, Kampa instantly regained his authority as a god of destruction. After Broly left, Vados glared at Kampa. Lord Kampa, please treat Broly better. He has been taking care of you for a long time. Not long ago the Oracle fish awoke and said that Broly will be the key to the survival of our sixth universe in the near future. Kampa blinked. Really? Vados calmly picked up a cooked meatball. Have you forgotten those universes that disappeared? Have you forgotten those gods of destruction who used to joke with you? How did my siblings end up idle and asleep at home? I can protect Broly, but I may not be able to protect you because you are a god of destruction. After a long silence, Kampa suddenly looked up at Vados, pouting with displeasure. Vados, I've noticed that ever since Broly came to my place you've been partial. You used to be so gentle with me, but now you take your anger out on me. I'm not your punching bag. Vados smiled. Before it wasn't the case, now it is. Just get used to it. That's too much. Seeing Vados' half-smiling face, Kampa turned his sorrow into appetite, and buried himself in the hot pot. He resolved to go report to the Grand Minister, who with his strict attitude would surely punish her. Maybe he could have Mireille transferred to be his attendant, she had been idle for too long. As he thought, a large glass of golden bubbly cool beverage appeared before him. He picked it up and took a sip. It had a faint bitterness at first, and the bubbles burst in his mouth, giving him a unique thrill. After one gulp it not only quenched his thirst but also cleared his mind. Burpa! Kampa downed the glass in one go. Broly, what is this drink? So delicious. Broly, holding a wooden barrel of beer, refilled his glass. I discovered it by chance on an inconspicuous planet. I adjusted the ingredients, adding the fragrant rice sprouts of the spirit star to the original malt, making it richer and sweeter. Meanwhile, Vados slowly sipped her juice. After the three of them had eaten and drunk their fill, leaving Kampa alone in boredom, Vados took Broly to the lawn. With a wave of her staff, a square iron block appeared before Broly. How many times gravity can you withstand now? Broly thought for a moment. Body 66 times, tail 41 times. Bardas waved her long staff and Broly felt his body grow heavy, his tail dragging on the ground. I've set it to 68 times gravity, 44 times for your tail. With this weight-bearing gear you need to run 2 laps around the destroyer star before dinner. If you don't finish... She chuckled, tapping her left palm with the staff, her phoenix-like eyes scanning Broly with a threatening expression. Broly clenched his eyes, quickly bent down to insert his arms into the iron blocks before him, and tried to lift them, but they wouldn't budge. He heard Bardas's soft laughter. As a lesson from today on, you'll run with overloaded weight every day. But I'm still a child. Facing Broly's attempt to act cute, Bardas gave him a light slap on the bottom. Your body has been transformed by the wish, it's far beyond what it used to be. Don't worry. Reassured by Bardas, Broly gritted his teeth, lifted the iron blocks, and trudged forward step by step. Bardas, sitting cross-legged in midair, floated slowly behind him, holding a handful of melon seeds. Whenever Broly slowed down, she would flick a seed onto his swollen bottom. This scene happened to be seen by Kampa, who was wandering around bored. He felt a pang of pity for Broly, remembering how gentle Bardas had been when training him as a child. Calming himself, he compared his own past situation with Broly's current predicament. He realized he had been blind to his own good fortune. Thinking back to his dirty thoughts at lunch, he felt a pang of shame. How ungrateful he had been. Deciding he had to do something to prevent Broly's young mind from breaking under the torture, he flew over to Bardas. Watching her small lips spit out sunflower seed shells, he asked, Bardas, what delicious thing are you eating? 5 spice watermelon seeds. As she spoke, a fragrant aroma wafted from her mouth, making the gluttonous Kampa swallow his saliva. I want some too. Bardas glanced at him, then extended her right hand, where a small plate appeared piled with a handful of sunflower seeds. Kampa took it, compared it, and pouted his plump lips. Why are ours different? Because watermelon seeds are too hard for you to handle, you'd end up crushing the kernels. Try the sunflower seeds first. Kampa shrugged and began slowly cracking the seeds. To his surprise, the more he ate, the more addictive they became. After finishing a handful, he smacked his lips. My mouth is so dry. Bardas spat out the last seed, grabbed her staff, and waved it. A floating tray appeared before them, carrying a large pitcher of icy red juice and 2 glasses. She poured a full glass and handed it to Kampa. Try this iced watermelon juice. Kampa took the glass, sniffed it. It smells like the black seed fruit from the elf planet, doesn't it? Bardas took a satisfying sip. It's a hybrid of the fruit from another planet and the black seed fruit. The new fruit has no black seeds, just all red pulp, and it's much sweeter than before. Drink sparingly or the sugar content will make you gain weight. In the span of that comment, Kampa was already on his 3rd glass. He waved his hand dismissively. No worries. If I eat too much sweet stuff, I'll have Broly make something salty for dinner to balance it out. That way I won't get fat. I'm so clever. Waha. Bardas rolled her eyes, waved her staff, and a small bucket of buttered popcorn appeared on the tray. Seeing Broly's pace slowing below, she raised her hand and flicked a popcorn kernel, hitting him right on the left buttock. Kampa saw this, grinned slyly, and said, "He my turn." Without hesitation, he picked up a kernel and accurately flicked it onto Broly's right buttock. Broly clearly felt the right side hurt more than the left. Turning around, he saw Kampa's smug face. "Damn it!" Broly took a deep breath. "I need to stay calm, I need to endure. Kampa, you're kicking me when I'm down. Just wait, I'll get you back tonight." Determined to protect his bottom from further injury, he gritted his teeth and pushed forward. By the time he was halfway through the second lap, he was truly exhausted. But every time he slowed down, a sharp pain on his rear jolted him forward like a donkey in a production team, only moving when whipped. As the sky darkened, Kampa, with his hands on his hips, strode arrogantly up to Broly, looking down at the panting wretch. "Hey Broly, don't even think about slacking off. Go prepare dinner. I'm hungry. Ha! Ha! I have no strength left." Lying on the grass, Broly looked up at Kampa overhead and clenched his fists. "Isn't there a lot of leftover hot pot from lunch? You can light the fire yourself, and once the soup is boiling you can eat." To his surprise, Kampa tossed his head haughtily. "Humph. You expect me, the destruction god, to eat leftover food from lunch? I won't eat it." Bardos came to Broly's side and waved her staff. The wounds on Broly's body vanished, and he felt refreshed. He sprang up with a carp-like leap, clenched his fists, and sensed a significant increase in his strength. Since he was fully recovered, he didn't argue. He got up and flew into the kitchen to prepare dinner. But as he watched the moon rise over the horizon and felt the evening breeze on his skin, he decided that barbecue would be perfect for tonight. He took out the grill and charcoal blocks made of cherry-scented wood from the corner of the kitchen. He also prepared the leftover vegetables chopped at noon, and packed all the seasonings from the spice rack. Then, grinning, he pulled out a handful of large beans resembling green peas from his space earring. He squeezed them hard, then blasted them with his key, turning them into powder. He sprinkled some of the powder onto certain pieces of meat and vegetables, setting them aside separately. Then he carried the equipment to the lawn, lit the charcoal, and quickly threaded the skewers. He placed the skewers fortified with the super-strength croton powder aside and glanced at Kampa lounging in the distance, a sinister smile flickering across his lips. Once the skewers were ready, he used the technique he had learned from the perverted old man on Earth, using his own ki as a guide to summon a night breeze, fanning the charcoal to the perfect temperature. Then he began roasting the skewers. As he turned the skewers and sprinkled spices, the aroma wafted on the breeze straight into Kampa's nostrils. It made him swallow his saliva repeatedly. Pad, pad, pad harder, yes, right there, that's comfortable. Beerus was wearing a nightgown, lying face down on her bed, while Broly, dressed in tiny beach shorts, diligently massaged her back, showing not the slightest disrespect. Today's thorough beating had completely terrified him. Beerus' eyes closed in enjoyment, felt Broly's proper massage, and smiled slightly. "Don't hold a grudge for today's beating. I did it for your own good. How could I ever blame you, my lady? I was the one who grew arrogant. Relying on your fondness for me, I committed such an outrageous act." Beerus looked very pleased at his response, turned her head sideways, and reached out her right hand, stroking his cheek. "As long as you know your mistake. It's getting late. Go back and rest early. Starting tomorrow, your training tasks will be intensified. Because of your current physical growth limits, the harder it is to improve, the more patience you must show. When the time comes for you to grow, very generous rewards will await you." "Yes." Broly grasped Beerus's right hand as she stroked him, kissed the back of her hand, and then left the room. As he casually closed the door, he happened to see a rotund figure clutching its stomach and rushing toward the restroom. He looked through the gap in the corridor at the full moon in the sky and smiled. "To have such a reasonable older sister to guide me is truly my fortune." He hummed a little tune as he returned to his room. On the vast destruction planet an enchanting night silence fell. If not for the occasional sound coming from somewhere, it would have been even more perfect. The next morning, Beerus sat leisurely in a lawn chair, sipping sweet tofu pudding and eating delicious red bean buns. Broly was lying prone on the grass, struggling through push-ups with a heavy iron block placed on his back for the afternoon's training. "Wow, ha ha, who good morning, Beerus." Broly, Kampa, yawning, sat listlessly beside Beerus, and took a bite of the crystal shrimp dumplings on the table. Delicious, so tasty, slurp, this one's good too. Chomp chomp. Just moments ago, listless Kampa instantly revived after that first bite of shrimp dumpling. He buried his head and devoured everything, and even after asking Beerus for permission, he swept her portion clean as well. Burp. After eating and drinking his fill, he leaned comfortably against the chair and rubbed his somewhat distended belly. "I don't know what happened last night, but I kept having diarrhea. I finally drifted off to sleep in the early morning hours and went again this morning. Otherwise I could have slept much longer." Beerus rested her elbow on the table, propping her chin as she watched Broly do push-ups. "Lord Kampa, you haven't assessed the combat power levels of planets for many years. According to my father the Grand Minister, the Grand Supreme King has begun to show dissatisfaction toward you and Lord Beerus. Gurgle Kampa, who had just looked thoroughly satisfied, immediately sat upright. Why didn't you tell me sooner? I've finished eating and drinking anyway. Let's set out right now. Beerus nodded and looked at Broly, who was still doing push-ups. Broly, after completing your morning training, go to other planets and check if there are any tribute goods that need harvesting. We'll return later. Great. Broly continued his push-ups at his usual unhurried pace, every drop of sweat sliding from his chin onto the lawn. Aha, Sister Lena, long time no see. Your beauty is still as intoxicating as ever. In a village on Elfstar, Broly floated in midair, embracing a ripe peach-like beauty before him. A cascade of pale green shoulder-length hair was secured at the back with a floral wreath, and a pair of pointed ears added a touch of exotic beauty to her already flawless face. On her pure white forehead sat a naturally formed diamond-shaped blue crystal nestled between a pair of deep green eyebrows. Her large azure blue eyes held an indescribable allure, complemented by a straight little nose and rosy cherry lips that made one unable to resist the urge to taste them. Barefoot with fair tender skin, she stood no shorter than 1.85 meters. Her slender waist, impressive curves that defied belief, and exaggeratedly proportioned hips and legs made anyone clinging to her neck unwilling to let go. Lena felt the restless little face at her neck and patted Broly's muscular back. My lord, you shouldn't take advantage of me like this. Be careful, or Lady Beerus might reprimand you. Well, the moment he heard the name Beerus, he immediately let go and stepped back 2 paces, rubbing his nose. It's just that I hadn't seen you for 2 weeks and couldn't help missing you. Seeing Broly's nervous little expression, Lena covered her mouth with her hand and chuckled. Her chest heaved so dramatically it seemed as though it could form a vortex, pulling his very soul into it. After laughing her fill, she tapped the tip of Broly's nose. You should come with me to harvest a batch of ripe fruit first. You're still young physically. When you grow up you can ask Lady Beerus to let me go to you. That would also work. As if remembering something, she mischievously winked at Broly. I'm only over 150,000 years old this year. By the standards of your race, I'm not even 16 yet. The most important thing is that our Vine clan can share our lives with our other half. As long as we sign a soul contract, you two can have a long life like me. Broly fell silent, puffing his cheeks as he looked at the grinning Lena. Are you serious? And only over 150,000 years old? Don't you fear being struck by lightning for saying such a thing? Seeing Broly had stopped arguing, she thought the little guy was tempted. She playfully pinched his cheek. Of course it goes without saying that Lady Beerus's consent is required. Broly rolled his eyes. I'm not interested in your long life anyway. I simply find you captivating. Just wait, one day I'll make Lady Beerus agree. Lena smiled at him and led the way ahead. If she could truly sign a contract with Broly, she would be more than delighted. Although the Vine clan possessed near-eternal lifespans, they were simply not suited for combat. Even the elderly Vine clan warriors who had spent their entire lives conquering were merely considered skilled fighters in the cosmos. Once they encountered those ruthless, highly powerful space pirates, they would only end up thoroughly beaten. Due to the Vine clan's extraordinarily long lifespans, their reproductive ability was shockingly low. It often took thousands, or even tens of thousands of years for a single new life to be born. Coupled with the fact that the clan had far more females than males. Out of nearly 3,000 clan members, there were still close to 300 young women who remained single. After returning from a trip to the Jingling Star, he began his afternoon-weighted run, trudging along with heavy steps while daydreaming about his future blissful life. While picking fruits, he had asked Lei Na why the single maidens did not seek life forms from other planets. Lei Na shook her head bitterly. Our ancestors indeed entertained that idea, which led many cosmic civilizations to come to the Jingling Star and plunder our people. During that period, our Ting clan was reduced from over 100,000 to less than 2,000 through plunder and slaughter. Had it not been for Lord Xiang Pa and Lady Ba Duosi who were on patrol, our Ting clan would have faced annihilation. At the earnest entreaty of our ancestors, all clansmen who had been forced to sign soul contracts and were unable to commit suicide were found by the two lords and had their lives ended. Those clansmen were grateful for this, as they believed themselves no longer pure. As Buluoli listened to Lei Na's tearful account, he also sighed. Before leaving, he asked half-jokingly, If I were to like more than just one Ting clan maiden, would you be willing to accept your other clan sisters? Lei Na giggled, extending her index finger to tap his forehead. I didn't expect you to be such a fickle boy. But if you are willing, I believe those sisters would be overjoyed. After all, a partner like you, handsome, powerful, and high-ranking, is rarely found in the entire universe. Buluoli smiled and teleported back to the realm of the god of destruction. Lei Na, watching him vanish, displayed a mysterious smile at the corner of her mouth. If you truly could accept our Ting clan girls, even all of our unmarried sisters would willingly serve you alone. As long as we can bear your children relying on your exceptional combat talent, and our 10 clans' long lifespan, even if only 10 clansmen conceive your offspring, and with you occasionally coming to teach them, then in the universe even without Lady Ba Duo's protection who would dare to oppress us again? At this she looked up at the sky. But would Lady Ba Duo's allow it? Time determined Buluoli's evening happiness index. As his body grew more robust day by day, the time he could spend in Ba Duo's room became increasingly shorter. By the time he turned 18 and his height stopped growing, the time he spent in Ba Duo's room each day would not exceed 1 hour. Previously Ba Duosi would wear a nightgown in the evening, but ever since Buluoli started shooting up in height, her nightgown was replaced by a 2-piece pajama set. Although he still helped Ba Duosi with back rubs, leg massages, and foot kneading every night, it felt somewhat lacking through the pants. At noon that day he finished his training and contentedly drank a nutritious juice. The ingredients for this juice were all gathered by Ba Duosi from across the universe, and the Jiawang star, some even requiring collection from other universes, with the most needed coming from Universe 11. For this she had to say many nice things to Ma Kalita, even insincerely praising her as the most beautiful angel among all sisters and blessing her that her destined prince would soon appear. Having pleased Ma Kalita, the benefits were unparalleled. She even allocated some of the fruits originally supplied to Tuapa and Ji Lian to Ba Duosi, which seemed to open a new door for Ba Duosi. Buluoli finished the juice in one gulp, let out a refreshing sigh, and stretched his neck and shoulders. Just as he was wondering what delicious food to make today, Ba Duosi suddenly appeared before him. Looking down at Ba Duosi, who was both his teacher and elder sister, he smiled. "Sister, is there something you need?" Ba Duosi conjured a towel out of thin air and wiped the sweat from Buluoli's forehead. "This afternoon my elder sister Ma Kalita will come to visit me. It just so happens that the god of destruction she serves, Wei Dame, has completed this phase of his tasks and returned to his home planet for a vacation. He won't be moving for 7 or 8 years. She's bored alone in the divine realm, so she thought of dropping by to visit for a few years." Looking at this man exuding a strong masculine aura, she felt a deep sense of satisfaction. The feeling of having gradually nurtured a little boy into this magnificent man was not something one could easily achieve. What she worried about most now was Ma Kalita, because that girl's tastes were exactly the same as hers. Coupled with the words she had said a few years earlier, she was very concerned that the pig she had fattened with great effort would be lured away by that old cabbage. Seeing the unease in Ba Duosi's eyes, his brows furrowed involuntarily. Over the years Buluoli had long known Ba Duosi's status in the universe. One could say she was the most powerful boss in the universe. But now, seeing her with knitted brows, he assumed she had encountered something troublesome. He asked, "Sister, if you have any worries, tell me. If there's something inconvenient for you to handle, let me do it." Under his current burst of power, he could hold out against Xiang Pa for over 10 minutes, something unimaginable for him before. Ba Duosi even asserted that if he continued training for another 10 years without using destructive energy, Xiang Pa might not be his match. Seeing Buluoli's genuine concern, she smiled sweetly, and reached out to pinch his firm nose. "Ah, my Buluoli has grown up without me noticing. Now you know how to care for your sister. How wonderful!" She patted his exaggeratedly thick chest. "It's just the two of us for lunch today, so we can eat casually. But Ma Kalita is coming in the afternoon, so you need to prepare some afternoon snacks and a grand dinner in advance." "All right. I'll get to it right away." Watching Buluoli's retreating figure, she let out a sigh and smiled freely. After all, his imprint is in Universe 6. As long as there are no Super Dragon Balls or the intervention of Quan Wan, then Buluoli can only be considered a native of Universe 6. At the dinner table, watching Buluoli's exaggerated eating manner, Ba Duosi not only felt no aversion but rather a sense of satisfaction. Watching him eat always made her feel like she could have another bowl of rice. Moreover, what they ate was not just the basic pearl rice, the other ingredients were the best from their local planets. To some extent, the ingredients themselves contained energy beneficial for the body's absorption, which ordinary food could not replace. Otherwise, this table full of dishes would not be enough for Buluoli alone. "Burp!" Buluoli leaned back comfortably in his chair, rubbing his stomach with satisfaction. "To be full and also eat well, what a happy thing!" Ba Duosi took small sips of jasmine tea, merely smiling faintly. Since there were guests today, after resting for a while in the afternoon, Broly went into the kitchen to start preparing dinner, while Bados sat lazily on the lawn leisurely drinking flower tea. Whoosh! A rainbow light landed in front of Bados. As the light dissipated, a figure with twin tails of white hair and light blue skin, Makarita, appeared before Batos. "Hee, my dear sister Batos, it's been over a year since we last met. How come you seem to have gained a little weight?" Batos pointed to the chair opposite. "Sit down, Makarita. It's rare for you to visit me. I happen to have no business, so we can keep each other company. Didn't you take on a disciple? You can't slack off in teaching him. Look at your fat cat Champa. As soon as Margarita sat down, she delivered a soul-crushing blow. Batdoz's eyelid twitched involuntarily, and she gave a dry laugh. It's fine, that child is still young, only 18 this year. There's plenty of time. We are the best of sisters. You can find a disciple anytime, but we must maintain our sisterly bond well. Wow, Margarita cried out happily, then leaped over the table and pounced on Batdos, wrapping her arms around her neck, rubbing her little face against Batdos's. Batdos, you're the best. Unlike Kes and the others, they always mocked me. MWA, Margarita planted a kiss on Batdos's cheek. The two chatted affectionately for a while Broly, busy in the kitchen, sensed the newly arrived aura and knew the guest had come. He quickly arranged the prepared snacks, tea and juice on a tray, then carried the tray out of the kitchen and flew toward the lawn. As soon as he landed, Batdos put away the previous empty table, allowing Broly to set down the table laden with refreshments. Seeing the two embracing, he didn't mind. He rearranged the items on the table so that both could easily reach the tea or juice, then straightened up and looked at them. She had the same oval face as Batdos, with eyes slightly smaller but more elongated, a pert nose and rounded pink-purple lips. With her delicate oval face, she was in no way inferior to Batdos. Although she wore a loose uniform, judging from the amplitude of her embrace and the contours of her bosom, it was clear she was a bit more endowed than Batdos. Her lower body was hidden by a robe, but her small feet were swinging back and forth. When Broly sized her up, how could she pretend not to notice? She had long wanted to see what kind of person Batdos's precious disciple was, whether he was as ugly as the destruction god she served, Videl. The result was quite surprising. He had jet black hair tied back with a golden headband, a resolute face with thick brows and bright black eyes, a straight heroic nose and pursed lips that gave his face a sunny and determined look. His bare upper body was extremely robust, and standing straight he was no less than 2 meters tall. The more she looked, the brighter her eyes became. Wasn't this exactly the man she had been waiting for, the image she desired? As for the oddities in her own universe, she couldn't stand any of them, all misshapen and weird. How could they compare to the appetizing lad before her? Welcome to the 6th universe, beautiful Lady Margarita. Thank you for the fruits you gave. This is the afternoon tea and snacks I prepared for you. Please enjoy. I'll go prepare dinner for you and Sister Batdos. Gulp. Watching Broly's retreating figure, her throat unconsciously bobbed. Her heart was screaming wildly. He's mine! This is the man I've been waiting for. I want him. Seeing the fire in Margarita's eyes, her bobbing throat, and her hands twisting the robe, she knew it was over. This starving wolf, parched for endless ages, had finally found a satisfying prey. Batdos, give me your disciple. Whatever conditions you set, just say the word and your sister will fulfill them. At this point, Margarita no longer cared about her original demeanor. She turned over and straddled Batdos's lap, shaking her neck with both hands. I want a man, I want that man, give him to me, give him to me, stop. Batdos pinched Margarita's cheeks with both hands and pulled. How old are you? He's only 18. In our time, an 18-year-old hasn't even opened his eyes yet. Are you so desperate? You don't understand. Margarita retaliated by pinching Batdos's cheeks. I've seen so many beautiful love stories, but I've never experienced one myself. That's not a perfect life for me. I want to experience love marriage and finally have children and raise them just like my parents. Batdos let Margarita squeeze her face. Anything else is negotiable, but this is out of the question. The atmosphere suddenly turned cold. Margarita looked doubtfully at Batdos and hesitated. Could it be that you? The latter nodded. Oh my, you're robbing the cradle. Right back at you. The two chatted all afternoon with their own thoughts, avoiding the topic of Broly. Only in the evening did they enter the palace and sit down in the dining room. Margarita looked at the table full of exquisite dishes she had never seen before and couldn't help opening her little mouth. These dishes are so delicate and fragrant. At that moment, Broly walked in, carrying a large platter, placed it in the reserved spot, and cheerfully filled 2 glasses of fruit wine. This might be the first time you've tasted my cooking. I don't know your taste preferences, so please forgive me if anything is not to your liking. Margarita looked at the table of dishes, then at Broly, who wore an expression of virtuous and gentle, her eyes turning red with such a hungry gaze that Broly was frightened. He took a discreet step back, wondering to himself, this girl must have some problem. I worked hard to prepare a meal for you, and you look at me with that kind of eyes. Even Batdos, sitting beside her, couldn't stand it anymore. With her left hand she pinched Margarita's cheek, and with her right hand she used chopsticks to pick up a large shrimp and stuff it into her mouth. You're making Broly embarrassed. Oh, Makarita came to her senses, chewing the shrimp in her mouth. The more she ate, the more delicious it became. She glanced at Broly, who was helping to serve dishes, and thought, it really whet the appetite. After dinner the two went to the hot spring pool to bathe. Makarita looked seriously at Beerus beside her. I don't know why, but from the first moment I saw him I felt a subtle, indefinable connection with this little man. I have no idea what it is. Her words made Beerus's heart tremble, as if when she first met this little fellow it was exactly the feeling Ma Kalita had described, so mysterious and strange. While she was lost in thought, she felt a pair of mischievous little hands roaming over her body. Since only the two sisters were in the hot spring now, she shed her disguise as well. Two mermaids with light blue skin began frolicking and playing in the water. Is this really so enjoyable? Ma Kalita, lying on her side on Beerus's bed, watched Beerus massaging Beerus's feet with a serious expression. She couldn't help swallowing her two plump long legs intertwined and slowly rubbing against each other. Beerus seemed to be asserting her sovereignty. She lifted her right foot and rested it on Beerus's shoulder, saying, Massage my calves. Beerus smiled. Okay. Seeing his sincere smile, Ma Kalita's heart surged with jealousy. Like a chubby little caterpillar, she wriggled on the bed for a while, then threw her arms around the blissfully closed-eyed Beerus and whispered in her ear, Can you let him massage me too? Seeing how much you're enjoying it, I haven't tried it yet. Beerus looked at Ma Kalita's pouting lips, smiled, and turned to Beerus. She nudged him with her free left foot. Let's stop here for today. You can massage Ma Kalita's legs. After all, your body's strength exceeded expectations because she gave you a lot of help. Beerus had no objection. He nodded, stood up, scooped up Beerus, and placed her at the other end of the bed. With a right-hand gesture he made a please motion. Ma Kalita understood and moved aside. Feeling the comfort from her calves, she closed her eyes in bliss. Oh my, so comfortable. Beerus smiled, resting her head on her hands, lost in thought. After more than 2 months of getting along, Beerus had now stepped back, and the task of supervising Beerus's training was honorably taken over by Ma Kalita. Even with Beerus's tacit approval, she began to teach Beerus some basic understanding of destruction energy. That evening Beerus, as usual, massaged their backs and legs, one hand for each, which he could manage. Daily exercise had become a habit for him, but being tense every day wasn't necessarily a good thing. While kneading their calves, he looked at Beerus. Sister, how about we go visit Earth in the 7th universe? And see what new dishes or snacks have been developed there in recent years? Beerus casually hummed in agreement. Wait a few more days. I need to handle some affairs in advance. After saying that, she poked Ma Kalita's cheek with her left hand. Are you just going to neglect the 11th universe you're in charge of? Ma Kalita rolled her eyes. How could that be? I go back 2 days a month, handle the affairs, and then come back. You know that. Are you trying to chase me away all the time? Dream on, come on, this is the 6th universe, several universes away from your home. Ma Kalita's eyes darted around. She turned over and started tickling Beerus. Amid the playfulness, one of her little feet gently traced circles on Beerus's chest. Compared to Beerus's pajamas, she was only wearing a robe. Glancing at Beerus's grinning face, she used her big toe to tap his chin. The lecherous fellow opened his mouth and mischievously sucked it in. 5 days later in the morning, the three arrived at the destruction god realm of the 7th universe. As soon as they landed, Wei-Si flew over with a smile. Oh my, it's rare for both sisters to come to little brother's place together. After greeting the two sisters, he carefully examined Beerus and smiled with slight surprise. I didn't expect that after a few years Beerus's strength has increased so much. Beerus chuckled and bowed slightly. Lord Wei-Si, long time no see. This is a small token of my appreciation for you. Looking at the several tables that suddenly appeared on the lawn laden with enticing delicacies, he covered his mouth and laughed. Oh, Beerus is so thoughtful. By the way, Sister Ma Kalita, why aren't you staying in the 11th universe? How come you are with Beerus? Wei-Si put away the delicacies and looked at Ma Kalita with some surprise. The latter stepped forward cheerfully and patted Wei-Si's shoulder. We angels can't work like machines every day. Besides, the 11th universe is now on the right track, and Wei Mei-Da has also taken a vacation for himself. I was bored alone, so I thought of Beerus. Beerus smiled. We came here to continue looking for some ingredients or undiscovered seasonings and to relax a bit. Wei-Si shrugged indifferently. I'm just saying this as a reminder. You know, father is quite old-fashioned. Ma Kalita returned to the two and waved her hand. See you later, Wei-Si. Come visit my 11th universe when you have time. Oh, okay. Before he finished speaking, the three turned into rainbows and flew into the depths of the universe. Wacy smiled wryly and shook his head. He waved his staff and a table of delicacies appeared before him. Rubbing his hands with delight, he said, "Oh yeah, which one should I start tasting first?" Whoosh! As soon as the three landed, Ba Duosi spun around, concealed her angel halo, and changed into a cool outfit. Buluoli skillfully tied her hair into a fluffy ponytail again. Ma Kalita looked at Ba Duosi's youthful and attractive outfit, also spun around and changed into the same outfit as Ba Duosi. She came to Buluoli, shook her little head and pouted. "I also want a new hairstyle." Buluoli smiled and tied her hair into a cute bun. Then with the two sisters on either side they began shopping. After a whole day of shopping, Buluoli's hands were full of bags. Ba Duosi and Ma Kalita were holding some new snacks, eating and chatting happily. Under the dim yellow streetlights, Buluoli watched their joyful expressions and felt happy himself. He wished he could live like this forever. Which lecherous fellow could resist having a beauty on each arm? He stand right there and don't move. Just as they were about to find a hotel, voices came from both front and back. A burly man with a dark complexion and a fierce face pushed aside a few underlings in front, holding a small pistol in his hand, and stopped in front of the three. He tilted his head, lit a cigarette with a self-styled suave gesture, and pointed his chin at Buluoli. "Big dummy, put down your things and you can get lost." Otherwise, his eyes when looking at the two sisters were full of lust, and he kept swallowing. "Am I so easy to bully?" Buluoli walked toward the leader, carrying the bag in his hand while subtly releasing some of his aura, startling the group of thugs before him. "Hey kid, have you never seen a gun? If you come any closer I'll shoot." Hype's right hand trembled as he held the gun. Seeing Buluoli still approaching, he gritted his teeth and pulled the trigger. Bang! Clink! A deformed bullet fell to the ground with a crisp sound. The robbers stared in disbelief at the bullet on the ground, then at Buluoli, who was completely unharmed. With a cry of "Mom!" they scattered and fled. Buluoli let out a sinister grin, opened his mouth wide, and spat out a black-purple energy sphere the size of a melon seed. He aimed it at Hype, who was running the fastest. The destructive energy sphere struck Hype's back, destroying only a patch of muscle tissue about 10 centimeters in diameter. Severely wounded, Hype let out a miserable howl and fell to the ground, rolling in agony. Not a single one of his underlings showed any loyalty. Hearing his screams, they ran even faster. One of them even shouted, "Big brother, don't worry. I'll take care of your wife and daughter." Rolling on the ground, Hype immediately cursed. "Damn you, Shashu! I've always treated you with such loyalty. Ouch, it hurts so much." Buluoli, with the smiling sisters by his side, stood over Hype. Looking at the feeble groaning man, Buluoli sneered. "A mere weakling with a power level of 5. Humph." Without waiting for Hype to beg for mercy, Buluoli crushed his neck under his boot. The three of them walked away, chatting and laughing. Under the dim streetlight, Hype's hollow eyes stared in the direction where Shaju had fled. Inside a flat oval-shaped building in the clouds of earth, a white fat humanoid cat stood on a water tank, watching the fading figures of the three and the dead Hype, whose eyes remained open. Only after the image disappeared did he retreat a few steps, trembling. "How terrifying! Those three are terrifying!" A clear, playful laugh came from behind him. "How terrifying exactly? Tell us about it." "Meow-wah." The little fat cat's fur stood on end. Clutching its staff, it quickly retreated until its back hit the water tank. Its legs trembling, it stared at the man and two women before it, especially the man whose bright eyes held nothing but indifference toward life. "Were you spying on us just now?" Bajosi crossed her arms, leaned over to examine the little creature, and couldn't resist poking its chubby belly. "Don't you know that spying on others without permission is very rude?" "See. The little fat cat's teeth chattered in fear. It clutched its staff tightly against its chest as if it could bring a sense of security. Seeing no other displeasure from the three, it cautiously explained. "I was sleeping when I sensed a wave of destructive energy from below. As the overseer appointed by the Earth Guardian, I dared not be negligent. I used this water tank to investigate. I apologize if I have offended you, please forgive me." Makalita grinned and wagged her finger. "A simple apology won't do, you'll have to offer some actual compensation." The little fat cat, seeing her smile devoid of warmth, shuddered and nodded repeatedly. I have. It trotted on its short legs to two large jars, opened one lid and grabbed a few small green beans. "These are Earth's most precious treasure, senzu beans. Eat one and you won't feel hunger for 10 days. If you're severely injured, as long as you're not dead, one will instantly restore you to full health." As if remembering something, it quickly added, "Of course, if the condition is caused by disease, the senzu beans won't work." "Oh. Is that so amazing?" Bulioli glanced at the green beans in the little fat cat's hand, then shot out a blade of air that sliced straight through its chest. Heal yourself first. If it really works, we'll forgive you. Crunch, crunch. The little fat cat unhesitatingly tossed the senzu bean into its mouth, chewed and swallowed. Despite the pain from its wound, it forced itself to make no sound, afraid of displeasing these ruthless beings. Within 4 or 5 seconds of swallowing the bean, the blood gushing from its chest suddenly stopped, and the wound healed at an unbelievable speed. In less than 10 seconds, the little fat cat was completely restored. All right. It seems this stuff is indeed good. Hand them all over and we'll forgive you. Makalita smiled at the little fat cat, who quickly opened the other jar. They're all here. The yield is too low. These 2 jars in front of you are the last ones. The rest were eaten by a glutton. Makalita waved her hand and the 2 full jars vanished. 1 bean lasts 10 days. It'll be good as rations for Bulioli's training, since there's not much food there for this big eater. Before leaving, Badgerosi gave the little fat cat a meaningful look. Did you see us today? No. I didn't see any of you. The little fat cat quickly waved its paws in fear. Only after the 3 disappeared did it let out a long sigh. It opened an inconspicuous small jar in the corner, revealing a few lonely senzu beans inside. It sighed. Alas! I have to go back to my old trade. That night, after Bulioli went to sleep, Makalita held a senzu bean in her hands, slowly toying with it. Badgerosi, Bulioli's foundation is almost polished, isn't it? Badgerosi thought for a moment. His body has just reached adulthood. He needs at least 2 to 3 years to nurture his foundation. About 3 years from now he can begin further cultivation. Makalita nodded. After all, he's immortal. Adulthood comes quickly. But his life is short. If he can't break through the life barrier while young, his lifespan won't be long. Saying this, she put away the senzu bean, cupped Badgerosi's face in her hands, and looked at her seriously. How about you let me have him? I'll take him to Universe 11. There's a civilization there known for longevity. As long as I sign a contract for him, he'll have ample time to slowly break through the life barrier. Badgerosi smiled oddly. Well, I really should thank you. Your reminder made me realize that there are also such life forms in my universe. 16,000 years to reach adulthood. That's plenty of time for him to break through. Makalita puffed out her cheeks and turned away in anger. I'm ignoring you. Badgerosi giggled and slipped her hands into Makalita's robe. Don't be like that. Soon the room was filled with blushing whispers. Little sister, 3 computers, please. In a luxurious internet cafe, Broly led the 2 sisters skillfully into a private booth. As they waited for the machines to boot, they pulled out various snacks and drinks, and Broly even produced a pack of cigarettes and a lighter. This kind of cigarette smells unpleasant. You should smoke less. When we get back, have the Namekians cultivate some. Barda stuffed creamy popcorn into her mouth while Broly lit a cigarette and swapped in their own keyboard and mouse. Today I'll take you all to the stellar rank. The trio opened a software resembling CS, logged and expertly swapped their characters' equipment, formed a party, and began matching. The game they played was very similar to the CS from Earth in his past life, which delighted him. Looking at the character names on the match interface, Broly scratched his chin. His teammates were likely from the same guild with unified names: Chaoze, Lies Chaoze, Leah Chaoze, Lucy Chaoze, Xiaoji Chaoze, Panya. Broly's in-game name was Homebuddy Goodman, Bardas was Homebuddy Good Wife, and Makarita was Homebuddy Good Spouse. Clearly someone had put considerable thought into these IDs. Once the match loaded, Lies spoke first. You 3 teammates just stay at base and don't wander off. The 5 of us can easily handle the 8 enemies. You can just lie back and win. Fine. As long as they could rank up, they were fine with a free ride. The 3 controlled their characters, hiding behind crates at base, sipping juice and munching snacks while watching their teammates charge on the minimap. Lucy, there's a tail behind you. Take him out. Panya, 3 enemies are guarding the main bomb site. 1 behind the big crate, 1 behind the bomb site crate, and 1 in the corner of their house's study. Use the silence shotgun to pick them off one by one. Leah and Xiaoji, come with me to their base. The rest are all holed up over there. Hearing the guy named Lies call out positions through the headset, the trio nearly burst out laughing. They thought they had encountered a team of pros, but instead got a big brother, calling out intel. What a joke. Then Lies spoke again. Hurry, finish fast. The internet fee is 5 yuan per hour, but the cheat costs 8 yuan per hour. We need to wrap this up quickly or we won't make it to the stellar rank today. The trio said nothing. Near the end of the match, Broly pressed F10, reported Leah in retaliation, and then cheerfully started a second match. In a dimly lit internet cafe, a teenager of 15 or 16 was waiting for the match to end while smoking. Suddenly a small pop-up appeared on the screen. Dear player, due to your use of unauthorized software in accordance with relevant regulations, your account has been permanently banned for 5 years. Instantly the small cafe echoed with his heart-wrenching screams. Although they had been spending their days eating and playing since arriving on Earth, Broly's training never ceased. Every morning before 5 he would already begin his basic horse stance, inserting his arms into the iron rings on the stone blocks and gritting his teeth. After all, the stone blocks increased their weight daily based on his strength, keeping his training at a saturation point. After half an hour of horse stance he would wash up, brush his teeth, and eat breakfast. Then after a short rest he would spar with Makurita or Beerus, though sparring was more like being toyed with. Even though you're all muscle, your speed and reflexes are lacking. Makurita, holding a coconut cream bun in one hand and a glass of milk in the other, dodged Broly's attacks while occasionally kicking his unprepared backside. After an hour of sparring with Makurita, his hellish training began. Beerus and Makurita with wicked grins held a handful of corn kernels and flicked them one by one at Broly, who used this to practice his dodging and reflexes. He was lucky to dodge even 1 out of 10 the rest struck him, causing him to yelp in pain. After a morning of training he had to devote himself fully to the 2 women, acting as a human pillar and a chef. Only after dinner would he study other knowledge with them to broaden his horizons, starting with the basics of intelligent species cognition. Beerus placed 2 photos of lifeforms in front of him. These are 2 lifeform clans from the 6th universe. Tell me their differences. Broly stared at the 2 identical photos, filled with indignation. My dear sister, are you making me play a little game? Spot the differences. After staring for a long time without finding any distinctions, both were octopus-like with identical patterns, he gave up and shook his head. Beerus pinched his nose in annoyance. The one on the left is the 16th clan, the right is the 14th clan. The difference is that one has 16 legs, the other has 14. In static comparison, that's the difference. In dynamic comparison, the 16th clan is generally 10 centimeters taller, and their body patterns are slightly duller than the 14th clans. Broly looked at the 2 photos in her hands, listening to Beerus's explanation, rolled his eyes and lay back on the bed, his head landing on Makurita's thigh. When I get the chance, I'll make the 2 clans intermingle and become the 15th clan, then they'll be easy to identify. Haha! Makurita hugged Broly's big face, laughing uncontrollably. Beerus was both amused and exasperated, kicking him on the thigh. The lecherous scoundrel took the opportunity to turn over, burying his face in Makurita's lower abdomen, inhaling deeply. Ah, so fragrant! Makurita, unfazed, ran her fingers through his black hair and looked at Beerus with a smile. Just as she was about to say something to lighten the mood, the news on the room's TV announced. Tomorrow morning a new martial arts tournament will be held at XXX. Everyone is welcome to come and watch. A martial arts tournament. Makurita scratched her chin. Beerus, on this backward planet there shouldn't be any formidable fighters, right? Beerus rolled her eyes at Broly, who was hugging Makurita's waist, and kicked his big backside repeatedly. The lecherous scoundrel rubbed his face against Makurita's belly, then shifted position, burying his face in Beerus's arms, and wrapping his arms around her slender waist. Only then did she speak with satisfaction. What formidable fighters do you expect from Earthlings with an average power level of less than 5? Hearing her words, Makurita instantly lost all interest and kicked Broly with her foot. Go back to your room and sleep. All right. The next morning the 3 of them finished their cultivation early, took a shower, changed clothes, and hopped into a taxi bound for the martial arts tournament venue. That day the 2 sisters had their waist-length hair casually tied into a ponytail, wearing white t-shirts and denim shorts with light purple sneakers on their feet. Broly's outfit was similar to theirs, except he wore denim long pants, and his tail was wrapped around his waist and hidden beneath his t-shirt, which wouldn't draw much attention. Oh my, it really looks lively here. Makurita linked her arm through Babiti's right arm. Watching the Earthlings discussing everything around them, she was somewhat swept up in the atmosphere. The 2 found an empty table and sat down. After glancing around, Babiti patted Broly's arm. I'll have the strawberry cream ice cream and also a milk chocolate pudding. Makurita thought for a moment. I'll have a large chocolate ice cream and a bottle of orange-flavored soda water. Broly smiled and set off to find the cold drink shop. Meanwhile, at a table behind them sat a well-dressed old man and a woman with long purple-blue hair. On the low wall directly opposite them sat another woman with light blue hair, leisurely sipping juice from a glass, her pale delicate legs swaying occasionally. The old man took a sip of his drink, his face full of astonishment. Oh, has Goku improved this much? Beside him the portly pig Oolong nodded excitedly. That guy has become even stronger than before. The old man nodded in deep agreement. After all, he did cultivate in the heavenly god's palace for 3 years. Bulma, seated nearby, felt a touch of sentimentality. Yamcha and the others went out to train for 3 years as well. It seems this year's tournament will be fiercely contested. The woman with purple-blue hair covered her mouth and smiled. It truly is something to look forward to. Babidi glanced at the chatting group and shook her head. I really can't understand how Whis and Beerus manage their universe. Such a feeble race, and they don't even bother offering guidance. When the Omni King comes to assess the rankings next time, Earth with such a dense population will surely drag down the average score. What about your 6th universe? Makurita gracefully raised her hand and tucked her hair behind her ear. Babidi smiled. Over the years I've guided quite a few races myself, all with relatively large populations. I'm sure they'll be above the passing line when the evaluation comes, otherwise would I really let Kampa loaf around all day? Speaking of which, she propped her chin on her right hand and sighed. Sigh, no matter how you put it, Kampa was raised by me personally. His current lazy temperament is partly my fault. I didn't discipline him properly back then, and that's why he turned out this way. Makurita shrugged nonchalantly. Raising someone from childhood versus adopting them halfway through, feelings are indeed different. Vidmet, on the other hand, is quite independent. I only need to execute according to his wishes, which is much more relaxing. But his personality isn't great. He's far less easy to get along with than Kampa. Oolong, having finished his chat nearby, overheard their conversation and turned his head to spot 2 flawless pairs of legs. Even though their skin was pale blue, the elegant shape of those legs was enough to make him linger. Gazing at their backs, the shameless fellow hastily tugged at the old man's pants. Master Potato, there are 2 stunning ladies right behind you. Where? The old man abandoned his drink entirely. Following Oolong's pointing finger, he quickly removed his sunglasses, wiped his mouth, and rose to accompany Oolong. Just as he was about to approach and strike up a conversation, he sensed the sky around them grow dim. Move along! Hearing the voice from behind, the 2 turned to see a pair of sturdy legs, and looking up they spotted Broly holding a serving tray. They swallowed hard and hastily stepped aside. Master Potato gave an awkward laugh. Haha, sorry about that, we're blocking your way. My apologies. Broly glanced at them and sat opposite the 2 sisters. Their ingredients are quite fresh. I sampled a bit, no additives added. The taste is decent. The sisters nodded and began eating in small bites, occasionally glancing around. Meanwhile, the little old Master Potato, seizing the opportunity to talk to Bulma, took a good look at the 3 of them, especially gazing at Babidi's captivating and beautiful face. He knew he had run into acquaintances. Memories of a tall and a small figure from several years ago surfaced in his mind. Now, looking at that powerful silhouette, and recalling the scene with Goku from the day before, he nudged Bulma's bare thigh. Bulma, take a look at the 3 across from us. Have you seen any of them before? Bulma set down the cup at her lips and carefully studied the 3 people before her. She selectively ignored the 2 women. They were prettier than herself and better figure, and staring too long would only make her uncomfortable. So her gaze fell upon the young man sitting across from them. His long hair was casually tied into a ponytail with broad, exaggerated shoulders and a powerful back. His bare arms looked no thinner than her own thighs, perhaps even thicker. That resolute face, animated as he spoke and laughed, made her heart race. So handsome! Seeing her eyes filling with admiration, Master Potato sighed in exasperation and nudged her thigh again. Look at those 2 blue-skinned girls. Do you recognize one of them? At his words, Bulma finally studied her carefully. Gazing at her smiling face, it overlapped with that warning expression from several years ago. She unconsciously swallowed hard. Indeed, I have seen her. Just then Broly finished the ice cream in front of him. When he looked up and scanned the area, his eyes happened to meet Bulma's, who was staring right at him. After a brief pause, he remembered this impulsive blue-haired girl and nodded toward Babidi and the others. I've run into someone I know. Babidi had known about them all along but had simply been ignoring them. Makurita, however, was somewhat curious. You have acquaintances on Earth too? Broly smiled. When I first came to Earth, I kindly saved that girl's life once. You 2 eat first. I'll go over and chat with her and ask a few things along the way. Seeing Babidi nod in agreement, he cheerfully rose and made his way toward them. Bulma, watching him stand up, couldn't help but sigh. So tall, so muscular, so manly. When he arrived before them, he greeted with a grin. Miss, do you still remember me? You are. Broly smiled. Back then I saved on the street. Bulma's eyes widened in disbelief. You're Broly. Be Broly. Him. Oolong and Puar nearby were astounded. A few years ago Broly was only half a head taller than Wukong, but now this little guy had grown so tall and strong. Old man Wu Tian stroked his beard. Where is your tail? Broly smiled. It's wrapped around my waist. He approached Bulma and asked. Do you know which game companies and she do produce the best online or single-player games? Bulma looked at him with some surprise. You like playing computer games? He nodded. It's just boring staying at home all day, so I thought I'd bring some games home to play slowly. There are only a few people at home, and we don't have much to talk about, so I can only play games to pass the time. I see. Bulma nodded. After the martial arts tournament is over, I'll download them for you, and you can come to my house to pick them up. Broly smiled. I also want to ask the game companies to make some single-player and online games for me, so I need to go to their offices to discuss. Bulma waved her hand. My father knows the bosses of several game companies. I'll have him introduce you later. Then thank you. After speaking, he returned to Beerus and Ma Kalita. Bulma and the others watched them chatting and laughing, feeling something was off but couldn't quite put it into words. Thank you everyone for coming to watch the 23rd Martial Arts Tournament. Next, please welcome the first pair of contestants, Tianjin Fan and the assassin Tao Bai Bai. As the host's voice faded, the first to appear was a middle-aged man with an iron head. His eyes were replaced by electronic eyes that looked like two small telescopes. The right hand exposed outside his sleeve was also mechanical, looking utterly bizarre. Beerus looked at Tao Bai Bai's appearance and became quite interested. I didn't expect that this remote and backward planet not only has delicacies hard to find in the universe, but its semi-mechanical technological civilization is also developing quite well. Her words did not pique the interest of the other two. Watching Tianjin Fan and Tao Bai Bai striking poses for a long time on the stage, Broly found it extremely boring. These two weaklings. It was obvious that the three-eyed man would win, so why bother with such prolonged posturing? Are they fooling around here? The one who loses composure first is always the weaker side. Tao Bai Bai took 2 quick steps, turned his right palm into a knife and charged at the three-eyed man, but the latter swiftly sidestepped and struck him on the iron head with an elbow. Then, as if carrying a chick, he restrained Tao Bai Bai's right hand and pushed him to the edge of the stage, seemingly not wanting the old fellow to lose too disgracefully. However, Tianjin Fan's kindness was not reciprocated. Instead, a blade sprang from Tao Bai Bai's wrist and slashed across his chest. Seeing the bloody chest of the three-eyed man, the old man deliberately laughed loudly a few times. His right mechanical wrist transformed into a hollow cannon muzzle, and a stunning amount of energy rapidly gathered. The three-eyed man looked down at the wound on his chest, clenching his fists and trembling all over. At this moment, Tao Bai Bai unleashed his ultimate technique, Super Dodon Ray. A massive ball of energy rapidly shot toward the three-eyed man. Ha! The three-eyed man opened his mouth, channeled his chi, and shattered the incoming energy ball into pieces. The stage was instantly filled with black smoke. After releasing his mouth blast, he swiftly moved to Tao Bai Bai and punched him in the stomach, causing the despicable old man to fall to the ground. Unlike the cheers of the other contestants, an audience Broly watched with extreme awkwardness. Ma Kalita even clicked her teeth. Tisk tisk tsk. The combat awareness and intensity are just unwatchable. Beerus smiled. But for the humans of this planet, this is already quite impressive. As this match ended, the next confrontation seemed more interesting because the two contestants were actually a young man and woman with decent looks, about the same age as Broly. The little girl had a face full of collagen. But seeing her puffed up little face and the angry glare she directed at the young man opposite, Broly felt there must be some juicy gossip here, and he wanted to dig into it. The girl had long jet black beautiful hair. Her baby fat face was adorned with bright dark eyes, a delicate nose and rosy lips. She was beautiful in every way. Unforgivable. These sudden 4 words left everyone present stunned, including the young man opposite. He blinked twice and looked at his opponent in confusion. She continued shouting angrily. Sun Wukong, I will never forgive you. Sun Wukong. Broly looked at the young man on the stage and couldn't compare him to the little fool from a few years ago. At least in terms of height, the difference was too great. Sun Wukong looked at the girl in confusion. Are you mistaking me for someone else? Although my name is Sun Wukong, I've never seen you before. The girl opposite was so angry she couldn't speak. Seeing that the two of them just standing there wasn't working, the referee simply shouted. Second match begin. Yeah. As the referee's voice fell, the girl quickly rushed at Sun Wukong, her palms turned into knives, striking at his face repeatedly, but he easily dodged. Hey, can't you say something? Who are you really? After a round of aggressive attacks, seeing no advantage, the girl stepped back and said, Sun Wukong, you said you would come to my house and take me as your bride. You heartbreaker. Damn. No way. That actually works. Everyone present was caught off guard by this statement. Broly had just taken a sip of soda and sprayed it all over the little pig's forehead in front of him. The latter poked his head out in dissatisfaction, about to speak, but glanced around and immediately sat upright, not daring to utter a word. Broly placed the empty cup on Oolong's head, composed himself, then put his arms around Ba Duosi and Ma Kali Ta's shoulders with a look of grief and indignation. Why? Why does that fool have a little sister throwing herself at him, while I, so powerful and handsome, still haven't caught the eyes of certain sisters? Ba Duosi slipped her left hand inside Broly's t-shirt, slowly pinched the soft skin on his waist, and twisted it, grinning at the greeting Broly. What did you just say? I didn't hear clearly, can you say it again? Ma Kali Ta also made the same move, pinching and twisting with her 2 fingers. Yes, I didn't hear clearly either. Can our Broly speak a little louder? Sister really wants to hear the sorrow in your heart. Broly's tears streamed down from the pain. I really didn't say anything just now. TCH. The 2 sisters released each other, and exchanged a glance, then turned to look at the arena. Sun Wukong, that fool, stood dumbfounded for a long while, then sneakily looked around, shifted half a step, and asked the bald-headed boy at the competitor's tunnel entrance. Clin, what is a bride? Is it delicious? The bald-headed boy and the scar-faced man beside him stumbled in anger. The bald-headed boy, even more envious, cursed loudly. You idiot, a bride means this beautiful lady will become your wife. She will take care of your daily life, give you children to carry on the family line. Got it. The scar-faced man pressed his hand on the bald-headed boy's head, a lecherous grin on his face. If you marry her, you 2 can live together every day, and later you can have her give you a few babies. Hee hee. Seeing the scar-faced man's wicked smile, Sun Wukong pointed at the woman with some dissatisfaction. Live together? With you? When did I ever agree to that? And I don't even know who you are. Why should I live with you? Seeing the woman's angry gaze, Sun Wukong felt a bit embarrassed. After all, making a girl this angry, he as a boy felt somewhat sorry. His tone softened. Why don't you tell me who you are first? The woman pouted. Unless you can beat me. Sun Wukong happily struck a pose. Simple. Watch my fist, ha! The wind from his punch sent the woman flying out of the arena, crashing hard onto the ground. He then retracted his right arm with satisfaction, quickly walked to the edge of the ring, leaned down, and asked, Now that I've won, tell me, who exactly are you? The woman slowly got up, rubbed her bumped head, climbed back onto the ring, and looked into Sun Wukong's eyes with delight. Impressive. I didn't expect you to be this strong. Truly worthy of being my man. She flashed a sweet smile. I'm Chi-Chi, the daughter of Ox Demon King. Chi-Chi. Sun Wukong's eyes bulged as if they would pop out, staring at Chi-Chi in disbelief. Ah, I remember now. I did say I would marry you as my bride. Chi-Chi beamed with joy. You remember? Sun Wukong scratched his head sheepishly. Back then I thought a bride was something delicious. Hee hee hee. Chi-Chi pouted her little mouth. So do you still want to marry me as your bride? After thinking for a moment, he nodded. Since I promise you, I won't refuse. So let's get married. Chi-Chi happily threw herself into Sun Wukong's arms, nuzzling her head against him. Wonderful. From now on I'll be your bride. Oh, the yellow-haired host below the stage looked incredulous. I never expected that contestant Sun Wukong would actually get married in the ring. Everyone applaud and send your blessings to this new couple. Who would have thought the martial arts tournament venue would become their wedding stage? Watching Chi-Chi shyly cling to that fool's arm as they returned backstage, Broly's heart shattered. He just wanted to eat some gossip. He had already thought up the whole story, abandoned after being seduced, enduring humiliation, and so on. But instead he was forced to swallow a mouthful of dog food. Seeing that fool push Chi-Chi away with some disgust, Broly really wanted to slap that fool away and complete the arduous task of the wedding night himself. Let's go back. No fun. Broly turned his head and spat. Heh, Tue, really I came to watch the weaklings fight, not to see someone's wedding. What's all this nonsense? Ignoring the 2's mocking smiles, he went to Bulma's side and patted her shoulder. Bulma, give me your contact info. I'll get in touch with you after the tournament ends. You're not staying to watch such an exciting match. Faced with Bulma's curiosity, Broly shook his head disdainfully. No fun. After Bulma recited her phone number, she watched Broly and the 2 sisters leave somewhat puzzled. Such a great match only happens once every few years and he just leaves. What a pity. The old man Mutant Rashi, however, thought otherwise. He had clearly seen the disdain in Broly's eyes earlier. That disdain was not directed at Bulma but at the tournament itself. When one's own strength reaches a certain height, such competitions become beneath notice. It's like the greatest martial artist in the world carefully watching 2 toddlers push each other. Same principle. 3 days later, through Bulma's introduction, he met her father Dr. Briefs. The 5 of them spent 2 days visiting several of the largest local game manufacturers. Broly stated his requirements. With the backing of the black card from Batos, the major game manufacturers joined forces and within less than a year completed his initial request, a gunfight game CF identical to the one in another world. After playing a few single-player rounds he nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. Looking at the bosses across from him, he swiped the black card on the machine to pay the final installment, then smiled. I have a few more game concepts. Can you help me realize them? Money is not an issue. After receiving the payment confirmation, the several men nodded repeatedly. Rest assured we will do our utmost to fulfill any of your requirements without any compromise. This is a true god of wealth, we can't let him down. After reviewing the templates for various weapons items and missions as well as the corresponding map settings prepared by the other party, Broly pointed out the inconsistencies and areas needing modification based on his memory. Then he took Bados and Marikata back to the 6th universe. Their first stop upon returning was the Cybertron galaxy, recognized as the most technologically advanced in this universe. Bados and Marikata had changed into their angelic attire and were being entertained by over a dozen robots. Lady Batos, Lady Marikata, rest assured within at most 3 years this game will become popular among advanced civilizations. We will also accelerate the development of devices that can receive signals across the universe, bringing this game into every household. The leading robot bowed and scraped as he addressed the two angels. Bados nodded. You can set up a recharge function in the game. The revenue will be enough to cover your galaxy's expenses and the surplus can be your reward. Thank you, Lady Bados. Thank you, Lady Marikata. With the bows of a group of robotic leaders, the three transformed into streaks of light and returned to the Destroyer realm. After nearly a year and a half apart breathing the energy-rich air of the destruction planet, Broly couldn't help but stretch. It feels so good to be back. Bardos paid him no mind and busied herself with the backlog of affairs. Only after Bardos had walked far away did Marikata joyfully leap onto Broly, wrapping her legs around his thick waist and her arms around his neck. Little brother, your sister Bardos has been quite busy these past few days. Broly grinned mischievously, glancing left and right before quickly ducking down to plant a kiss on Marikata's lips. So sweet. The moment he finished speaking, a slap came from behind his head. Really? Bardos had appeared beside them without anyone noticing, her petite face so gloomy it seemed as though water could drip from it. Broly, you have disappointed me too much. Marikata put on a dramatic performance, rushing into Bardos's embrace and crying out in exaggerated sobs, "Boo-hoo, Broly is such a beast. He actually forced himself on an older sister who had given her whole heart to him. If Sister Bardos hadn't arrived in time, I truly don't know what would have happened. Boo-hoo-hoo." Broly was stunned into speechlessness with anger. If you old hag hadn't seduced me first, would I have gone for it? Just great, now another sour old maid has come along. This is going to be entertaining. Oh, is that so? My dear Marikata. Bardos forced a strained smile and shot Broly a vicious glare. Rest well today. Starting tomorrow your cultivation sessions will double. Seeing Broly standing there motionless, she angrily kicked him on the rear. Go make dinner. Yes, sir. Rather than being scolded by Bardos, he felt a wave of relief and sneaked off to the kitchen with a smug grin. Meanwhile, Bardos tucked Marikata's head under her arm and teleported back to her room, tossing her onto the bed. Don't you think you've gone too far? Marikata, ouch, that hurts. Marikata pretended to rub her waist and shot her younger sister an exasperated look. You're so stingy. It was just one kiss. What's the big deal? I'm the one who suffered. That was my first kiss. If anyone was going to kiss first, it should have been me. Do you know the rules or not? That pig was my raising since childhood. Without my permission, you facing Bardos's scolding, Marikata cheerfully walked over and wrapped her arms around her sister. Alright, it's just a peck on the lips. You should be thinking about who will claim that yours in the future. Look at how he can handle teasing. I bet any pretty face could get him to make a move. If you don't keep a close watch on him, someone will come and steal him from you before you know it. Believe it or not. Bardos looked at her with undisguised contempt. Are you talking about yourself? The latter shook her head. Let me think, who needs to be at home? She pretended to count on her fingers. Kushi Heli Amores, like there are still 3 beautiful sisters at home. If they decide to pay your house a visit out of the blue, what do you think the consequences might be? Bardos said nothing, simply gazing quietly at Marikata. After a long moment she asked, tell me your opinion. Marikata cheerfully pulled Bardos close, clinging to her body. 1 pig, half each between us sisters. If anyone comes, I'll take him out to avoid them. When no one's around, the 2 of us can train him together. I don't believe that with 2 pairs of eyes watching him he'd dare try anything. What about your Universe 11? Bardos admitted she was somewhat tempted. Since she couldn't keep watch alone, she didn't believe 2 people wouldn't succeed. After all, the angel race had never restricted itself to monogamy. Her own father, the Supreme Kai, despite being a serious and strict man, often snuck around behind her mother's back. Marikata shrugged casually. In the years serving the maid, I've already fulfilled my duty. I helped raise his evaluation rating in Universe 11 by a whole level, which should suffice. Aren't there adult siblings back home? I'll step down and let someone else take over. Barda said nothing, simply hugging Marikata and letting her thoughts wander deep and far. Before she knew it, a year had passed. Recently Marikata had been wandering off somewhere unknown. When Bardas asked, she refused to say. That night Broly lay in bed, turning over and over, unable to sleep. On top of the restlessness stirred by his hormones, he now desperately craved release. He had visited the elf planet several times, and each time Lena would seduce him until he was burning with desire. Yet he dared not make a move, no matter how much she tempted him. Who knew whether Bardas would bonk him on the head while he was making out with her? His warning from last time was still vividly fresh in his memory. After morning cultivation, he rubbed his aching limbs as he returned to his room for a shower, while Beerus lounged leisurely on the lawn sipping afternoon tea. Meanwhile, within a vacant divine temple, a hairless purple cat barely leaner than a pig slowly rose to its feet and stretched languidly. Ah, what a delightful slumber! His stomach growled with protest upon waking. He quickly attended to his hygiene and made his way toward the kitchen. By this hour Broly should have begun preparing lunch, so he went to check if anything was ready. As soon as he entered the kitchen, a rich chocolate aroma mingled with the fragrance of cream and various desserts wafted toward him, making his mouth water instantly. Ah, it seems Broly knew I would wake soon and planned to surprise me. What a thoughtful servant indeed. He strolled onto the familiar lawn where he usually rested, but was immediately struck by a magnificent house before him. A gentle breeze carrying a sweet fragrance brushed against his face. Broly stood before Beerus holding her hand and murmuring something indistinct, yet he paid it no mind, his eyes fixed solely on that enormous chocolate mansion. Gulu, I can hold back no longer. Kampa had never felt so blissful than that very morning. To wake and find so many delicious sweets awaiting him. When passing beside Broly and Beerus, he even offered a rare words of gratitude. For preparing so many lovely chocolate treats for me, Broly, you truly are thoughtful. Ha! No. Broly could only manage to extend his right hand in a futile grasp as the purple-skinned pigcat had already crashed through one wall of the chocolate wonder house. With a joyful cry it soared and tumbled inside, occasionally snatching up a treat and stuffing it into its mouth, devouring with unrestrained delight. Broly watched his gift, carefully prepared for nearly 2 months, crumble before his eyes, his heart shattering. Kampa, you utter brute! Beerus, however, viewed the scene with equanimity. At the very least she had received Broly's heartfelt intention. Throughout this period she had caught the sweet chocolate fragrance each day, and secretly observed his efforts numerous times from the shadows, understanding his devotion perfectly. She raised her hand and gently turned Broly's face, slowly closing her eyes. Understanding the gesture, he bowed his head and kissed her. The scene was deeply tender, 2 figures standing on the lawn locked in an embrace. Beside them the chocolate house could no longer withstand Kampa's destruction. With a series of cracking sounds it collapsed entirely. Kampa simply sat upon the chocolate rubble, grinning from ear to ear as he munched on various biscuits and chocolate. The picture resembled nothing so much as a pair of lovers in the throes of romance, accompanied by their gluttonous pet. Time rewind to over 2 months prior. Margarita returned to her 11th universe, first attending to accumulated affairs, then transforming into a streak of rainbow light that shattered through the cosmic barrier, arriving in a universe brimming with fairy tale charm. A peculiar small planet hung quietly at the universe's center, its shape resembling a colossal jellyfish. Upon the jellyfish's crown sat a magnificent temple, its overall structure formed into the grand character Quan wholeness. As Margarita had barely touched ground, the palace doors swung open. A young man whose height reached only to her chest emerged with his right hand clasped behind his back. His silver-white slicked back hair, pale blue skin, the blue halo adorning the back of his head, and his blue uniform, all marked him distinctly. Margarita promptly bowed and called out, "Grand Priest." The Grand Priest gazed upon his daughter, scrutinized her carefully, then broke into a tender smile. "Ha, my Margarita has changed somewhat, truly heartwarming." "Hee Papa." Only after the palace doors closed did Margarita beaming bend down and embrace the Grand Priest. "I haven't visited in so long, I've missed you dearly." The Grand Priest tapped her forehead gently. "You miss me? Or is there some business that brought you here?" Margarita wrapped her arms around the Grand Priest's neck and swayed playfully. "Papa. Speak your mind. If you don't say it soon, I'm going inside." The Grand Priest glanced at Margarita, who responded by playfully sticking out her tongue. "I no longer wish to serve as an angel of the 11th universe. I want to go to the 6th universe and live with Beerus. What do you think, Papa? Isn't there plenty of room among my siblings at home?" The Grand Priest furrowed his brow. "This is not a matter I can decide alone. It requires Lord Zeno's approval. Moreover, why abandon your noble role as an angel to seek out Beerus? Can you not remain here? Your mother spends her days longing for you, yet you never return to spend even a few millennia keeping her company. Margarita released her embrace from around his neck and said shyly, Papa, I have found my other half. The Grand Priest's eyes widened in astonishment. Which young man lacks the discernment to choose you? How could he possibly fancy you? Papa. Margarita's delicate features immediately darkened. Can a father speak of his own daughter this way? Your daughter has found her partner, and instead of offering your blessing you defame her. What wrong has she committed? Sobs. Witnessing Margarita's dramatic performance, the Grand Priest rolled his eyes. I recall your mother arranged several suitors for you long ago. Each possessed remarkable cultivation talent. 2 have already ascended to the rank of Destroyer God. Tell me, how old is this young man you've chosen? What of his strength or potential? Margarita held up 2 fingers. The Grand Priest stroked his chin thoughtfully. 2,000,000 years old. That is quite young, but since you're becoming an angel, his temperament should prove manageable. Margarita shook her head. That age is too advanced. The Grand Priest looked startled. 200,000 years. Too advanced. 2,000 years. No. The Grand Priest's gaze toward his daughter shifted with mounting disbelief. Surely not 2,000 years. Too advanced. Seeing her continue to shake her head, his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. You haven't chosen someone merely 200 years of age, have you? Margarita offered a somewhat embarrassed smile. He just turned 20, a mere month shy of that milestone. The Grand Priest gazed at Margarita with an unprecedented sense of accomplishment. He patted his daughter's arm warmly in satisfaction. Splendid. Truly splendid. My cabbage stalk, though it has grown through endless ages, still finds a little piglet willing to root around it. Truly remarkable. Papa. Margarita protested, tugging at his arm insistently. The Grand Priest chuckled. Now, if my Margarita seeks her own happiness, what father would deny her? Come accompany me to meet Lord Zeno. I shall speak on your behalf. But Margarita held fast to the Grand Priest's arm, casting a shy glance at him. There is another matter I must discuss with you. It is even more significant than what I have just shared. The Great Priest gave her a skeptical glance. You're not telling me you've taken a fancy to 2 at once, are you? Are they twins? Dad. Margarita stomped her foot. No, it's that both Beerus and I have fallen for him, and as for that little one, I snatched half of him from Beerus. Half. The Great Priest was completely dumbfounded, so Margarita recounted the whole story to him. After speaking for a while, she grew thirsty, took out a glass of iced watermelon juice and drank it with relish. Seeing that her father was still processing her experience, she stayed quietly by the side, not daring to make a sound. So that's how it is. After digesting the information, the Great Priest smiled indifferently. Anyway, with you 2 sisters keeping him in check, I doubt that little fellow will dare to act up. A treasure of our angel clan, being favored by both of you is his fortune. Let's go, I'll take you to see the Omni King. He should be awake by now. You've come at just the right time. Margarita grinned, put away the empty cup, and followed closely behind her father. They traversed the endless cosmic corridor, and finally arrived at a grand hall. Seeing the olive-headed little brat seated high on the throne, she bowed respectfully. Greetings, Lord Omni King. The childish voice made her heart melt. She fantasized that her own child in the future would also speak in such a cute babyish tone, wouldn't they? The Great Priest placed his right hand over his chest and bowed slightly. Lord Omni King, my daughter Margarita is currently the angel of the 11th universe. A few years ago she met the true love of her life and wishes to go to the 6th universe to be with him together with my other daughter Beerus. I humbly request your approval, Lord Omni King. The little brat stared at Margarita in shock, his face full of disbelief. Oh, someone actually has a crush on Auntie Margarita and Auntie Beerus. That's truly amazing. The Great Priest and the 2 attendants of the Omni King, upon hearing the Omni King's unintentional remark, all suppressed their laughter. Lord Omni King. Margarita pouted. Beerus and I are among the younger ones in our sibling group. Okay, how can you say that about your subordinates? I'm so sad, sob. The little brat pushed himself off the stone chair with both hands and came to Margarita's side. The latter, taking the hint, crouched down and pretended to rub her eyes. The little brat patted her shoulder. Even before I erased those universes, I had been wondering when Auntie Margarita and Auntie Beerus would find their other halves. After waiting and waiting for who knows how many cosmic epochs now, you've finally bloomed like an old tree. I'm really happy for you. Ignoring Margarita's pouting lips, the little oval-faced child showed a pure smile. Here, I'll treat you to candy, Auntie Makalita, don't be angry anymore. Makalita took the candy and looked at the little brat happily. So you agree? The little brat nodded. Since both aunties have found happiness, of course I agree. Your position as angel will be reassigned by the great priest later. As for your exclusive divine powers and skills, I won't take them back. Consider them a wedding gift to you. Makalita happily hugged the little brat and kissed him on the face repeatedly. Mwah, Lord Omni King, you are so kind. The two attendants frowned at Makalita's somewhat rude behavior, but the great priest smiled and shook his head to stop them. As for the Omni King, that little brat felt a warm sensation at Makalita's actions, because long ago, before he became the Omni King, it was Makalita and Ba Duo Si who had accompanied and served him. I was so happy I forgot. Makalita released the Omni King, patted her own forehead, then stood up and waved her staff. A small round table appeared beside her, covered with an assortment of cookies and candies, as well as orange juice, watermelon juice, strawberry juice, and apple juice. She carefully picked up the Omni King, placed him on a chair, poured a glass of watermelon juice, and handed it to him. Try it if you like it, I'll send you some every now and then. Wow, so pretty and fragrant. Slurp. Makalita inserted a straw into the cup. The Omni King took a slurp, his eyes sparkling. Wow, so sweet. Haha, thank you, Auntie Makalita. The latter bowed respectfully with her hand over her chest. It is Ba Duo Si, our little man, and I who should thank you for your generosity. Next time the three of us will come to visit you together. Crunch, crunch. The Omni King happily chomped on the cookies, nodding repeatedly. Bring more of these delicious treats, I really like them. Upon hearing this, Makalita waved her staff again. These are prepared by my other half, fearing I might get cravings at home. I'll give them all to you to enjoy. If you run out, you can have the great priest notify me and I'll bring more. The Omni King happily swung his little feet, and with a small hand gesture an object no bigger than a coin appeared in his palm. He handed it to Makalita, who was standing by. I give you the summoner. If you and Auntie Ba Duo Si ever suffer any injustice, I'll bring the great priest to defend you. Thank you, Lord Omni King. Makalita, with a look of pleasant surprise, put away the summoner. At the great priest's signal, she withdrew from the Omni King's temple. Looking at the summoner in her hand, she happily hugged the great priest and jumped up and down. Thank you, Dad. The great priest please reached out and touched her cheek. In the future, bring the man you and your sister have chosen to visit the Omni King in his temple. As long as the Omni King doesn't dislike him, no one in any universe will be able to harm that little fellow. Yes. Makalita nodded vigorously. Just as she was about to fly away, she thought for a moment and looked back at the great priest. Buluoli, his name is Buluoli. He is the man I, Makalita, and Ba Duo Si have set our sights on, and also your son-in-law Hihi. Whoosh. Watching Makalita disappear like a rainbow, the great priest smiled and muttered the name twice, then turned and entered the temple. After all, serving the Omni King was his duty. Haha, I never expected it to be little brother Ka Luo Si. Makalita looked at the young man in front of her, and happily rubbed his head. The latter grinned sheepishly. Haha, Sister Makalita, father has already told me about your matter. I wish you all happiness and fulfillment. Ka Luo Si is the most outstanding among the apprentice angels. As for those clan members who have already served as angels, the great priest does not want them to continue governing other universes, because if they had managed well, their own universes would not have been erased by the Omni King. Ma Kali Ta, why the urgent summons? What troublesome matter requires my attention? A clown clad in the god of destruction's attire appeared before Ma Kali Ta and Ka Luo Si. His originally impatient expression instantly withdrew upon seeing Ka Luo Si, replaced by a creepy smile. This angel has come to my 11th universe. Is there something you need our assistance with? Ma Kali Ta stepped forward, raising her right hand slightly as she began her introduction. Lord Wei Maida, this is my younger brother Ka Luo Si. From now on he will take my place and assist you in managing the 11th universe. Wei Maida glanced at Ma Kali Ta with some surprise. What? Do you have some urgent matter? Ma Kali Ta shook her head, a blissful smile gracing her face. I have found my own happiness. Lord Quan Wang has approved my request, and Ka Luo Si is the angel assigned to you by the great priest. Lord Wei Maida, I look forward to your guidance from now on. Ka Luo Si bowed courteously, then took his place behind Wei Maida, perfectly assuming the position Ma Kali Ta had once held. Wei Maida nodded indifferently. Then I must congratulate you. Ma Kali Ta smiled. Then let us take Ka Luo Si to the 11th universe first to hand over the work. The three transformed into streaks of light, their first stop being the Kai planet of the universe. A large. Xiang Pa, come to a large and support me quickly. At that moment, Buluoli's left hand was rapidly tapping the keyboard while his right hand maneuvered the mouse. His eyes were fixed intently on the computer screen ahead. As the saying goes, a physical cheat is the deadliest. Compared to other players' 20 or 30-inch monitors, the monitor before Buluoli was a massive 88-inch custom curved screen. He was now wielding a Type 99 sniper rifle, hiding in a pigsty and occasionally popping up to take a shot. But his aim was so poor that he failed to hit any of the 4 enemies. Beside him, Xiang Pa had a lollipop in his mouth, his chubby paws deftly manipulating the mouse and keyboard. Coming. Hold on just 3 more seconds. Smack. Buluoli tore off his headset, slamming his palm onto the desk in fury, shattering the computer table and keyboard. He quickly grabbed a pot and slammed it onto Xiang Pa's head. I've been shouting until my throat is hoarse, and you still haven't come. Are you happy watching me get ganged up on? You useless teammate. Eat shit, will you? Xiang Pa's temper flared, but he held back without a word. He grabbed a QBZ-95 and systematically headshot the 4 enemies on the terrorist side. With practiced ease, he switched to an entrenching tool, crouched behind a crate at the A large corner, listened for footsteps, calculated the distance, and let out a sly chuckle. Watch the shovel. Headshot. After securing the round, Xiang Pa slowly set down his headset, reached out, and poked Buluoli's thick waist, his face radiating deceptive kindness. Buluoli, let's go relax on the lawn and I'll teach you a few moves. You've been on the Hawaii Star for over a decade and I haven't taught you anything yet. Gulp. Buluoli looked at Xiang Pa's chubby round face and immediately changed the subject. Haha, well, it's getting late. I should prepare dinner. What would you like to eat? Lord Xiang Pa. Xiang Pa saw Buluoli's guilty look and then glanced at the gaze from Ba Duosi not far away. In the end, he refrained from disciplining Buluoli, merely saying calmly, Buluoli, I can tolerate you calling me by my name, but that doesn't mean I'll endure your disrespect forever. For Ba Duosi's sake, I'll let it slide this time. Buluoli quickly stepped forward and began massaging Xiang Pa's shoulders. My sincerest apologies, Lord Xiang Pa. Whenever I start playing this game, my mind goes fuzzy. Please forgive me. Satisfied with Buluoli's earnest apology, Xiang Pa nodded approvingly. Go prepare some burgers, fries, fried chicken, and a couple of buckets of ice-cold cola. I'm going to become the Gun King tonight. Coming right up. Having dodged a beating, Buluoli went over to Ba Duosi and crouched beside her, burying his large face in her embrace. Phew, that scared me just now. I almost got a thrashing. Ba Duosi reached out and stroked his face. You must not lack the proper respect for Lord Xiang Pa. Even I am surprised at how much tolerance he shows you now. Buluoli took a deep breath in her arms, then rose and headed toward the kitchen. How about I make you some sandwiches tonight? Simple and nice with some juice. Whatever. Watching Buluoli's retreating figure, Ba Duosi smiled and continued sipping her herbal tea, observing Xiang Pa as he played games. The occasional evening breeze made her feel that this life was quite pleasant. Tada, I'm back. That afternoon, Buluoli was lying on the lawn enjoying the evening breeze while Ba Duosi was flipping through some cosmic tome. Xiang Pa, tired from playing, sat beside Buluoli, happily devouring his weight-gain meal. Ma Kali Ta suddenly appeared and threw herself into Buluoli's arms, pressing her cheek against his and rubbing incessantly. The sound of voracious eating beside them vanished. Ma Kali Ta. Splat. The half-eaten chicken leg in his hand dropped onto his thigh. He stared blankly at the 2 lovebirds, utterly shocked and incredulous. You're in my house. And doing this with Buluoli. Hey Ba Duosi. He turned to look at Ba Duosi, who was perusing a tome. Aren't you going to control your pig? Are people this bold these days? Poaching right in front of you. He was a god of destruction backed by Ba Duosi, so he feared no angel from other universes. Moreover, seeing his own angel's pet being poached right before his eyes, any righteous god of destruction could not tolerate such an affront. Oh my, it's Ma Kali Ta. Back so soon. I thought I'd have to wait half a year. Ba Duosi covered her mouth with a smile, elegantly pinching her teacup and taking a sip. She showed no displeasure at their cuddling, instead she seemed rather approving. Whether it was Buluoli or Ma Kali Ta, one was her own pet, the other a deeply bonded sister. In the end they were all family, so it didn't matter. Is this still the Ba Duosi I know? Lord Xiang Pa. Ma Kali Ta gave Buluoli a kiss on the lips, then stood before Xiang Pa with a mischievous look. I heard from Sister Ba Duosi that you haven't been managing your figure well lately. Gulp. Xiang Pa shot her a fearless glance, pursed his chubby lips around the straw, and guzzled his cola loudly, the sound oozing with carefree arrogance. Burp, you're not my angel. You're too nosy. Humph. Lord Xiang Pa. Ba Duosi set down her teacup, floated over to Xiang Pa, and pointed at Ma Kalita with a grin. There's something I forgot to tell you. Ma Khalida can now be considered your angel too. What? Xiang Pa's face turned green. Ma Khalida was no easy angel in the circle of gods of destruction, an angel she was notorious for her sweet face and dark heart. Only that wretched way Maida was indifferent to her, but now that this formidable figure had come to him, how could he ever slack off in peace? Ba Dosi shyly whispered. I, Ma Khalida and Broly, have already sought the approval of my father the Grand Minister, and received the consent of the Omni King. We are now officially in a romantic relationship. Xiang Pa grabbed his own chubby face with both hands, pulling it outward in disbelief. But you're angels. Can angels really do this? How can I still hold my head high in the divine realm? That scrawny Beerus will laugh at me to death. No, I don't agree. Don't agree. Ba Dosi and Ma Khalida's smiling faces instantly hardened. Ma Khalida stepped forward, her long narrow eyes fixed on Xiang Pa's distorted plump face. That's not for you to decide. The Omni King is very supportive of me and Ba Dosi. As she spoke, a coin-sized object appeared in her hand, which she toyed with before Xiang Pa's eyes. Oh dear, the Omni King gave me a summoner. I wonder if I should call the Omni King and my father the Grand Minister to visit the 6th universe. Xiang Pa's eyes followed the summoner, his teeth chattering as if he had seen a ghost. Ba Dosi leaned over and whispered. There's something else I haven't told you. The Omni King was just born when my sister Ma Khalida and I attended to him. Ma Khalida continued to threaten. When I met the Omni King this time, he told me that if anyone makes us angry, he will take care of it for us. Don't you want to be a god of destruction anymore? Broly, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, was inwardly overjoyed. He hadn't expected his father-in-law to be so easygoing. The two sisters had such a close relationship with the Omni King, and he knew he would have to flatter them well in the future. Well, I was just joking. Could you please stop looking at me like that? At that moment Xiang Pa resembled a child who had done wrong. He pouted his plump lips and lowered his head to pick at his greasy claws. Broly, sensing the situation was right, stepped in to mediate. Haha, Lord Xiang Pa should be happy. Think about it, among the 12 gods of destruction in the entire universe, who else has 2 angels assisting them? What a great honor. He put his arm around Xiang Pa's shoulder. As long as you don't reveal our relationship, the other gods of destruction can only be jealous. Don't you want to show off in front of Beerus? See, his face twisted with envy. Hearing Broly's nonsense, Xiang Pa felt that he was right. As long as he kept his mouth shut, the other gods of destruction would only think that the Omni King held him in high regard, greatly boosting his prestige. After coming to this realization, he patted Broly's shoulder with a grin. You're a lucky little fellow. To celebrate your happiness, how about we have hot pot tonight? I haven't had it in a long time. Ba Dosi smiled and raised a finger. Lord Xiang Pa, you ate hot pot all day just a week ago. But today is a special day. Looking at Xiang Pa's pouty plump lips, Broly suddenly found him endearing. This gluttonous, lazy, and easygoing fellow deserved some care. I'll go prepare it. You play some games for a while and I'll bring it to you when it's ready. Xiang Pa's mood immediately brightened. He grinned. Broly understands me. Watching Xiang Pa return to his games, Ma Khalida turned to the other two. When I was handing over my duties, I mentioned to Wei Maida the reason for my departure. After all this bluffing, Xiang Pa might be angry later. Ba Dosi shrugged nonchalantly. It's fine. I raised Lord Xiang Pa myself. I know his temperament. I'll just coax him later. Broly cleaned up the chicken bones and debris from the lawn, then looking at the two sisters who treated him sincerely, let out a few silly chuckles before heading back to the kitchen to busy himself. The sisters exchanged a glance. Ba Dosi spoke first. Me first or you first? Ma Khalida wrapped an arm around Ba Dosi's slender waist and raised an eyebrow. Together, of course. So someone won't get angry over trivial matters again. No way. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Ha burp. Xiang Pa chugged a large glass of ice-cold beer and took a big bite of a braised pork trotter. Broly kept busy by continuously blanching meat slices and fish balls, even preparing a large bowl of shrimp paste with dipping sauce, placing it beside him. Eat first and I'll prepare more if you need it. Xiang Pa chewed rapidly, his eyes filled with joy as he looked at Broly. Broly is truly good. Even after getting a girlfriend, he still remembers to take care of me. Then you should enjoy more today. Your weight has increased noticeably recently, which won't be good for future battles. Ba Dosi blew on the cooked vegetables on her chopsticks, and ate them in small delicate bites, a ladylike manner that a lecherous person would find appetizing. Xiang Pa, however, was completely unconcerned. Do I even need to fight in the future? Are you kidding me? Now I'm a god of destruction with 2 angels to assist me. The fighting should be left to Broly. Makalita opened her mouth to bite the shrimp paste Broly offered, chewing as she spoke. That's not the attitude a god of destruction should have. You must know that the duties of a god of destruction are not limited to maintaining stability and balance within your own universe but also involve battles in other universes. Xiangpa ate the shrimp paste in big mouthfuls. Then you sisters will have to put in more effort. After all, if you train Broly quickly and make him the substitute god of destruction, my burden will be much lighter. After finishing the food in front of him, he downed another glass of juice, looking somewhat dissatisfied at Badosi, who had already taken away the remaining beer and soda. He could only pick up a piece of shrimp paste and slowly blanch it. Broly's body has already matured and stabilized. The next step is to refine him deeply. After tapping into his current potential, he needs to master destruction energy. But there is one thing I must remind you, Lord Xiangpa. Makalita elegantly wiped her mouth, her eyes smiling yet not smiling as she looked at Xiangpa. If a proper god of destruction cannot even defeat his own subordinate's apprentice, you will lose face before the other gods of destruction. How could that be? Xiangpa let out a derisive laugh, casting a disdainful glance at Broly before waving his paw nonchalantly. I know Broly's strength inside and out. He's only in his 20s now and his current power is indeed impressive, but compared to me. He deliberately drew out the word, then suddenly spread his arms wide, looking at his own hands as if the gesture was not enough, then expanded them further before nodding with satisfaction. The gap between us is like the difference between a galaxy and the universe. Without a few thousand years he won't catch up to me. Ha 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 ha. After saying this, he planted his hands on his barrel waist and laughed uproariously, utterly indifferent to the feelings of the other three. Makalita shrugged nonchalantly. As you wish, after all, I'm not your exclusive angel, let Badus worry about these matters. Humph. Xiangpa crossed his arms, exuding an air of insufferable arrogance. The atmosphere at the dinner table that night was exceptionally peculiar. After finishing their meal, Badus and Makalita did not go to the hot springs but instead stayed by Broly's side, leaving him somewhat bewildered. As for Xiangpa, having eaten and drunk his fill, he went off to play games. He was now immensely satisfied with Broly, who could both cook delicious food and arrange games to pass the tedious time. This made him lament that he had wasted so much time in the past. After Broly finished washing the dishes and pots, it was getting late. He entered the misty hot spring pool. Usually at this hour Badus and Makalita would have already returned to their rooms, so he habitually began to take off his pants as he walked. When he stepped into the pool completely naked through the hazy mist, he saw two perfect bodies, and the one with larger curves beckoned to him. That night he tasted the blue abalone he had long dreamed of and deeply experienced the explosive release of extreme suppression. Every time he called for a rest, the sisters would wave their hands and he would instantly be revitalized, toiling away again. The time of wanton indulgence was always fleeting. After a week of being glued together, accompanied by the two sisters, Broly traversed various spatial tunnels and arrived at a somewhat desolate continent. Looking at the vast, boundless continent below, Makalita grinned at the dumbfounded Broly. This continent was formed by the fusion of universes abandoned by the previous Quan. Here the flow of time is 101 compared to our normal universe. Due to the depletion of energy, resources on this continent are scarce, barely enough to sustain a portion of the remnants. Badus took over from Makalita and continued. So your next training ground is this universe. Here the weak are only fit to be enslaved by the strong, and your mission is to survive in this universe for 10 years. 10 years. Broly's eyes nearly popped out. We've only been together for a week, this is too cruel for me. Makalita shook her head calmly. You haven't seen true cruelty yet. All these years under Badus's protection you've never experienced the despair that comes from severe injury. That is not a good thing for you. Here there are the most infamous warrior races in the universe. Some offended the previous Quan Wang for various reasons, while others were implicated and unfortunately abandoned here by him. If you truly want to be with us, then this is where you will undergo your real transformation. Badus waved her long staff and Broly felt his body become much heavier. I have readjusted your gravity accessory. From now on, my sister and I will come here every year to accompany you for a week, so you must hold on until we arrive. After kissing Broly goodbye, the two turned into streaks of light and vanished into the space tunnel. Broly with a thought checked his spatial earring. Inside, aside from some senzu beans and clear water, everything else was gone, making him click his tongue in frustration. Alas, the vicissitudes of life are truly unpredictable. Broly sighed, then soared into the sky to find a suitable place to settle. The two sisters who had disappeared reappeared at the same spot after Broly had gone far. Badus and Makalita waved. Then the next year will be hard on you, sister. Makalita shook her head. We agreed to take turns every year, there's no hardship involved. I'm off. With a whoosh, Makalita watched Badus disappear through the space tunnel, then smiled and vanished from the spot. Broly lay sprawled on a massive boulder panting heavily. He found himself at the base of a nearly dried-up waterfall where there was fresh water sufficient for bathing. As for drinking it, he dared not risk it. The water served well enough for personal hygiene. Gazing at the bizarre little fish and other creatures in the pool, he did not even dare to touch them. Fortunately, he had senzu beans. The strange beings around him only further dampened any desire to eat. It has been nearly 2 months, hasn't it? Why hasn't he encountered a single intelligent being? After resting on the boulder for quite some time, he rose and began his daily martial training. Lacking a sparring partner, he felt somewhat unsettled at first, but with time it grew irrelevant. Watching his own clumsy movements, all he could offer was a wry smile. After all, the gravity on his body combined with the inherent gravity of the continent left him struggling to keep up. A rough, booming laugh echoed from afar. Ha! Matthew, I told you there was still water here. Broly paused his movements and hid behind a massive boulder, waiting for the owner of the voice to appear. 2 tall, slender figures descended from the sky. This allowed Broly, hiding behind the boulder, to clearly make out their appearance. They sported tiny heads with round shapes covered in writhing tentacles, sunken deadfish eyes with only 2 nostril holes for breathing, and exaggerated sausage-like lips that gave them a comedic look. Mismatched with their small heads were towering muscular bodies clad only in filthy beast pelts wrapped around their waists. On their massive claws extended translucent webbing resembling duck feet. They lay by the pond gulping water. Suddenly one of them thrust out its right claw, grabbing a lively strange fish from the water. Its sharp fangs glinted coldly under the sunlight. Crunch! The man bit off the head of the live fish and chewed it with a crunching sound. Gulp! Aha! I've been asleep for over 40 years and I never expected to enjoy a feast as soon as I woke up. We're really lucky, Mashio. Mashio nodded and also grabbed a similar fish, devouring it in big bites. Big brother, why don't we just hide and live here? The food here is enough for us for a while. We can take this opportunity to quietly recover our injuries, and then we'll take over those monkeys in the Tail Mountains. Ha ha ha, Mashio is clever, unlike your brother who slept his brains away. Those monkeys have been breeding for so many years their numbers must have exceeded 200. As long as we enslave them, even if food runs short, we can eat them to tide us over. Ha! He! Broly, hidden in the shadows, sensed their chi and exhaled. I thought they were something special. He grinned and approached not far behind the 2. What? Coming here to find food without even telling me, the owner? Broly's voice startled the 2. They chewed quickly with fish in their mouths, then turned around and assumed a fighting stance. When they saw the tail behind Broly, they immediately showed contempt. It's just a monkey. You scared us. Monkey. Broly's brows furrowed at the words. He stomped his right foot and dashed forward. The 2 who had relaxed immediately tensed up again. So fast. No sooner had they exclaimed than a punch landed on their abdomens, their eyes bulging from the excruciating pain. Looking at the 2 in disarray, Broly stepped on Mashio's neck with 1 foot, formed a ki blast in his right hand, and sneered at him. Tell me, why did you call me a monkey? Ugh, cough cough. The man retched for a while, then wiped his mouth and looked at Broly with fear. Aren't you from the Tail Mountains? Seeing Broly shake his head, he gave a bitter smile. Sorry, my lord. We thought you were a Saiyan from the Tail Mountains, hence our disrespect. Please do not hold it against us, brothers. Saiyan. Broly looked at the alien kneeling on the ground, thought for a moment, and asked, how do I get to the Tail Mountains? Fly along the water current above the waterfall for over a day and you'll enter the Tail Mountains. All the mountains and land in this vast area belong to those Saiyans. Broly was somewhat skeptical. You 2 useless trash can even boast about subduing those Saiyans, which shows that the Saiyans are not that powerful. How could they guard such a vast area of resources? My lord, we 2 were seriously injured in a conflict long ago, and our strength is far less than before. The Saiyans in this area are not weak, but if we brothers fully recover, we can still handle those Saiyans. With that, his deadfish eyes turned to Broly. My lord, everything I say is true. We are willing to be enslaved by you as long as we can fill our stomachs. Is that so? Broly gave a light laugh, and the energy blast in his right hand blew off the man's head. With a stomp, a crack sound, he broke the other's neck. Do you think I'm blind? Broly turned and walked away. If it weren't for the liquid secreted from the alien's claws, Broly might have taken them in. After all, having 2 scapegoats was better than none. He looked back at the place where he had lived for 2 months, then slowly floated into the air. Following the direction the man had indicated, he flew along the dry riverbed into the distance. After a while, a graceful figure appeared beside the 2 corpses, then vanished in an instant. For someone severely injured, the journey would take over a day, but for Broly it took only half a day. By dusk he had flown to the middle of the air above this mountain range. He searched back and forth over the mountains until finally near a vast open lake he spotted a cave emitting black smoke. Whoosh! The moment Broly landed at the cave, more than a dozen burly figures surrounded him. The leader, a bald strongman, looked at Broly with a solemn expression. "Who are you?" Broly smiled, flicking his tail forward. "Saiyan. Hyuk, have you seen him before?" "No, he looks really unfamiliar." Hearing the murmurs around, the leading strongman frowned. "Sorry, we can't confirm your identity just because of the tail. After all, there are races on this continent that can transform." Broly spread his hands. "Then how can I prove it?" The strongman smiled. "Simple, just transform into a Super Saiyan." Super Saiyan. Seeing Broly's somewhat bewildered look, the strongman and the others were also taken aback. The strongman looked at Broly warily. "You don't know." "Know what?" The strongman clenched his fists. "Ha! Bang!" In an instant the strongman's chi surged dozens of times, making Broly go from his previous disdain to a grudging acknowledgement. Seeing the strongman's golden beard, Broly nearly choked. It was then that he remembered the Super Saiyan his grandson had always talked about long ago. So this was it. Broly stepped forward, his face full of excitement. "Can you teach me? I'm very talented. Just show me once or twice and I'll be able to transform." PSS. The strongman de-transformed, looking at Broly with some embarrassment. Seeing his excited little eyes, the strongman actually began to acknowledge his Saiyan identity. After all, a spy wouldn't actively ask to learn to transform. "Bana, have outsiders come?" A Saiyan with a weary expression walked out. Though his face and figure had entered old age, his remaining right eye still burned with fighting spirit. The strongman called Bana bent respectfully, placing his right hand over his chest. "Chieftain, he says he's also a Saiyan, but when I asked him to transform he said he couldn't." "Oh." The one-eyed chieftain circled around Broly twice, occasionally pinching his arms and tail. Finally he stood in front of Broly and nodded with satisfaction. "Young man, this physique, is it just after your coming of age?" Broly nodded. I'm 22 years old." The one-eyed chieftain smiled. "Transforming is simple. As long as you have enough anger and channel your chi to your back, when the chi can flow freely back and forth in your back, you'll be able to transform into a Super Saiyan." "Do you need so much anger?" Broly muttered to himself, but soon scratched the back of his head with a look of embarrassment. "I have a rather mild temper and I can't recall anything that would make me angry." The one-eyed chief stared at him as if he were an idiot. Throughout the entire abandoned continent, this young man was the first person he had encountered with such a serene disposition. After a long pause he asked, "Think back over the years, what things have made you deeply uncomfortable? Try to stir your emotions and see." Broly exhaled a long breath, closed his eyes and began to recall his past. Dad, I scored a perfect 100 on my exam today." This was the scene from his son's first final exam. "Grandpa." That was when his precious grandson Guigua first called him with clear pronunciation. "Ha! Go to bed early, my good grandson. Tomorrow I'll have Pilina fetch you some milk." This was the scene of the great elder laughing heartily. "Broly, you're always so good to me. You remember that I love braised pork the most." This was the scene of Xiangpa embracing him happily. Broly, my little man." This was the murmur of the two sisters as he trained with Bardas and Margarita. After thinking for a long time, all that came to mind were joyful images. Just as he was about to open his eyes and admit defeat, the one-eyed chief's deep voice came to his ears. "Think of your departed loved ones, think of the injustices you once faced and magnify them. Cough Dolly, from now on Tai will have to rely on you. Promise me, don't let our son suffer. I beg you." This was the dying request of his wife from his previous life, lying on a hospital bed. Gazing at her face ravaged by illness, for some reason his heart ached. Hadn't he buried this memory deep in his mind? Yet the moment the one-eyed chief mentioned it, it immediately resurfaced. Back then he was so desperate, so helpless and disoriented. He stayed by his wife's side every day, leaving the hotel to his elderly parents. He tried every treatment, every folk remedy. If there was even a glimmer of hope, he refused to give up. Finally, after burying his wife, he went to the temple where he had once prayed. The old monk, with a face full of compassion, said, "Benefactor, please accept my condolences. The cycle of life and death is not something we ordinary mortals can control. It is all the arrangement of heaven." Once he had accepted these consolations, the mindset of a common citizen had shackled his thoughts. But now he opened his tear-streaked eyes, gazing at his own thick, powerful fingers, his muscular arms and torso, and roared to the sky. "No. My destiny must be controlled by me alone." Ha! Endless pale green light enveloped him, and streaks of golden chi like sharp swords pierced through the green radiance, pushing the nearby Scions far back. "I don't believe in fate. I don't believe in fate." In my past life I smiled and groveled. In this life I will make others bow before me. The dazzling light spread and hoarse roars echoed from within. Dead. The Suli of the past is dead. Dead. At this moment the one-eyed chief, the Scions nearby, and even Margarita, who was hiding in the shadows, stared at this scene with shock in their eyes. As an angel she knew the Scion race thoroughly, but Broly's transformation was nothing like what she had read in the ancient texts. As the mixed golden and pale green light grew brighter, a thought flashed through her mind, an extremely ancient legend. I am Broly. I am the Scion Broly. Ha! The energy sphere enveloping Broly expanded rapidly. The Scions, who had been pushed far away, stared at the massive green energy ball before them, their eyes filled with despair. The one-eyed chief was so frightened he nearly choked. He muttered in disbelief. Where did this freak come from? Bana, standing beside him, was already petrified. Stammering, he asked, Chief, what do we do? The one-eyed chief let out a bitter laugh. What else? Just deal with it. Ha! Boom! The massive energy ball exploded, sending all the nearby Scions flying. The lucky ones were hurled into the air and managed to hover. The unlucky ones crashed into cliffs or deep forests, some lying prone, some on their backs, their fate unknown. Pew! 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 Boom! 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 Crash! 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 Small energy blasts shot out from the aura enveloping him, blasting several nearby mountains. At this moment Broly's long golden hair stood on end in clusters resembling the punk hairstyles of his past life. His originally bright black eyes now showed only white scare and no pupils. He roared at the sky. The remnant soul of the giant ape he had devoured long ago had been digested over the years, but some uncontrollable factors had always influenced him. This transformation simply lured those factors out. Now he desperately needed to vent. Looking at the Scions lying on the ground and those huddled in midair, he scanned his surroundings and sensed a familiar yet powerful key. He immediately turned and flew toward it. Margarita sensed the approaching key and transformed into a common space alien, a narrow face with a pair of triangular eyes flashing dangerous light, a powerful body clad in a standard space battle suit. She smiled and flew to meet him, landing a punch on Broly's face, which was now twice its normal size. The blows sent Broly flying far, and he, who had been somewhat recovering, fell into a berserk rage again. Come on! Ha! Broly surged with energy and charged again, firing a barrage of pale green energy blasts at Margarita. Following the Dragon Ball world's rule of smoke means no damage, Margarita laughed and welcomed him. You lowly worm. Kneel before me and perhaps I might grant your wish. This was Margarita's test for Broly. If he chose to submit, she would have to reconsider the subsequent training content and her relationship with him. Though she truly liked Broly, a man who would stoop to any means to achieve his goals was not her choice. Broly halted his attacks. His chaotic mind momentarily cleared, but seeing the contempt and disdain in her eyes, he charged forward in silence, his fists raining blows on her head and body. Margarita, while delivering strikes to the clumsy Broly, sneered. You insect! How dare you refuse me? Then what use are you? Facing Margarita's incoming fists, knees, and feet, Beerus neither dodged nor flinched. Swallowing injuries in exchange for strikes, he relentlessly assaulted that detestable ugly face, only to have each attack easily evaded. With such clumsy attacks of yours, do you really think you can hit me? Margarita attacked while fiercely taunting, and all she received in return was silent assault. After nearly 10 minutes of combat, Margarita retreated a distance, pressed her palms together before her chest, and spread her 10 fingers like butterfly wings. A dense mass of energy rapidly condensed. Vermin. Boom. The energy struck Beerus's chest like a meteor trailing flames. Beerus howled in pain and was blasted into a mountain peak. As his body collided with a cliff face, irregular spiderweb cracks rapidly spread outward from him in all directions. This strike forcibly knocked Beerus out of his Super Saiyan transformation. His entire body clung to the mountainside as he panted heavily. Margarita drifted before him, nose almost touching nose, and snorted coldly, "And you worthless trash, like you dare refuse me. I'll give you one more chance. Will you kneel or not?" "I am willing." Beerus's voice was soft yet carried clearly to Margarita's ears. She gazed at the man before her in utter disbelief. Could this little man, who had made her heart race, and whom she had disregarded everything for, actually be a coward? Has his true nature been revealed now that he's away from Beerus's protection? Just as disappointment flooded her, her breath caught. Staring in disbelief at the face before her, both familiar and strange, a voice dripping with mockery rang in her ear. "Kneel, my ass." Hiya. Bang. Fuck you. Bang. You bastard. Bang. With each curse, Beerus gripped Makalita's throat with his left hand and slammed her head against the mountain cliff over and over again. Still unsatisfied, he seized one of her ankles with his left hand, freeing his right hand from her neck, preparing to grab her other ankle. But he was kicked in the face. Feeling the excruciating pain from his nose, his fury erupted. Regardless of consequences, he grabbed her other ankle. The energy within his body surged toward his back. Haya. Bang! He transformed into a Super Saiyan, once more swinging Makalita and hurling her against the cliff face repeatedly. After dozens of impacts, he spun in place and released her, smashing her deep into the rock. He raised his right hand and condensed the purple-black energy sphere destruction. Whoosh! The energy sphere sped toward Makalita, only for her to casually slap it away. Such amateur destruction energy. She slowly floated out from the cliff face and stretched her neck. Hee, are you saying this little bug still has some skill? Now it's your turn. Let me have a go, shall I? Swish! Makalita suddenly vanished, reappearing before Beerus in the next instant. Her ugly face twisted into a sneer as her fist smashed into his lower abdomen. The powerful force of the blows sent Beerus flying far away. Ugh, cough. Beerus clutched his lower abdomen dry, heaving several times. His eyes warily fixed on Makalita across from him. Wiping the stomach acid from the corner of his mouth, his once pure white eyes began crawling with dense bloodshot veins. Is this really my strength? The power I once boasted of? Before a true master, am I merely a bug to amuse myself? Beerus looked down at his outstretched hands, his entire body trembling slightly. Meanwhile, Makalita further goaded his fragile nerves. What's wrong? Feeling how insignificant you are. Weren't you shouting so loudly just now? Cough. Makalita playfully formed her right hand into a fist, held it to her mouth, and gave 2 mock coughs. Then, imitating Beerus' stance, she placed both hands at her sides. I don't believe in fate, I want others to bow and scrape before me. Ha ha ha, ho ho ho. After finishing her imitation, Makalita exaggeratedly clutched her stomach and laughed wildly, eventually rolling around midair with laughter. After a long while, she wiped away tears of laughter, her expression filled with contempt. With your strength barely better than a bug, where did you get the confidence to demand others bow before you? Face reality. Little bug, as long as you kneel at my feet, I will train you into a true powerhouse. Saying this, she raised her right hand and beckoned to Beerus, then pointed to the ground beside her foot. Come crawl over. As long as you crawl over, not only will I spare you, but I'll also properly nurture you. Come on, come on. Makalita's tempting voice served as nothing less than a catalyst for the current Beerus. The bloodshot whites of his eyes slowly contracted into sesame-sized pupils, and his originally golden, upright long hair gradually shifted toward green. I'm a fucking man. Ah. Bang. A dazzling green aura enveloped Beerus. His already imposing physique grew another 2 rounds stronger. He roared to the heavens, constantly shaking his head. In this moment, only 2 pale blue faces appeared in his mind, both women smiling gently at him. Bujosi Beerus. Makalita Beerus. Makalita Bujosi, I won't let you down. Click, click, click. The weighted decorations on Beerus' body could no longer withstand the surge of energy within him, erupting and falling away one by one. Beerus felt his whole body relax, looking up with a ferocious grin at the astonished Makalita. He didn't you want to kill me? I want to see if you can actually follow through. Chenjia. As Beerus' entire body contracted, the green flames wrapping around him suddenly drew inward. The very next moment, as Beerus straightened and extended both arms, crimson energy aura enveloped his body, and outside the crimson aura a layer of deep green aura appeared. King Kaioken X25. Full power now. Bang. Whoosh. Beerus vanished from his spot, reappearing before Makalita in the next instant. His once clumsy attacks had become extraordinarily swift, yet Makalita still parried with ease, though now she occasionally had to extend her arms and legs to defend against Beerus' assaults. Compared to before, the current Beerus had already exceeded the capabilities of a destruction god substitute in Makalita's eyes. Even destruction gods ranked lower in strength could face Beerus for several minutes. Makalita regardfully looked at the tyrannical Beerus and smiled. In my eyes, now you've risen from a little bug to a little mouse. Quite good. Ha! Boom boom slap. In midair, the figures of the combatants were completely indistinguishable, only the sonic booms from each exchange could be heard. Ha ha, interesting, you little thing are truly interesting. Makalita casually deflected Buluo Li's attacks while further provoking his anger, sensing that this was not yet Buluo Li's full strength. Because in just these few minutes of battle, Buluo Li, who had removed the gravity restrictions, saw his chi increasing wildly. Slap slap boom whoosh. Makalita first punched Buluo Li in the face, then landed a solid kick on his chest. The latter, struck by the powerful kick, flew backward a great distance in the air. Hula hoo Buluoli floated in midair, panting heavily, feeling the soreness in his muscles and bones, and then looked at the sneer on the opposite face. At this moment he felt deep despair. Ma Kali Ta looked at Buluoli's despairing face, thought for a moment, and felt that further verbal provocation might not be useful. Her eyes rolled, and she came up with a good idea. She stretched her neck, rubbed the armor on her abdomen with her right hand, and said, "Oh yeah, after sleeping for so long I wake up to a sparring partner, and now I'm so hungry." She pretended to look around left and right, then slapped her shiny bald head. "Almost forgot there were many little monkeys in that cave just now, their taste must be delicious." La 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 whoosh. Watching Ma Kali Ta fly away, Buluoli breathed a sigh of relief and reverted from his Super Saiyan state. Crack crack. After a series of bone-grinding sounds he gritted his teeth in pain, realizing that his body was not yet able to withstand such a high multiplier of the Kaioken. After taking out a senzu bean and eating it, feeling the rapidly growing chi in his body, he was delighted. He hadn't expected that today's all-out battle combined with the help of the senzu bean would cause his chi to increase noticeably. Truly, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Monkeys. He seemed to think of something. His expression changed, and he flew toward the cave where the Saiyans lived. If nothing unexpected happened, that alien wanted to eat not monkeys but Saiyans like himself. Boom whoosh. As if Buluoli had thought of some terrifying scene, he directly transformed into Super Saiyan and chased after the direction Ma Kali Ta had gone. When Buluoli arrived at the Saiyan gathering place, the ground was covered with wailing Saiyans. Ma Kali Ta was holding 2 Saiyan children by the hair, washing them in the nearby large lake. Why don't eat me, Mom? Let me go. Don't eat my child, please." Several severely injured Saiyan men and women lying on the ground stretched out trembling arms, begging Ma Kali Ta incessantly. The latter saw Buluoli arriving, smiled eerily, and said, "Don't rush, I'll eat 2 tender ones first to settle my stomach, then I'll eat you. Don't worry, a family should always be together." Watching Ma Kali Ta's disgusting long tongue lick one of the little girls' faces, Buluoli could no longer restrain himself, let out a roar, and charged forward. "You beast!" Facing the enraged Buluoli, Ma Kali Ta curled her lips in disdain, sidestepped, and kicked Buluoli, sending him flying backward. Ma Kali Ta used very little force with this kick, directly sending Buluoli rolling dozens of meters on the ground. He finally ended up lying beside the one-eyed chieftain and reverted from his Super Saiyan state. Ugh, cough. This kick made Buluoli spit blood. Feeling the cramping pain in his abdomen, he knew his internal organs were probably ruptured. He wanted to get up but couldn't muster any strength. He could only lift his head, staring at Ma Kali Ta with bloodshot eyes full of hatred. The latter smiled nonchalantly, casually ripped off the animal skins from the 2 children, grabbed their hair, and kept washing them in the lake water. "Honestly, so dirty and still need washing. They are really wild monkeys." "Kid, run quickly while she's not paying attention, run." In Buluoli's ears came the one-eyed chieftain's voice. "You are still young. Find a place to hide and train. Just remember to avenge us." After informing Buluoli, he turned to the bald strongman on the other side. "Ben Na, if you're not dead, get up. Even if you die, die with dignity." "Yes." At this moment, not only the one-eyed chieftain and Ben Na, but all the other Saiyans, regardless of gender or age, got up and slowly formed a circle surrounding Ma Kali Ta, who was still humming a tune. Ma Kali Ta, holding the 2 children by their hair, turned around and looked at the Saiyans, sneering. "What? Are you feeling sorry for your 2 brats? Damn, get him. Damn, charge, aha!" With a series of shouts, all the Saiyans except a few children transformed into Super Saiyan. The most outstanding among them even entered Super Saiyan 2 with arcs of electricity dancing around their bodies, occasionally flickering. "Humph, nonsense." Ma Kali Ta snorted coldly. Her figure vanished from the spot. Accompanied by various cries of agony, one by one the Saiyans reverted from Super Saiyan, once again lying on the ground like dead dogs, wailing. Those few young Saiyans, after witnessing the misery of their clansmen and parents, actually transformed into Super Saiyan out of anger. But Ma Kali Ta kicked them one by one, sending them all flying to the lakeside, where they clutched their little bellies, coughing and retching incessantly. As if still angry, she leisurely walked over to the young Saiyans, threw the 2 she was holding together, and then stepped on one young Saiyan's belly. Cough, ouch, pain. At this moment, whether the Saiyans or Buluoli, who had just eaten a senzu bean, all witnessed this with eyes wide open in fury. Ma Kali Ta stepped on the young Saiyans while looking at Buluoli with a half-smile. "You monkeys are really something. I originally only wanted to eat 2 small ones, but you dared to resist. Then none of you will be spared." With that, she forcefully stomped a young Saiyan into the mud by the lake. "Ah, beast." Buluoli looked at the young Saiyan, seeming to recall his grandson from his past life, and once again inevitably fell into a berserk state. Boom! A powerful green aura like a torch soared into the sky. His pale green spiky hair began to grow continuously, his brow bones became more prominent than before, and his overall appearance became even larger and more ferocious. I'll risk my life, but I won't let you beast have an easy time. Kaioken times 30 activate. Come on, come on. Facing the enraged and furious Broly, Makurita smiled with satisfaction. This was exactly the result she wanted. After today's battle, Broly's strength and combat experience would surely trigger a new surge of explosive growth. While launching his assault, Broly kept his eyes fixed on Makurita. At the sight of that disgusting grin, his punches flew faster, his kicks grew heavier and more lethal. Thud. Ugh! Makurita was struck in the stomach by Broly's knee. Her body instinctively twisted in feigned agony, her right hand clutching her abdomen as her left foot kicked into Broly's lower belly, creating distance between them. Humph. I was careless. Makurita wiped the corner of her mouth and pressed her palms together, fingers splayed. You vermin dare lay a hand on me. Die. Broly watched the energy sphere forming rapidly across from him. He too clasped his hands together and pulled them apart. Endless green energy swirled and condensed. Die, bastard. Bang. Rumble. The silver-white energy wave collided with the crimson-infused dark green blast, and the two began a terrible contest of pressure. Damn it. You son of a... Broly grit his teeth and poured endless energy into his attack, but his beam was pushed closer and closer until his strength gave out. Makurita's energy wave struck him head-on. The massive energy beam pinned Broly to the ground, grinding across the earth. The scorching heat permeated his entire body. He tried to counterattack, but not a single ounce of ki remained within him. Finally, he fell into unconsciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself inside a cave. Gazing at the smoke-blackened rock walls, he let out a long breath of relief. Thank goodness, he was still alive. Otherwise those two cabbages had no idea who would claim them. Big brother, you're awake. As Broly looked around, a small child walked in carrying a steaming pot of meat soup. Seeing Broly's eyes open, the little one set down the earthenware jar and ran outside. Elder. That big brother is awake. Really? Wonderful. Soon the one-eyed clan elder entered, accompanied by two little girls, precisely the same two whom Makurita had dragged by their hair earlier. One of them was the small child who had just run out. Elder, where is that beast? In response to Broly's question, the one-eyed elder smiled warmly. Though his energy wave knocked you unconscious, he fared no better himself. He spat blood and staggered away. He crouched before Broly, his face full of gratitude. Young man, thank you so much. If not for you, our Saiyan clan would have been devoured to the last one. Broly smiled, and a senzu bean appeared in his hand. He tossed it into his mouth. Crunch, crunch, gulp. Under the stunned gaze of the old man and two children, Broly's wounds closed rapidly, leaving not even a single scar. Broly stood up and stretched his body. With the crackling of his bones, he felt his ki nearly double. Overjoyed, he grinned widely. Then, under the gaze of 4 pairs of eyes, the heavyweight jewelry on his body slowly reformed. What the? Why am I heavy again? Broly moved his limbs and neck, then smiled helplessly. Elder, my name is Broly. I am a Saiyan as well. Hee, we already knew that. I am Sautéed, the current elder of this clan. Sautéed then patted the heads of the two children beside him. These two little girls are Gina and Jiwa. They are true prodigies of our clan. The two little ones ran forward and hugged Broly's leg, gazing up at his smiling face. Gina's eyes sparkled with admiration. Brother Broly is so amazing. Jiwa on the other side nodded vigorously in agreement. Yes, so impressive. Broly rubbed both their heads gently. From now on, train alongside me and you can become as strong as I am. Okay. Rumble. Before the two children could finish nodding, their little bellies gave loud growls. The younger Jiwa's eyes drifted toward the steaming jar floating with savory meat fragrance. Sautéed patted the two children's heads with a bittersweet smile. Be good, little ones. This pot of meat soup is for Brother Broly. He saved you after all. Yes. Seeing the two little ones licking their lips constantly, Broly smiled. I'm not hungry. I just ate a senzu bean. I won't feel hunger for 10 days. Give it to them instead. They are still growing. Seeing the two children still hesitating, Broly picked up the earthenware jar, scooped out a thick black strip of meat with a spoon and held it to Jiwa's mouth, open wide. Jiwa glanced at the meat, then at Elder, who gave a slight nod. She opened her mouth, took a bite of the meat strip, and happily chewed. Placing the jar on the bed, he patted Gina's head. You and Jiwa share it together. Thank you, Brother Broly. Gina cheered and eagerly spooned the meat strips, occasionally offering a spoonful of soup to Jiwa beside her. Sautéed laughed and patted Broly on the back. Let me take you to meet the rest of the clan. All right. The two walked one after another into the largest cavern within the cave. There were over a dozen bonfires, each surrounded by several scions. Sautéed clapped his hands. This is our savior Broly, and also one of our own clan. Broly. 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 Watching the excited scions shouting his name, Broly nodded with a smile. Several bold scion women even whistled, making him somewhat embarrassed. Ban arose with a grin and put an arm around Broly's shoulder. Pick whichever one you like. Take her into the woods tonight. Broly was utterly dumbfounded. So wild, huh? But at the thought of those two smirk-faced expressions he shivered. No need, no need. Sautéed shot him an annoyed glance. Go eat. Eat more on behalf of those who died. Those words instantly chilled the lively atmosphere. Broly furrowed his brows. How many died? Sautéed smiled bitterly. We couldn't kill a single one of that powerhouse. Meanwhile, the Danio clan and the Chili clan, alerted by the commotion, took advantage of our injuries and carried away more than half of our people. It turned out that the two races mentioned by Sautéed were the native tribes of the Tail Mountain Range. Between them existed a rotating relationship of prey and hunter. When the scions were dominant, those two clans served as prey. When the scions grew weak, those two races became the hunters. This relationship had persisted through endless ages. When did it happen? Facing Broly's furious eyes, Stark grinned. Last night. Creek. Broly was about to say something, but Stark waved his hand to interrupt. Actually, this is also a good thing for us. Good thing? Broly couldn't keep up with his thoughts. Stark gave a bitter smile. Our clan is growing larger and larger, yet our resources remain limited. Coupled with our naturally huge appetites, a larger population is actually a great burden for us. Broly looked at the other scions. Though their faces showed sorrow, it wasn't as heartbreaking as he had imagined. Bana took a bite of meat and continued with a wry smile. Most of those kidnapped this time were elderly or relatively weak. In a way, it's a blessing in disguise. It's just that there will be fewer able-bodied men left behind. A moment ago he was smiling bitterly, but now he seemed at peace. So Broly, you need to work harder. You're so powerful, your descendants certainly won't be weak. There are more women in the clan now. You must step up. Broly smiled but said nothing. He told Stark goodbye and returned to his cave, where he saw two little ones fast asleep on the bed. He smiled, nudged the two little ones inward, lay down on his side, and gazed at their chubby baby faces before slowly drifting off to sleep. Nearby, high up in the canopy of a large tree, Makarita lay on a hammock, using her long staff to transmit the footage of her sparring with Broly to Beerus of Universe 6. His current potential has already been drawn out by me. After this, it's merely a matter of refining his techniques. Beerus, on the other end, scratched his chin. Given his fighting style, the stronger the enemy, the more power he can unleash. We need to make good use of this trait. Makarita smiled. That's simple. Every year we just transform and look for trouble again. It's a perfect way to test his cultivation progress each year. And during the month each time we visit him, we'll pour every bit of combat skills and energy manipulation knowledge into him. With his growth rate, by our next visit we'll help him completely master destruction energy. Beerus seemed to think of something and giggled. I can't wait to see that adorable little expression when Lord Kompa sees Broly again. Makarita chuckled and cut off the communication. After a moment's thought, she shook her staff. The black bead at its tip flickered, revealing the gentle face of a handsome man. What is it? My dear Makarita. Makarita bit her index finger. Daddy, do you know why the scions of the abandoned continent were left there? The Grand Minister tilted his head and thought for a moment, then shrugged nonchalantly. The previous god of destruction, acting on a sudden whim, began patrolling the universe and happened to arrive at the planet where the ancient scions resided. Those ignorant savages mocked the god of destruction's appearance, so the entire planet was cast into the abandoned continent. Makarita was dumbfounded. Were the ancient scions really that reckless? The Grand Minister smiled. Actually, this branch of ancient scions is the ancestor of the scions in both Universe 6 and Universe 7. At that time they were a renowned warrior race across the cosmos, unfortunately. The Grand Minister didn't continue. He simply raised his hand and tapped his forehead with his index finger, wearing an expression that said, "You know what I mean." Can these dozens of descendants still living in the Scion clan be brought back to Universe 6? Noticing Makarita's cautious demeanor, the Grand Minister smiled. That depends on the will of the Omni King. Seeing the Grand Minister's relaxed manner, Makarita knew this matter would be easy to handle. She smiled. Beerus and I have arranged for Broly to train in the abandoned continent. When the time comes, the three of us will visit you and the Omni King. The Grand Minister smiled gently. I look forward to your arrival. Makarita hummed a tune, holding a box of chocolate wafer cookies, swinging her legs leisurely as she ate. Ha hey ha. I punch 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 ah hey. Jeeva, your punches need to be faster. Gina, watch your openings. Ouch. Ouch. Broly flicked both of their foreheads with one hand each. The two little ones immediately crouched down, clutching their foreheads and rubbing them vigorously. Rest a moment, then we continue. If you want to avenge your parents and clan, this level of skill won't cut it. Broly shook his head and went to begin his daily training on his own. He had been living here for nearly 10 months. From stranger to familiar, every clansman treated him with great respect, which made him even more diligent in his cultivation. Even if only for that respect, he had to train hard, ensuring the remaining clanspeople could live peacefully on this land. As for these two little ones, he planned to train them into his mobile artillery. According to clan leader Stark, the two were born only 40-some days apart, and both possessed the finest talent in the entire clan. Most importantly, both faces were truly striking. With Saiyan genetics as a foundation, they would certainly be able to handle the rigors of adult life, unlike those two scheming vipers at home. During this period, apart from the two young Saiyans, every adult female Saiyan who underwent the clansman's efforts had successfully become pregnant. This led to the able-bodied members reducing their rations as much as possible to fully support those who were pregnant. It was unavoidable. Although the mountain range was vast, the edible animals and other survivors were cunning, hiding in secluded corners, and proving much harder to find than expected. He simply couldn't afford to waste his cultivation time foraging for food for the clan. The two little ones looked tiny, but they were already 9 years old. In 7 or 8 more years they'd fully grow into their strength, and he wouldn't have to envy Bana and the others anymore. The only thing he worried about now was the hidden expert. He didn't know what the next encounter would look like. Whenever he thought of that grotesque face that made him sick, his sense of urgency grew heavier. Though the two little ones had chubby faces, their bodies were frail. They could spar with him for less than half an hour each day before collapsing, gasping for breath, which left him helpless. After all, his physical foundation was already solidified, and with senza beans that was no longer a concern. But whether it was these two little ones or the other clansmen, though they appeared to have tremendous combat power after transforming, their bodies were weakened and hollowed out, which ultimately limited their battle duration. Brother Bulyoli, I'm so hungry. Jiwa climbed onto Bulyoli's back as he was doing push-ups, wrapping her twig-like arms around his neck, pressing her little face against his cheek and nuzzling. Bulyoli continued doing push-ups while comforting her. Wait until brother finishes today's training, then I'll take you to find food. Thank you, brother. You are so nice. Mua. Jiwa planted a kiss on Bulyoli's sweaty face, then flushed and went to find Gina. The two little ones giggled and frolicked. When noon came, Bulyoli notified Bana and then took the two little ones flying towards the pond where he had lived when he first arrived. The two little ones were tucked under his arms, and when he touched them he felt nothing but ribs. Chomp chomp. Watching the ugly big fish jumping in their hands and their little mouths stained with green blood, Bulyoli's eyes were full of pity. After the two little ones had eaten their fill, he took them back to the clan territory. The fish in the pond were not many at first, but after Bulyoli tried feeding them with leaves and some scraps of food discarded by the clansmen, these fish actually spawned and multiplied. In nearly 10 months the number of fish in the pond had multiplied several times, but there were only so many big fish, the rest were small fish, or even fry. To ensure the fish population, Bulyoli only brought people to eat once a month, and they couldn't eat too much each time, just enough to stave off hunger. At night, lying in his own cave listening to the exaggerated snoring of other clansmen patting the dry little bodies of the two little ones in his arms, he slowly drifted into dreamland. That morning Bulyoli completed his daily training and was instructing the two little ones on the use of chi. Watching the two little ones enveloped in lightning and golden chi, Bulyoli merely smacked his lips. Even if they achieved a second transformation, so what? The basic combat power gap is too large. Transforming into Super Saiyan 2 is just a showpiece. Whoosh. Bulyoli. Seeing the two pretty faces appear before him, Bulyoli grabbed one with each arm and without a word flew deep into the mountains. Today he was going to throw off all restraint and eat seafood heartily. Even the great priest couldn't stop him. A man who exercises every day naturally has high levels of male hormones, and with those female Saiyans howling every night, any normal man would find it unbearable. Bulyoli had no problem going without meat for over 20 years, but he had only been eating meat again for a week after breaking his fast when he was thrown here. Although the mysterious expert made him nervous, if he erupted with full power he could still make his opponent wary. With most external threats gone, his mind naturally became restless, enduring the feeling of wanting to eat meat but having to hold back. Seeing their beloved brother Bulyoli fly away with two strange women, the two little ones naturally went after him immediately. 10 months of living together had made their dependence on Bulyoli surpass that on their former parents and clansmen. When the two found their brother, they discovered that their mighty brother Bulioli was actually being pinned down and bullied by two bad women. The one with a single ponytail was sitting on his face, and the one with twin ponytails was sitting on his lower abdomen, even chatting and laughing. How could Gina and Jiwa tolerate that? "Aye! You bad women, let go of our brother Bulioli or we'll fight you!" Gina and Jiwa instantly entered Super Saiyan 2 state, puffing their cheeks and glaring angrily at Bajuosi and Makalita. Bulioli was busy eating seafood and had no time to bother with those two little girls. Bajuosi and Makalita parted their lips and tilted their chins at the two little ones. "So these are the two little tagalongs following Bulioli?" Makalita smiled. "Their talent is indeed good, but their foundation is too weak. With proper training they can be useful in the future." Bajuosi examined them for a long time before nodding. "The next universal rating is not far off. The time flow here is just right for them to accelerate their growth. Maybe the fat cat at home will be able to escape this time." Smiling, she waved at the two little ones. "Big sister has delicious food here. How about you eat while waiting for Bulioli?" Seeing the delicious food that had appeared on the ground, the two little ones were still hesitating. At that moment, Bulioli painfully turned his face, licked his lips, and said, "Gina G would be good. Big brother is creating little nephews and nieces for you. You go eat first." After speaking, he slapped Bajuosi's bottom. The latter understood and waved her hand, a dark semicircular light shield enveloping the three of them. "So that means they can all leave here." Bulioli held the two little ones in his arms and looked at Makalita with excitement. Bajuosi smiled and reached out, pinching hard on the old pervert's certain part. "You have quite the ideas, huh?" You said it yourselves? Because of your race, if you get pregnant, who knows how long it will take to give birth. How am I supposed to get through that time?" He was now like a dead pig that doesn't fear scalding water. As long as he served these two ancestors well, they could turn a blind eye. After all, the angel race had no such rules. Bulioli looked at the two sleeping little faces and smiled bitterly. "If it weren't for the huge commotion when I transformed into a Super Saiyan, their parents wouldn't have died. Giving them a comfortable life is my compensation." Makalita looked at Bulioli calmly. "It's okay to accept them, but—" She paused and whispered something in Bulioli's ear. The latter looked at her and Bajuosi's half-smiling faces, then finally nodded. "That's fine. It's good for them to be able to fight wholeheartedly." You know what's good for you." Bajuosi gripped her staff lightly and waved it over the two little ones' round bellies. With two flashes of white light, their sleeping faces wrinkled. They smacked their lips twice and started snoring again. Luby was very happy today. His idolized brother Bulioli had brought back two beautiful sisters who were said to be his wives. Those two sisters were gentle and generous. They gave him a big piece of fragrant roasted meat, gently patted his head, and said he could come to them for more after finishing. This was a blessing he had never dared to dream of before. This was the first time since he could remember that he had eaten his fill and enjoyed it so much. He silently cheered himself on vowing to be like brother Bulioli and find a wife like that. "Broly, what is your current understanding of destruction?" Makarita sat cross-legged on Broly's back, adjusting her own gravity to provide additional gravitational pressure on Broly beneath her. Huff. In my view, destruction and annihilation are interconnected. For instance, he shared his insights while doing push-ups with Makarita, listening attentively, occasionally correcting his understanding. Meanwhile, Bathos took the two little ones to a spatial passage and landed directly on the elf star. The moment Bathos arrived, the neighboring Vine clan members rushed over, led by a handsome middle-aged man with a hint of weathered wisdom. He knelt down. "Great and merciful Lady Bathos, what brings you to the elf star? Do you have any commands?" Bathos glanced at him. "Select two unmarried women from your clan with the finest appearance and talent. The younger the better." The middle-aged man trembled slightly. "Please take a moment to rest in the palace. I will go and choose suitable clan members immediately." Bathos nodded, carrying the two sleeping little ones, and entered the wooden palace built specially for her by the Vine clan. "Chief Kalito, this is the first time Lady Bathos has requested a life contract." Before a clan member could finish, Kalito waved him off. "This is Lady Bathos' request. We cannot forget the grace she bestowed upon us. Over the years, our carefree existence has been thanks to her protection. Gather the clan members separately and bring them all to the palace for Lady Bathos to personally select." Bathos enjoyed her watermelon, leisurely smiling at the two little ones. What lucky little ones. As time passed, more and more Vine clan maidens entered the palace, standing respectfully in a row before Bathos. Finally, the chief Kalito entered. "Lady Bathos, these children are the finest of our clan." Gazing at the exquisite faces, Bathos' eyes swept over them, and she pointed her finger repeatedly. "Rina and Ik will stay. The rest of you may leave for now." The maidens exited the palace one by one, sighing in relief, then returned cheerfully to their villages. The 2 Vine clan maidens bent down, pressing their foreheads against the little ones' foreheads, activating their racial talent, the life contract. A rainbow-colored light formed 2 cocoons, and faint ethereal songs drifted from within. Crack! Crack! After a long while the cocoons shattered into specks of light, merging into the 4 bodies. Rena and Ik stared at their hands in disbelief. They never imagined that after completing the life contract their meager chi would multiply several times in such a short span. As for the 2 little ones, with the life force replenished by Rena and Ik, their originally depleted little bodies recovered to normal levels, even slightly exceeding them. Their plump arms and legs were the best proof. Bathos picked up a towel from the coffee table, elegantly wiped her mouth. No need to be astonished. These 2 little ones possess extraordinary talent. Coupled with your Vine clan's inherent traits, if you cultivate diligently from now on, your strength will surely soar. Kalito looked at Bathos with some confusion. Lady Bathos, in the previous catastrophe, why did the clan members' strength remain unchanged? And even became weaker than before? Willingness versus unwillingness. Attitude determines the direction of one's talent. Bathos explained briefly, then waved her hand to dismiss Rena and Ik. She turned to Kalito. The protective barrier I set for the elf star will expire in 16 years. From then on you will have to rely on yourselves. Kalito fell to his knees, his voice trembling. Please, Lady Bathos, have mercy. Bathos looked at the back of Kalito's head and smiled. I have found a symbiotic race for you. Their strength will be sufficient to ensure the safety of your Vine clan. A symbiotic race. Bathos nodded yes. Your Vine clan's strength cannot protect your own talents. So finding a bodyguard to protect you is not a bad choice. Seeing Kalito's worried expression, Bathos lifted the 2 little ones with a wave of her hand. Rest assured. That race is renowned for their martial prowess. Add to that the fact that they have a candidate for the god of destruction in their midst. What do you have to worry about? I'm off. Whoosh. As Bathos passed by, Kalito looked up and caught sight of 2 furry tails. Those tails reminded him of a youth with extraordinary power. Broly. Ouch, that hurts. Gina, dissatisfied, hid behind Bathos, rubbing her little belly with a pout. Only then did she realize that her arms and legs had become chubby, and her belly was bulging prominently. Beside her, Jiwa was having her little face vigorously rubbed by Broly's large hand, pouting in displeasure. Let me go. Amid Jiwa's squeals, Makarita waved her staff, and 2 sets of weighted accessories similar to Broly's were fastened onto them. Laughing cheerfully, Bathos sent the 2 little ones off to familiarize themselves with the gravity. Then with a wave of her hand a semicircular black barrier appeared on the spot. Broly's large hand skillfully slipped inside Makarita's robe, and he whispered with a grin in her ear, today let's first taste Makarita sister's abalone. Gina clumsily moved her limbs and whispered to Jiwa, what do you think Broly brother and the 2 sisters are doing inside? Is it like Uncle Banner and Angie Time? Jiwa shook her head. I don't know. Let's focus on training. I want to avenge our parents. Hearing the word revenge, Gina stopped gossiping. The 2 of them, after slightly adapting to the current gravity, began the most basic horse stance training. Stark had never lived as comfortably as in the past few months since he could remember. Before he had only 2 meals a day, mostly just water to fill his stomach. Now he had 3 meals a day, fragrant and fluffy white pearl rice and plenty of meat along with fruits he had never tasted before. After dinner the Scions gathered in small groups to chat. Banner, looking at the clan members with rosy cheeks, nudged Stark's waist. Chief, do you think Broly's 2 wives are princesses from a great clan in the continent's center? Stark remained silent, staring fixedly at the campfire before him. After a long sigh he said, eat your fill now. When their clan comes looking for us, at least we won't have wasted our time. We've enjoyed a good life before dying. Bardos and Makarita had returned home 6 months ago. The Scion population had once again surpassed the 100 mark. Watching the little ones crawling all over the ground, Stark's old face crinkled into a smile like a blooming daisy. Look at those chubby little ones. It was something he never dared to imagine before. Back then the tribe barely scraped by, and the men had to eat more to go hunting or defend the village. There was never much food left for the pregnant women and the children, which led to the inherent physical deficiencies of the Scions today. But this batch of youngsters was different. With ample food and milk, their future combat prowess would far surpass that of the older generation. Chief! Chief! A Scion man rushed in, leaning close to Stark's ear. The Danny tribe and the Chili tribe are fighting. This time it's intense. Even their little ones have joined the fray. Really? Stark shot to his feet, shouting as he ran out. All assemble! All assemble! Soon dozens of Scions emerged from caves and the surrounding woods. They were now muscular and robust, their faces no longer bearing the sickly pallor of the past. Stark swept his eyes over the adult tribesmen. Gu and Ji Lina stay behind to guard the little ones. The rest of you come with me. We have some scores to settle with our old neighbors. Ha! It's about time we got our revenge. I can hold Super Saiyan 2 for a good while now, just a chance to sharpen my claws on those beasts. What are we waiting for? Let's go, Chief. The tribesmen stirred with excitement, their strength now improved, and they were eager to reclaim their honor. Except for a dozen or so adult female Saiyans who had just given birth, the rest of the tribe followed Stark as they flew toward the battlefield of the two clans. Ji watched the departing tribesmen, a sense of unease gnawing at her. She exchanged a few words with the other sisters and then flew toward the valley where Broly was training. At that moment, Broly was calmly dealing with the attacks of two little ones, dodging and blocking while pointing out flaws in their techniques. Broly, big brother. The chief has taken most of the tribe to confront the Dane and Chili tribes. Should you go check on them? Broly casually smacked both little ones on the rear and turned to Jiu. Tell me the details. Jiu scratched her head awkwardly. Luke rushed in just now, saying the Chili and Dane tribes are locked in a life-or-death battle. The chief thinks it's a chance to avenge last year's grudge, so he took everyone. Now besides us, a dozen or so newly adult sisters and the little ones, only you and the two of them are left. Broly shook his head, then used instant transmission by sensing their ki. The two little ones exchanged a glance, asked for directions, and flew off. They were no longer the same as last year. Swoosh! Broly appeared in front of Stark and Banna. The excited Banna grinned. Hee hee, Broly, you're just in time. Let's go wipe them out and bring back some meat for the little ones tonight. Broly shook his head. Don't charge in shouting. Let's sneak up and observe. Last time the two tribes allied. If they're putting on a show again, our numbers won't be enough to fill their teeth. The tribesmen quieted down at Broly's words. Stark pondered a moment and nodded. Broly's right. We'd better be cautious. We've lost too many already. Broly looked at a sturdy man. Luke, lead us to your hiding spot. We'll wait until they've thinned each other out before we strike. Luke nodded with a sinister grin. I want 20 of them, revenge for my wife. With that he led the way, and Broly and the others followed closely. Instead of flying boldly through the sky, they leaped between trees and mountains. Hey Aliga, do you think those monkeys will fall for it? A burly humanoid creature asked the nearby dinosaur man. Aliga smiled. Chidan, do you think those monkeys are smart? We took more than half of their people last time. If we eat them all this time, their resources become ours, right? Chidan grinned and smacked his lips. Those monkeys are tasty, but your Dane tribe has such thick skin, it's a chore to chew. Aliga curled his lip in disdain. Your own hide isn't any better. Just then the two antennae on Chidan's forehead twitched, and he grinned menacingly at Aliga. The monkeys are here, males and females. Looks like they've sent everyone they can. Aliga clawed at Chidan's chest. Put some effort into it. Don't let them think we're playing house. Damn you, you bastard! Chidan cursed at the 3 claw marks on his chest and began grappling with Aliga. Ow! SSS! Bang! Boom! The screams of the two groups and the explosions of energy blasts made the Scions hidden far away boil with excitement. Watching Chili and Dane warriors, even their young, fall one after another, the Scion's breathing grew rapid. Broly, however, sensed something amiss. Despite all the blasts and explosions, not a single limb had been severed. This was highly abnormal. Broly shared his observations with the tribe. They exchanged glances, and with a nod from Stark they began to withdraw quietly. As expected, the unexpected happened. Broly, big brother, we're here to help you. Na's shrill voice nearly made Broly choke with frustration. He pushed Banna and Stark. You go ahead. I'll fetch those 2 girls back. Stark looked at the 2 sisters speeding through the air and shook his head firmly. No retreat. We'll have to fight them sooner or later. This is just a little earlier. Boom. 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 As Chief Stark transformed into Super Saiyan 2, the rest of the tribe followed suit, entering Super Saiyan or Super Saiyan 2. Even the bald Banna sported a golden sparkling beard that was quite an eyesore. Broly directly transformed into Super Saiyan 2, and the green energy spheres in his palms rained down like cannon shells, densely bombarding the battlefield below. He was furious. The enemy outnumbered them by nearly 10 times, even counting the children as filler. But the number of adult warriors was real. In the past, the Dane and Chili tribes individually would struggle against the Scions because once a Scion entered Super Saiyan, their combat power skyrocketed. If not for their physical deficiencies limiting endurance, the two tribes combined wouldn't have been a match for them. After more than half a year of dedicated cultivation and heavy meat supplementation, his strength had surged remarkably. Coupled with the extended transformation duration, it was truly uncertain who would fall in this encounter. Ali Du and Chili spotted the two tiny figures in the air immediately. With sinister grins they rocketed skyward. Gazing at the two tender little monkeys, saliva rapidly gathered at the corners of their mouths. Just as they reached the pair and extended their claws, the two diminutive figures struck first. Their tiny fists, wreathed in golden energy, slammed directly into their grotesque faces. Two towering muscular figures were hammered into the ground below by the small ones. Staring at the two enormous craters now marring the earth, Ji Na and Ji Hua gazed at their own hands in disbelief. Experts who had once matched blows with the clan leader were sent flying by merely two children. It seemed impossible. They glanced at each other and zeroed out the gravitational weight of their ornaments. With mouths open wide they charged into the chaos below. Every grotesque face before them triggered memories of their parents' agonized last cries, causing their spiritual energy to surge once more. Their eyes turned completely white, replacing the pupils they'd had before. Brawler fought not far from the pair, casually snapping the neck of a Dana tribe member, and kicking away a Chili fighter whose chest was caved in. There was little chance he'd recover. The Scion's numerical disadvantage ultimately showed, while 1 or 2 might struggle against a single Scion, 5 or 6 or even 7 or 8 working together could easily overwhelm one. A desperate scream echoed as a Chili warrior's claws pierced through the abdomen of a prime Scion male. Brawler appeared beside the fallen Scion in an instant, shattering the Chili fighter's skull with a single punch. He withdrew a senzu bean and forced it into the man's mouth. "Chew it and swallow." To his astonishment, the wound on his stomach healed almost instantly, and his spiritual energy surged by nearly double. Transforming again into Super Saiyan 2, he charged forward eagerly. With Brawler acting as healer, what was there left to fear? As Brawler began rescuing fighters across the battlefield, his attention to the two small ones naturally diminished. The pair found themselves surrounded by 5 adult Chili warriors, their sharp claws carving small wounds across their bodies. When Brawler finally noticed them, the two children were nearly drenched in blood, barely drawing breath. Enraged, he roared, "You bastard! I'll take your life!" With a thunderous roar, Brawler intervened just in time, snatching them from the Chili warrior's grasp before they could be torn apart. He pressed the senzu bean into each of their mouths, then raised his right hand toward a Chili warrior. Destruct! A violet-black energy sphere materialized at incredible speed, striking the warrior in the chest. Under the watchful eyes of those surrounding them, the Chili warrior shattered within a second into a storm of purple luminescence scattered across the lands by the explosive force. "Elder! Help!" The remaining Chili warriors fled in terror. After swallowing the senzu beans, the two children felt their energy surge exponentially, and immediately cheered as they charged back into the battle below. The remaining Dana and Chili warriors huddled together in fear, pleading with the Scions surrounding them. Their only response was an overwhelming barrage of energy blasts. As the smoke cleared, over 40 surviving Scions began clearing the battlefield. This engagement had eliminated 2 of their most dangerous enemies. While some may have escaped or hidden, none posed a significant threat to their clan. After burying their 20-plus fallen clansmen, they gathered the corpses of the Dana and Chili warriors and stored them in the spatial bracelet Bathity had left for Sadak before returning to the cave. At the cave entrance, Ji Yu and Ji Lin waited anxiously in the shadows. Only when they heard familiar laughter did they breathe a sigh of relief and welcome the group with joyful expressions. Ji Yu threw herself happily into a young man's arms, but Ji Lina, who had been beaming with joy, couldn't find her partner among the crowd. Sadak approached and gently patted her head. "I'm sorry, child. I couldn't bring Das back alive." Ji Lina offered a bitter smile but said nothing. A young male Scion who had also lost his companion stepped forward. "If you don't mind, I'll care for you and the children. Ji Kelly she." Ji Lina looked at the young man and eventually nodded, following him into the cave. Having witnessed so much death and survival, they had grown accustomed to this way of life. When one is gone, life must go on. No matter the intelligent species, when numbers are low, they will breed desperately to ensure their clan's continuation. Brawler thoroughly enjoyed this way of life. Each day after completing his cultivation, he would tend to the young ones, finding great satisfaction in watching the chubby children practice horse stances while crying. "Luke, keep your mouth shut. Don't sniffle. Lower your body." Brawler stood before a little one and slapped him on the rear. "Ow, mother." The little one took the slap on his bottom but dared not reach back to rub it, fearing any movement would bring more punishment. In an open area not far away, the other adult Scions were each refining their techniques. Now, with ample food supplies, they could devote their time to sharpening their fighting skills rather than hunting. On another open patch, 7 or 8 boys and girls were engaged in a chaotic brawl, with Ji Na and Ji Hua handling their opponents' attacks with calm composure. Thanks to extended training, abundant nutrition, and the influence of the Vine tribe's life contract Ji Na and Ji Wa, still in their budding stage, were growing noticeably taller each day. With visible abdominal definition, dramatically curved hips, and long powerful legs complemented by two beautiful yet wild faces, Brala felt deeply satisfied. Each night during rest his greatest pleasure was leaning against the headboard watching the two small heads swallow repeatedly. After tending to the crying children he would focus his gaze on Ji Na and Ji Wa during their sparring, murmuring to himself, "Bear with it a bit longer, the melon isn't ripe yet." High in the air not far away a figure clad in new cosmic battle armor appeared. "Reptile! You've made this lord suffer injuries for years. Today I'll settle the score with you properly." "It's you again." Broly retracted all the weighted accessories on his body, turning his head to look at Stark and the others who had arrived. "Take the cubs back, there's a passage behind the cave. If things go wrong, run quickly." Stark looked at Broly's resolute face, then at the unknown expert hovering in the sky opposite, and finally gritted his teeth, turned around and picked up the two cubs running toward the cave. He didn't think he and his people could help Broly. At best they wouldn't add to the trouble. "Brother." The two young girls were about to step forward, but a glare from Broly made them retreat wisely into the cave, hiding in the shadows ready to lend a hand if needed. Broly slowly flew to face Makarita, looking at that ugly face that had oppressed him for 7 or 8 years. He took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in his heart. "Do I have any deep enmity with you, sir? Why do you keep targeting us? If you lack food you can live with us Scions, I promise you'll live comfortably." Although his own strength had improved significantly in recent years, the opponent's ki had also grown much stronger. A fight would be uncertain. It was better to try to accept him. With his joining, the Scion clan would undoubtedly be the most powerful remnant on this land. "Ha! It's not impossible for me to join you, but I have to state my conditions first." Makarita sneered. "Your clan has quite a few cubs these years. My request is simple, each month let me pick one to snack on. As for the rest, go to hell." Broly roared, instantly entering Super Saiyan 2 and launched a flurry of punches and kicks at Makarita, but she dodged them easily. Makarita dodged while chattering. "You insect, consider my offer. Your Scions have so many cubs, raising them must be tough. Let me help you cull a batch. In return I can expand your territory. With resources you can breed even more cubs." She suddenly shot out her right hand, grabbing Broly's wrist, and pressed her ugly face close to his, no longer smiling. "My patience is limited. You'd better agree." His response was a barrage of purple-black destruction energy spheres. "A dog can't change its nature." Makarita casually swatted away the destruction energy spheres with her left hand. Under Broly's slightly shocked gaze she kicked him in the abdomen. But her right hand still gripped his wrist tightly. His body bent in midair from the kick, and mouthfuls of sour liquid mixed with blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. This time Makarita didn't hold back, not even giving him a chance to transform. 2 swift kicks shattered his kneecaps. Her left hand formed a blade, sharp fingers piercing directly into his chest, then thrusting forward with force. Pfft. "Ha! Ha! Ha!" Makarita smirked, twisting her right hand which still gripped Broly's wrist. Amid a series of cracking bones his right arm became a mangled mess of flesh. She casually threw the broken Broly down, raised her bloody left hand and licked it with her tongue. "Dare to defy me? Who do you think you are?" "Ha!" In truth Makarita's heart was aching fiercely, but she had no choice. The last stimulus had driven him to break through to Super Saiyan 3. If the stimulation was insufficient now, he probably wouldn't advance. And if she shattered his strong will, it would be a loss. Then there were the 2 little ones. Their strength had grown rapidly over the years, but they couldn't achieve Super Saiyan 3. Instead they had stumbled into other forms, one fast but lacking power, another strong but slow and not enduring. She planned to use this battle to first make the 2 little ones break through. After that she would beat the 2 younger ones severely, putting enough pressure on Broly to see if he could break his limits. Given the energy and ki accumulated in his body, in theory it was possible. "Brother Broly! Brother Broly!" Gina and Jiwa rushed out of the cave, tears streaming down their faces. Stark, who tried to stop them, was a step too slow. They saw Broly's hollow, hopeless eyes as he vomited mouthfuls of blood. The bone fragments of his right arm pierced through muscle and skin, appearing bloody before their eyes. His strong chest also spurted blood in torrents, and his 2 lower legs were twisted irregularly. At the sight of Broly's miserable state, Gina and Jiwa were heartbroken. They had clung to him day and night for years, even sleeping together. For them Broly was everything. Now their pillar had collapsed, leaving them at a loss. "Cough. Run." Broly struggled to swallow the blood surging up his throat, looking at Gina and Jiwa with eyes full of love and urgency. "Run. Take the clan. Run! His words snapped the two girls back to reality. Seeing Broly's wrecked state and Makarita sneering in midair, they instantly went berserk. Their pupils were replaced by white, and two overwhelming auras accompanied by lightning shot into the sky. I'll kill you! I'll kill you! Gina and Jiwa roared, charging at Makarita, who hovered in the air. Their 4 hands and 4 legs struck rapidly at her vital points, but she evaded them easily. Makarita looked at the two irrational faces, chuckling. TSK. I just hurt him a little. Are you so eager to die? Is he your father? The ages don't match, do they? Shut up. Gina flashed behind Makarita and drove her elbow spike toward Makarita's lower back. Makarita twisted her waist to dodge, then slapped Gina across the face. Trash. Far inferior to the little insect from before. While Makarita was slapping Gina away, Jiwa closed in her right claw aimed at Makarita's throat. But Makarita caught her wrist and delivered another slap, sending her aside as well. Broly, lying on the ground below, should have died long ago from such injuries. But back then Bardock had granted him a wish, keeping him alive by a thread. Chieftain, let's fight to the death. Banner looked at Broly, whose life was uncertain, then at Gina and Jiwa being beaten and kicked in the air. The rage in his eyes grew fiercer. Stark looked at the cubs huddled together, then at his clan members with resolute faces. He gritted his teeth. Banner, you and Jiu pick 15 clan members, 5 men and 10 women, and take the cubs through the cave. Run as far as you can. Banner wanted to say something more but was pushed staggering by Dake. From now on you are the clan leader. Live on with the hope of us Scions. With that he removed the space bracelet given by Ba Duosi and slapped it onto Banner's chest. Next time Broly's 2 wives come looking for you, just say Broly has gone to cultivate elsewhere. While Dake was arranging the clan's affairs, Ji-Na and Jiwa, suspended in midair, showed signs of a breakthrough due to the dual stimulation of Ma Kali Ta's words and actions. What? Can't bear to part with your precious Broly. What's so good about him? Is he stronger than me? You two are barely decent in strength. Better come with me. If you personally take care of Broly, I'll keep you as my dogs. Ha! Ma Kali Ta seemed to have thought of some amusing scene and laughed wildly. Ji-Na and Jiwa could no longer bear the provocation of Ma Kali Ta's words. At this moment their hair grew wildly, their brow bones slowly protruded, and even more exaggeratedly 2 sharp fangs faintly appeared at the corners of their mouths. Oh my, they actually broke through. Ma Kali Ta seemed to recall something and once again scrutinized them. Without time to feel the changes in their bodies, they clenched their fists and charged again. The speed of their charge was matched only by the speed of their crash into the ground. Boom! Boom! With 2 loud thuds and rising dust, Ji-Na and Jiwa lay on either side of Broly with large holes in their abdomens. Blood gushed out along their exposed intestines, quickly forming small pools on the ground. Overreaching! A cold snort came from the sky. Ma Kali Ta slowly descended to the ground, unhurriedly walking toward the 3. Meanwhile in the cave, Dake and the others watched the departing young ones and the young clansmen. With a flick of their heads they rushed out of the cave, came to the side of Broly's trio and tightly shielded them. Taking the opportunity, Dake took out a senzu bean and fed it to Broly. He then searched Ji-Na and Jiwa, finally finding hidden senzu beans in the crevice of their belts, and stuffed them into their mouths. Crunch! 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 Gulp! 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 As they swallowed the senzu beans, the 3 quickly recovered fully. Broly looked at the clansmen around him. You shouldn't have stayed. Dake smiled and patted Ji-Na and Jiwa on the head. We Scions are not cowards. He looked at Ma Kali Ta approaching slowly from afar, thought for a moment, and said, There is a technique that has been passed down in the clan for endless ages. According to the former clan leader, if 5 Scions transfer their chi and heart force to a fellow clansman in need, he will break through his current level of strength and step into a new realm we never dared to imagine. Since we're doomed either way, let's give it a try. Neither the others nor Broly objected. Seeing the murderous intent on the opponent's face, it was clear that today it would be either her death or theirs. So they decided to try. 10 female Scions divided into 2 groups and placed their hands on the backs of Ji-Na and Jiwa. With a boom, they all entered the Super Saiyan state. Golden chi dotted with specks of golden light continuously surged into their bodies. Meanwhile, Dake and the other 4 male Scions who had reached Super Saiyan 2 channeled their chi mixed with golden light into Broly's body. Compared to Ji-Na and Jiwa's frowning endurance, Broly felt nothing. Seeing this, Dake hardened his heart. The elders only said 5 but didn't say it couldn't be more. Could you see all of you come and help too? The remaining over 20 Scions also placed their hands on Broly's chest or arms. After entering the Super Saiyan state, they poured their chi and heart force into his body without reservation. Ma Kali-Ta halted, crossed her arms, and watched the opponent's operation with great interest. She wondered what tricks these ancient Saiyans could pull off. The first to be unable to hold back were Ji-Na and Ji-Wa. They instantly entered the Super Saiyan 3 state. Their originally golden chi gradually turned red, and red fur began to appear on their bodies, while the fur on their chests and abdomens was white-brown. Their once golden long hair returned to its original black, but the length remained unchanged, still that of Super Saiyan 3, and even seemed to grow slightly. Ha! Ha! Boom! With two blood-red chi surges, Ji-Na and Ji-Wa looked at each other in disbelief. Observing the fangs protruding from their lips and the dark red circles around their eyes, they clenched their fists excitedly, feeling an unimaginably powerful force surging through their entire bodies. Meanwhile, Broly's own chi, mixed with the chi infused by the other clansmen, began to circulate throughout his body. As the chi traveled, it stimulated the unknown genes hidden within his blood. Feeling the swelling pain in his blood vessels and tendons and the itching of his skin, he tried to suppress it, attempting to absorb more chi. Until he could absorb no more, needing to vent, he could not help but raise his head and shout. Ha! Boom! A powerful green flame of chi pushed the surrounding Saiyans far away. They tumbled several times on the ground before stabilizing, then looked up in shock at Broly in his current state. He had long black hair trailing to his tailbone, his entire body densely covered with bright green fur, with smooth skin on his chest and abdomen. A thick long green tail swayed behind him, occasionally lashing out. What is this? Ma Kali-Ta quickly hid the long staff behind her back, recorded the transformation process of the three, then put away the staff and clapped mockingly. So you Saiyans really are descended from monkeys? I never believed it before. Boom. Her answer was the charging Broly and his enormous furry right fist. Slap. 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 Boom. 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 BZZT. 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 Crash. 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 The two figures clashed back and forth in the sky. Ma Kali-Ta was genuinely surprised. Without using Ultra Instinct, Broly currently possessed at least 20% of her strength. That was already a shocking miracle. Considering his age, barely 31, she recalled that it had taken her a long time to achieve such power. Ji-Na and Ji-Wa exchanged glances, then shot into the sky to join the battle. With Broly attacking and the two harassing, they actually managed to land a few blows on Ma Kali-Ta. Ma Kali-Ta watched the approaching huge fist, crossed her arms in front of her chest, and with a boom the two sides began to contest. Ma Kali-Ta brushed off her dust-free arms, looked at the three opposite, and grinned. Looks like I'll have to show my true strength. With a fierce roar, Ma Kali-Ta's appearance instantly transformed into that of a powerful alien, a bald, bulging forehead, large black eyes, ears turned into two round holes, and muscles as robust as Broly's. This form, modeled after Universe 11's strongest fighter Jiren, allowed her to conceal her suddenly surging power. A fierce orange-red aura enveloped her body. She clenched her fists, and looked at Broly and the other two with disdain. Did you really think that breaking through to a new form would let you dominate me? Naive! With a whoosh, Ma Kali-Ta charged at Broly, landing a punch on his face and a kick on Jiwa's chest. After sending them flying in an instant, she grinned and lunged at Gina, who had just regained her bearings. Her powerful arms drove relentless blows onto Gina's face and body. In the blink of an eye, Gina was battered and disheveled. Ma Kali-Ta kicked her in the abdomen, sending her flying backward into Broly's arms. Jiwa flew to Broly's side, and the three of them stared at Ma Kali-Ta with wary expressions. The latter shrugged nonchalantly. Did you think I spent all these years just recovering from my injuries? Ridiculous. Bring out everything you've got. Broly patted Gina and Jiwa on the back. Remember the techniques I taught you before? Seeing them nod, he smiled. Then use them. Multiply them layer by layer until you reach your limit. The three fixed their gaze on Ma Kali-Ta and began wildly gathering their ki. As a layer of scarlet energy spread, their combat power skyrocketed, sending a chill through the Saiyans hiding in the cave. Jiwa. Kaioken times 17. Activate. Gina. Kaioken times 18. Activate. Broly. Kaioken times 33. Activate. The multipliers for Gina and Jiwa were manageable given their relatively low base power, but Broly was different. With his already immense power augmented by the unique Super Saiyan 4 transformation and stacked with 33 times Kaioken, even Ma Kali-Ta drew a sharp breath. She couldn't help but smile bitterly. With his current strength, he could probably match Jiren of Universe 11, right? Ma Kali-Ta stopped hiding. A silvery white mist spread around her, and her entire aura shifted. In that moment she seemed to merge with the very heavens and earth. Sensing something amiss, Broly launched the first attack with Gina and Jiwa charging alongside him. Yet their punches and kicks were easily evaded by the latter. After a long bout they hadn't even touched her armor. Their faces grew grim. Makalita chuckled. In the face of absolute power, all your flashy tricks only add a bit of amusement for me. With that she delivered a kick to each of their abdomens. Seeing their looks of disbelief, Makalita withdrew her ki and transformed back to her original appearance. Ding 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 ding. Makalita flew over to Broly with a grin, flicking her twin tails. Surprised. Unexpected. Exciting. I. Broly was stunned for a long moment, tears nearly spurting out. He grabbed Makalita in a hug. Sis, don't do that. You scared me to death. I thought I was done for today. Gina and Jiwa let out a shriek, shoved Broly aside and threw themselves into Makalita's arms, rubbing their faces against her tears and snot mingling. Wah! Sister Makalita is so mean. Boo-hoo! The Saiyans in the cave were dumbfounded. One elbowed the dazed Stark. Chief, looks like we're not going to die after all. Stark nodded, then seemed to remember something and quickly said, Hurry and bring Banner and the others back before they get too far. Got it. A dozen or so tribesmen scampered back into the cave while the rest wore expressions of relief. That night the entire tribe held a grand bonfire party by the lake outside the cave. The boulder that had weighed on their hearts for so long had finally crashed to the ground. Of course they had to celebrate. Broly served Makalita grilled meat while Gina and Jiwa, quick on the uptake, massaged her shoulders and legs. The three of them made quite the sycophantic scene. Old Chief Stark held his grilled meat without eating, staring fixedly at Banner, who was bewildered. Chief, why aren't you eating? Stark said nothing, his eyes fixed on the space bracelet on Banner's wrist. The latter scratched his bald head in confusion. Overjoyed. Shaking his head, Banner continued gnawing on his big piece of meat, occasionally planting a kiss on the cheek of a nearby female scion, earning a laugh and a playful curse from her partner. The party lasted long into the night. Broly carried Makalita to the canopy of a giant tree, and sat down, tightening his arms around her. So my purpose here has been fulfilled ahead of time. Makalita waved her staff and a cup of steaming floral tea appeared in her hand. She took a sip. Yes. Battles, and I calculated that if you followed the normal path of cultivation with occasional high-intensity battles, it would take about 180 years to reach your current level, maybe even less. But that breakthrough you had this afternoon isn't something just anyone can achieve. It requires an extremely deep foundation, extraordinary insight, and no small amount of luck. Broly looked puzzled. But it felt so easy to me. Makalita rolled her eyes. How were we supposed to know you'd run into the remnants of the ancient science in this mountain range? You trained for 2 months by the waterfall. How much did your power increase? Broly thought carefully. Not much change. I just got a bit more used to the gravity. Makalita swung her little feet. See. If you hadn't met them relying solely on training, when would you have broken through to Super Saiyan? It would have taken a very, very long time. Maybe after several intense battles you might have broken through. Broly's answer was honest. Without Banner and the others showing him the method, it would have been impossible to break through training alone. The probability was about the same as winning the lottery. Makalita put away her teacup, adjusted her position to face Broly, and waved her right hand. A black light shield appeared and her robe vanished. She rubbed her cheek against Broly's muscular chest. My feet hurt from kicking you guys today, won't you give them a little suck? You two little ones, don't be too ambitious. You want to fly before you can even run. Makalita grabbed the long staff and tapped the two little heads, watching them rub their heads in pain, then said, Your bodies haven't fully developed yet. Between the ages of 18 and 22 is the peak period for your Saiyan power improvement. From today on you are not allowed to use the Saiyan transformation. Patiently start from the basics. After speaking, she swung the staff and the gravity on them increased several times. In front of each of them a familiar iron block like Broly's appeared. After thinking, Makalita swung the staff again, and Broly happily received the gravity enhancement package. She grinned at Broly, whose face had turned green. You lead the way. After all, you're most familiar with this, so Broly, with his big butt sticking out, and his tail straight as a rod, led Gina and Jiwa to start a new day of training. Hey, is it okay for you guys to sell out your teammates like this? In a luxurious and spacious palace, Kampa, who had visibly gained a circle of fat, was cursing fiercely while pressing the F2 key on the keyboard. Just now Gun King had matched with 4 teammates from the same team. Unexpectedly, those 4 were actors by trade. At the start of the game, seeing Kampa shouting and yelling, acting like he was the best in the world, they were immediately displeased. After discussing in the team channel, they began to perform brilliantly. Whenever Kampa quietly crept toward the enemy base, those 4 actors would stomp their feet loudly, causing the team to be wiped out by the enemy. Seeing the score 0-4, Kampa wanted to play it safe and hid behind a box as a camper. But the 4 actors went up to deliver kills and then started giving away his position to the enemy. Enraged, Kampa immediately cursed in the team channel, "You actors, didn't you see that my rank is already Gun King 4? This match will max out my rank. Is this fun? Huh? FK. Do you want me to bring people to your family's grave tonight to have a party and dance? Huh?" After being tainted by the mortal world for these years, Kampa could no longer maintain a lofty demeanor. In the world of online games, everyone is equal. He couldn't just grab an opponent and say, "I'm the god of destruction, you'd better watch out," could he? In ordinary cosmic civilizations, who knows about the god of destruction? Wouldn't they just laugh at him like a fool? Explosive Sky Teen Wolf Sr. fat ass, dare you say that again? Look at your avatar, it looks like a piece of SHT. And you're still acting all high and mighty, spouting nonsense. Do you believe I'll go find you through the internet and send you some warmth? Explosive Sky Teen Wolf second fat cat, you can't play well yourself, but you're good at blaming others. I bet your rank was bought from a booster. With a face so fat your eyes are covered by flesh, no wonder your aim is so bad. Explosive Sky Teen Wolf third, nothing to say, our Thorn Wolf clan is in XXX Starfield XXX Galaxy, coordinates 9897646687587. The 3 planets near the coordinates are all our territory. Aren't you so tough? If you have the guts, come to Planet 3 Chingza Continent, Wolftooth City, Wei-Gu Street, New Capital District, Unit 5, Room 212. Explosive Sky Teen Wolf 4th, the address is here. If you have the guts, try to find us. Looking at your obese, wretched and unlucky appearance, you probably have a battle power of only a few hundred, right? Humph. Kampa's fat face was covered with bulging cross-shaped veins. You little bastards, wait for me. If I don't annihilate your entire clan, my name isn't Kampa. In a uniquely styled high-rise apartment, 4 sturdy wolf-like creatures were laughing heartily. One of them proudly lit a strange tree stem, took a deep drag and exhaled his puff. Who do you think you are? And he says he's going to annihilate the clan. Him. The other 3 were also amused by their brother's ridiculous appearance. They didn't take Kampa's threat seriously. After all, an adult thorn wolf with training could easily break 1,000 in battle power, which was above average in this galaxy. Moreover, the operator of this game attaches great importance to player privacy, so it's impossible to trace them. Besides, they were no pushovers. Makalita. Kampa sucked in his fat belly, waddling toward the lawn while shouting. Makalita, who was sitting under a parasol drinking tea and reading a book, glanced at the angry Kampa approaching and smiled. Who would dare to offend our Lord God of Destruction, Kampa? Kampa plopped down opposite Makalita, grabbed the snacks on the table and started eating. When he choked, he quickly picked up the teapot and poured it into his mouth. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Aha. Kampa put down the teapot and wiped his mouth. I haven't completed my tasks for this period. Since I'm free this afternoon, let's go finish some. Makalita looked at him thoughtfully. Still going to Cyber Planet first? Kampa sneered. Of course, we need to retrieve the evidence first. After all, I, Lord Kampa, am a broad-minded and fact-based god. Hee. Makalita shrugged. Then let's set off. Kampa walked behind Makalita, placed his right claw on her right shoulder, and they turned into a long rainbow and disappeared. Hurry, hurry, my sniper rifle is about to expire in half an hour. Let's squeeze in one more match. In the living room, Big Wolf lit a tree stem and happily waited for the match. Fourth Wolf was a bit resentful. This cyber company really knows how to rip people off. A 1-month sniper rifle costs 0.1 Shijin, and our monthly living expenses are only 1.8 Shijin. Big Wolf blew out a smoke ring. If it weren't for this gun being able to penetrate people, I'd still prefer AWM. Damn, my account is banned. Just as they entered the game, a dialogue box popped up on all 4 monitors. Due to the player XXX insulting and provoking teammates in the game, the account is banned for 1 year as punishment. What the FK? What's the point of playing? Compared to the 3 brothers who were cursing, the second brother was more cautious. His wolf face was already sweaty, and he swallowed. Do you think it might be that fat ass's doing? The 4 of them looked at each other momentarily at a loss. After adulthood, their battle power was only about 800, which was third-class disability. They could only stay home and play games, relying on their parents' monthly allowance to get by. Even joining the mercenaries was not an option. Makalita, do these 3 planets meet the requirements for destruction? Kampa stood in space looking at the 3 yellow-brown planets not far away. Makalita shook her head. According to the universe's trajectory, it will take another 3.121 years to meet the requirements. How infuriating. Xiangpa grumbled, placing his paw on Makalita's shoulder. Let's go find those scumbags first. Makalita chuckled, raised her staff and tapped it in the air, and the 2 vanished. Knock, knock, knock. The four brothers were sitting in their apartment with furrowed brows when the door was knocked, causing them to shudder. They hadn't had any visitors in a long time, so this sudden knock felt unusual. DeLang shouted bravely. "Who is it?" "Community warmth delivery." Hearing the slightly hoarse and mischievous voice, the four brothers shivered in unison. Erlang quickly said, "We don't need any. Go somewhere else." "Humph, you think you can just say no?" "Destroy." Under the astonished gaze of the four brothers, their front door was corroded by violet-black energy, revealing the visitors. The despairing aura washed over them. "Don't come any closer." The four were no longer arrogant and aggressive. They huddled together, staring fearfully at Xianpa and Makalita as they entered the living room. "Humph, you bastards! How dare you mock me? Come on! Weren't you all so tough just now?" Xianpa condensed a sphere of destruction energy in each claw, glaring at them with a ferocious expression. With a flick of his claws, the energy spheres struck and the four brothers were reduced to primordial molecules. After venting his anger, Xianpa stretched lazily and said, "Makalita, I want fried chicken, burgers and cola." In response, he was given a large jar of green vegetable juice. "This is your afternoon tea, a specially blended bitter melon weight loss meal." Xianpa's face turned green at the sight of the large jar. No. I don't want the fried chicken either. Let's just go back for dinner." Makalita smiled and took back the juice, planning to return to the realm of the gods of destruction with Xianpa, but saw him slowly walk to the computer and start watching a video. Watching the intense gunfights and teamwork among the players, he was deeply captivated. Makalita also came over to look at the video, thought for a moment, and said, "This seems to be called something like survival. I didn't expect the Sidwa people have already started open beta testing." Xianpa gleefully grabbed his two big ears and said, "It seems I can go on a killing spree again." After watching several promotional videos, Xianpa unexpectedly sighed. "I wonder when Bulyoli will be back. It's been 2 years and I'm so bored playing games alone." Makalita placed a hand on Xianpa's shoulder, and the two transformed into a rainbow, beginning to travel through the cosmos. "It should be soon." Makalita scratched her chin. "He is now at a critical stage of merging with the power of destruction. According to my and Bajosi's estimates, it should be completed in about half a year." Xianpa was shocked. He's already started merging." Makalita turned her back to Xianpa, a mischievous smile on her face. "Yes, indeed. I imagine when you and Bulyoli meet again there might be a surprise." Xianpa tugged at Makalita's sleeve. She turned around, puzzled. "What's wrong?" "Lord Xianpa," Makalita said. Xianpa pouted and hesitated for a while, then asked quietly, "Are you and Bajosi trying to let Bulyoli take my place?" Makalita stared seriously at Xianpa for a long time. He was pouting with big lips, his small eyes full of grievance, which amused Makalita. After all, a god of destruction like him was truly one of a kind. Impulsive and hot-tempered, gluttonous and lazy and even sly, yet his mind was very simple, not like Waimide, who was deep. Although she occasionally helped Bajosi look after the sixth universe and her time with Xianpa wasn't long, she had a good impression of him. No wonder when she used to chat with Bajosi, Bajosi would always chuckle when talking about Xianpa. After all, with such a lively treasure, it's hard to stay angry. Thinking of this, Makalita smiled. "Don't worry, Lord Xianpa. Bajosi and I will just give Bulyoli a position as a substitute god of destruction. With him in the sixth universe, you won't be erased by Lord Omni King in the upcoming universe ranking." "Really?" Seeing Xianpa's cute expression, Makalita reached out and poked his chubby cheek with her index finger. "You know we angels don't speak carelessly." Xianpa cheered. "Then I'm relieved. Let's go back quickly. I want to try that new game. It would be even better if I had 2 more playmates." Makalita smiled and led Xianpa back to the realm of the gods of destruction. "Accept it, treat it as part of your body. Mobilize it, let it mix with your chi and circulate it within your body." At this moment, on a mountain peak, Bulyoli stood upright, arms bent at his sides, fully immersed in merging with the power of destruction. His long hair alternated between green and purple, sometimes displaying both colors simultaneously. Bajosi stood beside Bulyoli, her right hand pressed against his chest. The divine power traveled together within his body, and she occasionally offered guidance. Slowly, dense light green fuzz appeared on Bulyoli's body while his chest and abdomen remained smooth. His long hair was no longer green but a faint purple green. Bajosi withdrew her right hand with satisfaction. "Next, you must continue to merge with the power of destruction until your hair color turns completely dark purple. That will prove you have fully mastered the power of destruction." Bulyoli felt the new changes in his body. He raised his right palm and spheres of energy condensed from the power of destruction were fired one by one, completely erasing a nearby mountain peak. This gave him a thrilling sense of mastery over life and death. Previously there was a delay between forming energy spheres of destruction, unlike now where he could do it at will, and the destructive power had increased severalfold. After savoring the changes in his body for a while, he deactivated his transformation. How long have we been here? Bajosi waved her staff and Bulioli's haggard appearance returned to its previous clean state. Only a little over 7 years. Grumble, hearing the protest from his stomach and feeling the cramping, he quickly took out a cien bean, tossed it into his mouth, chewed rapidly twice, and swallowed. He let out a long breath. I thought I was about to starve to death. Ha ha, Bajosi poked his forehead with her index finger. This training session is almost over. It's time for us to return to the God realm. Lord Xiangpa has been missing you every day. Bulioli thought of the scapegoat, and twitched the corner of his mouth. Has this whelp not eaten today? Your punches carry the force of water. Try massaging your opponent's back instead. Bana, his features etched with age, held a small twig between his teeth as he reprimanded a snotty-nosed child. The boy pouted, stealing resentful sideways glances at the elder before resuming his drills with muffled hey-ha grunts, throwing punches and kicks. With satisfaction, Bana strode about in his leisurely pace, patrolling the band of children to identify any slackers worthy of being made an example of. Following a morning of cultivation, he watched the children gorge themselves with appetite. Sitting cheerfully upon a boulder, he smiled to himself, unable to help but muse how fleeting time truly was. The Saiyan tribe, having enjoyed over 4 decades of peace and recuperation, now numbered past 300 souls. Aside from these youths and the nursing infants, every able clan member had been led beyond the mountain ranges for training under the elders, with Gina and Jiwa commanding the groups, ensuring the tribe's safety was well secured. At present, only Broly, Gina, and Jiwa possessed the capacity to transform into Super Saiyan 4. 7 individuals, including Bana himself as clan chieftain, had conquered Super Saiyan 3, while the remainder of the elder and younger generations could all reliably access Super Saiyan 2. Among the younger generation, the gifted ones had already attained the Super Saiyan transformation at remarkably young ages, an achievement that would have been deemed pure fantasy in earlier times. A soft whoosh. 2 figures materialized at his side, shattering Bana's idle musings. Gazing up at Broly's beaming visage, Bana rose to clasp him in a warm embrace. Haha, Broly. It has been years since we last met. Have you surpassed your limits again? Broly nodded. It suffices, I suppose. I accidentally pushed past a few more barriers beyond my previous foundation. Hearing such a thinly veiled boast, Bana was genuinely at a loss for how to respond. Broly, however, swept his gaze over the throng of children and arched a brow. Oh. It has been several years, yet you've gathered quite the brood. Where is our patriarch? The jovial warmth instantly drained from Bana's face. 2 years past, the old patriarch's thread of life was cut. He is no longer with us. Myself and a few other siblings of the tribe fear our own finales are not far behind. Broly's brows contracted without conscious thought. You are but 67 years of age. Bana merely shrugged. It is a matter beyond our control. Those of our elder generation are inherently constitutionally weak, seldom living past 75. The old patriarch only endured these additional years thanks to copious nourishment. For the rest of us, a decade or 2 remains, I fancy. Observing his equanimity, Broly offered a faint smile. Vados and I must attend to some business first. When Gina and her group return, ensure they do not depart again. We cannot afford to lose track of them. Bana nodded. Understood. I expect them back within another 2 months. Broly nodded, resting his right hand upon Vados' shoulder, as the pair dissolved into nothingness. On a cool, breezy afternoon, Margarita lounged leisurely in her chair, turning the pages of a tome, pausing occasionally to sip tea or savor a delicate pastry. Broly materialized behind her, enveloping her eyes with his broad palms. Guess who's there? Margarita chuckled, prying his large hands loose. Might you not grow out of such childish games? He. Broly swept her into his arms, drawing her against his chest. It has been too long. I have missed you immensely. With that, he nuzzled deeply against her neck, inhaling her scent. You smell divine. He, where is Vados? Margarita gently shoved his head aside with a melodic laugh. He likely went to seek out Kampa. Broly, ahaha. Mid-conversation, a figure hurtled toward them from afar with tremendous velocity. Ignoring Margarita's lethal glower, the swine cat collided squarely with Broly. You're finally here. Cook me something sumptuous at once. I crave roasted goose, I crave grilled meats, I. His sentence was cut short as Vados' index finger prodded his shoulder. Her countenance was grave as stone. My lord Kampa, your current constitution ill becomes such indulgent feasting. Judging by your present physique, you must redouble your training regimen for the foreseeable future. Kampa waved a dismissive hand. I have Broly at my side. Which blind fool would dare cross me? Margarita smirked, raising one slender finger. In 7 days' time we shall pay homage to the Omni King. And then... Do not utter it. Kampa recoiled in terror, finally proposing a compromise. Might we indulge in a grand banquet tonight? Tomorrow I shall commence rigorous training to restore my former figure. What say you? Vados and Margarita shared a glance before nodding in acquiescence. Only this single occasion. Kampa erupted in cheers, shooed Broly toward the kitchens, and hurried back to his palace to queue for another gaming session. Munch, gulp, crunch. Exquisitely seasoned. Utterly divine. Swallow. Swallow. Beholding Kampa devour the spread with the ravenous appetite of a starving wraith, Broly stood utterly slack-jawed. How in the name of all that is holy had he endured these years of absence? Casting a glance toward Vados and Margarita, who were cheerfully skewering roasted meats, Vados offered a wry smile. While you were away, my sister and I labored tirelessly to prepare Lord Kampa's daily meals according to your prescriptions. It was no small trial. Margarita nodded vigorously in agreement. Quite, it seems, my sister, and I possess a gift solely for confectionery. As for savory preparations... She trailed off, shrugging gracefully toward Broly. Regardless, Lord Kampa devoured every morsel with great relish. Kampa pouted with manufactured grievance. His beady eyes flicked between Margarita's bright smile and Vados's ambiguously amused expression before he ultimately yielded. Truly it is because I possess no qualms about what I consume. Broly shook his head and slipped into the kitchens. With the charcoal hearth still blazing, he set about roasting rare delicacies from the Forsaken Continent, Chile clan spare ribs and Dana clan barbecues among others. These were novel compositions he had coveted for ages, ideal for debuting upon Kampa. Following a morning of cultivation that had left Kampa in a state of blissful exhaustion, the swinecat seized the midday intermission to drag Broly into another gaming session. Fixating upon the tactical map, Kampa slapped his rotund chest with resonant thwacks. This terrain is etched into my memory. Simply follow my lead and today I shall escort you to a champion's victory. Witnessing Kampa's unabashed arrogance, Broly stretched his fingers. Merely avoid spawning directly into a grave and you shall be fine. In the subsequent instant, Kampa froze in sheer bewilderment. His avatar had scarcely grazed the terrain before it was instantly eradicated, leaving only a shattered crate behind. Observing Kampa rendered statue still by defeat, Broly sighed and shook his head. With practiced dexterity, he guided his own avatar into an adjacent dwelling, beginning to requisition arms and armor. My Lord Kampa, I find that a measure of humility often serves one best. I'm so nervous. Broly held little Bedosi and Makashinta's tiny hands. Just the thought of meeting his future father-in-law made his legs tremble, especially after hearing that this father-in-law could pick him up as easily as lifting a chick. He felt even more anxious. Is my father-in-law's temper good? Does he have any hobbies similar to mine? That Lord Zeno you spoke of, is he particularly majestic and imposing? Besides that, throughout the entire journey only Broly kept chattering nonstop. Bedosi and Makashinta wore amused smiles on their faces, but those grinning little faces made Broly feel extremely uncomfortable. Just as the three of them stopped at the entrance of the Divine Temple, a short young man stepped out with his right hand held behind his back. Makashinta and Bedosi hastily bowed. Grand Minister. Upon hearing this, Broly was utterly dumbfounded. This tiny fellow was the Grand Minister. His future father-in-law. While he stood there with his mouth agape, the Grand Minister scrutinized Broly from head to toe and nodded approvingly. Not bad. To have fused the power of destruction at such a young age, you two must have contributed considerably. Seeing that the temple doors had already closed, Makashinta immediately joined Bedosi, each one tugging at the Grand Minister's arm and swaying it. Papa, you scared him. Broly finally snapped out of his daze. That single glance from the Grand Minister had sent a shiver down his spine. He hurried forward and bowed deeply, his head almost buried in his crotch. At father-in-law greetings. My name is Broly. The three of them, father and daughters, burst into laughter upon seeing Broly so flustered. Others had visited the temple before, but everyone who met them would immediately kowtow in fear. He was the first to be so amusing. The Grand Minister stepped forward and patted Broly on the back. Enough. Our angel clan does not observe so many rituals. From now on just listen to Bedosi and Makashinta. Yes. Broly nodded repeatedly. I obey both sisters the most. If they ask me to wash their feet, I won't even dare to massage their legs. Ha! This remark greatly pleased the Grand Minister. A youngster with such outstanding talent who could humble himself so completely fully demonstrated his attitude. After all, anyone with a sense of dignity would never bring up such intimate matters as washing a woman's feet in plain conversation. Come, Lord Zeno is currently feeling bored. As the Grand Minister pushed open the door and entered, Broly bringing up the rear gawked at the grand scenes along the palace corridor, unable to stop marveling, simply magnificent. The Grand Minister turned his head and carefully examined Broly's eyes for quite a while. Only awe filled the youngster's gaze, without a trace of the covetousness seen in others. This was what pleased him most, for he had previously encountered ancient villains who exploited the affection of angels to advance their own positions. After walking for quite some time, Broly finally laid eyes on Lord Zeno, a small figure with an olive-shaped oversized head, thin arms and legs, and eyes brimming with innocence. Greetings, Lord Zeno. Beerus, Makashinta and Broly all bowed in unison. The little olive-shaped figure floated cheerfully toward Broly and landed Hearing that childish voice, Broly felt his body go weak. Seeing the little one looking up at him appeared to tire him, and with his future father-in-law present, Broly cheerfully picked up the small olive-shaped being, positioning him face to face, then smiled innocently. Lord Zeno, I am Broly. It is my honor to visit you. I have specially prepared a gift. How dare you? At this moment, not only the two slender guards, but even the Grand Minister and Beerus and the others grew anxious. If this lord were displeased, not a single one of them would escape punishment. Yet the little olive-shaped figure carelessly waved his hand. It's fine, it's fine. Watching the distorted expressions on his father-in-law and others, Broly shivered inwardly, but since there was no turning back, he decided to simply throw caution to the wind. He placed the little olive-shaped figure on his left shoulder, then retrieved from his spatial earring a tablet-like gaming device and two controllers. He powered it on, selected a nostalgic game from his previous life in the 1980s to 1990s. Battle City. Look, the 4 buttons on the left control direction, and on the right here is attack, here is continue, here is wow. After watching Broly play for a while, the little olive-shaped figure joined in. Seeing the two of them having fun, the Grand Minister and the others breathed a sigh of relief. After one round, fearing the little one would grow tired from playing, Broly went to the stone chair and sat the little olive-shaped figure down properly. With elegant grace, Beerus waved her long staff and a large dining table materialized before the chair. Setting up the console, Broly picked up a plate of cotton candy from the table, sat beside the little olive-shaped figure, offered guidance while occasionally feeding him a piece, catering to the little one's every comfort. After all, with prior experience caring for a grandchild, managing this little olive-shaped figure was a breeze. The Grand Minister, the 2 guards and the 2 angels all stared blankly at such a harmonious and heartwarming scene. One of the guards bowed and leaned close to the Grand Minister's ear, whispering, Grand Minister, this young man's flattery of Lord Zeno seems rather skillfully executed. The Grand Minister shot him an irritated glance. Isn't this wonderful? How long has it been since you last saw Lord Zeno this happy? The guard smiled and agreed repeatedly. Your discernment is truly exceptional, sir. This praise thoroughly pleased the Grand Minister. Meanwhile, Beerus and Makashinta cheerfully approached the dining table, each holding half a watermelon and a plate of green grapes respectively, and sat gracefully beside the little olive-shaped figure. Beerus scooped a spoonful of watermelon. Lord Zeno, these seedless watermelons were specially cultivated for you. Do taste them, they are most sweet. The little olive-shaped figure's eyes remained fixed on the game console, his tiny hands flying across the controls. Smacks his lips. Makashinta took out a silk handkerchief and carefully wiped the juice from the corners of the little one's mouth before placing peeled seedless grapes into his mouth. These newly cultivated seedless grapes are delicious. Do try them. The little olive-shaped figure merely opened his mouth, occasionally swaying his small legs. Broly, there's a big tank over there, careful of the headquarters. Broly kept his hands busy with the controls. Don't worry, Lord Zeno. I'll guard your base. Ha, this is so fun. Watching the scene before him, the Grand Minister smiled and stood by. The 2 guards regarded the Grand Minister with eyes full of admiration. Good heavens, with your entire family working together to pamper Lord Zeno so perfectly, it would be impossible not to thrive. That day the little olive-shaped figure had a wonderful time. Since he was happy, perhaps some requests could be raised. Grand Omnipotent King, do you find this acceptable? Broly looked at little Olive with hopeful eyes. The latter turned to the Grand Priest, who understandingly began to explain. The ancient Saiyans showed disrespect toward the previous Grand Omnipotent King, but the Grand Omnipotent King, being merciful and magnanimous, did not erase them but instead exiled them to the abandoned continent. From the reign of the previous Grand Omnipotent King to the present, 4 cosmic eras have passed, plus another 13179000 years. Little Olive glanced at the table full of delicious food, then at the game console in front of him, and finally nodded. All right, those Saiyans will be assigned to Broly. Broly knelt on one knee with 1,000 thanks. Thank you, Grand Omnipotent King. Your mercy will shine upon countless universes. Little Olive put down the game controller and walked over to Broly. Hey, will you come play with me again? Broly nodded. I promise to come often to play with you. Every time I will bring you and the Grand Priest lots of delicious food, and I will update your game console so you won't get bored. I believe you. Little Olive's childish voice almost melted Broly. Broly knelt on one knee before Little Olive and extended his right pinky finger. Let's pinky swear. Little Olive curiously extended his small hand. His tiny pinky was hooked by Broly's and shaken. Pinky swear this life shall not change. If I lie, I'm a little puppy. Giggle, the little one was lifted by Broly's hooked finger, swaying in the air but very happy. Sister Betos, Sister Margarita. When Broly and the others arrived at the abandoned continent again, it was 3 months later. Gina and Jiwa saw the three appearing and cheered as they rushed over. Gina's height was not short. Even among Saiyans she was a head taller than Betos. Long-term training and the life contract with the Vine clan made her look both sexy and wild. As for Jiwa, she was a bit shorter than Margarita, but her figure was very full. Broly's favorite thing was to carry her while walking and play poker. That feeling was incredibly exhilarating. Broly approached Bana. Tell the clan to pack up. We're leaving here. Bana was perplexed. Where else can we go if we leave here? As if thinking of something, he looked at Broly excitedly. Are we going to the center of the abandoned continent? What are you thinking? Broly rolled his eyes. Taking you to a good place. There's endless food and gentle neighbors. Bana shivered with excitement, and immediately shouted wildly. Everyone pack up, our good days are coming. The other adult clan members also cheered and rushed to their caves. They always believed in the words of Broly and the chieftain. The little kids, a few years old, seeing the adults' smiling faces, grinned foolishly along with them, looking adorably clueless. Betos and Margarita exchanged smiles and waved their long staves. 2 huge transparent glass cabinets appeared in front of them, and they let the little ones climb inside first. Gina hugged Betos from behind, her fluffy tail slyly slipping into her robe, her face close to her ear, whispering softly. Wow! Seeing the colorful cosmic passage, the little ones opened their mouths wide, drooling long. The other Saiyans were no better. They all wished they could squeeze their faces out of shape. Bana elbowed Broly. Where exactly are we going? It doesn't look like the abandoned continent, right? Broly smiled and blinked. You'll know when we get there. Shwa, 2 huge transparent shuttle cubes appeared above a blue-green planet. The adult Saiyans looked at the planet below, their eyes full of longing. As they slowly descended, vast grasslands, azure seas, clear lakes, and endless birds and beasts deeply captivated their eyes. When the shuttle landed on a lawn, the Saiyans excitedly flew or ran on the grass. 2 mischievous little ones followed a small hole in the lawn, started digging with their hands, and soon cheered, pulling out a plump little beast by the ear, running to show off to their parents, their faces full of pride. The Vine clan members from the nearest villages flew over first, including Lena. She looked at those Saiyans who were like savages, and her brow furrowed involuntarily. They bypassed the Saiyans who emitted odors and knelt before Betos and Margarita. Greetings, Lady Betos. Greetings, Lady Margarita. Betos waved her hand. Rise. Some of you prepare food, some of you go summon the other clan members. I have something to announce. Yes. The Vine clan members discussed briefly. The male Vine members immediately flew to various parts of the planet, while the female ones ran back to their villages to start preparing food. Looking at the lush green fruits and vegetables, the little ones drooled, glancing at their parents, while the adult Saiyans looked eagerly at Broly and Betos. Betos waved her hand. They were prepared for you. Don't be polite. Hearing this, the little ones didn't hold back. They grabbed and stuffed into their mouths. The adult Saiyans didn't move. Their long-standing habit was to prioritize food for the clan's young. Wow, so sweet. Munch, munch, delicious. It feels better than grilled meat. After the Vine clan members stood in layers, Calito led more than 20 clan elders to stand respectfully before Betos and Margarita. Betos beckoned Bana over and began to introduce. His name is Bana, the chieftain of this Saiyan tribe. From now on, they will be the accompanying guardian tribe of your Vine clan. Saiyans. Calito looked at these wild Saiyans and hesitated. Lady Betos, why are these Saiyans different from those on planet Salada? Betos smiled. They are ancient Saiyans, the sovereign tribe of the planet Salada Saiyans. Their talents are much stronger than those Saiyans. Margarita looked at Calito. Among your Vine clan, who has the strongest combat power? Calito raised his hand. It is I, with full power at about 358 million. Margarita shook her head speechlessly. Even lower than a half-grown boy's combat power. Pajosi clapped her hands. Molly, bring your brothers and sisters over. A slightly chubby-faced teenager led over 20 children of similar age as they walked over. Amoli looked at Ba Duosi and Ma Kalita. Lady Ba Duosi, Lady Ma Kalita. Ba Duosi patted the half-grown boy on the head. Release all your strength and show them. Emoli and his companions behind him laughed, then let out a roar. Ha! Bang! 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 Powerful gusts of air pushed the surrounding Tin Clan members back several steps, all of them staring at these little ones in shock. Emoli watched the shocked expressions of these long-eared beings, slightly contracted his body, then suddenly burst forth. Again! Crackling! Blue electric arcs danced around his body, and behind him several other gifted individuals also entered the Super Saiyan 2 state. This. Kalito and his tribesmen were stunned into silence. Ba Duosi waved her hand to signal Emoli and the others to exit the Super Saiyan state, then looked at the Tin Clan. Your Tin Clan has over 3,000 people while the Saiyans have only 300. She paused at this point. According to your race's talent, once these Saiyans sign a contract with you, their future reproduction will also become very slow, which will avoid a lot of trouble. With their protection, who in Universe 6 would dare to bully you in the future? The elders of the Tin Clan were the first to nod in agreement. Kalito waved and called his son. Bahua signed the contract with Chief Ban Na. The young Bahua looked at the visibly aged Ban Na with some reluctance. After all, the other's ugly appearance was quite unpleasant for him. Seeing the excitement in his father's eyes, he still opened his heart and signed the life contract with Ban Na. After a long while, the light cocoon turned into a fluorescent glow and merged into Ban Na's body. When Ban Na reappeared before everyone, he truly dazzled all their eyes. Feeling the surging energy within him, he couldn't help but enter the Super Saiyan state. Compared to his tribesmen's long or short hair, his bald head was shiny and gleaming. His beard was golden and glittering. As his energy grew stronger, his beard grew longer and longer. Buluoli found it just too dazzling to look at. Ban Na stretched his neck, then beckoned to two of his tribesmen. Those two fools thought Ban Na was only at Super Saiyan 2 level, so they quickly transformed and charged at him. When the two got close, Ban Na slyly released his own aura and kicked both of them in the stomach. Damn it! Old man, you have no shame. Chief, you're attacking sneakily. Ban Na cheerfully reverted from his transformation state. At this moment he looked only in his 20s. Thanks to the light feedback from Bahua, his bulging muscles were no less impressive than Buluoli's. He patted Bahua on the shoulder. Come to me if you ever need anything. Bahua looked at the young man before him with excitement, grinning and nodding repeatedly. It's okay that he looks ugly, after all his strength is formidable. The remaining Tin Clan members went crazy, each dragging a Saiyan to sign a contract. After all, who cares who they sign with? It's not like they're splitting their lives equally. Ma Kali Ta and Ba Duosi gathered the half-grown children and the little ones together, allowing the Tin Clan children to contract first. After everything was done, Buluoli and the others returned to the realm of the god of destruction with the tribute. Accompanying them were Lei Na and Ika, who due to their contracts would serve Ba Duosi and Ma Kali Ta alongside Ji Na and Ji Wa. Kali Ta led the Saiyan group to a place near the temple previously built for Ba Duosi, clearing a new settlement for the Saiyans to live. The Saiyan group then dispatched their adult members to guard the scattered Tin Clan villages. After settling the Saiyan group, Kali Ta and over 20 elders of the clan sat quietly in a large room. One elderly woman took a sip of water. So the protective barrier outside the planet will dissipate in about 10 years. Kali Ta nodded. But now that we have these Saiyans, as long as we maintain good relations with them over the years, then when the protective barrier dissipates, that will be the beginning of our Tin Clan's revenge. But won't Lady Ba Duosi be angry? She arranged this guardian race for us out of pity. Kali Ta chuckled. No matter what intelligent race, greed always accompanies them. If our people are attacked outside, will those Saiyans just watch idly? The elders exchanged smiles. It was time for those who had harmed the Tin Clan to taste the same suffering. In the past few days, without the service of Ba Duosi and Ma Kali Ta, Xiangpa felt terrible. He lay lazily on a sun chair, reached out to take the juice handed by Yu Yenyu, took a slurp. It's really not the same. Yu Yenyu brought his little head close, rubbing his little paws fawningly. Lord Xiangpa, would you like me to play a match with you? You. Xiangpa turned his head arrogantly. With your noob skills, I'd be embarrassed to even team up with you. Crack. Yu Yenyu heard the sound of his own heart breaking. He pouted aggrievedly, turned around and fiddled with his little paws. Whoosh. Just as Xiangpa was drinking juice, he felt the light above him dim. Opening his eyes, he met Buluoli's smiling face. Waha. Buluoli. Xiangpa immediately jumped up and hugged Buluoli. I want braised pork belly, I want sauced elbow, I want marinated pig head meat. Buluoli cupped Xiangpa's chubby face in both hands, kneading it vigorously a few times. You'd better honestly eat some green vegetables. As he spoke, he grabbed Xiangpa's fat ears with his left hand, placed his right hand under his chin, and kept jiggling it. Look at your chin, your belly, and your big butt. Duong. 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 Xiang Pa angrily slapped his hands away, glaring at him. Just tell me, are you going to make it or not? Buluoli didn't speak, just slightly tilted his head, pursed his lips, and blinked. The latter instantly understood and immediately became aggrieved. Fine, don't make it then. You, this chef, now have a temper even bigger than mine, the god of destruction. TCH. Watching Xiang Pa storm off in anger, Lei Na and Yi Ka's jaws nearly dropped. Was this still the arrogant and haughty god of destruction? Ji Na, unaware of Xiang Pa's fearsomeness, hugged Ma Ka Li Ta and asked, Sister Ma Ka Li Ta, is that fat rabbit the god of destruction? Xiang Pa, who hadn't gone far, twitched his ears, immediately turned around and rushed over, standing on tiptoe and waving his arms wildly. I am the god of destruction. The god of destruction. You mortals, show some respect. After venting, he froze. Who are you? How dare you come to my home? Is this a place for mortals like you? Makita was not his exclusive angel after all, and with the Omni King's approval she stepped forward, immediately smiling as she glared at the domineering Xiangpa. These 4 young girls are the handmaidens of Beerus and me. They have been awarded the honor by the Omni King, granted the right to live in the realm of the destroyer gods. Xiangpa stumbled backward 2 steps, pressing his paws against his plump cheeks as his mouth fell wide open. Why does the Omni King show you such favor? No other angel, no matter how diligently they serve, has ever received such distinction. Meanwhile, Jigua, hiding behind Beerus, popped her little head out and pulled at her eyelids to make a playful face at Xiangpa. Naya Xiangpa glanced between the smiling Broly, Beerus, and Makita, then looked at Jinna and Jigua, making faces behind them, as well as Lena and Yika standing demurely behind Broly. Finally, clenching both fists, he stomped angrily back to his palace, each heavy footfall leaving a deep impression on the lawn. That evening, as Xiangpa surveyed the stir-fried vegetables and fruit salad before him, he felt terribly wronged. Beerus, you're the kindest to me. Could you ask Broly to roast a guagua bird for me? Beerus shook her head. Haven't you noticed we're all eating vegetarian? Just then Broly entered, carrying a large bowl of mushroom and tofu soup, giving him a subtle wink. I can use dried tofu and mock chicken to prepare several vegetable dishes that taste just like meat. Xiangpa's mood instantly brightened. When it really matters, Broly is the one I can rely on. At the long dining table, Xiangpa sat at the head seat with Beerus, Makita, and Jinna seated in order to his right, while Broly, Jigua, Lena, and Yika occupied the left side. Noticing that Beerus and the others were all focused on their meals, Broly nudged Xiangpa's boot with his foot, winked at him, and glanced meaningfully under the table. Understanding the gesture, Xiangpa slipped his left hand beneath the table, where a small crumpled piece of paper appeared in his palm. Xiangpa tucked away the paper, hurriedly shoveling food into his mouth before downing 3 large bowls of the mushroom and tofu soup. After letting out a watery burp, he declared, I'm full. Broly, don't forget those dishes you promised for tomorrow. Understood, Lord Xiangpa. Xiangpa strolled leisurely from the dining hall and immediately unfolded the note. At 1 o'clock tonight I'll deliver barbecue fried chicken and beer to your chambers. Xiangpa folded the paper with a satisfied nod, murmuring to himself, when it counts, Broly is always the one to rely on. A cold snicker drifted from behind him. Xiangpa suddenly shivered and turned to find Makita glaring at him. Lord Xiangpa, Beerus and I are only doing this for your own good. Why won't you appreciate our intentions? Xiangpa quickly waved his hand. It's not my doing. Broly insisted on bringing me a midnight snack, but I refused. Makita stepped aside to clear a path. Then would you accompany me back to the dining hall? Perhaps Broly has a different answer to offer. When the dejected Xiangpa returned to the dining hall, he found Broly kneeling beside Beerus, clutching his own earlobes with both hands, his expression utterly hopeless. When Broly met Xiangpa's gaze, his eyes clearly whispered, pray for your own salvation. Meanwhile, the 4 girls, Jinna and the others, quickly cleared the plates and tables. Makita reached out and poked Broly on the forehead. Do you intend to bring about Lord Xiangpa's demise? Have you forgotten what the Omni King said before we returned? Beerus remained silent, merely fixing Broly with a cold stare. This puzzled Xiangpa, who scolded him for quite some time before Broly finally rose, approached him, and bowed deeply. Lord Xiangpa, I'm truly sorry. What was happening? Watching Broly's earnest demeanor, an inexplicable sense of impending danger suddenly surged within Xiangpa. Broly managed a wry smile. When we visited the Omni King a few days ago, the Grand Priest mentioned that some destroyer gods haven't engaged in serious combat in quite some time. He said he would find time to test each of their fighting abilities, if any have regressed. He kept glancing at Xiangpa as he spoke, and prompted by the latter's anxious expressions, he continued he would report this to the Omni King and suggest considering whether a different destroyer god should be appointed. Xianpa swallowed hard, his gaze shifting between Broly's guilty expression and the sullen faces of Beerus and Namekians beside him. Suddenly he shouted, starting tomorrow morning I'll begin serious training. Broly, you'll be my sparring partner. With that he sighed heavily and left the dining hall. Once Xianpa had wandered far enough away, Broly licked his lips and crouched down, rubbing his large head against Beerus's embrace. Will this plan actually work? Beerus threaded her right hand through his long hair, gently massaging. It's all for his own good. If this continues, he won't even be able to defeat Sidora, the destroyer god of the 9th universe. Broly paused to think before looking up at Beerus. So can I withstand Lord Xianpa's attacks right now? Beerus and Namekians exchanged glances and smiled. If you're fighting at full power, you'd stand evenly against Lord Xianpa. Your destroyer god power hasn't fully fused yet, but once it does, you'll rank among the upper tier of destroyer gods. Then I'm relieved. Namekians added a warning, but don't grow overconfident. Those who become destroyer gods possess combat experience and skill beyond your imagination, despite the extensive training we've done with you. Yet even matches where neither side gains an advantage remain rare. Your combat experience is still lacking, but with Lord Xianpa as your sparring partner, I believe you'll grow considerably. Beerus stood and gave Broly's large face a pat. Let's go. First a bath, then massage my legs. Broly, with a mischievous grin, hoisted both women onto his shoulders and made his way toward the hot spring pool, crossing paths with Jinna and the others who had just finished washing the dishes. Broly, I won't hold back, you know, Xianpa chuckled, cracking his knuckles, while Broly on the opposite side had already transformed into his Super Saiyan green state. Sensing the wild, ruthless energy radiating from him, Xianpa rubbed his hands together with a grin. He, not bad, kid. Whoosh! Broly lunged forward, his massive fists pounding toward Xianpa's round face while his sturdy knees drove upward toward his belly. Xianpa calmly parried each strike with both hands. After a prolonged exchange, Broly retreated a short distance, roared fiercely, and immediately entered his Super Saiyan 4 form. Stretching his neck, he launched himself again at the astonished Xianpa. Sensing the overwhelming power radiating from Broly, Xianpa scoffed. So what if you've reached the divine level? With those words he unleashed his own spiritual energy, let out a wild laugh, and charged forward. Dodging Broly's punch with a tilt of his head, he delivered a powerful kick straight to Broly's abdomen with his right foot. Your ki and energy have risen, but your combat awareness is still lacking a lot. Kampa watched Broly rubbing his stomach and gasping for air, grinned and lunged again, his fists and feet falling like rain upon Broly's body, giving Broly his first taste of a god of destruction's combat level. As Broly retreated, clutching his bruised purple right eye, Kampa pursed his lips and waved his paw as if shooing flies. Go on, you're still far from my level. Broly took a deep breath, spread his arms wide. The long-haired Broly with purple-green hair stared fiercely at Kampa, shouted, and charged again. This time Kampa finally got serious, his Hawkeye power circulating within his body, eventually bursting out as his right arm wrapped in purple-black energy, as he punched towards Broly's face. Boom! 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 Swish! 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 Clang! 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 The two exchanged blows endlessly in the air while the lawn beneath their feet began to turn gray and stone-like. The two paused in midair for a second. Kampa flashed behind Broly, grinned maliciously, and swung both fists, striking at the back of his head. Watching his head continuously dodging, Kampa was utterly bewildered. Could Broly have eyes on the back of his head? Even Vados and Margarita, who were having tea and chatting, put down their teacups, their faces showing disbelief. Kampa came to his senses and delivered a solid kick to Broly's buttocks, the latter rubbing his, but with a confused expression. Why was I constantly shaking my head and body just now? You don't know. Kampa's asymmetrical triangular eyes scanned his face suspiciously. Broly rubbed his, but then scratched his head. I just felt danger at the back of my head, and then unconsciously started dodging. Kampa sneered. Probably just your luck. Come again. From this moment on, Broly and Kampa began their love-hate training. Until Margarita deemed it sufficient, she led Broly and Gina Jiwa to some harsh waste worlds in the 6th universe to begin the next stage of physical conditioning. After all, the physical requirements for some divine techniques are quite demanding. Meanwhile, Kampa-sama, you cannot have late-night snacks this year, and your soda will have to wait until the year after next. Vados approached Kampa, who was eating chicken, carrying a tray, and placed a specially prepared diet fruit and vegetable juice on the table. Kampa had a carrot-like vegetable dangling from his mouth, listlessly controlling his game character, and detonated a grenade to kill the last opponent on the other side. Only then did he look pitifully at the calm Vados. I've only been eating meat for a month, it shouldn't be this fast, right? Vados shook her finger. In this past month every meal has included braised pork and pork hocks in particularly large quantities. You have 2 late-night snacks every day, barbecue in the first half and hot pot in the second half, and breakfast is always meat buns or soup dumplings, resulting in excessive fat intake. It has already transferred through your stomach to your belly and lower body, coupled with the decade of cultivation you have neglected. Even a fight with Broly now might not force him into his strongest form. Kampa's chubby face crumpled up. Isn't there any way for me to eat meat heartily without gaining weight? Vados thought for a moment. The Super Dragon Balls can do it. Just make a wish and ask Chiran to strengthen your stomach. Kampa's eyes lit up. He linked arms with her and headed out. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go find the Super Dragon Balls now. Vados sighed, rubbing her forehead with her left hand, and was pulled out by Kampa. Grand Zeno hasn't had any issues with me recently, has he? Kampa's right paw rested on Vados's back. The two moved through the universe with several planet-sized Super Dragon Balls being pulled behind them. Vados rolled her eyes. Broly and Margarita serve you happily, and they handle your work for you. How could Grand Zeno have any complaints? Ha ha, that's good. Kampa was as excited as a 250-pound child, laughing when Vados waved her staff to collect the Super Dragon Balls into the cosmic passage, then turned and flew downward. In a flash, Vados stopped before 2 figures. Kampa walked out smiling from behind Vados, looking at his counterpart opposite, and sneered, I wonder who it is. Oh, it's you, Beerus. Watching Vados bow to him, Beerus nodded, then his face twitched. Isn't this that someone? I have a name. Rib Spirit, I know. Fatso. Kampa glared. Do you want to fight? Beerus's eyes also grew cold. Come at me. Then Kampa raised his right hand, beckoning with his index finger at the ready. Beerus, you go. Vados. Beerus looked away grumpily. What are you doing in my 7th universe, Kampa? Kampa's eyes rolled. He hugged his chubby belly with both hands and waddled. Recently our 6th universe has plenty of good food. I ate too much, and came out for a walk. Beerus stared at his counterpart for a long time without speaking. Kampa somewhat breathlessly looked away. Today's exercise is enough. Let's go back, Vados. Vados quickly bowed to Beerus, then led Kampa into the cosmic passage, pulling the Super Dragon Balls and turning direction toward the 6th sphere. Beerus frowned, watching the 2 leave, stroking his chin. I feel like Kampa comes to our universe for no good. Whis thought for a moment. Among our 2 universes there is only one item that is shared. Super Dragon Balls. Seeing Whis nod, Beerus sneered. Then let's finish what we have and go find one. As long as we have one, he will always come looking for me. Whis smiled and flew with Beerus into the depths of the universe. Oh my, since we've already found 5, let's rest for now. Kampa stretched. No need to look for the remaining 2. Beerus will definitely gather one for himself. With his intellect, thinking of the Super Dragon Balls is not difficult. Vados smiled, her eyes full of joy, looking at Kampa. The pig cat I raised has finally started using his brain. Then she asked, should we prepare a visiting gift? Kampa-sama. Kampa began to struggle, but last time Broly prepared dishes for us. I ate them all and only a little snack was left. If I give it to him, I'll have nothing to eat. Why don't we check the kitchen? The 2 found only 6 colorful bird eggs in the vast kitchen. Ha! Hoo! Ha! Hoo! The obese Kampa, drenched in sweat, followed behind Vados as they walked along the forest path on the destruction planet of Universe 7. How much longer, Vados? Vados turned to look at Kampa, who looked utterly exhausted, and shook her head helplessly. Lord Kampa, just hold on a little longer, we're almost there. Kampa sighed bitterly. If it weren't for the Super Dragon Balls, I wouldn't be coming to this lousy place of his. Vados smiled but did not reply until they arrived at the gates of a massive ancient castle. She then waved her long staff and a large cup of iced watermelon juice appeared in Kampa's hand. Gulp. 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 Ah. Ha. Burp. Kampa downed the entire cup of watermelon juice in one breath, then wiped his mouth with satisfaction and let out a burp. Ah, that feels good. Vados reminded him with a smile. Lord Kampa, you've just consumed an entire day's worth of juice intake in one go. For the rest of today you can only drink spring water. Kampa looked like a child who had been tricked and argued, I walked such a long way just now and watermelon has no calories anyway. I've already burned off all that sugar. Vados shook her head seriously. No, it's not until tomorrow noon. Kampa waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry about those little details. Once I make my wish, I'll eat whatever I want, right? He rubbed his hands together, and a ball of energy began to gather in his palms. Knocking on the door. I need to make some noise to show my presence. Bang. Boom. Before Kampa could throw the energy ball, the castle door was blasted open first. A massive dark shadow flew toward Kampa at high speed, startling him into a defensive stance, as the shadow skimmed past his large belly. Goku. Vegeta. Get over here. Huh. What the? Kampa's face twitched as he straightened up and turned to look at the other brother, who was shouting and yelling without any regard for him. He immediately grew displeased. Taking a deep breath, hey Beerus, you jerk. Over here. Beerus, who was wearing pajamas in midair, immediately threw several energy spheres at Kampa, forcing him to dodge left and right. You jerk, what the hell are you up to? The massive sound waves forced Beerus and the two hiding behind a boulder to assume defensive postures. Ha! 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 Who? Beerus looked at the panting black ball of flesh below and smirked subtly, then pretended not to recognize him. Hey, who are you? Vados handed him a white towel. Kampa took it angrily and wiped his face. It's me, Kampa. Oh, I thought it was someone else. Beerus slowly descended to stand opposite Kampa. What are you doing here? Kampa gave him a contemptuous look. What? Is this how you treat a guest when I come to visit? Whis looked at the rosy-cheeked Vados across from him and sighed helplessly, but Vados just smiled back. Slurp gulp, slurp gulp. Burp. Ah. Kampa sat on a stone chair in Beerus's dining room, drinking his favorite juice and swinging his chubby legs. Beerus, resting his chin on his right hand, looked at his even fatter brother and sighed helplessly. Behind him, Son Goku and Vegeta were whispering to each other while looking at Kampa and Vados. Hey Beerus, are those two behind you your disciples? Beerus didn't say anything, but Whis nodded from the side more or less. Ha! Kampa had always been overshadowed by Beerus, but now looking at those two he finally felt he was back on top. He grinned at his brother. Seems like you're not that impressive, Beerus. Your disciples are exhausted like dead dogs after just 20,000 push-ups. Compared to my Broly, they're not even close. Ha ha ha. Broly. Beerus squinted his narrow triangular eyes at the laughing Kampa. You've taken a disciple too. Broly. Why does that name sound so familiar? Vegeta, standing behind Beerus, murmured to himself, but his voice was loud enough for everyone to hear. Kampa and Vados exchanged meaningful glances at Vegeta. Beerus, no fool, waved his hand. Vegeta, tell us what you know. Yes, sir. Vegeta, wearing a bulky gravity suit, stepped up to Beerus. I heard that name from my father when I was a child. He said that Broly was a genius born once in a millennium among our Saiyan race, the one most likely to become a Super Saiyan. To secure his own rule, my father had Broly exiled when he was still young. After hearing Vegeta's account, Beerus looked at Kampa with suspicion, making his brother feel uncomfortable. But Vados explained cheerfully, Broly is an ancient Saiyan that Lord Kampa and I brought back from the abandoned continent. He's not the Broly from your Universe 7. How you managed to find an ancient Saiyan? Beerus shrugged noncommittally. So what's the purpose of your visit? Kampa smiled and waved his hand, producing a strange red device. After pressing a button, the device's outer casing fell away, revealing 6 bird eggs nestled inside. I'm just here to give you bumpkin a taste of something good. These are dong bird eggs. Since my Broly wasn't around, Vados boiled them in water and packed them up. They're absolutely delicious. Kampa waved his paw and the eggs flew to everyone. Beerus peeled one, took a bite, chewed and shook his head. Let's try something good from our Universe 7 instead. Whis smiled and ate the dong bird egg, then waved his staff and 6 bowls of instant noodles appeared on the table. Slurp. Gulp. Munch. Munch. Kampa, eating instant noodles for the first time, was so delighted that he even drank all the broth. He put down the empty bowl and wiped his mouth. What is this food? Instant noodles, Beerus said with a grin. His expression annoyed Kampa, who turned to look at Vados, who was elegantly wiping her mouth. Can Broly make this instant noodle thing? Vados picked up her staff and contacted Margarita. As the black orb at the top of the staff lit up, a pleasant giggling voice came through. What's up? Vados glanced at Margarita's surroundings and pouted. Lord Kampa wants me to ask Broly if he can make instant noodles. That stuff has no nutritional value, and the seasoning packets contain a lot of additives. Eating too much is bad for you. How did you find out about instant noodles? If you want to eat them, I'll make some for you when I get back. Hearing the voice from the staff, Kampa's ears perked up with joy. Haha, Broly really knows me. I want to eat them. Hee hee, Beerus. Kampa looked at his brother across from him and said with a grin, how about we hold a friendly competition? Just 3 events. Kampa held up 3 fingers: food contest, gaming tournament, and martial arts showdown. Hoa. Watching Kampa's smug expression, Beerus paused a moment before asking, tell me the rules. Kampa looked at Beerus with a smile and said, to ensure absolute fairness, we should both find a neutral cosmic space and hold all 3 events there. Seeing Beerus nod in agreement, he continued, the first event is a PC game, PUBG. Each side sends 15 participants. The final winner determines victory based on which universe claims it. The second event is a culinary contest. Ingredients are self-provided: 12 cold dishes, 18 hot dishes, and 12 desserts. Watching the confident smirk curling Beerus's lips, Kampa sneered inwardly and continued, the third event, 5 fighters from each side. Victory depends on skill alone. What about the martial arts rules? The moment Goku heard about the fight, he immediately ran over to Kampa and said excitedly, "How about we follow the rules of the World Martial Arts Tournament on Earth? Being knocked off the ring counts as a loss and killing opponents is forbidden." Vegeta walked over and added, "It would also be wise to hold an intelligence test beforehand so we don't bring any uncivilized brutes." Rarely magnanimous Kampa ignored their rudeness and turned to the silent Beerus. "The wager is your 2 Super Dragon Balls against my 5. Beerus thought for a moment. "I only have one on hand. The other I haven't found yet. As long as you don't interfere while I search for the Super Dragon Balls, that's fine." Kampa waved his paw. "We're off then. 1 week from now and Vados and Whis will choose the venue together." Vados bowed slightly to Beerus and followed by Kampa transformed into a streak of rainbow light. "Lord Beerus, who were those two just now?" Seeing the puzzled expressions of Vegeta and Goku, Beerus waved his hand. "Those were the Destroyer God and Angel of Universe 6. 2 universes." Seeing their shocked faces, Whis blinked. "Oh, how you didn't know?" Seeing them nod, Whis began his explanation. "There are currently 12 universes. We reside in the 7th universe. The ones who just arrived are the Destroyer God and Angel of the 6th universe. They are Lord Beerus's brother and my elder sister." Eh? Vegeta and Goku's eyes widened in astonishment. Whis waved his hand and a cosmic panorama appeared before them. 2 universes added together make 13, forming a pair of complementary universes. For example, Universe 1 and Universe 12, Universe 2 and Universe 11, and so on. Beerus sighed. "The food contest is fine. I'm quite confident about that. But the martial arts match and that game, I have absolutely no confidence." Vegeta raised his hand. "Lord Beerus, my children have mentioned that PUBG. Finding 15 gaming experts shouldn't be a problem." "That settles it." Beerus nodded. "You two will definitely compete. That leaves 2 spots. He scratched his chin. "Let's go to Earth. Find your friends or rivals there and we'll pick from them." "That only makes 4. Watching Goku count on his fingers, Beerus grinned crookedly. "I'll find a skilled fighter to bolster our ranks." The 4 of them soon arrived on Earth. Having received advance notice, Bulma had already ordered a massive feast laid out on the tables, with the kitchen still continuously sending dish after dish, fearing the ancestors wouldn't eat their fill. Slurp slurp. While Whis was enjoying the kaiseki before him, he seemed to recall something. "By the way, there's something I need to tell you in advance. Broly's strength surpassed yours by a significant margin over a decade ago. After years of training under my elder sister Vados and Margarita, his power is truly unpredictable." "Nanny." The previously cheerful Beerus and Goku were so startled they dropped their jaws wide open, and Bulma, serving nearby, covered her mouth in surprise. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Beerus was nearly going mad. As if remembering something, he looked at Whis. "Isn't Margarita the angel of food court? How could she help that Broly train?" Whis picked up a piece of sashimi, dipped it in soy sauce and wasabi, and ate with delight. "Because both of my elder sisters are Broly's wives." Bulma cautiously looked at Whis. "Then between your sisters and you, who is stronger?" Whis shrugged. "Vados is stronger than me and Margarita is stronger than Vados." After a moment of stunned silence, Goku continued, stuffing his face. "The stronger the opponent, the greater my motivation. Besides, Lord Beerus still has an ace up his sleeve. Don't worry." Whis gave Beerus a teasing look and continued enjoying his meal, while only Vegeta and Bulma exchanged worried glances. Whoosh. Watching Margarita and the others suddenly appear, Kampa, who had been lounging on his chair enjoying the evening breeze, hurried over and eagerly embraced Broly. "You're back, I want barbecue." Margarita smiled and studied Kampa. "But your body." Kampa waved it off carelessly and told them about the afternoon's events. Margarita no longer objected and patted Broly's arm. "I want mapo tofu and water-boiled cabbage." Broly nodded, walked forward and embraced the smiling Vados, planting a kiss right on her lips. Slurp slurp, delicious. Glug glug glug. Burp. Kampa set down his large wine cup and let out a comfortable burp. "That's how it is. Do you have confidence?" Broly leisurely ate his skewers. "These past few days I'll go collect some ingredients. I won't participate in the martial arts or gaming events. Didn't Vados say?" "Those 2 Saiyans are weak. We have plenty of skilled fighters in our universe. You just need to gather a few. I'll focus entirely on cooking." Kampa thought about it. "True enough. Our 6th universe is full of experts. Vados and I will go find some tomorrow. For the gaming event, I'll contact Cyberstar and organize an activity. Top 14 plus me should guarantee victory." Broly grilled some garlic scapes and small mushrooms for Vados. "Sister, do you still remember that herd of minotaurs we brought from Earth?" Vados chewed her food thoughtfully. Minotaur. Broly nodded. I imagine these years of selective breeding by the Minotaurus tribe have greatly increased both the taste and the population. Whoa, so this is the fighter you found. Broly stood before a little brat, glanced at his thin arms and legs, then at the demon-like dwarf beside him, and shrugged nonchalantly. It'll do. Anyway, we don't rely on winning the match, just need to take the first 2 rounds. Oh. The demon-like dwarf looked at him with slight dissatisfaction. Since you don't think highly of us, why did you summon us in the first place? Broly waved his hand. Aside from that hit, the rest of you are just going through the motions, it doesn't matter. Compa, eating a meat bun and drinking soy milk, said. Since everything's ready, let's set off. Battles and Makarita waved their long staves and 2 shuttle cubes appeared on the lawn, making Frost's eyes gleam with envy. The 14 oddly shaped fighters boarded one shuttle, while the others took the other, flying toward the competition venue. TCH, that Beerus guy, could he be too scared to show up? Compa stepped out of the shuttle, surveying the barren land around him. The others also emerged one by one, marveling at the desolate starry sky. Broly, Gina, Jiwa, Lena, and IK, 5 of them, had already changed into white chef uniforms and began moving cooking utensils to the designated area. The Supreme Kaifua waved his hand, releasing several cages of varying sizes containing the live ingredients needed for the competition. Soon another shuttle landed not far away, and dozens of people spilled out like sardines, following Beerus as they approached. Wow, Mom, look, a robot! A purple-haired child pointed at Magetta sitting beside Compa. The woman beside him scolded him, and he fell silent. Compa's face twitched as he looked at the group of women and children. When Beerus came close, he grinned and said, What's this? Bringing your cheering squad to witness your defeat? Beerus rolled his eyes irritably. Enough, stop bickering. Let's start making arrangements. Whis, Battles, and Makarita discussed for a while. The eldest Makarita arranged. First, the contestants will take a written test. For the culinary competition, each chef should present their prepared ingredients, and the gods of destruction will conduct a preliminary inspection. Ignoring the fools picking their fingers, Beerus stared at Broly before him, narrowing his eyes. He sensed no threat from Broly, which was quite astonishing. Are you cooking alone? Beerus looked at the fresh ingredients, then at the 4 women behind Broly, furrowing his brows. He sensed 2 auras not weaker than Goku and Vegeta from the 2 assistants, while the other 2 with pointed ears he ignored. Broly chuckled. I'll handle the cooking myself, the 4 of them will assist me. Beerus nodded and said no more, following Compa to his own chef camp. To secure victory in the culinary round, he had brought several top-tier chefs and assistants. After showing the ingredients to Beerus, Broly, Gina, and Jiwa began prepping. The top-grade Minotaur was quickly butchered by Broly with ease. Premium ribeye, T-bone, and tomahawk steaks were cut to size and marinated. The Gua Gua bird and rainbow bird were also cleaned by Gina and Jiwa, then coated with a secret marinade. Lena and IK were carving fruits and vegetables to use as serving platters. A huge bluefin tuna was cleaned by Jiwa and portioned beside Broly. He glanced at it, pointing to several bright red pieces. Cut them into 2 by 2 cubes with an air blade, then marinate with my No. 17 secret sauce. Jiwa nodded and carried the large tray of fish away. After washing his hands, Broly began kneading dough for fermentation. He called Lena. Let IK handle the carving. You start resting the dough. I'll prepare some cream and fillings. Watching the orderly culinary showdown, the gluttonous brothers exchanged a glance, then looked away. Battles scolded Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, no talking or reading questions allowed during the written test. The boorish fellow immediately covered his mouth and began writing answers, his eyes darting around. Sniff, sniff, that smells amazing. Yu, who had been dozing off, caught the scent of desserts being made by his own chef. He dropped his pen and flew off, leaving a trail of shattered eyeballs. Jiwa coat the fish cubes with pearl rice flour. Gina drizzled the rainbow bird with bee syrup and the Gua Gua bird with honey, then put them in the oven. The honey and bee syrup he mentioned came from a desolate star. To relocate that bee colony to the elf planet, he had gone through great effort. Whis, is that Broly really that skilled in cooking? Beerus called over the proctor Whis, who nodded. Indeed. When I visited Battles' place, I was fortunate enough to taste some of his dishes. Oh. Beerus's eyes turned menacing. How much did you bring back? Whis waved his hands awkwardly. None, I returned empty-handed from that visit. Time's up, Battles announced. The test-takers put down their pens and filed out of the exam hall, sniffing the aroma of food in the air. They stared at the 2 cooking camps, swallowing repeatedly. Soon Battles and was finished grading the papers and began calling names. From Universe 6, Hit Frost, Gabe, Vegeta, and Ba'amo qualify for the competition. Whis let out an almost imperceptible sigh. From Universe 7, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Monaka qualify. You having left the exam venue without permission is disqualified. Ha ha oh ha! Kampa laughed until he was gasping for air. Beerus on the other hand clawed at his own cheeks. Couldn't you find someone reliable? Regardless, you must win in place of that, you understand? Yes. Seeing their god of destruction angry, the group felt intimidated and dared not speak further. Team A, 5 of you go ambush near the mountain warehouse. Try to reduce the opponent's numbers. Team C, after picking up equipment, run to the center circle and set up an ambush waiting for the enemy to come. Kampa clapped his hands together. As for the remaining Team B, let's go out and have some fun. Beerus came behind Kampa, watching his brother's adept weapon switching and dizzying snake-like movements, feeling a tickle of curiosity. Is this game really that fun? Judging from Kampa's proficiency, it was clearly not something he had practiced in just a day or two. Has the molting been completed? Broly asked IK while chopping vegetables, glancing back at the water basin. IK replied in a hushed voice, everything has molted. Just 2 or 3 more minutes, and it should be done. Broly nodded. With a flick of his right hand, a blade of energy sliced through the scored vegetables, which he then transferred to a nearby bowl. Wiping his hands on a towel, he calmly observed the chefs busily working in Universe 7 across from him, a dismissive smile curling his lips. How good could Western cuisine and Japanese food possibly be? Meanwhile, the competitors from both sides seated in the rest area were sizing each other up. Gabe approached, noticing their iconic hair, and asked, "Excuse me, are you Saiyan from Universe 7? Son Goku and Vegeta were taken aback for a moment before snapping back to reality. Son Goku leaned forward, peering over his shoulder, and asked, "Are you Saiyan from Universe 6? Where is your tail?" Tail. Gabe was momentarily stunned and hadn't fully processed the question when Vegeta, standing nearby, interjected, "What planet do you currently reside on?" "Planet Sadala. Aren't you from there?" "Nanny." Vegeta was equally stunned, then sighed with realization and explained, "Our planet Sadala was destroyed in an internal conflict, so we seized another world and renamed it Planet Vegeta." You plundered someone else's planet. How could you do such a thing?" Facing Gabe's indignant protest, Son Goku glanced at the amiable Universe 6 Frieza, then pulled Vegeta aside to whisper, "It seems the two universes are polar opposites. The Saiyans and Frieza in our universe are all villains, but in Universe 6 they are all virtuous. Regardless of whether they are good or bad, do not forget Beerus's warning. If we lose this competition, our Earth will be destroyed." Mentioning this subject deflated them both. Gabe, overhearing their exchange from the sidelines, chuckled, "Then let us settle this in competition." Wahahaha! Beerus Universe 6 takes the first round, hee. Just as the two were watching Gabe return to the rest area, Shisama's exaggerated laughter carried from afar. Observing the dejected appearance of the elite competitors that Bulma had recruited at exorbitant salaries, the two sighed and made their way back to the rest area. Beerus gritted his teeth and turned his head away, letting out a dismissive snort before he and Whis returned to their own rest area to simmer in frustration. Shisama turned to the competitors from his universe and smiled, "The rewards I promised you are over there. Go divide them among yourselves." "Thank you, Lord Shisama." The diverse array of aliens cheered and sprinted toward the small protective barrier in the distance, where piles of treasures and seating arrangements awaited them. From that point forward they would remain confined there until the entire competition concluded, after which they could depart with Shisama and the others. "Try this." I conceived this snack on a whim. Broly picked up a piece of fried fish and gently placed it into Makurita's small mouth. She chewed contentedly before carrying a large bowl back to Betty's side. Meanwhile, Shisama carelessly grabbed fish pieces and stuffed them into his mouth, his face beaming with delight. "You fat pig!" Beerus watched with drool pooling at the corners of his mouth, and immediately barked at the busy chefs. "Hey! Are you all blind? Can't you see your lord is hungry? Why aren't you preparing some food yet?" Upon hearing this, a chef with a large nose trembled in fear. But... Whoosh! Beerus appeared before him, his expression dripping with impatience. "But what?" The large-nosed chef weakly explained, "To win this competition we selected only the finest ingredients. The premium the ingredient, the scarcer its supply, so..." Beerus clenched his fists, restraining his urge to kill him. "If you lose this round you can all just die." Whoosh! Returning to the rest area, Beerus rested his hands behind his head and closed his eyes. Since he could not eat, he decided that out of sight meant out of mind, choosing to ignore Shisama's continuous taunts from across the way. "Haha, it is rare to see Beerus frustrated. I am in much better spirits now." Chomp chomp! Shisama stuffed 2 fish pieces into his mouth, his squinting eyes occasionally glancing across at him, a grin spreading across his face. As the sand in the hourglass suspended overhead steadily diminished, Broly approached the large grill. Gathering energy in both hands, he delivered a powerful palm strike, unleashing a towering inferno whose endless flames licked at the whole beef secured on the massive steel spits. Nearby Gina and Jiwa stood ready with enormous serving trays. As he continuously turned the meat, an intoxicating aroma that made one's mouth water filled the air. Boom! With the massive roasted beef plated, he bent down and retrieved 2 unusual large cleavers from the fire rack. The blades, embedded with dense semicircular iron rings, had been heated until glowing bright red. Hurrying to the kitchen counter, Lena and IK carried a massive slab of fish meat, setting it down on the prep surface. Once the fish was positioned, they quickly grabbed nearby vegetable baskets. Broly raised the 2 cleavers and began chopping the fish on the counter before him. Countless tiny fish balls resembling popcorn flew into the air with each swing of the blades, where Lena and IK caught them all with their vegetable baskets. Every person present was utterly amazed by this magnificent cooking technique, their mouths agape, as they watched Broly work in stunned silence. Time's up. As the hourglass was flipped, 2 enormous rectangular dining tables materialized on the arena floor, laden with plates of delectable dishes boasting impeccable color, aroma, and flavor. Compared to the modest portions from Universe 7, the dishes prepared by Broly were simply enormous in scale. Oh ho ho ho! Beerus gazed at Broly's creations, then turned his attention to the Earth Chef's meticulously prepared food and had a troubling feeling about how this would turn out. Shisama led Makurita and Betty, following closely behind Beerus and Whis. The group of 5, each armed with chopsticks and small bowls, began making their way around to the Earth Chef's table. Wow, this is called tempura. Delicious, absolutely delicious, Odin. What a peculiar name, but this beef tendon is wonderfully tender. A raw fish slice atop this rice ball, chomp chomp, it is just SOSO filet mignon. SOSO. This dessert, however, is quite good, comparable to what Broly makes. Shisama, Makurita and Betty sampled each dish while offering their critiques, eventually writing their scores on the small cards beside the final dessert course. With 12 cold dishes, 18 main courses and 12 desserts, only 3 dishes and a single dessert earned perfect scores, while the remainder hovered around 90. After rinsing their palates with plain tea, the group of 5 swapped their utensils and approached the table where Broly had prepared his dishes. Please taste our first cold dish, lantern beef. Broly leaned close to Betty's ear and whispered something, to which she casually waved her hand. Instantly darkness enveloped their surroundings save for a single lantern-like light source that emitted an intoxicating fragrance. Gazing at those paper-thin slices of beef translucent with marbled tendon, everyone swallowed in unison. Boo used public chopsticks to pick up a slice, twirled it briefly in the air, and placed the rolled beef into Shipao's bowl. The others each picked up a slice as well, but Broly did not eat. Instead, he passed the remaining 4 slices to Gina and Jiwa, and the others seated behind him. As the beef was taken away, the beef fat candle hidden underneath was revealed. While chewing, Vodo waved her hand and restored the light. This dish is called 6 Rams Bring Prosperity, prepared from the most exquisite cuts of 6 animals, whose names carry the character for sheep. This is... As Broly introduced the dishes, everyone tasted, and the 11 cold dishes were finished in no time. And here is the final cold dish, Drunken Crab. Broly served 1 crab each to Makurita and Vodo. These rainbow crabs molt only twice in their lifetime, and the meat after the first molt is the most exquisite. Simply seasoned with osmanthus rice wine, and it becomes a supreme delicacy. Before Broly finished his introduction, everyone had devoured the entire platter of drunken crab. Behind them, Gina and the others, seeing that none remained for them, pouted with discontent at the gluttons before them. Seeing everyone give the drunken crab a perfect score, he then lifted a large lid and a rich aroma burst forth. The first hot dish, Buddha jumps over the wall, containing the extremely precious 9-headed abalone of Minghan Star. Oh, delicious! Devouring it with pure bliss, so fragrant. Everyone ate with reckless abandon, so engrossed that if Broly had not stopped them, they would have demolished the entire pot. Jiwa pouted and quickly covered the remaining half-pot of Buddha jumps over the wall, intending to take it back for herself to savor slowly. Dompa pork. Lion's head meatballs. Squirrel-shaped mandarin fish. Poached chicken. Wensi tofu. Boiled cabbage in clear broth. Roast squab. Roast melon bird. Secret recipe roasted rainbow bird. Burp. Whis let out a satisfied burp. Though I am already full, such exquisite cuisine truly makes it impossible for me to stop. Beerus chewed on his roasted beef, casting a sidelong glance at Shipao, who was busy devouring meat, and sighed almost imperceptibly. Broly's culinary skills are truly impeccable. You have won this round. Chomp chomp. Should we still compete in the 3rd match? Shipao, clutching a huge chunk of meat with grease dripping from his mouth, watched Son Goku's eager expression across the way. Shoving a piece of meat into his own mouth, he retorted grumpily, since we are already here, of course we must compete. Broly and his 4 assistant chefs carried enormous bowls nearly as large as soup tureens filled to the brim with crystal-clear pearl rice. They shoveled the rice quickly into their mouths alongside the dishes the judges had tasted. The universe is so vast. A petite adorable bird-like being sang this cosmic ballad in a deep baritone. Broly was sipping watermelon juice when the little bird bowed thank you. Pfft. He spat out the watermelon juice he had just slurped. That's the entire song. Just one line of lyrics. Their counterparts from the 7th Universe's support crew were no better off, nearly collapsing from laughter. Shipao's triangular squinting eyes swept across his own team members, finally landing on the portly Pucci. Broly watched Son Goku continuously punching at Batamo's belly on the arena floor and felt a strange sense of familiarity. He turned and whispered to Vodo beside him, "Have we met that Son Goku somewhere before?" "That does sound somewhat familiar." Vodo, originally seated with grace, good-naturedly tapped his forehead with her hand. "Have you forgotten the time over 20 years ago, when we went to Earth to gather ingredients?" He was sparring with a young girl at the time, and in the end they embraced on the arena floor and received blessings from the audience together. Over 20 years ago. Broly scratched his head. Over 20 years ago wasn't I cultivating on the abandonment continent? From the other side, Makurita rolled her eyes in exasperation. Vodo is referring to our universe's timeline, not that period on the abandonment continent. So it was like that, Pucci. Ha ha ha. Now go, and thoroughly teach him a lesson. Shipao, perched on the nearby coffee table with his right foot raised, waved his arms enthusiastically. Ha ha ha. Our 6th Universe warriors are truly formidable. Go Pucci, punch that little trash away. Broly glanced disdainfully at the ongoing battle below. What is there to be happy about in defeating an opponent like that, Lord Shipao? Hearing Broly's question, Shipao chuckled greedily, and squeezed over, using his considerable bulk to nudge Vodo aside. He draped his left arm around Broly's neck. You arrived late, and don't know this, but Beerus and I have been at odds since childhood. He spends all his time bullying me. Even after we both became destroyer gods, he still constantly gives me a hard time. Now just seeing that annoyed look on his face makes me happy. Hee, how much stronger is he than you? Hearing Broly's question, Shipao puffed out his chubby cheeks and sighed. In truth, if he fought me at full power, I would meet a rather ugly demise. His voice was low but clear enough for everyone in the rest area to hear. His brows furrowed as he opened his eyes and cast a glance at the opposing Beerus, then fell silent. The others, unfamiliar with the true strength of destroyer gods, felt little burden in their hearts. After a moment of thought, just as he was about to speak, the referee with the antennae on his head cried out loudly, "The 6th Universe's competitor Pucci is out of bounds. The 7th Universe's competitor Son Goku wins." Huh. What the? Just moments ago grinning widely, Shipao now stormed to the edge of the rest area in a furious rage. Feeling swiftly slapped in the face, he began cursing loudly. Despicable and shameless Son Goku. Pretending to be weak to claim victory. This round does not count. Beerus, too familiar with his own brother, grinned. Clearly your competitor is simply too weak. Shipao's large rear wiggled as he prepared to throw himself on the ground in a tantrum, but Vodo's soft yet firm reprimand stopped him. Lord Shipao. Noticing his pouting, adorable expression, Vodo comforted him. It is only that we allowed the other side to win one round. Next our competitor is him. Shipao looked in the direction Vodo pointed, at Frost, and his expression instantly changed. Frost, go teach that side a lesson. If you win against them, in addition to what I promise you, I will grant you another batch of treasure. Frost, who had already been smiling, broke into an even broader grin upon hearing this. I shall absolutely not disappoint you, my lord. Watching Frost leap onto the arena floor, Broly's brows knitted together. There is something deeply artificial about that smile. Moreover, his strength is so weak. When the other side's Son Goku unleashed his power and transformed earlier, I sensed a fraction of his strength. He is absolutely far stronger than Frost. Buluoli, while cracking sunflower seeds, curled his lips in disdain and muttered, "That guy's transformation is really ugly." Ba Duosi and Ma Kali Ta beside him chuckled and exchanged a glance without saying anything. Sun Wukong on the arena transformed into Super Saiyan. "I know you have other forms. Release them and let's fight to the finish." Fu Luosi Te was slightly surprised. "I haven't fully mastered my final form. I used it once when combating evil but accidentally killed someone who shouldn't have died. So I've never used that form again." At this he gave a polite smile. "But today, for the sake of our 6th universe, I have no choice but to enter my final form and fight you. If I hurt you, please forgive me." With a shout accompanied by the grinding of bones, his ugly rectangular head turned round while his body changed little. Having entered his final state, he immediately charged at Sun Wukong, only to be brutally beaten by his opponent. He spoke the most exaggerated boasts only to receive the most vicious beating. Buluoli looked at the pitiful Fu Luosi on the arena, sneered, and poured a glass of watermelon juice for Xiang Pa. The latter took the glass, gulped it down, and with a ferocious expression said, "How did such a piece of trash become famous in my universe? Although I've already won 2 rounds against Bai Lucy, when winning 3 is possible, of course winning all is best." Seeing the empty glass in Xiangpa's hand, Buluoli refilled it with watermelon juice. Don't worry, Lord Xiangpa, as long as Shite is here we've got this round in the bag. Are you so sure? Xiangpa looked at Buluoli doubtfully. The latter smiled. Among all these fighters only he gives me a hint of unease. The others don't feel that way, so you can rest assured. Shite, who was resting with eyes closed, glanced at Buluoli upon hearing this frown but said nothing. Sensing this, Buluoli returned a smile. Sun Wukong, who was unleashing a furious assault on Fu Luo Site, suddenly felt his body go weak and staggered. The battered Fu Luo Site then kicked him off the arena. At this, the people from the 7th universe panicked. Chi-Chi, now a middle-aged woman, flew over sobbing and hugged the unconscious Sun Wukong, crying incessantly. Fu Luo Site jumped down from the arena panting and comforted her. Madam, don't be sad. Sun Wukong is just unconscious from exhaustion. Looking at Bai Lu Si's miserable expression. Could this Sun Wukong be their trump card? Xiangpa pouted his thick lips and made a silly face at the furious Bai Lu Si. Bai Lu Si, don't make that face. We gods of destruction are all broad-minded. Bai Lu Si grabbed the just awakened Sun Wukong and patted his chest several times, saying with a forced smile. Who said I'm angry? My Wukong lost fair and square to someone else. Why would I be angry? He. The 4 girls standing behind Ma Kalita and Ba Duosi, watching Bai Lu Si's exaggerated performance across the way, all covered their mouths and giggled. Ma Kalita shot them a warning glare. No laughing. The basic respect for the gods of destruction must not be lacking. Yes. Xiangpa also glanced at them, seeing them with eyes downcast, and snorted. Bai Lu Si, hurry up and send the next fighter. The sooner we finish, the sooner I can find the Super Dragon Balls. Bai Lu Si gritted his teeth, clenched his fist, and pointed at Baiku. You're up. Baiku leaped into the arena with an air of calm, gracefully removed his weighted training gear, which happened to land on the referee nearby, rolled his neck, and stared intently at the opposite Fu Luo Site. You must have used some underhanded trick. Knowing Wukong as I do, you are no match for him. Fu Luo Site smiled meaningfully, and then engaged in a tangled fight with Baiku. Wow, so Shite really is this powerful. Xiangpa looked at Shite standing on the arena and couldn't help but let out a happy exclamation. But Ji Na and Ji Wa, standing behind his seat, looked at Shite with solemn expressions because his time-skip technique was evolving too quickly. Ha! With a long shout, Sun Wukong, who had been lying motionless, assumed a horse stance with fists at his waist. The energy erupting from his body soared rapidly. Xiangpa, who had been confident of victory, urgently shouted. Shite, stop him! Hurry and stop him! Shite merely glanced at him indifferently, and paid no further heed. Such a good opportunity for evolution, he didn't want to miss it. Seeing that Shite dared to ignore him, Xiangpa gritted his teeth and muttered. You'd better defeat your opponent, otherwise if I'm unhappy you'll have to die. Tenfold Kaioken. Sun Wukong shouted and charged at the on-guard Shite. The two began a new round of battle. Seeing Shite in a sorry state, Xiangpa's heart leaped into his throat, and he kept rubbing his fat face with his paws. My time skip has already surpassed yours. Just as the two were about to clash, Shite shouted and rained blows on Sun Wukong's abdomen, finally landing a heavy right punch that knocked Sun Wukong out of his tenfold Kaioken state. Of course, the friends and family couldn't clearly see the details of the battle. They only saw Shite punch Sun Wukong flying away, and now they all stared in shock at Sun Wukong floating in midair. The next moment, Sun Wukong, who was falling, abruptly stopped his descent using the air dance technique, and with a loud bang he burst upward, seizing the moment when Shite was distracted, and punched him in the face, sending him crashing into the floating image of Xiangpa's head in midair. Xiangpa squished his fat face with both paws in disbelief. Gay! On the other side, Bai Lu Si stuck out a long tongue, shaking his head wildly overjoyed. Ooh! Bang! Shite was slammed into the head, raising a cloud of dust. Both landed on their knees on the arena, panting heavily. Sun Wukong, feeling the intense pain in his body, gritted his teeth and stood up. He looked at the wary Shite opposite, then at his own side's tense Bai Lu Si, and finally asked, Lord Bai Lu Si, may I make a small request? Huh? Bai Lu Si was taken aback. The latter continued, Can we change the match rules to no rules? Are you crazy? Ka Luote. His good friend Bai Ji Ta was the first to snap out of it and let loose a torrent of abuse. Don't you know your own limits? If not for the other holding back, would you still have the chance to stand here blabbering? But the Zeit who wields lethal techniques is the strongest Zeit after all. Kaioshin Fua of the 6th universe looked at Sun Wukong with a bewildered expression, utterly unable to fathom which fool would want to create advantageous conditions for an opponent in such a serious match. The old Kaioshin of the 7th universe nodded knowingly. I see. So the current Zeit is not yet his strongest form. Hearing this from the two Kaioshin, Sun Wukong scratched the back of his head and chuckled. Sorry, I only just realized that. I was so focused on the fight that it never crossed my mind. Aren't you afraid of death? Facing Zeit's question, Sun Wukong smiled calmly. I won't be hit by you again. Is that so? So there are people like you in this world. At that moment, Zeit's perception of Sun Wukong completely transformed. Just as he was about to say something, he was interrupted by a sly, mischievous voice. Clap, clap, clap. Now that's sportsmanship. Above their heads, Xianpa floated there, clapping his hands incessantly, then raised his right hand to wipe his eye comically. I'm so moved. Alright, I'll revoke the rule and permit killing. Wait. On the other side, Beerus couldn't stand it anymore, and quickly flew to face Xianpa. No. You can't change or revoke the rules of the match. Xianpa slyly scratched his fat paw. But this is a request from your own beloved subordinate. If I don't agree, it will hurt his pride, so I'd better agree. Beerus was angered by his brother's shameless words. No means no, you. Watching the two gods of destruction quarreling face to face midair, Sun Wukong below came to Zeit's side, and together they watched the arguing deities. Well, now they won't stop for a while. Zeit's expression was somewhat desolate. No matter how they argue, we are merely pawns in their hands. Maybe for now. No. Looking at Sun Wukong's grinning face, Zeit understood his meaning and smiled as well. Maybe. Then let's stop here for now. When there's no one to disturb us, next time we'll have a full-fledged fight. Having said that, he voluntarily jumped off the ring while Zeit looked on in disbelief. The referee, who had been trembling in a corner, sighed with relief upon seeing Sun Wukong's forfeit, and quickly announced. Since Sun Wukong of Universe 7 has stepped out and forfeited, the winner is Zeit of Universe 6. The two gods of destruction arguing in midair stared blankly at the scene below. After the referee announced the result, Sun Wukong flew back to the ring, gave Zeit a thumbs up, and then deactivated his Super Saiyan form. The moment he did, veins bulged on his body and his bones twisted grotesquely, making him look horrifying. Xianpa, seeing his brother's constipated expression, happily returned to the rest area, sat on the sofa with legs crossed, and drank delicious watermelon juice. Beside him, Bulyoli watched Sun Wukong being carried away by the Namekian of Universe 7 and chuckled. Actually, even if he hadn't voluntarily forfeited, he would still have lost to Zeit because the requirements of that King Kai's fist are too stringent. King Kai's fist? Xianpa scratched his chubby chin. I seem to have heard of it somewhere. Behind him, Jiwa, grinning, massaged his shoulders. Lord Xianpa, have you forgotten? Back when Jina and I sought your guidance, we used the King Kai's fist. Brother Bulyoli also used it. Don't you remember? Xianpa shrugged indifferently, looking pleased. Jiwa's massage pressure is just right. Thank you for your praise, Lord Xianpa. In contrast to the delighted Xianpa, the opposite Beerus felt utterly terrible, constantly tugging his large ears. It's over, it's over, it's over. Beside him, Wacey looked at Beerus with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Next up for Universe 7 is the competitor Manaka. As the referee called out his name, Manaka tottered to the jumping platform in the rest area, looking down at the awaiting Zeit, his stick-thin legs trembling uncontrollably. Finish him, Zeit. Bye. Bang. After the gong was struck, Xianpa enjoyed Jiwa's massage, looking smug and confident. That opponent was clearly an ordinary person pulled in at the last minute. How could he lose this round? No way. Bulyoli, while watching the ring, chatted flirtatiously with Bajosi and Makalita. The two angels kept covering their mouths with their hands, giggling. The more outgoing Makalita even discreetly turned her head, using her hand as a shield, and extended her purple-pink tongue to lick her lips. Try it later. Okay, I will. Bulyoli's originally sly big face gradually became stunned. The big-headed doll opposite performed an extremely elegant diving motion, successfully landing on his head. Xianpa, who had just slurped a mouthful of watermelon juice, saw this and sprayed it all out. Kaga, kaga, kaga. Manaka moved like a half-finished robot, taking stiff steps to face Zeit. Seeing Zeit's murderous expression, he was so frightened that he bowed 180 degrees, which surprised Zeit. In his thousands of years, he had never seen such a polite competitor. Manaka closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, charged forward 2 steps, gathered all his strength into his right fist, and struck Zeit's left leg 3 inches above the knee with a sharp punch. Paji. Feeling the ticklish blow on his left knee, Zeit glanced at the pained expression of Sun Wukong in the opposite rest area, curled his lips, and the moment Manaka opened his eyes, he screamed and flew backward, crashed into the transparent barrier, and slowly fell to the ground. Huh. Manaka watched Zeit fly backward, then looked doubtfully at his own right fist, which he hadn't yet retracted. Bewildered, he turned to the referee. The latter snapped out of his stupor, quickly ran to the ring edge to confirm, and promptly shouted, "Competitor Zeit of Universe 6 has stepped out of bounds." The winner is Manaka of Universe 7. Huh. We won. We won. Beerus, who had been wearing an expression like he'd lost his parents, was struck by this sudden surprise. He made a funny face at the furious Xiangpa in the distance, sticking out his flexible tongue. Naya Naya Naya. Your Universe 6 warriors are no good, Xiangpa. How did you pick them as a god of destruction? Wahaha. Xiangpa, whose mood was originally delightful, had already planned how to mock his own brother later. But at the critical moment he was betrayed by a traitor under his command. How could he tolerate this? Especially by Lucy's exaggeratedly long tongue, Xiangpa truly wanted to pull it off and throw it to Buluoli to braise. Now we're even. Hit climbed to his feet, glanced at the opposite side, and returned to his team's rest area. By then Xiangpa had been waiting for a long time. He looked at Xiangpa with a calm expression. We don't want the Super Dragon Balls. Just let us leave. Xiangpa said with a cold face. You're quite good at telling jokes, aren't you? Watching the destructive energy coalescing in Xiangpa's hand, Hit spread his feet and placed his right hand at his waist. It seems my guess was correct. You've defied my orders multiple times, and that's fine. Xiangpa's expression began to twist. After all, I've already won twice in the grand tournament. If you were truly outmatched, that would be one thing. I, Xiangpa, as a dignified god of destruction, would naturally let you leave. As for your request, considering your valiant effort in battle, I could even lend it to you for a while. But you, this traitor, dared to throw the match in the final game. That opponent with his big head and skinny frame would be scared half to death if you just glared at him. Yet you let him punch you out of bounds, and now you have the nerve to ask me to let you go. Jia Bei, who had just come to his senses, rushed over to plead. Lord Xiangpa, please spare him. You too. Seeing the additional destructive energy sphere in front of him, Jia Bei leaned back in fear. Xiangpa looked at Hit, and Jia Bei, then at the terrified Bo Ta Mo and Ma Gai Ta. You bunch of scoundrels, every single one of you has disgraced me. I'll destroy you all. Sun Wukong on the opposite side wanted to come over to check the situation, but was scolded by Bai Lu Si. This is a matter among us gods of destruction. Since you've completed your tasks, you should continue to obey us, the gods of destruction. Well said. Xiangpa echoed his brother. Do you hear me? We are the rules. You just need to behave and obey. Ha 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 ha. Bai Lu Si continued calmly, picking his ears. If someone wants to fight a god of destruction in order to change the rules, that's a different story. Humph. After saying that, he cast a meaningful glance at Sun Wukong. Meanwhile, Buluoli, who had been watching the whole show, smiled at the trembling group. Just as he was about to say something, Ma Kali Ta slapped his big hand. Following the direction of her finger, he immediately shuddered. He and Ma Kali Ta were the first to arrive at the arena and bowed respectfully. Haha, Lord Quan Wang, how have you been lately? Meanwhile, Xiangpa, who was laughing wildly, was called out by Ba Duosi. Lord Xiangpa. What? Looking in the direction Ba Duosi pointed, Xiangpa let out a terrified scream, his voice already distorted. Ba Duosi asked with a grin. Shall we go over? Xiangpa shot her a displeased glare and quickly flew down. After he flew away, Hit and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Jia Bei patted his chest and said, Are we saved? Hit replied indifferently, I'm not sure. When Xiangpa and Ba Duosi, Bai Lu Si and Wei Si along with the 5 Jia Wangshan came to the arena to pay their respects, our universe's supreme ruler Lord Quan Wang was already sitting cheerfully on Buluo Li's shoulder, allowing Ma Kali Ta to serve him snacks. The 2 guards he had brought stood on either side of Buluo Li, watching the gods across from them. Welcome, Lord Quan Wang. Watching these people bowing to him, Xiao Ganlan happily wiggled his little feet. Wei Si. Long time no see. Xiao Ganlan. Ba Duosi. Are you in good health? Xiao Ganlan. Seeing that everyone had greeted him, Buluo Li asked with a smile. What brings you here this time? Xiao Ganlan took a bite of osmanthus cake, waited for Ma Kali Ta to wipe his little mouth, and then said, Because you held an event without permission, I want to remind you that the work of a god of destruction should not be neglected. We will never disappoint you. This time the 2 brothers Xiangpa answered in unison. But Wei Si began to undermine them. Lord Quan Wang, please listen to me. Lord Bai Lu Si is more interested in napping and gourmet food than in destruction. Beside them, Ba Duosi also looked concerned and aggrieved. Lord Xiangpa pays no attention to his health and his figure has become distorted. I fear it will affect his work, so I specially asked Buluo Li to prepare a nutritionally balanced diet for him. But he complains that there's too little meat. After saying that, she pretended to wipe the corner of her eye. Sob, sob, sob him. Xiao Ganlan looked at the 2 sweating subordinates. How about replacing the gods of destruction? Then he patted Baloo Li's big head. There's a ready candidate here. Xiang Pa and Bai Lucy sneaked a glance and were so frightened that their eyes widened. Gay. Just kidding. Seeing them breathe a sigh of relief, he continued. I originally came to remind you, but as I watched I found it quite interesting. I really want to play. So next time, why not gather contestants from the entire universe to compete together? That's what I'm thinking. Really? That's great. Sun Wukon's voice came from the opposite side. The two guards suddenly vanished into the arena, and the next moment blocked his and the others' path. Xiang Pa and Bai Lucy were scared stiff. Bai Lucy was the first to scold. Go Kong, who do you think you are? How dare you speak to Lord Quan Wan like that? Shao Ganlan, however, waved his hand magnanimously. It's fine. Baloo Li stepped forward a few paces to stand opposite Sun Wukong, and the two guards moved aside. Shao Ganlan gave Sun Wukong an appreciative glance. This tournament was very exciting. I haven't had enough. Why not hold another tournament soon? It's a deal. Sun Wukong grinned and raised his right hand, but before he could lift it halfway he was sent flying backward, crashing through the protective barrier outside the arena, tumbling several times on the ground. Seeing Shao Ganlan's dazed expression, Baloo Li explained sheepishly. I thought he intended to harm you so. Shao Ganlan waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. That person is quite interesting. The tournament is over, so I'll be going back now. Baloo Li smiled as he held Shao Ganlan and gently set him on the ground. The two guards stepped forward, took Shao Ganlan's hands and nodded to Baloo Li, who nodded back with a chuckle. Shao Ganlan seemed to think of something and looked up at Baloo Li. I've almost finished the chocolate-filled marshmallows at home. Broly chuckled and spread his hands, a large stacked food container appearing in his grasp. He handed it to one of the guards. I'll go back and make some to send to you. These are the snacks and candies I've prepared recently. Please try them first. If there's anything you like, have the great priest send word and I'll make more to bring you together. Little Olive nodded with a grin. The two guards saluted everyone. Goodbye. Whoosh! Watching the rainbow light traverse through space, the crowd finally breathed a sigh of relief. The first to regain his composure was Beerus, who stared coldly at Broly. How dare you! Broly glanced at him indifferently. Lord Beerus, your contestant is far too ill-mannered. If he had offended Lord Omni King, none of you here would escape. Vados, who had been standing behind Kampa, strode over to Broly's side and together with Mercurita smiled at Beerus. Rest assured, Lord Beerus, your contestant is not seriously injured. Seeing Beerus at a loss, Kampa also stepped in front of Broly, spreading his hands with a grin. Beerus, where is the Super Dragon Ball? That was the bet. Beerus stared at Broly without speaking. Whis, standing nearby, smiled. Lord Kampa, we brought that Super Dragon Ball with us when we came. It's now stored together with the others. By then Vegeta and Piccolo had helped Son Goku back to behind Beerus. The group and their supporters looked at Broly with eyes full of anger. Broly swept his gaze over them. What? I saved your lives and this is how you treat your savior? Kampa looked at his brother's discomfited expression, feeling very pleased. He waved his hand cheerfully. Beerus, since the match is over, let's go our separate ways. I still need to find the last Dragon Ball to make a wish. Mercurita, who had been silent all along, whispered in his ear. Lord Kampa, actually the last Super Dragon Ball is right beneath our feet. During the match the opponent's Vegeta destroyed the arena and the residual energy cracked the planet beneath us. I saw the unique glow of the Super Dragon Ball clearly, really. Kampa was thrilled. Quick, let's return to the shuttle cube. Vados, help me make the wish. Watching the two fully loaded shuttle cubes depart, Beerus slowly exhaled. Whis, let's go back too. Looking at Son Goku's pale face, he clenched his fists in anger. Go back and train them properly. They've stepped into the realm of gods and transformed, yet they were beaten like this by a single opponent. We can't let this continue. Whis nodded and watched as everyone entered the shuttle cubes one by one. Just as he lifted the cube off the ground, the planet beneath them began to tremble. With large chunks of earth and rock tumbling down, a 4-star Super Dragon Ball appeared before everyone's eyes. Whis saw the two shuttle cubes parked in the distance, and guided his own over. By then Vados had finished chanting the incantation. Accompanied by a brilliant golden light, an immense endless golden dragon spread its wings and appeared before everyone. Wow! So huge! So magnificent! Listening to the exclamations, Whis paid no attention. Instead, the content of Vados's wish made him twitch the corner of his mouth. Oh my, going to such great lengths to find the Super Dragon Ball, and yet they made such a wish. How capricious! Beerus stood beside Whis, looking at him with confusion. What wish did Kampa make? Whis took a deep breath. Lord Kampa made a wish to the dragon god Samato that no matter how much delicious food he eats, his stomach will never make him gain weight. Beerus was stunned. Brother Lewis, is this Kaza star the largest trading planet in the 66924 galaxy? A strong black-haired young man in his early 20s stared with his mouth agape at the towering skyscrapers on both sides and the flying vehicles weaving through the air. The pointy-eared youth beside him smiled bitterly. Shiosuo, do you know how this planet developed into what it is now? Shiosuo shook his head in confusion. Lewis grinned bitterly and patted his shoulder. Let's go back to the hotel first. Hank and the others should have arrived by now. One of them wore a pure white silk robe while the other was dressed in a trendy cosmic combat suit. Lewis waved down a taxi-flying vehicle. Black Sea Hotel. The driver was a tall, strong alien with a pair of curved bull horns on his head and crimson skin. One arm gripping the steering wheel was covered in scars from battles. He glanced at Lewis in the rearview mirror, a barely perceptible smirk on his lips. All right, 2 passengers. Watching the two enter the Black Sea Hotel, he parked the flying vehicle by the roadside, pulled out a communicator, and pressed the green button. Boss, I think I saw a newly adult Tin Clan member. Danu, are you sure it's a Tin Clan member? Danu carefully described Lewis's features. A burst of wild laughter came from the communicator. Ha ha ha, these gold mountains have finally come out. Danu, you've done well. First go to the branch on XXX Road to collect the reward of 50 Shijin. Once we catch him and hand him over to the great leader, maybe we'll have a chance to live for hundreds of thousands of more years. Thanks, boss. The flying vehicle that had been parked by the roadside slowly ascended and sped westward. How many people came? Lewis looked at the Tin Clan girl sitting on the opposite sofa. She leisurely took a sip of juice. 80 Scion brothers and sisters led by Cassius. The young chief took the others to Bona Star in the 66927 galaxy. At home there's Chief Bana and the remaining 60-plus Scions. Nakaya notified the other clansmen. There's an activity tonight. Lewis smiled as he picked up the water glass on the coffee table in front of him, his eyes turning icy cold. After tonight, the 66924 galaxy will no longer have Kaza Trading Star. Nakaya nodded, tipped her head back to finish the juice in her glass, stood up, and left Lewis's room. Meanwhile, Shiosuo had finished bathing and, naked from the waist up, plopped down onto the sofa where Nakaya had just been sitting. Can you tell me now? Lewis nodded and poured him a glass of juice. It all started over 5,000 years ago. Actually, our Tin Clan's home planet is not the current Spirit Star but Ting Star in the 60710 galaxy. To work at sunrise and rest at sunset had been the way of life for our Tin Clan for hundreds of thousands of years. Even now we still follow this tradition. Back then the Ting Star was far more beautiful than the current Jingling Star. When night fell, patches of luminous grass emitted a charming fluorescence, and the dark yellow lantern plants dotted among them, immersing you in the scene. But on the night when everyone was asleep, countless enormous spaceships abruptly descended upon the Ting Star. They wantonly destroyed the farmlands we had painstakingly cultivated and captured the fleeing clan members and children. He shook his head bitterly. Do you know, Shiosuo, it was on that very night that my mother went into premature labor because of my grandmother's terror. If those bandits hadn't left my mother with a single breath, there might not be any me today. Shiosuo listened silently to the tragic history of the Ting Clan. Louise smiled. The bandits that landed on the Ting Star back then belonged to two factions. One was the predecessor of the current Kaza Star, the Black Sea Bandit Group, which is the force behind the hotel we're staying in now. Their chief leader was called Kaza. He had under him 4 experts from other civilizations, a special forces team of about 30 people, and countless other minions. Kaza forced a young clan member who had just come of age to sign a soul contract with him, thereby seizing the remaining lifespan of that member. Kaza was already over 2,000 years old, and by the lifespan of his Frogox people he was at the end of his rope. But by seizing the life of that clan member he returned to the peak of his vitality. Tasting the sweetness driven by the greed of a bandit, he wanted to take all of us 10 people for himself, using the conditions of the soul contract to recruit the aging strongmen from various races across the universe. The leader of the other faction, who had the same idea, captured the last clan member. Then, by mutual tacit understanding, the two sides began attacking each other. Our clan leader took advantage of their great battle, sacrificing the lives of some clan members to escape from the place of confinement, rescued another batch of imprisoned clansmen, and boarded their spaceship, beginning an escape journey that lasted over 1,000 years. Louise sighed. After over 1,000 years of wandering and hardship, the remaining clansmen numbered less than 1,000. Many times when the entire clan was on the brink of extinction, there were always those ancestors who sacrificed their lives. They reached agreements with some powerful races in the universe. As long as those races could delay the enemy for a period of time, they would willingly sign soul contracts with their clan leaders. Thus the clansmen gradually dwindled from over 2,000 at the start of the escape to less than 1,000 until we arrived at the present Jingling Star and encountered Lady Badgerosi, who was here to pick fruits. After finishing his story, Luis took a big gulp of juice. Do you know, Shiosuo, in fact our Ting people are very xenophobic. The soul contract has rarely been used. If Lady Badgerosi hadn't vouched for you Saya people, we Ting people would rarely voluntarily sign a contract with you. He winked mischievously with his right eye. Except for the beautiful girls and handsome lads in your clan. Shiosuo rolled his eyes in disdain. All that talk just means one thing: other races are ugly, and your Ting people look down on them. Luis nodded seriously. You've hit the nail on the head. I'm hungry. Hearing Shiosuo's stomach growling, Luis smiled. This time to fish, our Ting clan has brought 11 beautiful members. Shiosuo gave him a sour look, went back to his room, took out a strange device, put it on his left ear, and tapped a few times. Don't worry. The combat power detector developed by the Cyber Clan has confirmed that there are only about 100 threats on this planet. His originally handsome face gradually twisted into a grimace. We have 17 clan members who have reached the divine realm. In a while you and the other Ting sisters can just enjoy the meal while listening to the screams of the enemy. Luis laughed heartily. The two walked out of the room, heading toward the elevator while knocking on other doors one by one. Soon groups of Saya men and women with calm expressions followed behind them. The Tang maidens, seeing their companion battle race beside them, felt their hearts filled with security. Waiter. A female Saya carelessly threw away a strange fruit. Bring us the barbecue here, just barbecue. A waiter with a big head, large eyes and thin limbs nodded. Yes, sir. Please wait a moment. At this time in the Black Sea Hotel's restaurant, most of the tables were occupied by Saya and Ting people. Other guests who came to dine had to sit far away on the periphery, as the aura emanating from the Sayas made them feel intensely uneasy. Soon the waiter carried a large tray followed by a line of colleagues placing the barbecue on each table. The Sayas grabbed a piece of cut meat, took a bite, and then threw the remaining meat in their hands at the waiter's faces. Is this fit for human consumption? Huh. The originally smiling waiter's face turned cold. Guess the chefs of our Black Sea Hotel come from all over the universe. Their barbecue skills are renowned on Kazakhstan. It seems you're here more to cause trouble than to dine. Shiosuo let out a sinister laugh, reached out with his left hand, grabbed the waiter's head and pulled him close. With his right hand he grabbed a piece of barbecue from the tray and stuffed it into the waiter's mouth. Taste it. If you can't give me a proper explanation, I'll twist your head off and kick it around. Some quick-witted waiters pressed the alarm device on their bodies early. Soon batches of security personnel in combat suits poured into the restaurant. They politely ushered out the other customers, and a tall alien leader pulled a long bovine face as he walked up to Shiosuo. His huge eyes stared at the waiter, who was nearly out of breath. Sir, if you continue like this, Modi will be dead. Do you know what that means? Oh. About to die. Shiosuo chuckled, shook off the grease-covered meat in his hand, and grabbed Modi's thin neck with his oily right hand. With a twist and a pull from his left hand, he casually tossed away the slender body. Examining the big head in his hand, he clicked his tongue twice. I've heard that on this bandit-founded Kazakhstan, if you don't kill 100 people a day, it doesn't live up to the planet's name. He casually discarded the head, and with his blood-drenched left hand he abruptly seized the neck of the bull-headed alien, dragging the startled creature before him, while his right hand slapped the bovine face with a measured force. What do you think you are? Even if Kaza came in person, he would only kneel and kowtow here today. Oh. Is that so? A low hoarse voice came from outside the dining hall. Shiosuo, still gripping the bull-headed alien's neck, turned to look at the source. An alien about 3 meters tall, covered in lumps of flesh, clad in battle armor, strode in. His ugly, massive head at first glance resembled a toad, but with 2 curved horns on top. Kaza. Louis slowly rose to his feet, gazing at the approaching giant and the 4 odd-looking aliens behind him. As for the other skilled fighters, he didn't spare them a glance, for he had signed a soul contract with the Scions, greatly enhancing his strength. Look! A Tang tribe member actually delivered himself to us. This is truly wonderful. Clap, clap, clap. Kaza strode forward, clapping his hands arrogantly. There was a layer of webbing between his bizarre claws, and the pitch-black nails at his fingertips glinted with cold light. What? Thinking we had a hard time finding you, so you came to us on your own? Louis was about to speak when Shiosuo shoved him behind with a slap. His left hand tightened slightly, and with a crisp crack of bone he tossed the bull-headed alien casually at Kaza's feet. Ugly thing, say no more. Today we came specifically to skin you. I heard that making war drums from the hide of you frog cattle people produces a very loud sound. You're asking for death. An alien behind Kaza bellowed and charged at Shiosuo, but a sudden foot from the side sent him flying back. A scion with red fluff covering his upper body, arms crossed, stood beside Shiosuo. I feel we've brought too many tribesmen. Just 10 of us in a single day could utterly destroy this filthy planet. Xiao shrugged nonchalantly. Matthew is right. We shouldn't have listened to Brother Louis. He's far too nervous. Behind him Louis rolled his eyes. You were the ones clamoring to come out and see the world. Bastard. Haa. Kaza roared, and a layer of gray air burst from his body, his formidable aura surging. He fixed his gaze on the scion beside Xiao. Your strength is decent. How about joining my side? Perhaps considering your power I might spare you. Tch idiot. Matthew cursed and rushed to engage Kaza in battle. The other scions also entered their Super Saiyan state and charged at the crowd. These newly grown scions, trained by Broly and Gina and armed with the combat experience of their ancestors from endless eons of slaughter, dealing with these aliens was like crushing a snail with 5 fingers. Ugh ah! Mercy! Hearing the constant pleas and screams drilling into his ears, Kaza, who was blocking Matthew's attacks, panicked. How much did the Ting tribe pay you? If you help me, I'll grant you endless wealth and honors. Even your lifespan, I can snatch it from the Tingxing people. Matthew punched him in the right eye socket, staggering him. If we kill all of you, then all the gold, silver, jewels, rare beasts, and even slaves on this planet will be ours. You leave me no choice. Kaza in despair used Matthew's whipping kick to retreat a distance. Haa. Originally 3 meters tall, he gradually shrank to about 2.5 meters. The tips of his claws extended further, glistening with a violet sheen that clearly held deadly poison. His aura kept surging. You think you're the only one who can erupt? Matthew gave a strange sneering laugh, pulled his fists to his waist, and roared. Kaioken 10 times, activate! Haa. Bang! A crimson aura enveloped Matthew's entire body. He grinned savagely and pounced on the stunned Kaza, and under the latter's despairing gaze he punched his ugly head directly into his chest cavity. Looking at Kaza, who had fallen backward, Matthew bent down his right hand, forming a blade. Sheathed in the aura, the hand knife effortlessly pierced into the chest cavity. He grasped the still-beating heart and yanked it out with force. Here. Splat! Louis looked at the still-throbbing heart and smiled with relief. Thank you? Matthew shook his head and joined the hunt. Who are you people? Over 30 beautiful Ting tribe women along with several children of various ages cowered in the dark dungeon. Looking at their hollow numb eyes, Xiao and Matthew, covered in blood of various colors, fell silent. Please don't harm Monroe and the others. If you want longevity, we male Ting tribe members can also sign contracts with you. In the shadows of the dungeon, a dozen male Ting tribe members with special collars locked around their necks gazed at them with pleading eyes. Xiao raised a hand and scratched his straight nose. We're here to rescue you. Rescue us. The Ting tribe members were stunned. They had been in prison here since birth, kept by Kaza as his greatest treasure. With these Ting tribe members he believed he could possess endless life, and use their lives as leverage to attract aging experts from across the cosmos. Matthew stepped forward, grabbed the metal cell door, and yanked it off with a bang. He casually tossed the deformed door aside and walked in. Xiao followed, comforting the Ting tribe members. Don't worry. There are more of our Ting tribe companions outside. If they knew we saved so many of you, Louis and the others would be overjoyed. Ha! Saying this, he and Matthew tore apart the iron collars around the male Ting tribe members' necks one by one, and led them up the spiral staircase back to the surface. Xiao was the first to climb out. As soon as his head emerged, he met Louis's eyes. Louis, seeing the faint curl at the corner of Xiao's mouth, asked in confusion, What's up? Did you find something good? Before Xiao could reply, Matthew from below grabbed his legs and tossed him out of the hole. Matthew's voice came from inside, cursing. Xiao, you idiot! Stuck up there chatting with Louis, how free are you? As Matthew climbed out of the hole and bent down to carry out a half-grown Ting tribe child, Louis, who had been utterly bewildered, wore an expression of extreme complexity. My little clansman. There's a sniper behind the A-bomb site, and another one is camping at the A-blind spot. Broly released his right hand from the mouse and rubbed his nose bridge in frustration. It's all up to you now, Champadano, whether we can make it to the King of Guns this round. Shut up. Why are you babbling? Can't you see I've already taken out the one at the blind spot? Champa, with a lollipop in his mouth and eyes fixed on the screen, said, You're such a letdown. When you charge you can't get in, when you try to sneak you get caught in the back. Tell me, with a useless player like you, can I even carry this? Rena, go plant the bomb. Champa worked the keyboard and mouse, his squinting eyes glued to the screen, afraid an enemy might pop out from anywhere. Rena, sitting beside Broly, planted the bomb and immediately switched to her Phantom 95, hiding in the corner under a dog. The situation on the field was far from optimistic. 3 of their teammates were dead, leaving only Champa's sniper rifle and Rena's half-health assault rifle. Just as Broly felt the tension, Rena sitting beside him shouted, "There's movement," at a dog. "Someone's coming up the side path. Rena, take him out." Beep, 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 crack, crack. Champa's fingers flew across the keyboard, swiftly switching weapons and quick-scoping the enemy assaulters, muttering one, "Damn, missed." Broly watched the screen where Champa's character lay dead, rolled his eyes helplessly, and was about to say something when Champa tossed off his headphones and cheered, "We won." The key moment was all about Rena. Broly is such a burden. Ha! Rena took off her headphones and let out a long breath. Phew, I've finished this season's King of Guns again. What should we play next? Broly didn't answer but turned to look at Champa, who was wolfing down fried chicken. The latter wiped his greasy thick lips. "We haven't gone out for a long time. How about we visit Beerus's place? It's boring staying at home anyway, and I don't feel like sleeping lately." Champa spat out a chicken bone and took a gulp of soda. "Ha, burp, right, where are Gina and the others?" "Gina and Jiwa have gone with Lady Margarita for training. Ik is with Lady Whis on other planets handling some affairs. Now it's just the 3 of us at home." "Is that so?" After hearing Rena's words, Champa leaned back in his chairboard and thought for a long time before looking at Broly. "Do you have any fun ideas or projects?" Broly paused, then tried hard to recall the games he played as a child: jumping rubber bands, flipping paper cards, playing marbles, using slingshots, and picking up leftover firecrackers to blow up cow dung during the New Year. It seemed that was all. Seeing Broly couldn't come up with anything, Champa waved his hand in disinterest. "Forget it. Let's wait until Whis and the others come back. How about we try playing ping pong or a few rounds of marbles?" Broly thought for a long time and only came up with these 2. The former was the national sport, and the latter was something he played as a child, so his memory was vivid. As Broly explained, Champa wasn't very interested in ping pong but was rather curious about the marbles Broly mentioned. However, since Whis and the others hadn't returned yet, they couldn't conjure up the desired items. After hearing the rules of the marble game, Champa suddenly slammed his right fist into his left palm. "Got it. Although I don't have the marbles you mentioned, my treasure vault is filled with countless gemstone beads. They should work similarly, right?" With that, he flickered into his vault to search, while Broly ran to the lawn and began pulling up grass furiously. With his hands like claws moving up and down, he quickly created a 3 by 2 meter rectangular patch of dirt in the middle of the lawn. Broly dug a small hole in the diagonal front of the rectangle, stood up to check, thought it was a bit off, filled it back in, and dug a new one. This time he nodded in satisfaction. "Symmetrical. All done." With a swoosh, Champa appeared beside Broly holding a small box. He opened it and flaunted it in front of Broly. "Pretty, aren't they? I managed to snatch these from Beerus when I was little." Broly picked up a round sapphire, rolled it in his hand, and nodded. "The size and feel are just right." "Then let's start." The 2 of them knelt on the ground, sticking their big butts in the air, their faces almost touching the ground, aiming at each other's gemstone beads, trying to knock them into the small hole diagonally ahead. Swoosh, swoosh, whis. Hua, Margarita. Margarita and Whis appeared on the lawn at the same time, accompanied by Gina, Jiwa, and Ik. Whis looked at Gina and Jiwa, who had restrained their aura, and smiled. "It seems your strength has greatly improved through this period of training." Gina and Jiwa giggled and hugged Whis. "Sister Margarita has taught us many techniques related to the divine arts during this time." "What are they doing?" Before Whis could respond, Margarita tugged at her sleeve and pointed in a direction. Whis turned to look and couldn't help but laugh. She saw Broly kneeling on the ground, occasionally wiggling his big, but his fluffy tail standing straight up and swaying back and forth with his head. Champa on the opposite side was even more shameless. He had drawn a small figure 8 around his gemstone bead and pouted his thick lips. "You won't hit it, you won't hit it. Champadano, that's not fair. How can I concentrate with you doing that?" Facing Broly's complaint, Champa huffed and turned his head away. "Don't forget you used this trick first. If you can use it, why can't I?" Humph. Whis and Margarita watched them play for a while and couldn't stop laughing. After arranging for Gina and the others to prepare dinner, they sat cross-legged in midair, cracking melon seeds leisurely, finding it delightful to see the 2 children having fun. Gemstone ball. Beerus and Whis looked at the projection of Champa with a mix of confusion and amusement. The latter, with an air of superiority, turned his head. "I'm telling you, I'm a master at gemstone ball." "Ha!" Looking at the colorful gemstone beads in Champa's hand, Beerus seemed to recall something and twitched the corner of his mouth. "Since it's to enhance the friendship between our 2 universes, let each side present 1 game. You're offering gemstone ball, so I'll present." "What should I present?" Beerus scratched his head vigorously. Whis whispered, "Baseball is popular on Earth." "Ah, yes, baseball." Beerus grinned. "We'll present baseball. As for the time, let's meet tomorrow morning at XXX Park on Earth." Batusa, how do you play baseball? After the communication was cut off, Xiangpa looked at Batusa with an adorably puzzled expression, while Broly and Gina were equally bewildered. Batusa waved her staff and a projection appeared in midair. Baseball is like this. Batusa had just begun to speak when Xiangpa waved his hand. Forget it, we don't need to rely on this baseball game to win. Tomorrow we'll just go by ourselves. But Lord Xiangpa, we don't have enough people here. Makarita, who was munching on sunflower seeds from the side, counted the number of people present. A real baseball game requires many players. Batusa and I are definitely going to be referees, so that leaves you Broly, Gina, and Jiva. Oh yeah, Lena and Yika, do you want to play baseball? They exchanged a glance and shook their heads. Lena spread her hands. We'll just stay home and take care of the housework. These activities aren't really suitable for us. Xiangpa thought for a moment. When we get to Earth tomorrow, we'll just pick a few people to fill the ranks. Broly, prepare the snacks for tomorrow. I want to make Beerus envious to death. Watching Xiangpa walk away with his hands behind his back, the others smiled and busied themselves with their respective tasks. Oh, you've brought so many people here today. As soon as Xiangpa landed, he looked up and saw the group of friends and family in the rest area. Beerus had already changed into a baseball uniform, lounging on a bench with a constipated expression as he stared at Xiangpa. At that moment, Xiangpa was holding a secret recipe fried chicken leg in each hand, eating with greasy lips. The rich aroma of meat carried by the breeze went straight into Beerus's nostrils. Gulp. Beerus couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He had never smelled such meat flavor on Earth. Seeing Xiangpa's smugness, he could only huffily turn his head away, pretending to admire the scenery. Seeing that his goal was achieved, Xiangpa shot a meaningful glance at Broly. Understanding, Broly opened his right hand and a large tray appeared in his palm. He walked over to Beerus with a smile and placed the tray on the bench. Lord Beerus, this is the grilled meat specially brought for you by Lord Xiangpa. Beerus first looked at Xiangpa, who immediately turned away, pretending to chat with Makarita. Beerus's mouth twitched, then he glanced at the smiling Broly. Leave it here. Looking at Beerus pretending to be reserved, Broly nodded. If you find it delicious, I'll bring more when I visit you next time. With that, he turned and walked away, coming face to face with Sun Wukong and the others. Broly glanced at them, smiled, and nodded. Hello. Hello? Sun Wukong and Vegeta didn't speak, just watched Broly cautiously. They had learned from Wisu about Broly's current strength, which was far beyond what they could defeat. Their three sons, however, were polite. Sun Wutian and Torankusa slightly bowed konnichiwa. Sun Wufan also smiled sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. Uncle Broly, hello. Broly smiled and patted the two little ones on the head. After a moment's thought, he took out a box of candy and handed it to them. This is specially made for Lord Xiangpa. Try it, consider it a gift from your uncle. Watching the two joyful little ones, he stared at Sun Wufan's resolute, handsome face for a long time, making everyone nervous. Then he smiled. Your talent is far superior to theirs. It's a pity to abandon it halfway. With that, he patted Sun Wufan on the shoulder and returned to his own rest area. Watching Broly's imposing retreating figure, the three were silent. Vegeta looked at the somewhat embarrassed Wufan with regret. What Broly said is true. The talent you showed as a child was indeed the strongest among us. I won't deny that. But... He shook his head. Forget it, life is good now. You don't need to go out fighting. Take good care of Bidalite and Xiaofeng. Sun Wukong was indifferent about it. He cheerfully approached Beerus and, eyeing the plate of secret recipe fried chicken legs, licked his lips, then grinned and reached for one. But before it reached his mouth, Beerus, protective of his food, snatched it back and kicked him in the stomach. Watching Sun Wukong roll on the ground, Beerus bared his teeth. No one can take food from a god of destruction. No one. After warning them, he put away the plate of secret recipe fried chicken legs. Xiangpa was no longer eating chicken legs. Instead, he was gnawing on a gugu bird with a caramelized crust. He deliberately made loud chewing sounds, plopping down next to Beerus and casually brushing the roasted gugu bird toward him. Seeing Beerus swallow his saliva while staring at the roasted gugu bird in his hand, Xiangpa generously tore off a thigh and handed it to him. I'm short on players. You have so many people, lend me a few. Beerus took the bird leg and took a bite, trembling with delight. No problem. Go pick your own people. Done. Xiangpa grinned. Our blue team needs 2 more players. Who wants to come? Vegeta glanced at Sun Wukong, his eyes twinkling. I do. And me. Wutian, with a lollipop in his mouth, raised his hand in a childish voice. I want to play too. Xiangpa nodded in satisfaction. 1 piece of grilled meat for 2 players. This deal is a steal. Vegeta, now in the blue team uniform, sat down next to Xiangpa. He didn't know these people well, so he just crossed his arms in silence. It wasn't until Gina and Jiva walked past him with smiles that he had a strong reaction. Seeing the tails wrapped around their waists, his pupils contracted sharply. He stood up and blocked their path. Don't the scions of Universe 6 have no tails? He then scrutinized their voluptuous figures. And your bodies aren't as slender as the Universe 6 scions. Gina thrust out her ample chest and glared at the short man. Who told you we were scions from Universe 6? Jiva rolled her eyes at him. We are ancient scions, the main race of Universe 6 and Universe 7. You are just a branch. What? Ancient scions. His shout brought Sun Wukong, who was rubbing his stomach over along with Wufan and Picaro. They circled the two women, looking them over, then thought back to what Baijita looked like when he first came to Earth. They found no difference. At that moment Bairusu and Xiangpa shouted from not far away, hey everyone gather. The game is about to start. The two stood face to face. Broly, looking at the scar-faced man in a baseball cap opposite him, scratched his chin and said, Have we met before? Yamcha looked bewildered. Doesn't the tournament from a while back count? Next to him Son Goku glanced at the group and asked, Why didn't Hit come? Kampa picked his teeth with a sharp fingertip. That guy Hit is too much trouble to contact. Broly shook his head and said nothing. Beside him Vegeta sneered at Son Goku. Kakarot, don't think you can beat me just because we're playing sports. Goten, grinning, looked at Trunks across from him and waved his fist. Trunks, let's settle this. Trunks replied with a smile. I'm not going to lose, Goten. Seeing both sides were ready, Whis and Vados looked at Margarita in the middle. She nodded. Since we're ready, let's begin the match. Whis stepped forward. Since this is a friendly match, both sides are prohibited from any destructive behavior. Vados also said cheerfully. Let's follow the spirit of sportsmanship and play nicely. Go for it. Both sides began preparing for the match. Kampa looked at Beerus sitting opposite, gulped down the remaining soda in his cup and said, Let me take the lead. Saying that, he took the baseball bat from Margarita, strode over to the batter's box, waved the bat, wiggled his huge fat butt, and assumed a ready stance. Beerus also took out the secret recipe chicken leg he had hidden earlier, took a big delicious bite, and trembled with pleasure. Kampa saw this and said slyly, Hey Beerus, there were originally 10 legs in that plate. I tasted 2 for you first. Delicious, right? Beerus instantly felt the chicken leg in his hand wasn't so tasty anymore. He looked at Son Goku, who was bouncing a ball, and roared, Goku, absolutely don't let Kampa hit the ball. Give it your all. Son Goku looked at Beerus, then at the smug Kampa, and nodded seriously. I understand. He roared as he instantly transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, his blue aura enveloping the baseball. Aiming at his son's glove, he gritted his teeth and threw the white ball. The ball, trailing blue flames like a meteor, flew towards Son Gohan, whose face contorted. He only managed to shout 2 words. Dad. Then came a deafening crash and a huge cloud of dust engulfed the field. In the stands, Broly shocked turned to Vegeta, who stood with arms crossed and a calm expression. Hey, is that kid who caught the ball really Goku's son? Vegeta's mouth twitched as he retorted. Don't you think they look alike? Broly nodded affirmatively. It's not a matter of likeness, they're identical. When the smoke cleared, only Kampa remained in the batter's box, still in his stance, looking utterly bewildered. Behind him Son Gohan was nowhere to be seen. On the scorched ground lay only a torn glove and the remnants of the baseball. Was floating in midair, called out. Strike. Kampa immediately objected. What kind of strike is that? The catcher is gone. Whis shrugged. Regardless of whether the catcher is there, the ball crossed the strike zone. That is indeed a strike. Kampa pouted and said nothing. From the rubble ahead a red hat emerged. It was the battered Son Gohan. He approached Kampa with a wry smile. Sorry to keep you waiting. Kampa glanced at him in surprise. You're quite resilient, kid. Vados and Margarita waved their staffs and the field was instantly restored. Whis then approached Goku with a reproachful look. We agreed this is a friendly match with no destruction. If you do that again, I'll have to expel you. Kampa, who was about to bat, immediately shouted. Goku fouled. Penalize him. Beerus, having finished 1 chicken leg, ran over to Whis without wiping his mouth. This round doesn't count. Take him out first. Whis shook his head, a rulebook appearing in his hand. He flipped a few pages. You have to complete a pitcher's turn before you can substitute. Beerus's eyes darted and he pulled the embarrassed Goku aside. Next time, throw gently. Use your ki to make the ball go as slow as possible. Kampa has a short temper, he's sure to break the rules. Son Goku nodded understandingly. I understand. After Beerus and Whis left, he scraped the ground with his foot, wrapped the baseball in transparent ki, gently pushed it forward, then hid his other hand behind his back and began to manipulate it covertly. Damn! This time not even Kampa could stand it. Even the spectators found the ball too slow and began to complain. Kampa was so angry that his eyes were bloodshot and veins bulged on his forehead, growing thicker and more numerous. When the ball was about to reach him, he couldn't take it anymore, and swung his bat, sending the ball out of the atmosphere. Ha! Ha! This is infuriating! Kampa panted heavily, glaring at Goku with hatred. Goku scratched his head awkwardly, not daring to say a word because Kampa's eyes were full of murderous intent. He was afraid of being beaten up. Goku, strike! Came Whis' flamboyant voice from behind, nearly driving Kampa berserk. Hey Whis! I clearly hit that ball away. Why is it still a strike for them? Whis pulled out the baseball rulebook and pointed. That was a foul ball, so it counts as a strike for Goku. Kampa stomped his foot, angrily wiggled his big butt and said, Just try again and see if I don't beat you up. Humph. Seeing Kampa's threatening glare, Goku suddenly felt that life was still good. So he threw the baseball relatively quickly and Kampa smacked it into the sky with his bat. Kampa dropped the bat and trotted slowly toward the bases, looking smug. Watch me hit a home run. But unexpectedly, Trunks from the red team raised his hand, fired a key blast at the ball in the air, and the ball slowly fell into his glove. The little boy jumped for joy. He caught it. Olili olala. Kampa was dumbfounded, his right leg frozen mid-step, staring blankly at the ecstatic Trunks. Then Whis' 2 words sent him into a frenzy. Out! How is that even possible? Boom! 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 Kampa stomped the ground repeatedly in fury. To vent his anger, he bent down, snatched up a base from the ground and gnawed at it. Crunch! 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 That has to be a foul. And beside him, Vados also pulled out a baseball rulebook and consulted it for quite some time, finally shaking his head with regret. I am truly sorry, but it does not say anything about using ki to knock the ball down. Kampa angrily flung the base away from his hands and glared resentfully at Vados. How could that be? Look at that foolish expression. Listening to the mocking from his supporters behind him, the veins on his forehead pulsed violently, as though ready to burst forth. And Beerus, lounging on the bench, exaggeratedly stuck out his tongue and rotated it in circles at the corner of his mouth. Bleh bleh bleh, ha ha ha, bleh bleh bleh, ho ho ho, how conveniently did I get saved. Just as Son Goku was reflecting, Yamcha jogged over. Goku, now let me show you what a real pitcher looks like. On the other side, watching the adorably furious Kampa, Broly smiled and took the baseball bat handed by Vados. He whispered grinningly into Kampa's ear. Watch how I hit someone, no wait, how I hit the ball. He. Upon hearing Broly's words, Kampa's mood swiftly cleared. It's all up to you, Broly. Broly swung the bat and took his stance at the batter's box. Yamcha, observing Broly's overflowing aura, scoffed. Your fighting prowess may indeed be formidable, but you need to understand, baseball is not a game anyone can play. Is that so? Broly let out a sinister laugh, his body abruptly swelling several times its size, every strand of hair standing erect. The moment he entered his Super Saiyan form, everyone present, save for those angels and the support crew, including the composed Beerus and Vegeta, all sensed the terrifying power radiating from him. Vegeta. So terrifying. Son Goku. I don't think even my 20x Kamehameha could withstand that. Beerus. Goku and Vegeta are nowhere near his level. Broly thought for a moment, then approached Yamcha with a smile. On his open palm sat a familiar senzu bean. Put this in your mouth, it might save your life later, he. Trembling, Yamcha accepted the bean. Broly whispered with a wicked grin. Whether or not you get to eat this bean depends entirely on how you pitch. At that moment, Yamcha desperately wanted to cry. But seeing Broly return to the batter's box and Beerus's icy glare from the bench, Yamcha did not hesitate, and promptly tossed the senzu bean into his mouth. Ho, who would have thought you'd have such guts? Broly smiled and cast his gaze downward, nudging a small pebble toward his foot with his sole. The instant Yamcha released the pitch, Broly rapidly pivoted his foot, and the pebble shot forward with a whoosh, striking Yamcha's left calf. Agonizing pain made Yamcha's entire body shudder. Watching the baseball soar toward him, Broly swung his bat from above, striking it cleanly. The moment the ball bounced off the ground, Broly fired a green energy blast, his index and middle fingers pressed together, guiding the ki wave to collide with the baseball once more. Whoosh! Accelerated by the energy blast, the baseball slammed into Yamcha's abdomen, launching him high into the sky. Broly dropped his bat and sprinted toward the bases, circling rapidly. Halfway through the air, barely conscious from the agony, Yamcha summoned every ounce of his will to survive, bit down the senzu bean and swallowed it whole. Meanwhile, Broly completed all 4 bases, dropped out of his Super Saiyan state, and waved cheerfully to the still suspended Yamcha. Kampa and Beerus had witnessed Broly's little trick. Beerus immediately accused. He fouled. He struck Yamcha with a pebble and then hit him with the baseball. Of course, Kampa was going to protect Broly. With a shameless shrug, he said, You need evidence. If the pebble hit that Scarface, there should be a wound on him, right? Want to check? Naturally, we should check. Beerus confidently strode over to Yamcha, and told him to roll up his left pant leg. But gazing at his smooth, unmarked left calf, Beerus fell silent. Embarrassed, Yamcha explained. I just ate a senzu bean, so all my injuries have already healed. Beerus. Whis seized the moment to shout. Home run for Team Blue, Broly. Team switch sides. Kampa patted Broly on the arm with a broad grin. Hee, I knew you wouldn't disappoint me. Broly smiled but said nothing. Vegeta, Goten, Kefla and the others followed Kampa onto the field and took their positions. Vegeta stepped onto the pitching mound and, noticing Yamcha exchanging flirtatious glances with his own wife, his rage began to burn fiercely. His gaze, originally fixed on Kefla's glove, now swept across Yamcha's figure like a blade. To make matters worse, Yamcha the fool that he was remained blissfully unaware, and performed what he thought was a stylish bat twirl. Pointing his bat at Vegeta across the field, he declared, Vanish or I'll crush your pitch into oblivion. Vegeta let out a sinister laugh and hurled the baseball directly at Yamcha's left kidney. Yamcha. Ugh! Whis cast a pitying glance at Yamcha. Dead ball. Watching Yamcha sprawled face down with his rear in the air, Vegeta sneered. Running bases is pointless. Why not just knock everyone down? What a revelation indeed! Son Goku's face filled with envy. Is that so? Vegeta is so clever. Broly's eyes lit up. Can't argue with that. Kampa nodded in agreement, but Whis issued a warning. Vegeta, if you hit anyone again, it'll be called a dangerous ball and you'll be ejected from the game. Vegeta looked utterly bewildered. I can't aim at people. This match is so troublesome due to Vegeta's infraction. Yamcha was placed on first base, and Son Goku took over as the batter. Hee, Vegeta, watch me crush your pitch. Ha! Boom! Witnessing Son Goku enter his Super Saiyan Blue form, Vegeta scoffed, and transformed into Super Saiyan Blue as well. With all his might he launched the baseball. The baseball spun at tremendous speed, trailing a blue-yellow flame. Son Goku swung his bat, and upon impact he found himself slightly overwhelmed. He had not anticipated such devastating power behind Vegeta's throw. Watching the baseball grind against the bat, Vegeta, infuriated, tore off his left glove and aimed both hands at the ball, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. You damn brat, you think you can knock away my full power pitch? Go eat shit. Ha da 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 da, bang 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 bang. Chi energy blasts precisely struck the baseball. Sun Wukong struggled to maintain his swing. Seeing that the attack was ineffective, Vegeta flung his glove. Humph. Just as he was about to unleash a finishing move, Yamcha stealthily ran towards the next base, intending to steal. Vegeta reverted from Super Saiyan and ran to stop him, while Sun Wukong seized the opportunity to hit the baseball away. The baseball was caught steadily by Ji-Wa, who threw it to Ji-Na. Ji-Na threw it to Buluoli, who then threw it to Vegeta. The moment Vegeta caught the ball, he elbowed backwards, striking Yamcha's ribs. Xiangpa, who had caught up, took the opportunity to knee Yamcha into the air. Watching Yamcha spinning 360 degrees in midair, Vegeta and Xiangpa sneered simultaneously. Nice pitch. Bang! Yamcha lay spread-eagled on the last base. Ba Duosi landed beside Xiangpa and said reproachfully, Lord Xiangpa, that was obstruction of base running. Yamcha has reached base and scored. Xiangpa was displeased. What? That counts. Bai Lucy, sitting on the bench, yelled. That's dangerous behavior, referee. They should be sent off. Xiangpa glanced indifferently at his brother. What are you talking about? Ba Duosi smiled. Nah, Lord Xiangpa, there's still a chance. Let's continue the game. Comforted by Ba Duosi, Xiangpa turned his head arrogantly and returned to his base. Wu Fan twirled his baseball bat as he came to the batter's box, patted Wu Tian's little head and said, Please go easy on us, Uncle Vegeta. Vegeta had a good impression of Wu Fan. He tapped the baseball. Look out! Not far behind him, Yamcha, after repeated blows, had begun to doubt his life. He looked up at the azure sky. Oh my, how beautiful the sky is! Can I survive this? But then he thought of Bu-Er Ma's cheer and Pu-Er's shouts, and his fighting spirit surged again. No, I will become the protagonist. I will have the last laugh. Bang! At that moment, Wu Fan swung and hit the baseball thrown by Vegeta. Ji-Na saw the ball flying in the air, bent her knees, jumped, and caught it easily. Meanwhile, Wu Tian in the batter's box pointed his little hand at Yamcha running the bases. Tag the runner out. Hearing this, Xiangpa, who was waiting behind, instantly flashed to Ji-Na's side, snatched the ball from her hand, and said, Let me do it. Whoosh, bang, a splat! Yamcha rolled his eyes and fainted beside the base. Xiangpa landed with Ji-Na beside Yamcha, hands on his hips in triumph. Oh ho ho, excellent. I'm still the best, right? Wei Si in the batter's box spread his hands. The runner is safe. Why? Xiang Pa was now furious. Ba Duosi in midair looked at him as if he were an idiot. Lord Xiang Pa, you have to touch him with the hand holding the ball for it to be an out. Xiang Pa puffed out his cheeks and extended his fat paw, shaking his finger at little Wu Tian in the batter's box. That kid told me to tag. It's not about using the ball to tag him out. Faced with Ba Duosi's explanation, Xiang Pa glared angrily at the adorable little Wu Tian, then glanced at the half-dead Yamu Cha, and his mood suddenly brightened. He pouted his round face and crouched on Yamu Cha's head. Ayaya Wu Wu, what's wrong? You're not going to have to leave injured, are you? He shook his head and began to mock. Ha! The captain is useless, so the players are all trash. You say I'm useless. The moment Xiang Pa stood up, Bai Lucy ran over, pressing his nose against Xiang Pa, staring fiercely with his triangular eyes. Xiang Pa, not to be outdone, pushed his fat face forward. Looks like you need to find sturdier players. If you forfeit, we win. Bai Lucy's veins bulged on his face. You fouled brutally. You lose. Xiang Pa, looking no better, shouted back. You're the brutal one. Bai Lucy. I am full of intellect. Xiang Pa. Intellect. A violence-loving god of destruction. Bai Lucy. You are. Xiang Pa. You are. The two of them rose into the air while trading insults. Bai Lucy couldn't help shoving Xiang Pa, who shoved back. Then they exchanged shoves, and finally the brothers began to throw punches and kicks. The azure sky was instantly covered by dark clouds. Countless lightning bolts struck the ground, leaving the field pitted and scarred. Buluo Li Ji Na and Jiwa floated beside Ma Ka Ta, watching the two brothers with helpless expressions. Sun Wukong and the others hid inside a green protective barrier, watching the two fiercely fighting, and murmured, I heard that if gods of destruction fight each other, the entire universe will disappear. As the brothers' battle grew more intense, countless stray destruction energy spheres scattered on the ground, causing new explosions. By now Bai Lucy and Xiang Pa were bruised and battered, blood streaming from their nostrils as they shouted, I will definitely win. I will. Just as their fists were about to clash, Ba Duosi and Wei Si simultaneously raised their staffs and blocked the brothers. Enough. Ba Duosi looked reproachfully at the slightly aggrieved Xiang Pa. Have you forgotten? Gods of destruction cannot fight each other. Wei Si also became unusually serious. Do you want to destroy the universe? Ba Duosi put away her staff. Before the match began, I said we must not destroy the game. Wei Si also put away his staff. As the referee, I declare this match over. Dejected, Bai Lucy looked at Wei Si. You mean a draw? No. Ba Duosi shook her head. The winner is the 7th Universe baseball team. I don't believe it. Xiang Pa glared angrily at Ba Duosi, feeling betrayed. But Ba Duosi pointed at a large pit on the ground. Lord Xiang Pa, look at what that is. They all looked. Yamu Cha was lying sideways in the pit, his left hand pressing on the base, looking half dead. Bai Lucy happily pumped his fist. Well done, Yamu Cha. Xiang Pa trembled with rage, let out a heavy snort, and waved angrily at Buluoli and the others. Let's go. Despicable 7th Universe using games with rules we don't know to bully us. When Buluoli flew beside him, he patted his back angrily. Go back and make me braised pork, braised trotters, braised lion's head, roast chicken, roast duck, roast goose, sweet and sour ribs, and a giant tomahawk steak. I want to eat all of these today. I will turn my anger into appetite. Watching Xiang Pa's smug little eyes before leaving, Bai Lucy felt a pang of bitterness in his heart for some reason. Broly, are you ready? Makalita was eating a fruit resembling bayberries, hovering in midair with her little feet swinging. Below, Broly was busy at the pastry counter sprinkling colorful chocolate beans while replying. Almost done. I've finished sprinkling the chocolate beans. Just need to wrap them up. Ba Duosi leisurely led Lina and Ik into the kitchen. She approached the counter and examined the animal-shaped chocolate-filled cookies. She picked a chubby little Kampa-shaped one, held it before her eyes, squinted, and smiled. I didn't expect Lord Kampa to be so cute too. Ha! Hee hee. Broly, while wrapping the cookies, chuckled and said, Who says otherwise? Lord Kampa, aside from being gluttonous, lazy, and bad-tempered, is generally quite easy to get along with. After a while, Broly packed up the cookies, nodded at Ba Duosi and Makalita, and said, Let's go. Makalita glanced at the remaining bayberries in the plate, picked one up, and popped it into her small mouth, then handed the rest to Ik, who stood nearby. You all should take good care of Lord Kampa at home. We'll be staying at Lord Quanwang's place for a few days. Lina and Ik, who was holding the plate, bowed respectfully. Yes. Swish. Broly, with his left arm around Ba Duosi and right arm around Makalita, chatted and laughed as they traveled through a space tunnel. Watching the galaxies whizzing past, no matter how many times he saw it, he always felt a different sense of wonder. Swoosh! As the three steadied themselves at the entrance of the Quan Wang Temple, the Grand Priest had already been waiting. Seeing the closed doors, Badosi and Makalita hugged the Grand Priest with cheerful smiles and cooed, "Daddy!" The Grand Priest chuckled and patted their heads. Broly also smiled and bowed. "Hello, father-in-law." "Ha! You little rascal." The Grand Priest stepped forward to help Broly up, patting his sturdy arm. "It seems you haven't been slacking off either. Your strength has improved quite a bit." Broly chuckled sheepishly. I've already broken through to the full power of the destruction form. The two sisters told me to take a break, relax my tense nerves, and then prepare for the next stage of training." The Grand Priest nodded. The destruction form is also called self-transcendence, which is actually the same as autonomous transcendence. Since you've reached full power in self-transcendence, mastering autonomous transcendence will be relatively faster. After you fully master these two forms, you'll begin the next stage of physical training, because the upcoming Divine Realm stage has very strict requirements on physical condition. Broly took out 10 large jars of homemade fruit wine from his spatial earrings, along with 2 tables of pre-marinated cold dishes and other foods. "I know. Besides working on my aura, I've never dared to slack off on physical training. Please enjoy these wines first and see which flavors you like best. Next time I'll bring you more." The Grand Priest waved his hand and stored away the wine and food, then patted his arm with a chuckle. "You're thoughtful." The four walked along the long corridor. The Grand Priest scratched his chin. "Broly, did you bring a lot of candies and pastries this time?" Badosi, Makalita, and Broly were taken aback. Makalita asked curiously, "Every time we come we bring enough candies and pastries for Lord Quan Wang to eat for a year, plus some specialty fruits. Could it be that Lord Quan Wang doesn't have enough to eat?" The Grand Priest shrugged. "It's mainly because recently Sun Wukong from the 7th universe used the summoning device given to him by Lord Quan Wang to bring back another Lord Quan Wang from another timeline." Badosi. "That is to say." Makalita. "Here now. Broly. There are 2 Lord Quan Wangs." The Grand Priest calmly nodded. "Correct." Broly and the 2 women exchanged glances, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. However, they said nothing and quickly recovered from the surprise, calmly following behind the Grand Priest. After all, taking care of 1 child was the same as taking care of 2, no difference. "Greetings, Lord Quan Wang." Baby voice X2, the little olive on the left, happily flew to sit on Broly's shoulder. With her small hands she squeezed Broly's face. Seeing Broly stick out his tongue and roll his eyes goofily, the little one was amused and giggled. The other little olive also flew over curiously, looking at her counterpart from another timeline. "Xiao Quan, who is he?" Xiao Quan smiled and introduced. "Quan Jiang. He is Broly, the husband of Aunt Makalita and Aunt Badosi. The candies and pastries we eat are made by him." "Wow. So you made all those delicious candies." Broly also lifted Quan Jiang onto his right shoulder. "Yes. This time I brought lots and lots of new cookies and candies. And many new games too." Quan Jiang happily opened her arms. "I want to eat candies." Quan also opened her arms. "I want to play games." Badosi stepped forward and picked up Quan Jiang. "Lord Quan Wang, we can eat candies and pastries while playing new games." Makalita held Quan in her arms. "Lord Quan Wang, let's have some pastries first. They are freshly made and I worked very hard supervising Broly." "Okay. Baby voice X2. "Wow." Baby voice X2, seeing the animal-shaped cookies, both Quan Wangs first grabbed the compass-shaped cookies with funny faces. One went, crunch, on the left ear, the other went, crunch, on the right ear. Yummy. Indeed. Seeing the 2 happy little olives, Broly then took out the 11th generation game consoles recently developed by Cyberplanet. Each generation of these consoles only had 2 units designed exclusively for the Quan Wangs. This is a newly developed game called Hot-Blooded Campus. You 2 need to first select a student character, then name it, and set the birth time, and then do this and that. While the 2 little olives enjoyed the service of Badosi and Makalita, their eyes were fixed on the game screen. After Broly finished around, the 2 little olives happily picked up the game controllers, playing and adding their own sound effects. "Ah-da-da-da-hooey!" The Grand Priest and the 4 guards watched with amusement. With the little olives taken care of by Makalita and Badosi, Broly found himself free. He cheerfully approached the Grand Priest and asked softly, "Father-in-law, how about we go have a few drinks? Your combat instincts are still insufficient for you to achieve the perfection of Ultra Instinct. Your current state is merely the initial stage of Ultra Instinct. You still have a long way to go to reach the perfect stage." On a desolate planet, the Grand Priest stood with his hands behind his back, smiling as he watched the panting Broly across from him. At this moment, Broly's silver-white long hair had grown to the curve of his calves, and the fur on his upper body was also silver-white. Broly took a couple of breaths, forced a wry smile, and exited the Super Saiyan state. He walked up to the Grand Priest and bowed. "I will train hard." The Grand Priest nodded cheerfully. "To have mastered your current stage at such a young age, even among our angel clan, this talent is considered superior. After all, the prerequisites for Ultra Instinct are too stringent." Seeing Broly lost in thought, the Grand Priest did not continue instructing but stood quietly waiting. After a long while, when Broly looked at him, he then led Broly back to the Omni King's palace. After returning from the Omni King's palace to the 6th universe, Vados and Margarita took Broly, Gina, and Jiwa back to the abandoned continent. Utilizing the time difference between the two spaces, they trained diligently because on the night before their return, the Grand Priest had revealed a crucial piece of information: a new round of universe cleansing was coming. Ha! At this moment, a new female scion was confronting Broly, who had silver-white long hair. Her jet-black hair trailed to the curve of her legs, and the crimson fur on her upper body was particularly striking. "It seems Broly Big Brother isn't invincible after all." Hearing the somewhat awkward voice, Broly chuckled and cracked his neck. With a sonic boom, he charged at the female scion opposite him. As they fought, Margarita, who was watching from the sidelines, would also explain their respective combat mistakes. "Oh no, time's up again." The female scion helplessly exited the Super Saiyan state, and the next moment her figure split into two, Gina and Jiwa appearing in the same spot. Broly also exited the Super Saiyan state, walked up with a smile, and patted both of their heads. "You've made great progress during this period." "TCH. Gina pouted unhappily. "Even with our fusion, we couldn't force out your strongest form. What's the use of praising us like that?" Jiwa nodded in agreement. Yeah. Seeing the two girls' sweat-soaked tops, Broly grinned and pressed Gina's head down, pushing her face against his lower body. "I've probably been eating too much meat lately. Gina and Jiwa, help me out." Jiwa looked at Margarita, who was sitting cross-legged in midair. The latter nodded indifferently, so Jiwa crouched down and also leaned in. Broly turned his head and opened his arms. Margarita giggled, put away her staff, and flashed to sit on Broly's face. "Where are we going?" Broly looked at the black hole in front of Kampa in confusion. Kampa rolled his eyes at him. "Just go in first. If we keep the Omni King waiting, I could be the one in trouble." Broly turned to look at the Supreme Kai, Fuwa, and Vados. The latter smiled. "Let's go in first." When Broly followed Kampa, Fuwa, and Vados through the black hole, they appeared on a small platform. Looking around, they saw 12 platforms total. The two Omni Kings were sitting casually on the main seats, while his father-in-law, the Grand Priest, stood diagonally in front of the two Omni Kings, smiling at everyone. "Yo, Lord Kampa, long time no see." In response to Goku's greeting, Kampa looked at the enthusiastic Goku, then at the frowning gods around him, and finally nodded graciously. Not far above his head, the Grand Priest looked at him with a hint of warning. "Goku, please remain quiet." After reprimanding Goku, the Grand Priest swept his gaze over everyone present and spoke. "Esteemed Supreme Kais and Gods of Destruction, you should have all heard about this tournament of power. It is a martial arts tournament held at the request of the Omni King." As he said this, he raised his right palm. "Since the other Omni King from the future is not familiar with what a martial arts tournament is like, we have decided to hold the exhibition match once more." With that, he turned and bowed to the two Omni Kings. "Then please join me in paying respects to the Omni Kings." Broly, following Kampa and the others, also bowed to Shao Gaman and salute. But in his ears came the foolish loud voice of Sun Wukong. "Hey Quan-chan, I'm here." Not satisfied, he even floated over, propping his right elbow on the armrest of Shao Ganlin's seat, completely disregarding others' feelings. Just as he said a word of thanks, Beerus tossed him back into their own camp, repeatedly bowing and apologizing. "I'm so sorry, so sorry." The Grand Priest stared coldly at Sun Wukong, who was rubbing his head, causing the latter to shudder. Only after Sun Wukong trembled slightly did the Grand Priest withdraw his gaze. Thinking of this Sun Wukong and then looking at Broly beside Vados, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Both born from the same planet, yet the difference between monkeys is enormous. Watching the various gods of destruction and Supreme Kai scolding Sun Wukong, the Grand Priest raised a hand to stop them. "This match was proposed by contestant Sun Wukong." Undeterred by the barrage, Sun Wukong stepped forward, clenched his right fist, and looked at Broly with burning fighting spirit. "I want to challenge the strongest from all universes, so I asked Quan-chan to hold this tournament of power." Broly looked at Sun Wukong's battle-hungry eyes and curled his lips in disdain. The Grand Priest then explained the tournament rules. As soon as he finished, a Supreme Kai rubbed his hands together with a lecherous expression. "Grand Priest, what prize does the winner get?" The Grand Priest glanced at him expressionlessly. The purpose of the exhibition match is to convey the charm of martial arts to the future Omni King, not to measure the strength of two universes. If the Omni King finds it boring, he may interrupt the match at any time. The god of destruction, Sidra, covered in fiery red fur, asked in terror. So if the Omni King is not satisfied with the match, he could erase that universe at any time. The Grand Priest smiled calmly. That is a possibility. Then he looked at the contestants from Universe 9 and Universe 7. Then let the first match commence. Contestants, please mount the stage. All right, then let me take the lead. A fiery red wolfman wearing a black cape backflipped onto the stage. The supreme Kai of their universe quickly cheered. It's up to you, Basil. Lord Kampa, that pink pig from Universe 7 looks quite adorable, he was whispered to Kampa, who pouted discontentedly. What good is cute? Can it fight? Or can it be eaten? Broly glanced left and right, and a small box of chocolate appeared in his hand. He nudged Kampa's arm. Let us watch the match while we eat. Kampa chuckled and stuffed a piece of chocolate into his mouth, while Froa beside him took one as well. Whis did not eat, for she still cared about maintaining her image in public. The first match begins. Clang! As the gong resonated, Basil lunged forward and kicked Buu high into the air. The round Buu bounced across the ground with each impact, and Basil stood with hands on hips laughing as he rained kicks upon Buu's body. Those two little green heads rocked back and forth in time with the unfolding battle. Quan Jiang, while so fast Buu was kicked about the arena by Basil, until he finally lay motionless. Their Kaioshin then began his endless boasting. He let Universe 7 witness the warriors of our Universe 9, the dangerous trio. Kampa rolled his eyes at such a crude name. Meanwhile, the seemingly inert Buu on the battlefield suddenly laughed. Rising to his feet at blinding speed, he seized Basil in a crushing embrace. That was fun. Keep going, ha ha ha. Basil kicked him hard in the belly, sending him flying. Buu rose again, waving his arms. Keep going, ha ha ha. Continue. When Basil refused to move, Buu approached with a grin. Since you will not move, then let me take the initiative. Buu charged forward recklessly, only to be kicked skyward by Basil once more. Basil planted both feet on the ground, watching as Buu stretched like rubber, then scoffed, and kicked him repeatedly in the face. A truly spectacular barrage of relentless kicks. As the battle intensified, the red-haired warrior ultimately fell, his energy blast deflected by an enraged Buu and sent hurtling toward the stands of Universe 11. Upon hearing his universe's Kaioshin call out this name, the towering figure draped in black armor caught the energy blast between his massive palms. With a squeeze, he crushed it to pieces. Oh my, who is that fellow? He seems quite formidable, Kampa asked with interest, glancing toward Universe 11 stands. Whis smiled beside him. That appears to be a competitor from Universe 11. Broly glanced down at the arena below and smirked. Universe 7 really is foolish, bringing an ordinary human into this. A sure recipe for disaster. Buu's once harmless round face twisted into a grotesque snarl. You dare harm Satan? I will kill you. Whoosh, thump thump thump, crash crash crash, dash dash dash. The red-haired warrior was hammered into the ground by Buu's relentless combo. Watching him lie broken like a uprooted post, Buu seized one of his legs, lifted him high, and began slamming him left and right before launching him overhead in a windmill toss. He crashed into a stone pillar and slid downward. Quan Jiang wore an unhappy expression. What's wrong? Is that all? Quan echoed. How can it be over? The Grand Minister quickly turned toward Beerus. What is the matter, Universe 7? Both Xenolords have not yet seen enough to their satisfaction. Son Goku hurriedly explained. On Earth, in our World Martial Arts Tournament, a fighter wins by knocking their opponent out of the ring. Therefore Buu has already won. The Grand Minister waved his hand. What you describe is the rule of your Universe 7. However, this is a match under the Zenith Watch. You must fight until they are satisfied, or until one side can no longer move. Basil, do not let defeat consume you. Ahea, barely conscious and battered, the red-haired warrior climbed back onto the arena. Stop your endless prattling. Give me that thing. Their Kaioshin produced a strange purple fruit and tossed it to the panting Basil. Deal with the consequences as you see fit. Gulp. Basil swallowed the fruit whole. Crimson energy erupted from his body as his frame swelled dramatically. Watching his inflated muscular form, the two little green heads gaped in astonishment. Wow, so amazing. Beerus was nearly furious. Taking pills during a match. That is cheating. They are cheating. The opposing Kaioshin showed no remorse. Preposterous. Do not single us out. Did you not also use some form of enhancement? Beerus pointed indignantly at Buu. That is his innate healing ability. How can it compare to your potions? The Grand Minister regarded the two grumbling green companions with a doting smile, but his gaze turned icy as it fell upon Beerus. For the sake of the Zeniths, all rules are permitted this time. Strict regulations will be established before the Tournament of Power begins. Thus the match continues. Beerus trembled under the Grand Minister's piercing stare. His former arrogance shattered. On the battlefield, Basil unleashed a ferocious assault, pummeling Boo's fat face with relentless kicks until his head was driven into his chest. Riding the rebound, he soared skyward, wolf impact. Boom, 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 boom. Countless black-red energy projectiles rained down upon Boo below, triggering continuous explosions that left the two little green heads utterly stunned. Ha ha ha, oh ha ha, I am the victor after all. Basil's manic laughter darkened Beerus's complexion. Kampa likewise shook his head in regret. That pink pig seems done for. Ha! Crackling. As the energy sphere grew larger, Boo opened his half-closed eyes and pushed both palms toward Xiaoha across from him. Boom! The energy beam enveloped the despairing Xiaoha. After the explosion subsided, Bezier shakily lifted his right foot, took a step forward, and finally collapsed onto the ground motionless. Wow! How exciting! Hearing the affirmation from the two Zenchan-sama, the Grand Priest smiled. Your Majesties, you have fully recognized this match. The result of the first match is thus decided. Now let us begin the next match. Please have both contestants take their positions. After saying that, he snapped his fingers and the shattered arena was restored to its pristine state. Kampa glanced at the prone Bezier, too furious to speak. The Kaioshin looked at Era. Lavender, you don't intend to lose this match as well, do you? Era Lafanda let out a sinister hee-hee chuckle. As long as Kaioshin-sama allows me to kill the opponent, that's fine. The Kaioshin sneered. Then go ahead and kill him. I'm sure the Grand Priest and Zenchan-sama will not mind. Then I'm going in. The Grand Priest looked at the two contestants on the arena. Your Majesty, that Gohan contestant is the son of Goku. Aquan opened his small mouth. Goku's son, huh? Quan-chan asked. I wonder if he's strong. Seeing the contestants in position, the Grand Priest waved his hand. The second match begins. Hiya. Rat-a-tat. Oh hee hee. Gohan and Era charged at each other simultaneously, exchanging relentless blows, but their experienced movements allowed them to disengage. Era leaped up, making Gohan think he had made a mistake. Gohan threw a punch, only to have Era firmly catch his right hand, opening his wide mouth. Got you! Along with the words came a cloud of purple-black mist. After spewing the mist, Era quickly leaped aside while Gohan screamed, raising his hands to cover his eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Era closed in and unleashed a frenzied assault. Aquan. Poison. Poison. Quan-chan. Poison. Poison. The Kaioshin of Universe 7 Shin quickly pulled out a small pouch. Gohan, I have senzu beans here. Eat one quickly. Kaioshin-sama, I want to defeat the opponent on my own. Thank you for your kindness. Wow. As soon as Gohan finished speaking, he was kicked far away by Era. He quickly got up, assumed a defensive stance, his ears twitching constantly as he slowly turned, following Era's footsteps. Era was not in a hurry to attack. He wanted to wait for the poison to sink deeper, so he began to stall for time. Just surrender and give up. My poison will not only blind your eyes but also rot your internal organs. Do you feel a faint pain inside you now? Seeing Gohan's furrowed brows, he chuckled. That's right, you feel the pain. Surrender now. You'll still be able to keep your life. Ha! Seeing that his opponent was no longer moving, Era quietly floated into the air and delivered a straight kick to the back of Gohan's head, only to have it blocked. This left him incredulous. Just a coincidence. Again. Bang. 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 Slap. 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 After a dozen exchanges, either gained the upper hand. Era looked at his opponent, rolled his eyes, and floated into the air. Gohan was startled as he could no longer perceive the sound of his opponent's footsteps. Hiya. Bam. Gohan instantly entered Super Saiyan state. The golden aura enveloping his body blinded countless eyes. Aquan shook his little feet happily. It glows. Quan-chan shook his little feet happily. It glows. Watching the back and forth battle, Kampa raised his hand and stroked his fat chin. Could that kid have regained his sight? Behind him, Broly shook his head. No, that kid is just releasing his own ki outward. Wherever there is a rebound of ki, that's where the opponent is. I see. What a clever little fellow. Kampa gave a rare compliment. However, as his ki erupted, the poison in Gohan's body spread faster. Eventually, due to the poison taking effect, he was forced to exit the Super Saiyan state and collapsed face first onto the ground, bracing for another beating from Era. Gohan, fuming with rage, leaped into the air and, gritting his teeth, entered the Super Saiyan state, even pushing into the Super Saiyan full power state. He clashed with Era once more. They exchanged a punch and each retreated. Gohan gritted his teeth and unleashed a Kamehameha wave. Era did not hold back and released his own ki wave. As the beam's struggle continued, he felt the poison in his body circulate faster. So he deliberately feigned weakness, exited the Super Saiyan state, and let Era think he had won. Era even spat out a mouthful of poison gas. For once Gohan was cunning. He burst his ki, charged into the poison gas, grabbed the smug Era and flew hard upward. Let go! Let go! Seeing the ground coming closer, Era despaired. Did you deliberately let me lower my guard? Gohan smiled. Hee, otherwise I would have lost. Better to gamble on us both falling than for me to lose alone. Bam! As the smoke cleared, the Grand Priest descended to inspect. Both contestants in the second match are down and unable to continue. This match is declared a draw. As both sides retrieved their contestants, the Grand Priest conferred with the two Zenchan-sama. The arena seemed to enter a halftime break. Broly produced a tray with 2 glasses of juice and some snacks, and together with Vados flew to the two little beings. Your Majesties, are you thirsty? Iced watermelon juice. Aquan took a cup, bit the straw, and happily sipped. Broly is so kind. Quan-chan opened his mouth and bit the straw Vados offered. Broly and Aunt Vados are both very nice. Broly took out another cup and offered it to the Grand Priest, who smiled and shook his head, gesturing for them to return to their own observation deck, then continued his discussion with the two Zenchan-sama. Meanwhile, Kampa took the large jug of watermelon juice from Broly and happily gulped it down. Gulp, 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 burp. After a long while, the Grand Priest ascended above the arena, surveyed all the gods of destruction and Kaioshins present, and spread his arms. Now I shall announce the decree from the Zenchan-sama. As mortals, their level was originally the lowest, yet they displayed such a splendid match. The Zenchan-sama were deeply moved by it. They have evaluated each of the 12 universes and ranked them. Beerus asked nervously. Then what is the ranking of Universe 7? The Grand Priest looked at him calmly. The average level of inhabited planets in Universe 7 is 318, not very good. You are ranked second from the bottom. Observing Beerus's languid and miserable state, Whis turned to his father. Since our Universe 7 ranks second from the bottom, which universe is the very last? The Grand Priest pushed back slightly, revealing the members of Universe 9 opposite them. You have already met them. It couldn't be us, could it? In response to Sidor's query, the Grand Priest chuckled. Indeed, the average level of your Universe 9 is merely 186. The reason for holding this tournament of power was that the Omni King often remarked that there were too many universes. With that, he raised his left hand slightly, pointing down at Son Goku below. Coincidentally, Son Goku from Universe 7 made a request, so taking this opportunity, the Omni King will personally erase the universes that are defeated in the Tournament of Power. Erase. Really? How terrifying. Ignoring the clamorous crowd, the God of Destruction of Universe 9 nervously looked at the Grand Priest. Does this mean that in this exhibition match the losing universes will also be erased? No, not this time. Shin knelt before the Grand Priest. Lord Grand Priest, I have another question I wish to ask you. The Grand Priest nodded. Speak. You said that the defeated universes will be erased. Does that mean all universes that lose in the Tournament of Power? The Grand Priest nodded. Yes, however the 1st and 12th universes as well as the 5th and 8th universes will be exempt from participating in the Tournament of Power. Because the average human level of these 4 universes has reached 7 or above, they will not be eradicated. Was finally understood. In other words, low-level universes were originally supposed to be erased according to the rules, but if they can win, they will be spared. That is the true purpose of this Tournament of Power, isn't it? You could say that. Kampa was trembling with fear, the watermelon juice in his hand losing its appeal, large beads of sweat dripping down his pudgy face. At that moment, the Elder Kaishin of Universe 7 looked at the Grand Priest. Lord Grand Priest, if we lose the match, what will become of us gods? All will disappear, of course. With that, he spread his left hand, pointing at Broly and Vados. Except for Broly and the angels, everyone else is the same. Whis, you bastard. Whis covered his mouth with a light laugh. He. After all, we angels are different from you. Kampa looked at Broly with envy. Why is Broly not included in this scope? He is not an angel. The Grand Priest shot him a warning glare. That is because Broly was personally appointed by Lord Omni King. Do you have any objections, Lord Kampa? Kampa pouted his thick lips. I was just asking. Seeing his aggrieved expression, the Grand Priest said, no more, my explanation ends here. Now let the third match begin. Both contestants please step onto the arena. The dark blue Daha Belgamo cracked his neck casually, casting a malicious gaze at Son Goku. Yet Son Goku couldn't help but provoke him. This match has nothing to do with the universe's disappearance. Let's have a good fight, shall we? Daha looked at him with disgust. Shut up, you scum. Turning to the watching Kaishin and gods of destruction, he declared, hear me, all gods. I am the eldest of the dangerous trio Crushing Fist Belgamo. I am the worst warrior of Universe 9 as designated by Lord Omni King. He suddenly pointed at Son Goku opposite. But this guy is even worse than me. If it weren't for this fool's request, we would still be living in peace. It's all because of you, bastard. Without waiting for Son Goku to respond, he charged forward and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. During Son Goku's retreat, he closed in, turning his right hand into a blade and thrusting his sharp fingertips at Son Goku's eyes. Fortunately, Son Goku blocked in time, or his eyes would have been ruined. Phew, that was close. Watching Son Goku heave a sigh of relief, Daha snorted coldly, withdrew his hand, and gave him a dismissive glance. Opening his arms, he said, "I won't fight back. If you can come and knock me down, I'll make you understand the origin of my name, Crushing Fist." Son Goku didn't hold back. He delivered dozens of punches to Daha's 8-pack abs. Daha endured the sharp pain in his abdomen, looked at the fist marks on his belly, took a deep breath, and the marks vanished. His body expanded 2 sizes and his fists glowed with a crimson light. The crimson glowing fist hammered against Son Goku's raised arms, sending him stumbling back over a dozen steps. Daha sneered, "I can absorb your energy infinitely and return it to you twofold. Today you scum are doomed." Son Goku was stunned for a moment, then a grin curled at the corner of his mouth. "Infinite absorption, huh?" "Ha!" Instantly transforming into Super Saiyan, Son Goku unleashed a furious barrage against the massive Daha. The more energy he output, the larger Daha grew. And the larger he grew, the slower his movements became. Like a grasshopper, Son Goku led him on a wild chase, running circles around him until Daha was utterly helpless. Seeing the time was right, Son Goku instantly entered Super Saiyan Blue, then activated the 10-fold Kaioken Ha Kamehameha. Daha blocked the Kamehameha with his left hand while swinging his right fist upward. Hungry Wolf Assault. A dark purple energy wave pierced through the blue Kamehameha, reaching Son Goku in the blink of an eye. Son Goku gritted his teeth and held it off. As time passed, the energy absorbed within Daha's body dwindled, and ultimately he lost the beam struggle to Son Goku. Ugh! Daha was helped up by Era and Xiaoha. Even as he left the arena, he couldn't resist stirring up hatred for the fool. "Do you really want the universe to disappear that badly? If that's the case, when the tournament begins, our Universe 9 will be the first to attack you. The warriors of the other universes won't let you off either." As Daha was dragged away, Son Goku looked around at everyone. "All universes that have gathered top-tier warriors, come at me. I will defeat every last one of you." Kampa initially didn't think much of it, but seeing Son Goku's excited and infuriating expression, and the faint smirk on Beerus's lips, he turned to Broly. "This Son Goku is indeed something. Not long ago he had tried to assassinate him, and in the end they fought to a draw. Though it was a draw, Hit was still half a step behind." Vados glanced at Son Goku below. "What are you suggesting?" Kampa looked at the calm Broly, then at Beerus across the way. "Since every universe will send their best warriors, and Universe 7's strongest is this Son Goku, Broly, go down and test his mettle. See how much of your strength is needed to take him down so we can make the appropriate arrangements. I feel that my Super Saiyan 2 full power is almost comparable to his Super Saiyan Blue. Even if I use the Kaioken, my current body can only withstand up to 35 times. I don't believe his body can endure more than 30 times, since he just activated 10 times and his body was already trembling slightly. I estimate that 20 to 25 times is his limit." Hearing Bulioli's words, Xiangpa felt relieved, for even at full power he could not force Bulioli to reveal his true strength. He was quite confident about this tournament, having known Bulioli for decades and being well aware of his character, grateful and loyal, which made him the ultimate guarantee in the tournament of power. The Grand Priest looked at the 2 little olives. "What do you 2 think? Are you satisfied with this match?" Quan Jiang looked at Aquan. "It's super fun." Aquan looked at Quan Jiang. "Super exciting. We are so looking forward to the tournament of power." The Grand Priest waved to all the gods present. "The 2 Grand Xenosamus are very satisfied with the match between Universe 7 and Universe 9. Next it will be time to announce the rules of the competition." Saying this, he waved his hand and a large projection appeared in midair. "This is the arena to be built in the Null Realm. If your opponent falls off, you win. Simple, isn't it?" At this point, Sun Wukong interjected. "What if a contestant falls unconscious on the stage?" The Grand Priest smiled. "Then throw the opponent off." He extended his palm and bent his thumb. "First, only martial arts are allowed, weapons are prohibited. Second, causing death is forbidden. Third, aerial techniques such as Bukujutsu are ineffective in the Null Realm." With that, he lowered his raised hand. "The match duration is 100 tacks." Ba Duosi whispered in Bulioli's ear. "In terms of time conversion, it's equivalent to the 48 minutes you're most familiar with." Across from them, Wei Si looked at the Grand Priest. "This match duration is quite long. I wonder how long it will take to finish the entire tournament." The Grand Priest smiled. "Do not worry. All contestants will compete simultaneously to knock each other off. In other words, there will be only one match." Glancing at the astonished Supreme Kais and Gods of Destruction, he sneered. "Everyone please rest assured. The arena will be built large enough to accommodate 80 contestants. When the time is up, whichever team has the most remaining contestants wins. If only one contestant remains, that also counts as victory. Seeing that the Grand Priest had finished stating the rules, the black-robed figure from Universe 11 leaped directly onto the arena. This action made the two guards extremely nervous, and the Grand Priest stepped in front of the two Grand Xenosamus, looking at the figure with displeasure. "Who are you?" The black-robed figure placed his large right hand on his chest in salute. "I know I am being rude, please forgive me." With that he tore off his robe. "I am the proud leader of the Pride Troopers of the brave and beautiful Universe 11, the free warrior Tuopo." Watching Tuopo constantly striking poses, Bulioli's mouth twitched wildly. Xiangpa had already covered his plump face with both hands, turning around to laugh like a pig with gay 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 sounds. Baduosi also puffed up her cheeks, holding her breath, clearly struggling to suppress her laughter. "Sun Wukong, if you oppose me with an evil heart, my fist will reduce you to ashes." After Tuopo finished his harsh words, Sun Wukong's face was full of excitement. "Great! That guy earlier didn't let me have enough fun." Just as the two were facing off, the Supreme Kai of Universe 11 Kai bowed to the two little olives on the viewing platform. "Grand Xenosamus, I am Kai, the Supreme Kai of Universe 11. Having watched the previous match, I am utterly impressed by Sun Wukong. Therefore I suggest allowing my guard Tuopo to take this opportunity to spar with him. I hope to obtain your gracious permission." The Grand Priest looked at the bowing Kai and Wei Mei, then approached the two little olives and asked, "May I ask if you permit a special match between Sun Wukong and Tuopo?" Quan. "Granted." Quan Jiang. "Granted, granted." The Grand Priest bowed, and as he turned to speak, Xiangpa's loud voice bellowed out. This shout almost broke Bulioli and Badosi's composure, and even Fu Hua couldn't stand it, quietly shifting half a step sideways as if to say, "I don't know him." Grand Xenosamus, Grand Priest Sama, as the god of destruction of Universe 6, I was also thrilled by the previous match. I wish to have my disciple Bulioli join in forming a three-way battle. This match can also serve as a preview for the Tournament of Power. Looking at Xiangpa's grinning, foolishly fat face, the Grand Priest glanced at the somewhat bewildered Bulioli, then at Ba Duosi's indifferent expression, and immediately turned to the two little olives. After all, Quan had spent some time with Bulioli, and completely regarded him as one of his own, otherwise he wouldn't have specifically mentioned not eliminating Bulioli. He looked at Bulioli with some concern and asked, "Bulioli, are you really going to fight? What if you get hurt?" Xiangpa quickly tugged at his pants. "You must win this one. That way the other universes won't dare to attack us at the start of the Tournament of Power. Your presence will serve as a deterrent." Hearing this explanation, not only Bulioli but also Baduosi and Fu Hua looked at Xiangpa in astonishment. Heaven's earth, is this really Xiangpa? When did he become so far-sighted? Bulioli looked at Quan's somewhat worried eyes, slowly floated before him, knelt on one knee and took his small hand. "Please rest assured, Grand Xenosama. I do have some strength, and I will surely present a splendid match for you. You two and the other gods may regard this match as a rehearsal for the Tournament of Power." Humph, arrogant. Nonsense. Is this how Xiangpa teaches his disciples? Compared to the others, Bai Lucy, Wei Meida, and Kai looked at Xiangpa with a meaningful gaze. Xiangpa was never one to enjoy joining in the fun, yet today he had sent someone to meddle in this match. Either he was currying favor with the Grand Xenosamus, or he was flaunting his strength. The few were more inclined to the latter. After all, wasn't Kai and Wei Meida sending Tuopo also a form of intimidation? Quan nodded happily. "Bulioli, go for it." Quan Jiang also liked Bulioli. "Bulioli, go for it." "Thank you, Grand Xenosamus." Bulioli stood up and nodded to his father-in-law. "I'm sorry for the trouble, Grand Priest." The Grand Priest smiled and softly cautioned. "Mind your limits, for the Grand Xenosamus are very eager to see an intense match." Bulioli nodded. "I understand." Broly gently descended onto the arena. Glancing at Sun Wukong's excited expression to his left, then at Top's grave look to his right, he smiled. "Are you just going to stand there and watch?" Top's beard twitched at the casual tease. Quickly striking a pose, he declared, "Trivial evil, ordinary evil, colossal evil." Clenching his massive palms, he added, "I shall crush all evil with the iron fist of justice." Unable to endure it, Broly gave Top a complex look. "Finished yet? I'll deal with Sun Wukong first, then we can discuss your justice." Top pointed at the bewildered Broly, then spread his arms and charged towards Sun Wukong. Passing before Broly, he was kicked away by the latter. Brushing imaginary dust from his boots, Broly looked indifferent. "Who do you think you are?" Surging with aura, he rushed toward the guarded Sun Wukong. Appearing behind him in a flash, he kicked Sun Wukong's back. As Sun Wukong was sent flying, Broly pressed close and unleashed a barrage of punches. The sound of solid impacts pleased the two grand KOs on the stands, who gaped in awe. It seems you are also part of evil. As justice incarnate, I cannot tolerate this. Shrouded in black-red aura, Top charged at Broly with a twisted face. Broly kicked Sun Wukong toward a large stone pillar, then turned to meet Top's giant fist with a single punch. Boom, rumble, rumble, rumble. The arena beneath Broly's feet was shattered into a great pit. With a cold sneer, Broly looked at Top. Is that all you've got? Still calling yourself an envoy of justice? Crack, crackle, crackle. Broly seized Top's right thumb with his left hand and wrenched it back, then pummeled his uglified face with his right fist. Recovering, Sun Wukong entered Super Saiyan Blue and charged fiercely at Broly. Feeling the danger behind him, Broly sharply dodged to the side. Sun Wukong's big foot collided with Top's face while Broly's right fist struck Sun Wukong's back. Releasing Top's thumb, Broly kicked him away and engaged Sun Wukong. Within 10 seconds, Broly began to feel pressure. Indeed, Super Saiyan Blue Sun Wukong was far stronger than his restrained self. Broly raised his right arm to block Sun Wukong's consecutive double punches, retreated several steps, transformed into a Super Saiyan, and sneered as he charged forward, unleashing a flurry of attacks while Top recovered. Seeing Sun Wukong at a disadvantage and suffering greatly at Broly's hands, he stubbornly resolved to team up with Sun Wukong against Broly's assaults. With trash like you daring to challenge the universe's elite? Don't you have any sense of your own strength? Broly punched Sun Wukong's abdomen, bent his left leg to block Top's incoming fist, and kicked Top's large belly. Following up, he struck Sun Wukong in the face. As Sun Wukong staggered, Broly flashed before Top. Fists and feet rained upon Top's head and body like a storm. Justice. What is your justice? What is evil? You who preach justice actually join forces with what you deem evil to resist me. Is this your so-called justice and evil? Bang, 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 slap, 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 boom, boom, boom. Compared to Sun Wukong, Top fared far worse. To further humiliate him, Broly sneered and tore the front of his chest garment with a sharp rip. Looking at the breathless Top, he waved the fabric strip. The uniform of justice. A false justice such as you are unworthy to wear it. Kaioken X20 activate. While Broly was berating Top, Sun Wukong in the upper diagonal sky activated Kaioken X20 and gathered a massive energy sphere. Kamehameha. As the red-blue energy beam roared forth, Broly clenched his fists, instantly entered Super Saiyan second grade, activated Kaioken X10 and formed a dark green energy blast in his right hand, charging straight into the Kamehameha. With Sun Wukong's incredulous gaze, Broly pressed the dark green energy sphere against his chest. I know Kaioken too. Boom! The green light and smoke from the energy explosion shrouded the air above. As the green glow dissipated, an unconscious Sun Wukong slowly fell from the sky onto the arena. Not far away lay Top, who had retreated into sullen withdrawal after Broly's merciless taunts. Quan Quan raised his right fist. Broly is so amazing. Quan Jiang raised his left fist. Broly is super amazing. Seeing the two Grand KOs satisfied with the match, the Grand Minister looked at Broly with great satisfaction. Approaching Broly, he said this match was splendid. Both Grand KOs are very pleased, so the competition ends here. Swish! Broly reverted from Super Saiyan, bowed respectfully to his future father-in-law, and saluted the two little Grand KOs. As long as the Grand KOs and the Grand Minister are satisfied, these are but my duty. After Broly returned to Kampa's side, the Grand Minister snapped his fingers. The unconscious Sun Wukong was teleported to Beerus's feet, while Top appeared behind Vedas. Smiling at the gods, he raised his right hand where a rainbow-colored energy sphere was forming. Next, I will begin constructing the arena. This requires a slight amount of time. Before the official match, please wait a moment. The competition will commence on King Calendar Year 3. 1335,603 days at 157 o'clock. Xian cautiously asked Exalted Grand Minister, how long will the arena construction take? The Grand Minister smiled. Only 5 taka, that fast. Kampa nervously swallowed. Broly looked questioningly at Vados, who smiled. 5 taka converted to your familiar timeframe is equivalent to 40 hours on Earth, that fast. Broly raised his eyebrows in surprise and patted Kampa's shoulder. Have you already chosen the candidates? Kampa glanced at the gentle Broly and sighed. If only Broly had 10 brothers. Broly silent, Frost silent. Vados chuckled at his words. Though Broly lacks 10 brothers, you must not forget that on planet Sprite there exists an ancient Saiyan clan. Toppo, how does Broly's power compare to Jiren's? Returning to Universe 11, Vermaud cast a grim glance at Toppo, who pondered for a moment. He is likely somewhat weaker than Jiren, but we cannot rule out that he possesses even greater means yet to be unleashed. Carlos. Vermaud turned to his angel. Is there any way to further bolster Toppo and the others' power in the short term? Carlos shrugged. It is impossible in the short term. After all, the warriors of the Pride Troopers have already reached their respective bottlenecks. Breaking through them is far from something that can be accomplished overnight. Damn it. Is there truly no way? Carlos smiled and cast a glance at Kai beside them. What about the dented earrings from the Kais? With those earrings, at the very least, we could add another powerful warrior to Universe 11 whose strength stands second only to Jiren. Vermouth's eyes darted. Then could we have 2 warriors fused before the tournament, and then add 1 more? In that way, Universe 11 would ostensibly field 10 warriors, but in secret we would actually have 11. Carlos lightly shook his head. That is impossible. All participating warriors must be registered with the Grand Minister. Once discovered, the consequences need not be elaborated. Vermouth sighed and fell silent. Damn it. I never expected Broly to be so overwhelmingly strong. It seems our Universe 7 is in grave danger. Chomp chomp. At that moment, Beerus sat at a grand dining table devouring delicacies while fuming in frustration. Beside him, Goku wore an expression of deep discontent. He knew Broly was powerful, but he had not anticipated him to be this absurdly overpowered. Hey Vegeta. Vegeta, who was teaching Trunks how to hold his sister, turned his head in puzzlement. Goku regarded him seriously. Do you know anything about a Saiyan with green hair? Impossible. Vegeta's expression immediately turned grave. The Super Saiyan is but a legend among our Saiyan race. Where on earth would a green-haired Super Saiyan come from? You have encountered such a one. Goku nodded solemnly. Today I clashed with Broly from Universe 6. He is extraordinarily powerful, so much so that I was left with no room to counterattack. He is precisely that green-haired Super Saiyan, and he also wields the Kaioken, a technique unique to our universe. Whis took small sips of his juice. Wouldn't your Earth Shinran know everything? Why not summon him and ask? Bulma, carrying a dish of creamy ice cream, wore an awkward expression. Did we not already summon him not long ago? It is not yet the proper time. Whis made a gesture with his right hand, and in the next instant his staff appeared in his grasp. He tapped it lightly upon the ground. Now it should suffice. Without a word, Goku burst into Bulma's laboratory, grabbed the dragon radar, and took flight. Meanwhile, Beerus turned to a troubled-looking Gohan. Hurry and finalize the roster. Gohan was startled and immediately bowed repeatedly. Yes, sir. Lord Beerus. Having what fetched paper and brushes, Gohan began meticulously marking the formidable figures he could recall from memory. Master Piccolo, Father Uncle Vegeta, Majin Buu, myself, Uncle Krillin. Watching Gohan count off names on his fingers, Beerus let out a despairing sigh. After a long pause, he resumed devouring his meal. With great likelihood this would be among his final feasts. As dusk painted the sky and darkness, Goku returned carrying a bulging bag, set the 7 Dragon Balls directly upon the ground, and proclaimed, Shinran, appear and grant my wish. Roar, a golden radiance enveloped the surroundings, and Shinran emerged with a thunderous cry. State your desire, Mort. Wait, Lord Beerus. This humble one was unaware of your presence and begs your pardon. Beerus waved his hand in irritation. Do you know anything about the Saiyan Broly from Universe 6? The more detailed the better. Shinran swallowed hard. Upon seeing Beerus's icy gaze, cold sweat immediately poured down his face as he nodded frantically. I know. Turning to Goku standing nearby, he continued. Speaking of which, this Broly was born around the same time as this Goku. Because his innate talent at birth was excessively outstanding, it incited his clan leader's jealousy, and he was subsequently exiled. Are you saying Broly is a Saiyan from Universe 7? Beerus could no longer maintain his composure. He discarded the half-eaten steak in his hand and strode toward Goku. Are you certain he was born in Universe 7? Shinran nodded hurriedly. He was indeed born on planet Vegeta in Universe 7, mere hours apart from Goku. However, Broly's battle power exceeded 10,000 upon birth, which filled their clan leader with apprehension. Not long afterward, while Broly's father was away on a mission, they secretly exiled him. A battle power of 10,000 at birth. Upon hearing this, Vegeta, Goku, and the other Earthlings were so stunned that their eyeballs seemed ready to pop out. Beerus pondered but then frowned. That still does not add up. How could a Saiyan's modest spacecraft possibly traverse the universe barrier? In response to Beerus's question, Shinran provided the answer he was seeking. Broly's vessel, while passing through a certain star system, happened to encounter Frieza's army engaged in the conquest of planet Yardrat. The destructive force generated by Yardrat's explosion engulfed Broly's spacecraft, which ultimately crash-landed on planet Namek in Universe 6. Could anything be more far-fetched? Beerus sighed. And then? Broly spent his childhood on Namek in Universe 6. It was not until he reached the age of 10 that he encountered Lord Kampa and Lady Vados, who had come to collect tribute. Recognizing Broly's potential, Lord Kampa took him back to the Gods of Destruction realm. Thereupon, together with Lady Vados, they gathered the 7 Super Dragon Balls and transferred Broly's life mark to Universe 6. Damned fool Kampa. He even dares to poach from his own brother's household. Enraged, Beerus grabbed Goku's hair and shook him back and forth furiously. I will beat that fat pig to death. Lord Beerus, do you have any further inquiries? Just as Beerus was about to raise his hand, Goku, enduring excruciating pain, hastily asked. Shenron, what is the matter with those 2 female Scions beside Broly? Aren't the Scions of Universe 6 tailless? Shenron's eyes flickered with crimson light. Those 2 female Scions are descendants of the ancient Scions who have long dwelled in a forsaken and desolate universe. Over 20 years ago, nearly 300 descendants of those ancient Scions were escorted to Universe 6 by Lady Vados and Lady Macletta. Enduring the pain of separation, Shenron looked at Beerus with a hint of ingratiation. Lord Beerus, this lowly one can no longer hold it in. May I take my leave now? Beerus cast him an indifferent glance. How formidable are those Scions? Once you tell me, you may go. Shenron exhaled. Among those Scions there are over 17 whose power rivals Son Goku's, and that's not counting Broly and the 2 female Scions by his side. Farewell, Lord Beerus. As the 7 Dragon Balls scattered like shooting stars, everyone present fell into silence. Even the ever-composed Whis could not help but sigh. In other words, if Universe 6 sends Broly hit, and those 8 ancient Scion warriors, Universe 7 stands no chance at all. Whis, as an angel, you must know everything about those ancient Scions past, don't you? Vegeta, drenched in cold sweat, fixed his gaze on Whis. The latter nodded. The ancient Scions offended the former Grand Minister, so they were exiled to the abandoned continent, left to fend for themselves. After endless ages, one bloodline somehow managed to survive. Vegeta was stunned. One bloodline. Whis glanced at him, then at Son Goku. Yes. It seems it was the strongest branch at the time, otherwise they could not have endured until now. Because for the Scions of Universe 6 and Universe 7, your divine transformations only manifest in the hair, eyebrows, eyes, and aura. As for that ancient remnant, their transformations are holistic. Hair, face, and physique all undergo different changes, and their strength is slightly superior to that of your 2 universes. How could that be? Whis shook his head. That is because you have never mastered the true Great Ape power. Universe 6 early on degenerated their tails, while the Scions of Universe 7 removed their tails themselves. For a Scion, the tail holds unimaginable significance. To verify his words, he tapped his staff on the ground, and the black orb at its tip projected an image in midair. It displayed the super forms of Scions from Universe 6 and Universe 7. Apart from physique, there were no other changes, and even the divine hair color was identical. This is the appearance of the Super Saiyan God for your 2 universes. And this is the appearance of the ancient Scion's God form. Everyone present gasped in awe at the projection of a Scion covered in fur with long black hair cascading down to the back and chest, revealing 2 fangs. Whis withdrew his staff and raised a finger. If you had not removed your tails upon entering the divine state, you would have a chance of atavism, transforming into that very form. Beerus looked at their astonished faces and snorted. It's useless to talk about it now. Think about how to survive the tournament of power. With that, he pointed at Little Bra and Pan, who were drinking milk, and at Goten and Trunks. Even if you don't do it for me or for yourselves, at least do it for your children, right? Vegeta looked at Bulma, her face full of affection, and then at Little Bra and Trunks, who bore a strong resemblance to him. Without a word, he entered the gravity room. Now talking meant nothing, only strengthening his own power was meaningful. Gohan gritted his teeth and overturned the previous team roster. He added the deceased Frieza as well as the 2 younger brothers who were watching Little Bra drink milk. What can those 2 brats do? Beerus sneered at the 2 half-Scions playing with water guns. Gohan scratched his nose. Goten and Trunks can at least enter Super Saiyan state, and crucially they can fuse. That saves us 1 pair of Patera earrings. If Father and Uncle Vegeta can learn fusion now, those earrings will become our trump card for Universe 7. If the opponent is too strong, we can have 3 pairs of fused warriors at critical moments. It will definitely make a difference. Beerus looked at Gohan, who had finished explaining, with surprise. He patted his shoulder. If you hadn't stopped training as a child, your strength would definitely surpass your father's now. After the compliment, his expression turned cold as he pointed at Frieza's picture on the board. But why did you choose that ticking time bomb? Gohan shrugged with a carefree look. Who else is as strong as him? If you or Lord Whis can persuade him, I think he won't refuse. Counting on his fingers, he added Uncle Piccolo, Father, Uncle Vegeta, Frieza, Bu, myself, Goten, Trunks, plus Uncle 17 and Aunt 18. That makes 10 people. Whis closed his eyes briefly, then covered his mouth with a chuckle. Little Gohan has indeed made the optimal choice. On Earth right now, these are the ones with the strongest auras. Beerus resignedly nodded, glanced at Whis, and said, let's go to hell. We'll get Frieza out first. Whis nodded and accompanied Beerus to the whimsical hell. On a training ground of the Vine tribe, young Scion men and women bowed respectfully to Broly. Broly nodded at Matthew. Matthew, gather all the tribespeople from across the globe. I have something to say. Matthew nodded and dispersed with the others. Banner, having received the news from a nearby village, was among the first to arrive. Haha. Broly, it's been a while. Broly stepped forward and embraced Banner, patting his powerful back. Your strength has improved rapidly. Banner grinned. Yeah, thanks to you. I've entered the divine state and am close to full power. Broly nodded. So how many of the younger generation in our tribe have reached your level? Banner thought for a moment. Not many. Those at my level are definitely fewer than 20. Broly gave him a sly glance. I feel like it's more than that. From what you're saying, I'd guess over 20 surpass you, right? Banner chuckled and began to evade the question. Gazing at the two female scions with slightly swollen bellies, Broly fell into deep thought. It had been over 20 years since their clan arrived on the Elf Star, yet only 2 members had conceived. According to Lewis, it would take nearly 900 years for them to carry to term. Could that old turtle even live that long? Lewis, noticing Broly's silence, smiled and said, There's no helping it. For scions, the more nourishment they receive in the womb, the better their potential after birth. This might not be a bad thing for them. Our Vine clan and the scions don't need to conquer the universe. Being strong enough to defend ourselves is sufficient. Broly nodded, offering no objection. Seeing that all the clan members had arrived, he spoke. Among the younger generation, any whose strength surpasses Chief Banner, come to my side. The clan members exchanged glances, then looked teasingly at Banner standing beside Broly. Banner's face twitched. What are you looking at? You little brats asking for a beating. With a burst of laughter, Matthew, Zayuso, Kalu, and others quickly stepped forward. Broly counted them, 24 in total. He scratched his chin and said, All of you enter the Super Saiyan God state and unleash the maximum Kaioken multiplier you can endure. Ha! Kaioken times 18. Ha! Kaioken times 24. Ha! Kaioken times 19. After they all stacked their Kaioken, Broly scanned them one by one and pointed out those below the 20-fold multiplier. Your Kaioken multiplier is insufficient. As those disappointed young men and women stepped back, only 9 remained. Broly thought for a moment and asked, Who among you hasn't mastered instant transmission? The 9 exited their Super Saiyan state and looked at each other. Finally 3 girls and 1 young man raised their hands. We don't seem to have the talent for it. Broly shook his head. It's fine. Since you're now symbiotically bonded with the Vine clan, it's enough if your Vine clan partner can perform it. Those remaining were Matthew, Zayuso, Kalu, and 2 girls, Jilin and Jian. Broly counted on his fingers. Myself, Gina, Jiwa hit plus the 5 of them, that's only 9. He then looked at the 4 who hadn't mastered instant transmission. Among you 4, who is the strongest? They exchanged glances and finally a young man stepped forward. I'm a bit stronger. My Kaioken is at 22-fold, and at full power I can reach 24-fold. I've also touched the threshold of full power in the Super Saiyan God state. Broly nodded. What's your name? Reigns. That's enough people then. With that he beckoned the group. Come to my side. We're going to the Destroyer Realm. Lord Kampa is already waiting. The 6 came to Broly's side holding hands one after another. Broly nodded to the other clan members and returned to the Destroyer Realm. There on the lawn, Hit was already sitting on a chair, eyes closed in meditation. The moment they steadied themselves, Hit turned his gaze toward Broly, who smiled warmly and nodded. You're here. Broly, long accustomed to Hit's taciturn nature, stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. Want to test the mettle of my clansmen? They are the cream of our clan right now. Hit looked at the young scions. Compared to the ones from Universe 7, these scions gave him a fundamentally different impression. Even in their base form, they exuded an aura that was thick, wild, and tyrannical. He shook his head. I don't think the other universes will be a match for us. Ha! Hit is right. Kampa arrived on the lawn with Vados and Marerita, followed by Gina, and the others standing respectfully behind. Kampa gestured to Marerita, who rolled her eyes. I'm not your personal angel. Kampa wasn't offended. With a mischievous grin he said, Sister Marerita. Humph. Marerita turned her head haughtily. Together with Vados she waved her staff. In an instant the clothes of the 8 except Hit transformed into a uniform-style white silk trousers, high-top leather boots, bare chests for the males, and a simple bandeau across the chest for the females, just like Broly's attire. Kampa nodded approvingly, then glanced at Hit. Perhaps you'd consider a change of style too, Hit. Hit's mouth twitched. Thank you for your kindness, Lord Kampa. Kampa shrugged nonchalantly. There are still 31 hours until the tournament begins. Get to know each other here in the meantime. Vados and I have an errand to run. As the two vanished into a streak of light, Broly cheerfully wrapped an arm around Margarita and planted a kiss on her cheek. "Are you hungry, sister?" Margarita spat at him playfully. "You naughty little rascal." Watching the two disappear, Hit was left stunned. Lena and IK laughed and walked toward the palace while Gina and Jiwa led the clan members to familiarize themselves with the premises. Only Hit remained on the lawn, utterly bewildered. "Kampa, how dare you show your face here?" Beerus, who was devouring meat, suddenly spotted Kampa and Vados. He grumpily tossed aside the bone, strode over, and grabbed Kampa's plump ear with his greasy right hand. "Did you steal Broly away?" Kampa swatted Beerus's hand away, glanced at the earthlings, then draped an arm around Beerus's neck and dragged him toward the balcony railing. "Beerus, how about we join forces?" "Huh!" Beerus, who had been about to rage, froze in astonishment. He stared at Kampa incredulously. "Did I hear that right?" Seeing Beerus pretend to clean his ears, Kampa smiled. "No matter how much we fight, usually we're still brothers. I can't just watch you die, can I?" Beerus surprisingly didn't retort. Kampa continued. "The reward for the first place universe in this tournament is the Super Dragon Balls. They have immense uses, such as..." He leaned in and whispered into Beerus's ear. "Reviving an entire universe." Beerus took a deep breath, his eyes gaining a strange light as he looked at Kampa. "Collecting the Super Dragon Balls won't be easy. Are you willing to part with them?" Kampa smiled. "That thing holds no appeal for me anymore. Using it to revive my own brother seems like a fair deal." Beerus chuckled. "You have such confidence in your own warriors. Know that over at Shempa's place there's a fighter stronger than an average god of destruction." "Ha!" Shempa burst into arrogant laughter upon hearing this. "As if my Broly is weak. He was supposed to be mine." Seeing the exasperated Beerus, Shempa waved his hand. "Enough of this useless talk. My plan is this." As Shempa and his companion vanished like a rainbow, Beerus still gazed at the azure sky. "Whis, do you think we've underestimated Shempa?" Whis smiled. "Is that such a bad thing? After all, you two are brothers. Though you quarrel fiercely, deep down you care for each other, don't you?" The corners of Beerus's mouth lifted. "With this assurance I must brief Sun Wukong and the others well. We must not let any slip-up show." Whis smiled. "Actually, not revealing the plan is best, or it might arouse suspicion. Is that so?" Beerus sighed, returned to his sun's chair, and lazily took a nap. Meanwhile, every universe was desperately scouring for powerful warriors to ensure their own survival. At this point they didn't care whether the candidates were human or not, as long as they were strong enough and their energy was formidable, they would recruit them to serve. Fuwa looked at the warriors ready to fight, took off his pair of Dalate earrings and handed them to Broly. "These earrings confuse two warriors, unleashing power far beyond normal." Broly shook his head in refusal. "No need. Besides Hit and myself, the remaining 8 of my clan all know the fusion technique. These earrings won't be of much use to us." Fuwa blinked in bewilderment, then put the earrings back on. "Then I wish you success." Bedusu and Makalita each kissed Broly on the cheek. "Good luck." Subsequently, the group of 14 was teleported to a dim space. Gazing at the colossal bazaar arena, Broly took a deep breath. "The 10 of us will follow the plan. First engage in a melee with the warriors from other universes, then use the explosion smoke to blast a large pit and hide, waiting for the latter half of the match." Mashio and the others nodded. Hit had no objection either, as long as they could win it was fine. After all, no one wished for a short life. "Hey Hit, Broly." Sun Wukong along with Vegeta and Gohan jogged over with a smile. Hit nodded with a rare smile, while Broly, unwilling to remain stern, chuckled and patted Gohan's shoulder. "Do your best, young man." Vegeta looked gravely at Mashio and the others. Every one of these Saiyans emitted an aura no weaker than his or Kakarot's. Especially the 2 female Saiyans beside Broly, their energy was noticeably stronger than that of his own team. Seeing the tails wrapped around each of their waists, a faint, barely perceptible smile curved Vegeta's lips. Tails meant weaknesses. As surviving Saiyans, they understood the pain of losing a tail better than anyone. Beerus and Whis, watching the Saiyans of the 6th universe, sighed enviously. Xiangpa, grinning, brought Bedusa, Makalita, and Fuwa over to Beerus. "What do you think? Which universe do you think has the greater chance of winning?" Beerus rolled his eyes. "Don't come here to show off. Look at the warriors from other universes. Almost every one has a pair of Dalate earrings. Need I explain their effect?" Xiangpa placed his hands on his hips, laughing smugly. "I forgot to tell you, all the ancient Saiyans of our 6th universe know the fusion technique. It doesn't matter whether we wear the Dalate earrings or not." Beerus's eyelid twitched. He had forgotten that aside from Hit, the entire 6th universe was Saiyans. Looking at his own team, at least he had 5 Saiyans, That was decent enough. Broly, who had been casually chatting, suddenly furrowed his brows and stared in one direction. There a squad of warriors had been teleported in. Aside from the familiar topo, a burly man with a bald head and large eyes caught his attention. That aura was incredibly powerful, at least on par with his Super Saiyan 4 form, perhaps even slightly stronger. It walked over to Broly and whispered, "The one with the big eyes should be Jiren. Legend says he is a man stronger than a god of destruction." Broly looked at him in surprise. "How do you know?" His lips curved into a rare smirk. "As an assassin of the universe, I must master certain intelligence." While Broly and Hit were chatting, Jiren's gaze cut through the crowd and fixed directly on Broly's face. A flicker of caution flashed in his eyes. Just then a slightly flippant voice came from behind. "Hey, you're..." Before he finished, Jiren appeared behind Sun Wukong, gave him a cold glance and said, "Move aside." Sun Wukong was utterly incredulous, but the sudden sound of a projectile breaking the air forced him to leap up instinctively to dodge. Watching Jiren standing still with his arms crossed, he instantly grasped the gap between them. After all, being able to sense the trajectory of a flying boulder and dodge it was not something anyone could do at will. As the last few boulders slammed solidly into the arena pit, the great priest raised his right hand. "Now, all gods and the contestants about to compete, let us invite the two Omni Kings to deliver the opening remarks for this tournament." Everyone. Two childish voices, the two little Omni Kings, appeared on the stone chairs above. "You must do your best, okay?" Seeing that the two little ones had finished speaking, the great priest turned to the arena. "Allow me to explain the rules once more. The time limit is 100 taku. The central pillar will sink as time passes. When it reaches the ground, the tournament ends. No weapons other than techniques are allowed, and you must not kill your opponents. In short, you must force them out of the arena or render them unable to fight. Contestants who can no longer battle are not eliminated as long as they are not thrown off. Techniques that allow floating in the air to prevent falling are prohibited, but those with natural wings may fly freely. Even if life is in danger, the use of recovery items is strictly forbidden. That concludes the rules." Beerus looked at his team with a grave expression. "You must cooperate earnestly and leverage the team's advantages." Quintella glanced at Beerus disdainfully and mocked. He, a god of destruction needing his team to work together. How utterly embarrassing." Seeing his own brother somewhat discomfited, Xiangpa cupped his hands around his mouth like a megaphone. "Hey Buluoli and Shite, when the match starts, eliminate the fourth universe first. Forget your plan, got it?" Bai Lu Si was quite surprised to see Xiangpa, then glanced at the grim-faced Kui Te La and smirked. "Sun Wukong Beiji Ta, you also go and besiege the fourth universe." Buluoli and Shite exchanged a glance, shrugged, and led their clansmen to completely surround the 8 warriors of the fourth universe. They only surrounded 3 sides, leaving the edge of the arena open. It seemed that once the match began, these warriors of the fourth universe would be in trouble. Sun Wukong and the others looked at each other, then at Bai Lu Si's icy gaze. They had no choice but to steel themselves to go and help, but were immediately surrounded by the 2nd, 9th, and 10th universes. The 3 sled brothers grinned at Sun Wukong. If it weren't for you, this blabbermouth, how could we have been forced to participate in such a deadly match?" Bai Lu Si looked at the situation on the arena, then at Shida La and the others, and gritted his teeth. "Hey, aren't you going too far? If you have the guts, let the fighters go one-on-one." Shilei Si, the god of destruction of the 2nd universe, covered her mouth with a delicate laugh, but when she looked at Sun Wukong on the arena, her eyes were full of disgust. "Your 7th universe is too ungraceful, doing something that all gods detest." Kui Te La, the god of destruction of the 4th universe, looked at Xiangpa with dissatisfaction. "Have you forgotten how Bai Lu Si used to bully you? Although he is your brother, when he bullies you, I think you are more like his enemy." Xiangpa rubbed his nose. "Humph, in the biological food chain, aren't you mice just the food for us cats?" "You are too arrogant, Kui Te La. Before I was too lazy to bother with you, but now the opportunity is right in front of me. Do you think I would miss it?" And then his chubby finger pointed at Bai Lu Si not far away. "Although this guy has a foul mouth, is greedy, and has a bad temper, I promised my mother to take care of him. I am a very filial god of destruction." Mo Sika, the god of destruction of the 3rd universe, looked at Wei Maida. "What do you say?" Wei Maida's cold eyes scanned the arena back and forth, finally looking at Buluoli, and then at Jilin. He was constantly calculating in his mind, if the 6th universe were eliminated first, then the strongest on the arena would be Jilin, and in the end it would be his 11th universe that remained. He then squeezed out a comical smile. "How to look at it? Of course we can't let those 2 brothers have their way. First eliminate both of their teams, and for the rest of the match we'll rely on our own abilities." Mo Sika exchanged a glance with his own Supreme Kai and then agreed to Wei Maida's plan. Thus the situation on the arena quickly became clear. On the left half of the arena, the center was the 4th universe team surrounded by the 6th universe. The teams of the 3rd and 11th universes enveloped both the 6th and 4th universes. On the other side, the 7th universe formed a defensive net back-to-back, while the 2nd, 9th, and 10th teams tightly surrounded the 7th universe. Xiang Pa did not expect such a turn of events, and his face immediately turned grim. Bai Lucy, not far away, also gritted his teeth and finally let out a helpless sigh. Dishengguan looked at the situation on the arena, smiled calmly, and turned to the two little ones. "To Lord Quan Wang, can the match begin?" Quan and Quan Jiang exchanged a glance and nodded simultaneously. Let's start quickly." Hearing the Quan Wang's urging, Dishengguan bowed slightly, turned around, and raised his right hand. "Then warriors, please prepare." Buluoli looked at the hostile 11th universe team before him. "Chi-Te, you take Ma Xiao and Xiao Sa to hold off the 3rd and 4th universes. Ji Na and Ji Hua will go and deal with the 11th universe." Chi-Te glanced at Ji Lian and the Dipasi and Tuopa beside him and let out a faint Meanwhile, on the other side, Sun Wukong and the others were either burning with fighting spirit or extremely nervous. Little Wu Tian and Tai Nan Kasi directly started the fusion dance. "Transform." As the light faded, Wu Tian Kasi appeared before everyone. The little guy, shedding his previous timidity, raised his hand and wiped his nose with a showy gesture. "Watch me, Wu Tian Kasi, teach you a lesson." Wu Fan looked at the hostile 3 sled brothers opposite, then at his uncle Bai Ke and Buo beside him, and whispered, "We are outnumbered. We need to lure some opponents into our defensive circle and let Buo absorb and control them. The more opponents Buo absorbs, the stronger his combat power becomes, and it also weakens the enemy. Does anyone disagree?" Fu Li Sa, with a halo above his head, glanced at the pink Buo in surprise. "Ho ho ho, I never expected we have such a powerful teammate on our side. How delightful." Seeing that no one objected, Wu Fan whispered again. "Dad, it's not like before. When the match starts, you must unleash your full power. Only when our side is safe can you go find a satisfying opponent." Sun Wukong nodded seriously. "Don't worry, Wu Fan, I know what's important." Dishengguan saw that both sides were ready and immediately swung his right hand down. "Match start." Hia. 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 Bang. 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 At this moment, all the scions of the 6th and 7th universes entered their strongest forms. Compared to the 7th universe's golden or blue hair, the scions of the 6th universe, except for Buluoli, had 8 people with a uniform blood red for long black hair trailing to their hips and fangs glinting coldly as they grinned. The gods of destruction in the stands were all shocked in an instant. They looked incredulously at Xiang Pa on the 6th universe's stand, never expecting that the usually despised Xiang Pa had secretly trained so many powerful warriors. 10 fighters who had stepped into the realm of gods, something they had never dared to imagine. Buluoli, covered in green fur, looked at the shocked opponents and grinned. "Everyone activate 10x Jia Wang Quan, finish this quickly." Boom boom boom. Bursts of black-red aura shot up into the sky, enveloping the 8 ancient scions. 6 of them, led by Chi-Te, charged into the crowd of the 3rd and 4th universes, while Buluoli activated the 20x Jia Wang Quan, and with Ji Na and Ji Hua rushed into the crowd of the 11th universe. Jiren watched as Broly charged straight at him, his entire body erupting with a fiery red aura. He stomped his right foot hard against the ground, the surface cracking beneath his toes as he lifted off. The two stood face to face with barely a meter between them, seemingly motionless, yet the series of sonic booms and scattered energy pushed the surrounding warriors far away. Dispo, bearing a face 99% identical to Beerus, stared at Broly in shock. "How is this possible? Someone is now on par with Jiren." Topo, seeing Himena and Jiwa entangled by the remaining opponents, set aside his awl and slapped the back of his ally. "Go deal with those 2 female scions first." "All right." Within less than a minute of the opening, the entire arena was enveloped in blinding auras of various colors. The dazzling light dazzled the 2 little Omni-Kings, their mouths agape in wonder. Broly and Jiren exchanged relentless fist strikes. To outsiders they appeared motionless, but in the eyes of the gods of destruction every punch and block was crystal clear. After a long while they each took a step back. Jiren looked at Broly with grave seriousness. "You are strong, so strong that I must bring out all my strength. I hope you won't disappoint me." Broly smiled upon hearing this. "Is that so? Your strength is enough to make me unleash my 5th form." Jiren raised an eyebrow. Broly withdrew the stacked Kaioken. The technique was effective but too draining on stamina, so conserving energy was wise. He took a deep breath. The green fur on his body instantly turned silver-white, and a flowing silvery mane trailed down to the bend of his calves. Several blood-red markings appeared on his face, radiating an aura both sinister and sacred. "Impossible! Beerus immediately noticed Broly's transformation, his mouth agape in disbelief. He turned to the grinning Kampa nearby. This little one can freely control Ultra Instinct. His words were like a massive bomb dropped into a calm lake. The other gods of destruction stared at Kampa in shock, who basked in their astonishment, and tilted his head with a smug grin. That's just the beginning. Kampa thought mischievously, if they knew Broly had already mastered Ultra Ego at full power, would they run home crying to train in seclusion? Among the 12 gods of destruction, Beerus and Kim, the strongest of them, could sense that Broly's control over Ultra Instinct had reached absolute ease. Even if he hadn't achieved full power, he was merely a step away from it. Entering Ultra Instinct, Broly dashed to Himena's side and punched the General of Universe 11 out of the arena. Had it not been for the energy whip wrapped around his left foot by the lenient Kane, the one-eyed general would have been the first eliminated from Universe 11. Seeing Kane straining to pull the energy whip, Broly raised his hand and fired a silver-white energy sphere tinged with green, blasting both Kane and the general out of the arena. "General out," said the little Omni King. "Kane out," added the other. The two Omni Kings giggled happily while tapping their tablets. "Broly is amazing." The Grand Priest watched Broly standing on the arena and nodded repeatedly with satisfaction. "His talent is truly exceptional. Perhaps it won't be long before our universe gains another Grand Priest-level powerhouse." These words widened the eyes of the 4 guards beside the little Omni Kings in shock. A Grand Priest-level powerhouse. Was that a joke? "Bastards!" Seeing his 2 eliminated teammates in the stands, Jiren erupted in fury. He roared and charged at Broly, his aura blazing hot. But his punches and kicks were effortlessly dodged, leaving him in disbelief. "You all fuse!" Hit flickered into the pocket dimension he had created, reappearing behind a blue liquid metal robot. He punched its head, then sidekicked a dinosaur-like alien into the distance. In truth, the Saiyan warriors of Team 6 posed little threat even if they remained separate, but the team didn't know what hidden cards these aliens held. Fused Saions would have enough power to counter any unknown. Thus, under Hit's relentless defense, the original 6 warriors successfully merged into 3 new Saions, each more massive and robust than before. Quitella quickly shouted, "What about the Patera earrings? Fuse, fuse, you fools!" But by the time they reacted, it was too late. The newly fused Saiyan warriors swiftly kicked or blasted their opponents one by one onto the viewing stands. The biggest loss was Universe 3. Their carefully prepared fusion robot was blasted out of the arena by 2 fused Saions using energy waves before it could even complete its fusion. The Grand Priest glanced at the viewing stand of Universe 3 with a sly smile. "All warriors of Universe 3 have been eliminated. You will be immediately erased." "No, Lord Omni King." The 2 little Omni Kings extended their right hands simultaneously. "Exist." With a clench of their fists, the viewing stand of Universe 3, except for the angel sitting alone, the god of destruction, the Supreme Kai, and all the robots dissolved into faint glimmers and vanished into the void. What do we do? It seems there's no escape." The remaining gods of destruction stared at the arena with despair in their eyes. They didn't believe their universe's warriors could defeat Broly, Hit, and the fused fighters of Universe 6. "Lamo! Dispo!" Toppo watched his teammates being blasted out one by one, slammed his fist onto the ground in despair. Gazing at Himena and Jiwa with hatred, he said, "I give up." "Huh!" Himena and Jiwa exchanged confused glances. Toppo tore off his tight-fitting shirt. "I abandon my role as a member of Justice. Perhaps another version of myself can defeat you." This is... Kampa stared in shock at Toppo on the arena. Vermouth smiled bitterly. "Kampa, let me reintroduce him. This is our Universe 11's God of Destruction candidate, Toppo." "So what?" Himena sneered, and together with Jiwa they began the fusion dance. "Ha!" As the golden light faded, the new fused warrior appeared before Toppo in his God of Destruction form. Looking at the aura of destruction emanating from him, Jiwa sneered. "Your destructive aura is not enough to make you a qualified God of Destruction candidate." "Humph!" Toppo sneered, raising his massive right palm. "Whether I'm qualified or not is not for you to judge, Destruction." Watching the massive black-red destruction sphere coalescing in Top's hand, Jiwa now let out a contemptuous snort. She steadied herself and caught it with ease, then clasped her other hand over it, continuously compressing the enormous sphere until it was reduced from nearly 2 meters in diameter to the size of an egg. Gazing at the floating energy sphere in her hand, Jiwa now smiled and waved her hand. "Return to you. No way. How could this be? Impossible." Every god of destruction and Supreme Kai was astonished by Jiwa Na's audacious maneuver. Aside from angels and gods of destruction, they had never witnessed a mortal capable of deflecting a destruction sphere and remaining completely unaffected. At that moment Beerus looked at Kampa with eyes full of envy. That fat bastard is so lucky. Whis, however, covered his mouth with a chuckle and pointed at Vegeta and Goku in his own team. Our warriors aren't bad either, you know. Watching Vegeta's deep blue hair and aura so different from before, Whis smiled. Vegeta's talent is truly beyond words. He's already entered the full power divine realm. Then he pointed at Goku enveloped in a silvery white aura. It seems Goku-san has stepped onto the threshold of Ultra Instinct. All Xeno. I press. Future Xeno. I press 2. The Grand Minister, observing the science of Universe 7 breaking through on the spot, smiled and continuously announced eliminations. When his expression turned cold as he looked at Sidra, he declared mercilessly, all warriors of Universe 9 have been eliminated. Therefore, immediate erasure. Bye-bye. The two little Namekians shook hands simultaneously. The members of Universe 9 sat silently in the spectator area as their bodies dissolved into specks of light. Only the angel of Universe 9 let out a slow sigh. We sisters train under Lord Kampa every day. How could we not master destruction energy? Jiwa-na spoke slowly while brutally beating Top. Although Top kept blocking, it was futile. She kicked him square in the face, sending him rolling across the ground until he finally landed at Jiren's feet. Seeing Jiren gasping for air and Top battered and bruised, Vermaud finally shouted, Jiren, this is not the time to hesitate. Fuse with Top, or how will you find your enemy? Shut up. Jiren turned around, his face dark, and barked at Vermaud. When he turned back, Top raised his left hand on which shone a glowing patera earring. Top pleaded with Jiren. This is our last resort. For the sake of the innocent children in our universe, please. With a creaking sound, Jiren clenched his fists, then tremblingly took the earring and placed it on his left ear. In the next instant their bodies were pulled together. As the light faded, a new Jiren appeared before everyone. His former gray skin now seemed a shade brighter. His once pierced ears had become Top's pointed ears. 2 patera earrings hung quietly from his ears. His robust frame stood a head taller than before, with muscular arms that were not as exaggerated as Top's yet appeared perfectly balanced. With a bang, Jiren looked at his hands, feeling the searing energy surging endlessly within him. His battle spirit blazed as he stared at the frowning Broly. Again. Ha! Come on! Boom! 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 Slap! 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 Their battle intensified several times, overdrawing gasps and exclamations from the two little Namekians. Broly could no longer maintain the easy control he had earlier. He could only try to suppress Jiren in combat. The longer the fight lasted, the deeper his understanding of battle became. After all, finding an opponent of equal strength was no easy feat. Soon Hit and the other fused warriors, having dealt with their own opponents, found a quiet place to watch the duel. This battle was a rare opportunity for them, one that would prove crucial in broadening their combat horizons. On the other side, led by Deep Blue Vegeta and Goku, who had just tapped into Ultra Instinct, they were rapidly eliminating enemies. Whenever Bu absorbed the energy signature of an opponent, that fighter would appear in the spectator area, while the energy within Bu merged naturally into his being, much to his delight. As Bu grew stronger with each battle, their elimination speed increased. Frieza on the same team looked at Bu with sinister intent. The last one. As a large blob of pink flesh merged into his body, another figure appeared in the spectator seats. Ribrian covered her face in anguish, tears streaming through her fingers. I'm sorry, everyone. I failed. Charisse patted her shoulder. It's not your fault. No one expected Universe 7 to hide such a terrifying monster. At his current level, I'm sure he's even stronger than Jiren of Universe 11. Humph, Kampa must have shot himself in the foot. Before she could finish, over a dozen of them turned into a pink heart, which floated under the angel's gaze to a corner of the void realm. At this point the situation was clear. Universe 6 had all survivors. Universe 7, due to the initial crisis, had Gohan, Gotenks, Piccolo, Android 17 and Android 18 willingly absorbed by Bu and eliminated, leaving only Goku, Vegeta, Frieza and Bu. Universe 11 was left with only the fused new Jiren, who was barely holding on under Broly's fists and feet. Let's go. Take out the remaining riffraff on the other side and we win. Vegeta roared and charged toward Hit. He could never forget how Hit had crushed him before. Hit watched the approaching Vegeta with a smirk. You really think you're the only ones who've improved? Hit suddenly appeared in front of Vegeta, his right fist glowing with multicolored energy, and slammed it into Vegeta's stomach. The latter spat out stomach acid tinged with blood, tumbled a few times, and steadied himself, utterly incredulous. Impossible. I've calculated your time skip trajectory for 0.5 seconds. Hit gave him a cold stare. Who said my time skip is still 0.5 seconds? The moment Hit uttered those words, the three charging warriors stopped in their tracks except for Beerus. Beerus oblivious grinned and charged headlong at the group of fused Saiyans. Jiwa now blocked his path, dodging his absorption tendrils while bombarding him with ki blasts. The other three fused warriors charged at their respective opponents, leaving them utterly defenseless under the relentless assault. Although Vegeta had reached the deep blue level, it was merely the full power of Super Saiyan Blue. The fused warrior he faced was the fusion of Shosua and Kalu, who had long since broken through to full power. Flame Flash. The blood-red energy beam struck Vegeta squarely in the chest, sending him hurtling uncontrollably toward the void beyond the arena. Beerus, seizing the opportunity, evaded Ji-Wan-Na's entanglement, and with a single bound appeared diagonally above Vegeta. His elongated antennae coiled around Vegeta in an instant, trapping him. Don't even think about it. Hit materialized before Beerus, driving a fist into his pudgy face. With his right palm wreathed in fiery aura, he severed Boo's stretched tentacles. Let's see you absorb now. The rubber-like tentacles enveloped Vegeta, and in the blink of an eye he found himself on the spectator stands. The severed tentacle, however, transformed into a miniature Boo hiding in the crevice of a massive boulder. Boo's usually half-closed eyes snapped wide open. You dare to interrupt my absorption? I'm angry. Bang bang bang, he pounded his chest with both fists, but soon realized he could no longer move. His body was encased in a layer of purple energy. Hit sneered coldly. So what if you're angry? Stay put in the space cage I've prepared for you. Beerus gave a nonchalant glance at the appearing Vegeta, saying nothing, for all this was within his and was his expectations. Meanwhile, the miniature Beerus stealthily crept through the crevices, seeking to merge with his original body. The tiny figure transformed into a pool of slime, slithering toward the original's feet. Just as the slime was about to touch its host, Broly's voice echoed in Boo's ears. Absorbing like this is quite a nuisance, isn't it? Destruction. Broly's right hand, cloaked in violet-black energy, pressed against Boo's head. In the next moment, the pink Boo dissolved into sparkling stardust, vanishing into the void realm. Gah, Broly, have you forgotten that you can't kill your opponents? Kampa nervously rubbed his chubby face with both hands. But Broly raised his right palm and unleashed a blast of energy at the slime, hurling it along with a large chunk of rubble out of the arena. In the next instant, a shrunken Boo appeared on the stands. He angrily pounded his own belly. I'm furious. He dared to hurt me. Gohan and the others quickly moved to console him, while Frieza and Sun Wukong were both knocked out of the arena by pairs of fused warriors, leaving them no time to react. As the two little olives pressed the avatars of Sun Wukong and Frieza on the tablet, the Grand Priest turned to the 10th 7th Universe team. Contestants Sun Wukong and Frieza are eliminated. Therefore the 7th Universe is erased. Quan. I really hate to see Gokong go. Quan Jiang. Goodbye, Gokong. Beerus glanced at the raised right hands of the two little olives, then looked at Kampa and uttered two words. Brother. Kampa, with a tinge of melancholy, watched Beerus vanish and let out a faint sigh. Should I at least say something? Whis smiled and sat down beside Vados, chatting with the other angels. On the arena only 7 figures remained at first, but as the fusion time expired the count became 11 again. They stood silently aside, watching the ongoing confrontation between Broly and the fused Jiren. Jiren was panting heavily. Ha ha ha, can you show me your full strength? I want to see before I die how vast the gap is between us. Broly looked at Jiren, whose face was full of unwillingness, and nodded. All right. He clenched his fists. His silvery white hair gradually turned pitch black, and the fur on his body slowly darkened as well, leaving only a crimson mark on his bare chest. He rolled his neck. This is my latest, strongest form, a preliminary fusion of Ultra Ego and Ultra Instinct. He stepped forward, approaching Jiren, and whispered. Right now my power is only below the Grand Priest. You lost with no shame. Jiren's eyes widened instantly. Impossible. Ugh. As he fell off the arena, Broly calmly withdrew his left fist. Where do you get so many impossibles? He then slowly raised his head, watching the members of the 11th universe gradually dissolve into fluorescent light. Smiling, he exited his Super Saiyan form and bowed to the Grand Priest. Grand Priest. The Grand Priest looked at Broly's composed expression and smiled. You are truly outstanding, Broly. Have you thought about the wish you want to make? Broly nodded. I want the dragon to restore all the universes that were erased this time. Oh. The Grand Priest arched an eyebrow in surprise. That's simple. The two little olives flew over as well. Broly, you can wish for eternal life, or to become the strongest warrior in the universe. Looking at their adorable expressions, Broly smiled. Are you two satisfied with this tournament of power? Quan and Quan Jiang exchanged glances, then nodded and shook their heads. Broly spread his hands, offering 2 cups of iced cola to the little olives. As they drank happily, he explained. This time the overall strength of the sixth universe was several tiers above the others. You two must have found it boring. But if we revive those universes, you can hold the tournament whenever you like. The rewards can be changed to other resources or treasures. As for the Super Dragon Balls, forget it. If someone with ill intentions uses them to make a wish that harms you too, that wouldn't be good. As for the wishes you mentioned, Sister Vados and Lord Kampa already made them for me decades ago. Now, apart from training and breaking through my limits, I just want to stay by your sides with my two sisters so we can be together forever. Quan and Quan Jiang dropped their cola and threw themselves into Broly's arms. Broly, you're wonderful. Broly, laughing heartily, held the two little olives. He nodded to his father-in-law, who understood and summoned the dragon, making the wish Broly had spoken. Kampa could no longer contain himself. He flew to Broly's side and patted his back repeatedly. Broly, well done. Ha ha, from now on Beerus will owe me a debt so great he can never repay it in his lifetime. Hee. Vados and Margarita also came to Broly's side, each picking up a little olive and telling amusing stories that made the two little olives giggle. Broly gazed at the dim void of the void realm, a contented smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Where is this? In the ICU ward of Jinling Hospital, a chubby little old man opened his eyes, staring at the white ceiling. The distinctive smell of disinfectant entered his nostrils. Turning his head, he saw his daughter-in-law Jing Tian dozing by the bedside. Looking at her round chubby face, he smiled. So it was all just a long dream. End of the book.